Chapter 1. Over Bayazai Mountain. A dinosaur was flying and hunting. Suddenly, a white light flashed by and hit the dinosaur directly. The dinosaur's fat body trembled, its eyes rolled back, and it fell rapidly. Its huge body kept bouncing back and forth on the treetops, breaking branches. However, before the dinosaur's body landed on the ground, a short child with a tail behind him catapulted into the air, leaped onto the treetops in a few steps, grabbed the falling dinosaur, flipped over and landed, and carried it away. The set of movements was smooth and without any delay. A moment later, smoke rose from the top of the mountain, and the air was filled with the aroma of barbecue. Smell good. It should be cooked, right? The little boy tore off a piece of meat from above the fire and put it into his mouth impatiently. Wow, it's so delicious, Grandpa, please try it. The old man opposite him also tore off a piece of meat and tasted it. After just one bite, the old man immediately showed a look of surprise. Wow, it's so delicious. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sizzling with oil, this roasted dinosaur smells so good. The little boy also smiled with satisfaction. He pulled 2 roasted dragon legs off the fire and started to eat them. While eating, he sighed, roasted dinosaur meat is more delicious than roasted fish. It would be great if I could kill dinosaurs every day. The old man looked at him and smiled, eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you, don't choke. The grandfather is Master Roshi's disciple, Son Gohan. And this child is the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world, the Saiyan Kakarot. The earthling name Son Gohan gave him is Son Goku. But he is not the original Goku, he is a reborn person. He has the soul of a modern person. In his previous life, he naturally saw Dragon Ball and knew Goku's mission. This world is full of dangers. Without the protection of the powerful Goku, the earth will be destroyed sooner or later. The talents of Saiyans are actually only better than those of Earthlings, but compared to the aliens, talents like Son Goku are actually very poor. They start low, grow slowly, and cannot survive in the universe. If they don't transform in the later period, they can't compare with those strong people. For many years, where has the entire Saiyan race produced strong people? So they were exiled to the earth, and Son Goku, who has a pure heart, grew to that kind of cosmic level. Of course, Broly, who has a mutant physique, is an exception. That person is born to be a cheater, and ordinary people can't compare. After recognizing the current situation, after being able to walk and talk by himself, little Goku began to beg Gohan to take him to practice. There is no other way. If you want to live, you have to become stronger quickly, at least not worse than the original Sun Wukong. However, the difficulty lies in terms of comprehension, combat IQ, or obsession with martial arts, he is not as good as the original Sun Wukong. Without a strong interest in martial arts, he doesn't think he can do better than the martial arts fanatic Sun Wukong. But everyone has their own advantages. Before he was reborn, he was a very competitive modern man. In order not to fall behind others, he started to compete in school and even more competitive at work. Although he lived at the bottom, he was not inferior to the people around him throughout his life. Unfortunately, he had a sudden heart attack in his 20s and fell into a coma. Fortunately, the next moment, he woke up and found that he was reborn, or traveled through time. He still came to this wonderful world and became the idol Sun Wukong. At the beginning of his rebirth, he had no ability to speak. As soon as he left the nutrition warehouse, he was exiled to the earth by Bardock and Jine. He escaped the fate of being destroyed together with planet Vegeta. In the aircraft, he couldn't help but sigh that this world is much more exciting than the world where he could only study and work. He was not sure that he could break through himself at the critical moment like the original Son Goku. After he knew about it, he had already made plans. He had to practice hard and roll hard like the later Vegeta. Without the golden finger, he could only become stronger step by his own efforts. He wanted to survive, and he really wanted to make progress. As for the future marriage, he had never thought about it. It's strange to say, since he traveled to the underage GOKU, it seems that every moment is a sage moment. Even if he knew that one day in the future, the crazy girl Bulma would go up the mountain to find the Dragon Ball, GOKU still didn't have any excessive thoughts about her. Maybe he was too young, his organs were not developed, and he lacked hormone secretion. It doesn't matter, getting stronger and being able to survive are important. Besides, Bulma went up the mountain and shot himself a few times. At least he had to practice to be invulnerable to swords and guns first, right? After Sun Wukong learned to talk and walk, he begged Gohan to practice with him, and Sun Wuhan naturally spared no effort to teach him. So, Sun Wukong practiced with him for more than 10 years, and naturally learned breath control. This is the essence of the Rashi style. As for Kamehameha, that's easy. Little Goku already knew it. In this world, the strength of a person's physical body always has a limit, but the power of Qi is unlimited. The stronger the Qi is, the stronger the Kamehameha will be. Goku also has a deep understanding of this, and naturally practiced more on the Qi. His current combat power has surpassed that of little Goku of the same period. Therefore, this is why this Goku, who is so old, can use Kamehameha to fight dinosaurs without becoming a disciple of Rashi Senran. After eating and drinking, Goku rubbed his belly. I am so full. Son Gohan said with a smile while clearing the plates. After you're full, go practice. I'll take care of the rest. Well, thank you, Grandpa. As he said that, Sun Wukong put on the heavy tortoise shell and started running around the mountain. Sun Wuhan looked at the actively practicing little Wukong and saw a strange look on his face. This kid, Goku, is really desperate when it comes to training. This is completely contrary to the concept of Kame Senryu. I don't know whether it is right or wrong. At this moment, after cleaning up the dishes, Sun Gohan carried the dishes into the house. Suddenly, he saw something unusual on the 4-star planet. The 4-star planet, which was usually quiet, suddenly lit up, which made him very curious. Why is this bead lighting up? He quickly turned around and shouted, Wukong, Wukong, come back quickly. Chapter 2. However, when Gohan walked out of the room and looked down the mountain, he found that Goku had already run away. Son Gohan sighed, forget it, let's wait for Goku to come back and let him see it. Son Gohan picked up the Dragon Ball and looked at it, saying this should be a treasure. It would be great if it could stay lit all the time, so I can replace the light bulb and don't have to pay for electricity. Parallel time and space, future world. Trunks, go. Go find Sun Wukong. Leave me alone, go. Black Goku's energy wave was about to hit Trunks, but at the critical moment, the time machine disappeared with a swish. Black Goku, who had lost his target, was stunned for a moment. Then, with a ferocious look in his eyes, he picked up Bulma, who was powerless, and strangled her throat. Mortal, you really surprised me. I didn't expect that such a small and dirty human like you could actually create a machine that travels through time and space. Bulma looked at the familiar face in front of her, but with a strange and ferocious expression, she felt very sad. She knew that he was not Goku. She could not wait for the past Goku to travel to this time and space to save her. Because the energy of the time machine is only enough for one way. However, she was satisfied to be able to send Trunks away before she died, and to see Sun Jun's face again in this way and die in Sun Jun's hands. She closed her eyes, and a drop of crystal fell from the corner of her eyes. As Bulma's life passed, the memories of the past came to her mind like a movie. At the age of 16, she set foot on Baizai Mountain in order to find Dragon Ball. That day, she met Sun Wukong, who was like a little savage, and took him out of the mountains. No matter what difficulties they encountered. It was Goku, the little guy who knew nothing, who solved all the crises, protected her, and protected all mankind. But GOKU was a little young, and the 16-year-old Bulma still only trusted GOKU, just pure friendship. It was not until the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament that Bulma saw the grown-up GOKU. So handsome! So stunning! Bulma was stunned at the time. Since she met GOKU, she had experienced so much with him. The sense of security that GOKU gave her was really incomparable to anyone else. At that moment, Bulma had already understood that compared to the playboy Yamcha, GOKU, an emotional idiot and fighting maniac, seemed to be more suitable for her. She understood GOKU better than anyone else, and GOKU trusted her very much. However, before Bulma could do anything to GOKU, Chi-Chi appeared and kidnapped him without any reason. That year, the audience attending the martial arts tournament happily congratulated them on their announcement of marriage. Congratulations to the newlyweds on entering the palace of marriage. But no one saw the surprise and loss in Bulma's eyes. When she met GOKU again, his and Chi-Chi's children were 4 years old. It was all too late. Bulma thought, maybe this is called fate. When Gohan was 4 years old, Raditz came. Because of the Dragon Balls, he can be resurrected. In order to prevent him from destroying the earth, GOKU died with him. Facing the coming Scions, even the former enemy Piccolo united together, and each actively trained to meet the battle 1 year later. 1 year later, Vegeta and Nappa came to Earth and killed many people. Yamcha, Jiaozi, Tien Xinyan. And even Piccolo, who was one with the gods, died. If the battle fails, all human beings on Earth will be extinct, and the Earth will be sold. GOKU finally returned. He is still so reliable. After a desperate bloody battle, he finally defeated Vegeta. Unfortunately, in order to fight, he risked his life and overdrawn his body. Although he didn't die, he was so seriously injured that he couldn't even move, which was really distressing. However, not long after, Bulma brought everyone to the post-war scene. Goku's wife Chi-Chi only cared about the slightly injured Gohan, but didn't give GOKU, who was seriously injured and unable to move, a little care, and even disliked him for letting a child fight. Claimed that the explosion of the earth was none of her business. As a wife, many of them felt that Chi-Chi went too far. GOKU did nothing wrong and protected the earth, but she treated GOKU like this. Even Yajirobe couldn't stand it and claimed to beat Chi-Chi. Later, it was Bulma who took care of GOKU. Chi-Chi was only concerned with tutoring Gohan to do his homework. Knowing that GOKU was afraid of injections, Bulma stayed in bed with GOKU for several days in the following days. However, Bulma said nothing to either Chi-Chi or GOKU. She knew GOKU, and he would not waste brain cells on anything other than fighting. In fact, she knew it. During the days he lay in bed, he was still reviewing the battle with Vegeta in his mind. Later, the trip to Megastar, and Frisia's arrival on Earth with King Cold, were all Goku's efforts to turn the tide and save the world. Anyway, as long as GOKU is there, all difficulties can be solved. With him, you can feel full of security. Unfortunately, no one expected that GOKU, who could even defeat the Emperor of the Universe, would die of a small heart attack. The Earth really cannot live without GOKU. All the Earth-Z warriors died in the war. All mankind was baptized by the fire of war, and the entire Earth soon fell into doomsday. She vaguely remembered that before the armless Gohan died, he once said, "If only Dad were here." Chapter 3. Bulma was deeply touched at the time, and she naturally understood. If GOKU was still alive, nothing would be like this. However, it was Gohan's words, "If only Dad were here," that ignited Bulma's hope. She thought of the direction of her efforts. After 20 years of research, she finally built a time machine. Let Trunks go back to the past to ask for help, and also send medicine to GOKU. It worked. When he came back and told her about Prince Vegeta's romance, even she was a little surprised. Bulma remembered it clearly. When Vegeta was still alive, she didn't feel a sense of security from him, nor did she experience any care, only pride and indifference. Bulma felt that when Trunks went back to the past and felt that Vegeta was like that, it must be because of Goku in that world that Vegeta was gradually changed. Aren't Tien Shinyan and Piccolo living examples? He looks stupid, but he is actually amazing. Decades have passed, and the most trustworthy person in Bulma's heart is still Son Goku. The appearance of the time machine not only makes the other Goku from a different time and space got the special medicine and survived, and at the same time saved the world he was in. Bulma felt very relieved that all her efforts were not in vain. At that time, she also wanted to go back to the past to see Sun Jun. But she was old, and there was also a young self and Chi-Chi in that world. She didn't know how to deal with it if she went there. She was afraid that if she went there, she would not want to come back. So, she didn't go back. It's just that she lives in this broken world. When it's late at night, she will inevitably feel lonely and have wild thoughts. She thought many times. If life could start over, how good it would be if she could choose Goku. Unfortunately, there is no if in life. As Bulma's memory kept replaying, the energy in the hand of Black Goku at this moment flashed, and in an instant, Bulma's body was blown to ashes, and a familiar song floated through Bulma's consciousness. Dedicated to your romance. As the melodious sound of the song floated in her mind, she seemed to see little Goku again and the time when he and she were adventuring together. With a satisfied mood, she completely lost consciousness. When she woke up, she found herself back to the age of 16. Back to the beginning of her journey to find the Dragon Balls. Bulma touched her cheek in disbelief. I'm reborn. Suddenly, a roar startled Bulma. She turned her head and saw a light flashing in the sky above Baizai Mountain not far away. A dinosaur seemed to be hit by something and fell from a high altitude. Bulma was full of confusion and saw the mountain. In just a moment, she knew where it was. That's Baizai Mountain. Sun Wukong's home. My miserable life is over, and I can start over again. It's great. Bulma is ecstatic, and her eyes are much firmer. Sun Wukong, I'm coming to find you. This time, I must tie you to my side, and I won't let you be deceived by Kikai. After saying that, Bulma stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards Baizai Mountain. As the saying goes, a horse will die if it is seen from a mountain. Although the mountain has just been seen, it took a full hour to drive to the foot of the mountain. At this moment, after going up the winding mountain road, another hour's drive has not yet reached the top. Bulma couldn't help but sigh that her speed as an old driver was still not enough. As she walked, a small mountain river came into view. The long-lost memory came to her mind again. She remembered that it was the river she saw when she first came here in her previous life. That day, Sun Wukong Sora caught a big fish from the stream for dinner. Little Goku was ignorant and almost thought she was here to steal his food. Seeing the river, Bulma knew that Goku's home was not far away. Bulma finally saw the smoke from the top of the mountain through the woods, and a smile appeared on her face. As expected, the smoke must be from Goku grilling meat. Bulma's mouth curled up slightly, and she suddenly stepped on the accelerator, speeding up along the winding mountain road and rushing to the top of the mountain. Suddenly, a small figure suddenly appeared in front of the car. The man was carrying a tortoise shell, and seemed to be he was walking upside down, so she couldn't see his face. Bulma was startled and slammed on the brakes, but she still couldn't stop the car in time. The tires slipped and the car crashed into the figure in front. Bulma was nervous and just gripped the steering wheel and closed her eyes. She thought she would hit the car and then scrap it. Unexpectedly, after closing her eyes, there was no collision sound, and she felt that the car had stopped. Bulma opened her eyes decisively. Standing in front of her was a child with a tail. Bulma couldn't help but tremble in her heart and her breathing became rapid. Isn't this the little Goku she has been thinking about all the time? That clear and foolish look made Bulma feel very close to him. Bulma couldn't wait to walk towards little Goku, her hands were shaking with nervousness and excitement. This was the first time that Goku saw her in this life. However, in that desperate time and space, for more than 20 years, there was hardly a day that she didn't miss this face. Without any explanation, Bulma hugged Goku tightly. Goku was suddenly hugged by Bulma, and he was also confused. Deep doubts flashed through his mind. What's the situation? Isn't this Bulma? Why didn't you shoot me? Instead, you hug me as soon as we meet. Feeling Bulma's body trembling continuously, Sun Wukong did not move at all. She was so soft, and it was so comfortable to hug her. Moreover, she smelled so good. Chapter 4. After a while, Bulma's excitement calmed down a little, and she slowly let go of Wukong. Sun Wukong looked at Bulma's face curiously. A long, smooth blue hair casually draped over her shoulders. Her eyes were large and bright, flashing with curiosity and desire for the unknown. Her face was delicate, with a little childish cuteness, but her eyebrows revealed a wisdom and determination beyond her age. It seemed that this Bulma was a little different from the flower maniac in his memory. Bulma covered her chest and said with lingering fear, just now there was a dinosaur that scared me to death. I am relieved to meet someone, who is still a child. She continued, hello, my name is Bulma, and I am a girl. As she said that, Bulma stretched out her white palm to Wukong. Hearing Bulma's introduction, Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment. Dinosaur? Could it be that she just escaped from the dinosaur? So, was she so excited to see him? Looking at Bulma, she seemed to be unscathed and her clothes were not dirty. Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he was not injured. It didn't matter what happened. Bulma was here, and it was time for him to go down the mountain. As for the dinosaur that Bulma encountered, there was no need to catch it. Leave it to Grandpa as food in the future. Sun Wukong stretched out his hand to Bulma. Hello, my name is Sun Wukong. Welcome to Baizai Mountain. My grandpa is very hospitable, especially to girls. If you don't mind, come to my house and sit down. Bulma's eyes flashed with deep shock when she heard Sun Wukong's words. Why is it different from the memory of the previous life? How could Sun Wukong, who is still a child, be so polite? He should be a little savage. However, hearing the word grandpa from Wukong's mouth, Bulma thought about it and seemed to understand something. After a few breaths, the astonishment in her eyes dissipated a little. She immediately realized that this world was a little different from the world she came from. In the previous life, Sun Wuhan died, but in this life, Sun Wuhan did not die. Someone took care of the child and could naturally teach him a lot of things. Therefore, this Goku seemed very sensible. In the previous life, after Goku and Vegeta fought, Sun Wukong understood the cause of his grandfather's death. Whenever the Scions see the full moon, they will transformed into a gorilla. As a lower-level Scion warrior, Son Goku would lose consciousness when he transformed into a gorilla. So, when he was a child, he lost control and turned into a gorilla, and accidentally killed his grandfather Son Gohan. Bulma and several other friends naturally knew this secret. When fighting against Pilaf and his gang, Goku transformed into a gorilla once. When he woke up, he had no memory of transforming into a gorilla. Later, in the martial arts tournament, Goku transformed into a gorilla again. Thanks to Master Roshi, who used Kamehameha to push the moon away, otherwise, Goku would lose control in front of so many people, and who knows what harm would be caused. Well, it's different from the previous life, but it seems not bad. Bulma woke up from her reasoning and smiled. That's really disturbing. Goku naturally saw that Bulma seemed to be thinking about something. After all, she was just a girl and had no fighting ability. It was normal for her to be a little cautious when going out. So, Goku didn't rush her. A moment later, Goku brought Bulma to the top of the mountain. A small house came into view. In order to let his grandfather be prepared, Sun Wukong shouted as soon as he reached the top of the mountain. "Grandpa, Grandpa! I brought a girl to our house as a guest." After a while, Sun Goku, Bulma, and Sun Gohan sat down around the table. In the middle of the table was a 4-star ball. Sun Gohan took a deep breath. He said, "Wukong, this world is wonderful. There are many powerful martial artists down the mountain. You can learn from them. You are not young anymore, and you have practiced very well. Follow Bulma down the mountain to gain some experience." Sun Goku looked at Sun Gohan reluctantly and asked, "Then, what about you, Grandpa? Are you staying on the mountain alone?" Sun Gohan smiled and said, "Don't worry, Grandpa. The fortune teller came to me a while ago. She said she wanted to hire a few security guards. As long as they can fight, there is no age limit, and the monthly salary is 100,000, with 5 insurances and 1 fund. Moreover, if you do a good job, you can be promoted to Laozi to burn the boiler. If you go down the mountain, Grandpa will have to go to work. This job opportunity is not easy to come by." Bulma naturally heard that Sun Gohan supported him to go down the mountain, and his eyes brightened a lot. "Give 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund? That's great, it's much better than farming here." Sun Gohan looked at Bulma, then looked at Goku. He smiled and said, "Yes, Bulma is right, finding a good job is much better than farming. Goku, Bulma is a girl, and you are a man. You must protect girls in the future, understand?" Son Goku nodded. "Well, I understand, Grandpa. I will definitely protect her." Son Gohan nodded with satisfaction. "Well, all good things must come to an end. No matter how much we say, we have to say goodbye." He looked at Bulma, picked up the 4-ball star, and handed it to Bulma. "Since you want to collect Dragon Balls, then you can take this one. Goku has a big appetite, so you have to bear with him in the future." Bulma took the Dragon Ball excitedly and bowed deeply. Thank you, Grandpa. I will take good care of Wukong in the future." Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 5. Finally, Goku accompanied Bulma on the journey to find the Dragon Balls. However, while Bulma was riding her motorcycle, Goku was carrying a heavy tortoise shell and jogging along beside her. After driving for a while, Bulma couldn't help but ask, "Hey! Wukong, you must be tired from running like this, right? Are you sure you don't want to get on top?" Sun Wukong answered while running, "No, I'm not going to get on top. I'm going to run more and treat it as training. Grandpa said that there are many powerful people out there, and I can only become stronger if I work hard enough." Bulma looked at Goku, who was practicing hard and couldn't help being speechless. With the existence of Son Gohan, Goku in this life is very different from the previous life. Not only is he much more sensible, but he practices even harder than in his previous life. Bulma wanted to persuade him. However, thinking of the enemies appearing one after another in the future and the crises coming again and again, Bulma gave up trying to stop him. It is better to sweat more now than to bleed in the future. What's more, this little Goku seems to like practicing more, but one thing that worries her is that this Goku seems to be practicing too hard. Although Bulma knows that after participating in the world's #1 martial arts tournament in the future, he will be so outrageous that he will swim across the sea. But seeing such a young Goku working so hard, she can't help but worry about him. I wonder if he is so young, and the Scion blood can withstand such intense practice. The two walked farther and farther, and soon lost the sight of Baizai Mountain. After the sunset, the night soon became dark. Bulma stopped the car. "Wukong, are you hungry? It's already dark, let's stay here today." Speaking of hunger, Wukong stopped and rubbed his stomach. "Gilu, gilu gilu. Sure enough, as soon as he stopped running, his stomach started growling. Sun Wukong scratched his head and said awkwardly, "I've been running for most of the day, and I thought I forgot something. I was so busy chasing you that I forgot to eat." Bulma smiled faintly, got out of the car and put it into the capsule. Then he looked around and said, "Well, not bad, this place is relatively flat, suitable for placing a house. Goku, stand behind me, I am going to throw it away." Knowing that it was a capsule house, Goku consciously stood behind Bulma. As Bulma opened the capsule and threw it out, after a bang, a large arc-shaped house appeared in front of them. Bulma looked at Goku and said, "Goku, please stand behind me. I am going to throw it away." "How is it? The capsule house I brought is pretty good, right?" Sun Wukong nodded. "Well, very good, it's amazing." Bulma asked curiously, "Hey, you don't look surprised at all. Do you know capsule houses?" Sun Wukong nodded. "Well, when my grandfather took me to the city, I saw them in a portable house store. It's a pity that we didn't have enough money, otherwise we would have bought them and put them in the mountains. Later, my grandfather and I bought some materials, then we cut down trees and built our own houses." Hearing this, Bulma suddenly realized. "Oh, I see." Bulma continued, "Well, come in, you've been running all day, you're all sweaty and your clothes are dirty. There's hot water in the house, take a shower and wash your clothes." After saying that, Bulma walked straight in. Son Goku blinked. Living in the mountains with Son Gohan, he gave up many of his fastidious living habits in order to spare more time for practice. However, it's better to be clean when you go out. Just when Goku hadn't finished thinking, Bulma at the door began to urge him. "Hey, come in quickly." "Coming." Sun Wukong nodded and replied, then followed Bulma into the house. "Wait a minute, the bath water is already prepared. I'll make dinner first and then take you to take a bath." Goku nodded, then looked at the furniture and decoration in the house curiously. Bulma knew that Goku had a big appetite. So, in order to satisfy Goku's appetite, she didn't mind taking out a month's worth of reserve food a day. Anyway, as long as there is money, this thing can be replenished directly in the city. Bulma took out a lot of frozen meat from the freezer, packed it up simply, and put it into more than a dozen different types of pots. She added some seasonings to each pot and started stewing. Bulma clapped her hands lightly, turned her head and looked at Goku who was standing there blankly. "Okay, I'm done. The stew will be ready in about an hour. Go take a shower first." Bulma walked to the washing machine, opened it, and poured in a spoonful of detergent. Then she continued, "Also, take off all your clothes here first, and I'll help you put them in the washing machine." Sun Wukong pointed at himself in surprise. "You mean, let me take off my clothes here?" Bulma was stunned for a moment. It seemed that he was different from the Goku in her memory. He was so tall, but he felt ashamed. Bulma raised her eyebrows again and said disdainfully, "Come on, you are still a child. Your total height is as high as my butt, why are you shy? Take it off quickly." Sun Wukong was indeed a little embarrassed. Although he is a child now, but his soul is that of an adult. Now he is a child's body, maybe his special organs have not developed well. At this moment, Goku has no hormones to assist him, and he does not have much desire for Bulma. But how can he take off his clothes in front of girls? Seeing that Sun Wukong did not take off his clothes, Bulma immediately said, "Take off your clothes quickly, they stink." "If you don't mind, I do. This is my home. If you sleep here, you have to listen to me." Sun Wukong looked at Bulma and said with some hesitation, "Then turn your head away and don't look at me." Bulma smiled and touched the tip of her nose, then turned away with some disdain. Okay, you're still shy. You're just a kid. Your hair isn't even fully grown yet. I'm too lazy to look at you. Take off your clothes quickly." Then go directly to the bathtub in the bathroom naked. I've already prepared the water. Son Goku was not only shy, but also curious. Because this Bulma was different from the Bulma in his impression. She wasn't as infatuated or stupid as the Bulma in the early Dragon Ball. Goku continued, well, then don't turn around and peek. Got it, got it. Bulma waved her hand indifferently, without any sign of looking back. After all, she was not the original Bulma. She had been a human in 2 lives and had been a mother in the end times. Even though she had missed Son Goku for 20 years in the world of the end times, she still couldn't have too much of that kind of love between men and women when facing this Son Goku who hadn't grown up. She just wanted him to take a bath quickly and have dinner. However, thinking of meeting Chi-Chi in the future, Bulma decided that after a few days, when she got familiar with Goku, she would make an agreement with him to marry her when he grew up. Well, she had to take him down in advance while he was still ignorant. P.S. Is anyone watching? Is anyone watching? Can we move the data a little? Is anyone watching? Is anyone watching? Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 6. After Bulma turned around, Sun Wukong quickly took off all his dirty clothes, threw them into the washing machine, and hurried into the bathroom. Bulma turned her head when she heard Wukong's footsteps getting farther away. She simply pressed the water level of the washing machine and let it spin. Then, she searched the closet. He is so small now, and there seems to be no replacement clothes for him to wear. What should I do? Suddenly, Bulma saw a t-shirt of hers in the corner, which was relatively neutral. Just make do with this, he's just a kid, why would he wear pants? When we get back to the city, I'll buy him 2 sets of replacement clothes. Bulma took the t-shirt and walked into the bathroom. Your clothes will be dry if you hang them overnight, and it's time to go to bed after dinner anyway. Wear my t-shirt as pajamas after you wash them and make do for the night. Sun Wukong looked at Bulma who came in, and a trace of trance flashed in his eyes. For some reason, he thought of his mother. But looking at Bulma, who was only 16 years old, Goku always felt that her temperament was a little inconsistent. At the beginning of Dragon Ball, Bulma gave a lot of benefits, but she was actually a good girl. If you can marry her when you grow up, it's actually not bad. However, thinking of Bulma meeting Yamcha in the play, she went back to the West City to enjoy herself. Goku always felt uneasy. If he went to the West City with her and had a superior life, he might be ruined. Maybe he wouldn't even be able to beat Piccolo in the future. Goku immediately shook his head. No. Born in adversity, die in comfort. Again. He said that as a Dragon Ball fan, he understood Bulma too well. In the original work, she could give Goku a bath. In fact, she didn't have any other ideas. She just treated Goku as a child. During this period, Bulma, who was only 16 years old, was a big nympho. She only liked handsome guys of the same age as her, or more mature uncles. She didn't have any feelings between men and women for Goku who hadn't grown up yet. Coincidentally, this is how he looks at her now. Goku's whole body was soaked in the water, and he didn't have to worry about being seen naked by her. He just looked at her. However, it was not until Bulma put down her clothes and stood by the fish tank and didn't leave that Goku asked, "What's wrong? You've delivered the clothes, why don't you leave?" Bulma picked up a brush. "I'll rub your back for you. Come on, stand up." Sun Wukong was startled and immediately turned around. "No, it's not necessary." As he spoke, a feeling of weakness suddenly surged over his body. Bulma pinched his tail and then let go. "Stop being naughty and stand still." Goku immediately stood up and turned to look at Bulma. "Why are you grabbing my tail?" Son Goku wanted to tell her not to grab his tail, because it was his weakness for the time being and he hadn't overcome it yet. But on second thought, he didn't tell her about this weakness. What if the other side of the wall has ears? He will overcome this weakness sooner or later. In fact, in order to prevent accidentally killing Son Gohan, he cut off his tail once, but less than a year later, the tail grew back. He couldn't keep cutting himself for no reason, right? It was painful. So he didn't cut it off again, but for safety reasons, he went to bed early every few days before the full moon night. Unable to tell what little Goku was thinking, he didn't move. Bulma suddenly put her hands on her hips and became fierce. It's time to eat, don't dawdle. I've finished scrubbing you, I still have to take a bath, don't occupy the bathtub, stand up quickly. That voice was so domineering that it could not be refused. Sun Wukong's anus could not help but tighten. Without that funny atmosphere, Bulma was actually quite fierce. However, the feeling that Bulma gave people was finally right now. This was a bit like the woman who dared to slap Beerus in the later period. As soon as Goku stood firm, Bulma stepped on the edge of the bathtub with one foot and rubbed his back vigorously with a bath brush. Sun Wukong was a little resistant at first, but at this moment he breathed a sigh of relief. Not to mention, Bulma's rubbing was quite enjoyable. After a while, just as Sun Wukong was enjoying the back rub, Bulma handed him the brush. Okay, I've finished rubbing the back, you can do the front by yourself, I'll go check on the dinner in the pot. Sun Wukong nodded. Got it. It's not like he hasn't used the showers and bathtubs in the city. After rubbing himself, Goku went directly under the shower to rinse his body, and then put on Bulma's t-shirt. It was a bit chilly without pants, but it felt okay. After using shower gel and shampoo, he felt refreshed all over. He didn't need to wear pants when wearing her t-shirt, because the t-shirt fell to the knees, and it became a dress on him. Goku was helpless. There were no adult scions who were shorter than ordinary children. He remembered that the tallest elementary school students in their teens were about 1.67 meters tall. His height was more suitable for kindergarten. Without dwelling on such things, Goku walked out of the bathroom. In an instant, Goku smelled the fragrance of food. Wow, it smells so good! Little Goku couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and his stomach growled again. Bulma had already washed his clothes in the washing machine and was hanging them on the balcony. Seeing little Goku coming out, rubbing his stomach, a smile appeared on her face again. Wow, you look much fresher after taking a shower. But the food is not ready yet, wait a little longer. Let me finish my shower and we can eat together. Okay. Bulma went into the bathroom. Goku looked around and saw the remote control on the sofa. It's really tiring to smell the delicious food while waiting on an empty stomach. Or should I watch TV and wait for her? Just then, Bulma's head popped out of the bathroom. Hey, Wukong, I just helped you, now it's your turn to rub my back. Sun Wukong ah. Chapter 7. Soon, it was time for dinner. Goku began to eat with astonishing relish. He seemed to be enjoying the food, as if he was eating some delicacies from land and sea, and Bulma was also very happy. She rested her chin on one hand and stared at him in a daze. Such a life with abundant supplies reminded her of her previous life. Before today, she was still in the dire straits of doomsday. In her previous life, since the arrival of Black Goku, the world faced doomsday, supplies were in short supply, food was scarce, and humans were like rats hiding in the dark, struggling to survive. Fortunately, she sent Trunks away. Thinking of her son in her previous life, Bulma couldn't help but murmur. I don't know what happened to Trunks after he returned. I hope he will stay in the past, live well with them, and never go back to that world. Just as Bulma was reminiscing about the past, a voice interrupted Bulma's reverie. Hey, Bulma, don't you want to eat? Bulma was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Goku. Almost all the food on the table had been eaten up. There was only a plate of stewed meat in front of her, and a bowl of rice in front of her. Ha! So fast, almost all of it was eaten up. However, little Goku was such a big eater, but he still knew to leave a portion of food for himself. Bulma was a little uncomfortable with him being so sensible. She usually just had some light bread and lettuce at night, and all this meat was actually made for Goku. So she said, "I don't want to eat any more, you eat it all." After that, Bulma pushed the last portion of food to Goku. Goku was stunned. "Aren't you hungry? Why don't you eat anything?" Bulma smiled sweetly. "Eat it, I won't eat greasy food at night, to lose weight." Then, Bulma took out the bread, spread the sauce, added lettuce, and then ate it in small bites. Goku seemed to remember it too. In the original work, Goku went out hunting to eat, and Bulma ate bread and other things. Without the psychological burden, he picked up the last portion of food and ate it. In the busyness, he did not forget to say thank you. It was late at night, and it was raining outside the window. Goku had been running for almost the whole day and was very tired. In addition, he had taken a bath and had a full meal, so he fell into a deep sleep. Bulma sat on the bed, looking at Goku who was sleeping soundly, just like a good baby. She leaned over and kissed Goku gently on the face. Goku rubbed his face, turned over, and continued to sleep. Bulma smiled like an auntie, turned her head and looked at the rain outside the window. Endless thoughts came to her mind again, and Bulma began to think wildly. In the previous life, since Goku was gone, the whole earth has been plagued by disasters. Those 20 years of doomsday were really worse than death. If it weren't for the need to take care of Trunks to grow up, I'm afraid she would have been unable to hold on. I don't know how long it took. Bulma's thoughts returned, and she remembered tomorrow's itinerary. In this life, she has not changed anything. If nothing unexpected happens, Goku will meet a big turtle when he exercises tomorrow. Then Goku kindly sent the big turtle back. By chance, Goku was able to get the somersault cloud given by Master Kame, and she was also able to get the Dragon Ball in Master Kame's hand. Now, without any other wishes, the Dragon Ball is actually of no use to her. The power of the Dragon Ball is limited, and it is impossible to wish for a perfect boyfriend. What's more, Bulma in this life has matured. The childhood dream has long been forgotten, and the unrealistic dream of her teenage years has also disappeared. She has no wishes for this peaceful world. She just wants to wait for Goku to grow up and then marry him. Let him do what he likes, practice every day, and protect the earth and his family. And she is busy working every day, making money and supporting his practice. If Goku and she can be together, it seems that they can live the life they want until they grow old together. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through Bulma's mind. I almost forgot that Goku in the future died of a sudden viral heart disease. There was no special medicine in that era, and the magic beans were ineffective. Goku died before the Dragon Balls were gathered. The Dragon Balls were used by Pilaf and his gang to turn into babies, so they could not be used for a year. When Piccolo died, the Dragon Balls were completely gone. Shenron cannot revive people who died of illness. But in this life, we can plan ahead. For example, let my parents invest in medicine now to develop a special medicine for viral heart disease. Developing a special medicine is not a difficult task for the science of this world. It can definitely be developed before leaving for Namek. However, Bulma remembered another thing. Although Goku is very strong and likes to fight, but he is afraid of injections. Scions are also bound to have headaches, fevers, and colds. A better way came to mind. Why don't we make a wish after we collect all the Dragon Balls this time so that Goku will never get sick? Bulma smiled immediately. This was a great idea. At present, she already had 3 Dragon Balls in her hands. She only needed to find 4 more. Now it was a one-time solution, which was easier than making medicine. Bulma still remembered where the Dragon Balls were. One was in Master Roshi's hand, one was in the village of Oolong, and one was in the castle of the Bull Demon King. When she thought of the Bull Demon King, Bulma's pupils shrank. She couldn't help but think of Chi-Chi. She thought of the promise made to the bride, and of the grown-up GOKU being kidnapped by Chi-Chi at the Martial Arts Association. This couldn't be blamed on Chi-Chi. If she had to blame someone, she should blame GOKU for not being sensible. In his previous life, GOKU was so silly that he just realized that men and women looked different, and he actually relied on taking pictures of girls' private parts to distinguish between men and women. That's why Chi-Chi and him got married privately. However, after looking at this GOKU, Bulma seemed relieved. In this life, he had Gohan to teach him to grow up, and he was no different from a normal person, so he shouldn't do that kind of thing. So, there's no need to interfere too much. Then, let's send the turtle to the Kame house tomorrow. If he dares to make excessive demands, I will beat him up. After that, Bulma covered GOKU with a blanket, turned off the lights, and fell asleep on her side in bed. Sleeping next to GOKU, Bulma didn't worry about any danger even in the wilderness. That night, she slept particularly sweetly. Chapter 8. The next day, the sun was shining brightly and the sky was clear. A ray of sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains onto Bulma's face, and she finally woke up from her sleep. The room was empty, and there was no sign of GOKU. Wukong. Sun Jun. Bulma called out twice, but there was no response. She suddenly saw a t-shirt thrown on the sofa. This t-shirt was what GOKU wore after taking a bath yesterday. Bulma immediately looked at the balcony. Sure enough, Goku's clothes were gone. Pulling open the curtains a little, Bulma saw GOKU moving stones for exercise outside, and she was relieved. She glanced at the time and said to herself, "Oh, it's so late already. I can't believe I slept in. I am not as diligent as GOKU." Bulma lifted the blanket and stood up, then began to brush her teeth and wash up. Suddenly, Bulma paused. She lifted her pajamas and looked down. The pure white underwear was firmly on her body. Bulma breathed a sigh of relief again. Sure enough, this GOKU is different. He won't do such rude things. After washing up, Bulma was about to change her clothes when she heard GOKU knocking on the door. "Bulma, open the door quickly." Bulma opened the door and looked at GOKU with some dissatisfaction. "I was just exercising at the door, why did you lock the door? Did you lock it by accident?" GOKU said, No, I locked it on purpose. I saw you were still sleeping, and I was worried that some bad guys would break in." Bulma was surprised when she heard what GOKU said. She couldn't help but secretly said, "Did I hear it right? Little GOKU is actually concerned about my safety. Wow! GOKU in this life is so sensible." Just as the two were talking, a familiar big turtle came into view. "Hello ma'am, excuse me." Sun Wukong immediately said, "Bulma, I met a lost sea turtle outside, can we help send it back?" Bulma looked at the turtle and smiled. "Isn't this a small matter? I will change my clothes later and we will send it back to the sea together." The sea turtle showed gratitude. "Really? Thank you so much." Bulma looked at the big turtle, squatted down and asked, "Mr. Turtle, would you like something to eat or drink?" The turtle was stunned for a moment. "But, is it okay?" "Of course you can," Bulma said generously. The turtle said, "Then please give me a glass of light salt water, and it would be better if there is some meat. I am thirsty and hungry." "Okay, wait a minute." After saying that, Bulma took out a small bucket, threw in a handful of salt, and filled a bucket of water. At the same time, she took out a few pieces of frozen pork belly from the refrigerator and threw them into the bucket. In her previous life, Bulma was very familiar with Master Kame and his group. She helped Lan Chi feed the turtle, so she naturally knew what it liked to eat and drink. The frozen meat entered the water. Not only did it melt quickly, but even the salt water was cool. The turtle drank it so comfortably. After drinking almost all the water, it also ate raw meat. The turtle was full. The full and satisfied sea turtle thanked Bulma profusely, and Bulma quickly interrupted his nagging. Soon, Goku finished his training. Goku didn't have a big appetite in the morning, so after Bulma and Goku had breakfast, Bulma put away the capsule room. Goku carried the big turtle on his back, and she rode a motorcycle beside him, heading towards the beach where Kame's house was. Originally, Bulma wanted to drive the big turtle. But Goku said that he wanted to carry the turtle for weight training, so Bulma gave up driving. Riding a motorcycle, it is not easy to encounter difficult roads. Along the way, no matter what kind of bears or other races of robbers they encountered, Bulma did not waste time, and directly gave orders for Goku to start fighting. Those robbers had no power to fight back in front of Goku, and they were taught a lesson by Goku. After about 2 hours, the two men and the turtle arrived at the beach. Seeing the sea, the turtle thanked. "I have been wandering outside for a year. Thank you so much." Goku smiled and said, "You're welcome. Let's go home quickly." The turtle entered the sea and turned back and said, "Wait for me for a moment. I must repay you." As he said that, the turtle swam towards the depths of the sea. Goku was an inland landlubber in his previous life. He had seen many rivers, but rarely the sea. He had only been to the Gold Coast once during the company's team building after work. That was the first time he saw the sea. Seeing the sea again in the Dragon Ball world, he took off his shoes immediately and went to step on the soft and cool beach. Bulma looked at the direction the turtle went, with a look of reminiscence on her face. She understood that it was going to the Kame house. As expected, Kame Master should be here soon. At this moment, Goku's voice came over. "Bulma, come and play for a while too." Bulma looked at Goku. Goku had taken off his shoes and stepped on the beach barefoot. Waves covered his feet one after another, and then quickly retreated. He looked like he was enjoying himself. Bulma showed a warm smile on her face. "Here it comes." She also took off her shoes and walked onto the cold beach barefoot. At the same time, shallow waves came and directly submerged her feet. In an instant, a trace of coolness surged over Bulma's whole body. She couldn't help but shivering hiss, "It's so cold." Bulma's toes couldn't help but curl up, and her feet arched hard. The waves retreated again, washing away some of the fine sand that remained between her toes. Goku laughed when he saw that Bulma was still adapting to the water temperature. The skin on the back of Bulma's feet was as white as snow, delicate and smooth. Drops of water slid down her feet, reflecting the sunlight, which was extremely beautiful. Bulma, who was immersed in it, was even more filled with happiness on her face. She seemed to have almost forgotten what such a peaceful and beautiful life felt like. "This is a comfortable life, this is a beautiful life." She looked out at the sea and exclaimed from the bottom of her heart, "It's so beautiful." "Yes, the sea is so beautiful." Wukong also agreed. Chapter 9. Bulma said, "Goku, how about I buy an island when we grow up, and then build a sea resort on the island?" Hearing Bulma's suggestion, Sun Wukong's eyes brightened. He remembered the beautiful scenes in the Dragon Ball Super. There were Whis, Beerus, many good friends, and children. Having parties, everyone was eating delicious food. There were many chefs on the island, with various cuisines and world-famous delicacies. In the original work, he and Vegeta fought and sparred on the sea. When they were tired of fighting, they could come back and eat all kinds of delicious food. Imagining that kind of life, simple and unpretentious, it was simply too beautiful. Goku immediately said, "The island should be equipped with many chefs and all kinds of delicacies from all over the world." Bulma smiled sweetly, "Okay, it's a deal. I'll let you eat delicious food every day." "Well, it's settled." Sun Wukong nodded immediately. At this moment, a voice came through the waves. "Hi! The two turned their heads and saw a wretched figure appearing on the sea in front of them. A bald man wearing sunglasses, a floral shirt, and shorts, riding a large turtle, slowly swam towards her. Who else could this person be but Master Roshi? As he met Bulma and Goku's eyes, Master Roshi made a scissor hand gesture. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Master came and the turtle came ashore. He looked at the short Goku, then walked towards Bulma. Hello, beautiful lady, did you save the turtle? Bulma nodded, then glanced at Goku and said, we both saved the turtle. Master Roshi smiled and said, the turtle has been lost for a year. I am so grateful that you can bring it back. Well, to repay you, I want each of you to have a great gift. As he said that, Master Roshi began to summon the phoenix. Of course, the phoenix died of food poisoning. After a while of tossing, Master Roshi summoned the somersault cloud. Master Roshi looked at Bulma and said, this is called the somersault cloud. You can fly to the sky when you ride it. It's a treasure. To thank you for saving the big turtle, I'll give you this cloud. Bulma stared at the somersault cloud in a daze. She remembered that she couldn't ride the somersault cloud in her previous life. This thing is only suitable for people with pure hearts like Goku. Including Chi-Chi, Gohan, and their whole family can ride the somersault cloud. Bulma turned her head and looked at Goku. Wukong, you should ride this somersault cloud. Okay. Sun Wukong nodded and walked over immediately. Unexpectedly, Master Roshi interrupted Wukong and stood in front of Sun Wukong. Wait a minute, this cloud is for you, beautiful lady, and I will give him something else later. Bulma was stunned again. Specially for me. Master Kame nodded. Yes, go and try it. Bulma was a little confused. She reached out and touched the somersault cloud. The solid touch surprised her. It was different from her previous life. She didn't touch the air, but the body of the somersault cloud. It was soft, like cotton, like a mattress. Bulma's pupils trembled. She didn't understand why. Can't get up? Or let me give you a push. Just when Bulma was surprised, Master Roshi behind her was about to help, and it was clear that he wanted to lift her up. Bulma was slightly angry, and ignored him, but immediately turned over and jumped, and she actually sat steadily on the somersault cloud. Seeing Bulma sitting on the somersault cloud, Sun Wukong was also stunned for a moment. But the next moment, his eyes immediately brightened up. Unexpectedly, the Bulma he met was not only not as crazy as in the play, but she could even sit on the somersault cloud, which showed that her heart was very pure. That's great! And Wukong himself did not get the somersault cloud, but he didn't think he suffered much loss. Because in the future, as long as he learned it flying technique, in the later stage it is much faster than the somersault cloud. Now, Bulma can ride on the cloud, which is much better than him having the somersault cloud. After all, Bulma is not physically strong, and traveling without transportation would be much slower. But he is different, even if he can't ride the somersault cloud. But he can run, he has enough physical strength, and he can exercise. He imagined a scene, Bulma flying in the sky on the somersault cloud, and he jogging on the ground to chase, practicing while traveling. It is a win-win situation. It will be much more convenient to find Dragon Balls in the future. Finally, there is no need to worry about the problem of transportation. Sun Wukong immediately praised, "You are amazing, Bulma, you should fly up and try it." Bulma knelt on the cloud, grabbed the two bulges of the somersault cloud, and nodded to Goku. The next moment, the somersault cloud took Bulma and flew away. After all, she was a woman, not as bold as Goku. Unlike the somersault cloud of the airplane, there was not even a glass, so he was naturally afraid of falling off. So during the flight, the somersault cloud also felt her fear. So, the somersault cloud slowed down, and it was not flying very fast, but very stable. At this moment, Master Roshi also looked up at Bulma in the sky. If she stood on the cloud with the skirt she was wearing, she should be able to see the endless scenery. However, because she was timid, she actually knelt on the somersault cloud, wrapped in golden clouds, without any exposure. What a pity! Master Rashi couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After a few circles, the somersault cloud landed steadily with Bulma. The turtle raised his head and looked at Master Rashi. "It was that kid who carried me back, and you should give him a thank you gift." Master Kame scratched his head. "I'm thinking. The phoenix is gone, and I don't have a second cloud, so let me think about what to give him." At this time, Bulma made an opinion. "Grandpa Turtle, can you give us the heart on your chest?" Dragon Boat Festival Reading. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 10. Beads. Master Kame took off the Dragon Ball from his chest. "You mean this thing?" Bulma nodded. Master Rashi said, "I found this at the bottom of the sea 100 years ago and made it into a necklace. How about it? Isn't it beautiful?" "Yeah, it's very beautiful." While he was talking, Master Kame's Dragon Ball suddenly lit up. Bulma and Goku both had Dragon Balls on them, and when the Dragon Balls were close to each other, they would naturally react. Seeing the Dragon Ball glow, Master Kame couldn't help but be surprised. "Oh my, this thing actually glows. This is the first time I've seen it. This thing is definitely a treasure. It should be very valuable, right?" Bulma nodded again and looked at Master Rashi. "You are right, this bead is called a Dragon Ball, there are 7 of them, scattered all over the world. As long as you collect all 7, you can summon a dragon and realize any wish that is not too outrageous. However, although the Dragon Balls are treasures, they are useless if you can't collect them all. I have collected 3. When I collect them all, I will use the Dragon Balls to make a wish to help a friend of mine heal an illness." As she spoke, Bulma took out the Dragon Balls on her body and showed them to Master Rashi. Master Rashi found that the Dragon Balls could shine, and originally wanted to ask for more benefits to satisfy his evil taste. For example, he wanted the underwear of the beautiful girl in front of him. However, when Bulma took out the Dragon Balls and said that the purpose of collecting the Dragon Balls was to make a wish to cure a friend, Master Rashi gave up that dirty idea. "So you want to save people, then I'll give you this ball." Master Rashi took off the Dragon Ball and gave it to Bulma generously. Bulma took the Dragon Ball frankly. She knew Master Rashi very well, so she said that, although he is very lustful, however, this little flaw does not affect his greatness at all. Bulma remembered that in his previous life, he was very frivolous on weekdays. However, when the great devil Piccolo came and intended to rule the world with evil, Master Rashi stood up. He did not have any scruples and used the Mayfuba at the cost of sacrificing himself. Although he failed, Bulma understood from that time that although Master Rashi was lustful, he was righteous in his bones. Goku, who was standing aside, was also a little surprised when he heard Bulma's wish. He remembered that Bulma's wish in the original work was to find a boyfriend. However, the Bulma in front of him not only had a purer heart than in the previous life, but also changed the purpose of looking for the Dragon Ball. It was not a wish to find a boyfriend, but to help a friend cure an illness. This was a good thing, but it didn't make Goku happy, but made him a little worried. Sun Wukong thought to himself that maybe it was because he replaced the fate of the protagonist, avoided turning into a gorilla and allowed Grandpa Gohan to survive, which brought different results to the world. Although it seems that they have rarely gone down the mountain, from the moment he changed his grandfather's fate, the world has quietly changed. Sun Wukong thought back to the original work, where Trunks traveled to the past. He just killed Frieza for Sun Wukong and did not affect other history. However, the world has quietly changed because of him. For example, number 18 and number 17, who were evil and chaotic in the future, have become good people in this world. Of course, other small changes are more than that. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong couldn't help but frown. It seems that history has quietly changed since he came to this world. It's just that he didn't know it. It seems that the future information he has in the future may not be so accurate. "GOKU, let's go." Sun Wukong woke up from his thoughts and found that Bulma seemed to be ready to go. "Oh, let's go." As he said that, GOKU began to stretch his joints, ready to continue jogging after her. However, Bulma interrupted him. "Wukong, it's already noon, come with me on the somersault cloud, and try to go as fast as possible." Sun Wukong was stunned. "It's almost noon, what's wrong?" Bulma smiled and said, "You have a big appetite. When I was cooking yesterday, I almost emptied the refrigerator and freezer. We have to get to a big city before dark. I need to buy some supplies, otherwise we will starve." Sun Wukong suddenly realized. "Oh, sorry, I ate too much. I'd better hunt and cook next time." Bulma smiled faintly. "It's okay, just eat without worry. Even if your appetite is 100 times bigger, you can't make me go bankrupt. It just so happens that there is not much food left yesterday. When we get to the city, we just need to prepare some more food. I have brought enough capsules to store supplies." Sun Wukong thought about it. Indeed, Bulma is the daughter of Brief, the richest man in the world. No matter how much he eats, he can't make her go bankrupt. So Sun Wukong didn't hesitate at all and jumped onto the somersault cloud. "Goodbye, Master Roshi. Goodbye. Come and visit us when you have time." After saying goodbye, the two of them turned into a golden light and rushed away into the distance. "Bulma, I think we can go faster." "Bulma, there is no windshield on this somersault cloud. It's going too fast and I'm a little scared. If you want to speed up, you'd better watch me and don't let me fall." Sun Wukong said disdainfully, "How is it possible? I can feel that the somersault cloud is spiritual. If you fall, the somersault cloud will catch you." Bulma blinked curiously. "Really?" While speaking, the somersault cloud did a backflip, and Bulma hugged Sun Wukong tightly in panic and fell with him. However, the somersault cloud showed some skills, and after they fell dozens of meters, it caught them steadily. It seemed to prove to her that although it was just a cloud, it really had thoughts. Unexpectedly, Bulma, who was sitting on the somersault cloud, had a livid face and her legs began to tremble. Inadvertently, drops of transparent liquid scattered through the clouds into the sky. Master Roshi watched the two leave until the golden light disappeared in the sky, and he turned around with some disappointment. "Let's go, old turtle." "Master Wu Tian, have you missed me recently?" the old turtle asked pretentiously. Master Turtle didn't even raise his head. "No." The old turtle. At this moment, a loud voice came over. "Teacher! Teacher Wu Tian! Wait a minute." Turtle Hermit was startled, turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw his disciple Sun Gohan, running towards him with a bag on his back. Reading on Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 11. Master Roshi was startled and asked curiously, "Oh, it's Gohan. Long time no see." Sun Gohan greeted teacher, "You are in good health recently, right?" Master Roshi said proudly, "Ah, of course. Teacher, since I started to maintain my health, I watch beautiful women do yoga every day. Living another 300 years is not a problem. By the way, why are you here? Don't you need to take care of the children in Baizai Mountain?" Sun Gohan smiled, "Teacher, people grow up. The child I picked up that year is now 14 years old and I don't need to take care of him anymore. A little girl came to the mountain. I thought she was a good person, so I let her go down the mountain with her to gain experience. Master Rashi suddenly realized. So that's how it is. So many years have passed, and I didn't expect that the child has grown up. Oh, by the way, what did you come to see me for? Sun Gohan immediately stood up very straight and said, Master Mutant, I want to ask you a favor. Seeing that Sun Gohan was very serious, Master Rashi asked curiously, what is it? I want the teacher to accept that child as his apprentice. Master Kame was stunned. He asked, why? Is the child disobedient? Sun Gohan sighed. This kid is just too obedient and sensible. I usually urge him to practice well. As a result, he practices harder and harder, even a little too hard. Master Kame scratched his head. Trying too hard? What do you mean? Sun Gohan said, this child has loved practicing since he was young, which should be a good thing. However, it may be because I taught him too strictly. From childhood to adulthood, he has practiced too hard, even sacrificing his rest time and entertainment time to practice. But the more he tries, the more worried I am. It will be bad if he goes astray. Master Kame thought of Master Crane, raised his eyebrows, and asked, what is the aptitude of this child? Although he is only 14 years old, his skills are almost the same as mine. Hiss, from what you said, this kid is really a genius. Sun Gohan nodded yes, he is a martial arts genius, so I am particularly afraid that he will go astray. Turtle Master asked seriously in this case, then I agree. What's his name? I'll pay attention to it later. Son Goku, he is very special, with the tail behind him, he should be easy to recognize. Master Rashi's pupils suddenly shrank. The image of little Goku returned to his mind. That's right, little Goku has an extra tail, he thought it was a decoration. Because Goku came with the beautiful girl Bulma. Master Rashi's attention was always on Bulma, and he didn't pay much attention to Son Goku. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that he was carrying a stick on his back. Isn't that the Ruyi Bang that he brought from Karin Tower and passed on to Son Gohan? He didn't recognize it. I have to say, this world is really small. However, a child who can ride the somersault cloud must be a good child, and his character is beyond reproach. Master Rashi immediately responded, okay, I know, when I meet your grandson in the future, I will help you teach him. Son Gohan immediately bowed to Master Rashi. Thank you, teacher. We have been master and apprentice for so many years, so don't be polite. Come to my place for a meal. Son Gohan shook his head and refused, no, master, I have to hurry. I promised the fortune teller that I would be her security guard. I have to get there before dark. Master Kame nodded. Ah, I'm just being polite, then you can go. Son Gohan was not embarrassed, and bowed to Master Rashi in a serious manner. Well, I'll trouble you with Goku's matter, teacher. I won't bother you here, goodbye teacher. Goodbye. After saying that, Son Gohan left. Master Kame watched Son Gohan leave in a flash, and he also turned back to the Kame house. Although Bulma peed her panties, it was summer and the air was relatively warm. The ventilation on the somersault cloud was very good, and her panties dried naturally after a while. Bulma was afraid that Goku would be embarrassed if he knew, so she didn't waste time changing clothes and rode on the somersault cloud with Goku. At this moment, Bulma was not very obsessed with finding the Dragon Balls quickly, so she deviated from the route a little and deliberately turned to East Capital. Around sunset, the two arrived above the big city of East Capital. East Capital is not as prosperous as West Capital, but it is not much different. It only lacks the GDP of the capsule company. All kinds of businesses are very developed, especially the food is very rich. Bulma said, Wukong, it's getting dark, let's stay in East Capital tonight. Sun Wukong was sitting on the cloud, already sleepy and dazed. Okay, I'll listen to you. Bulma was a little surprised. He was full of energy after running all the way. However, he almost fell asleep after sitting on the somersault cloud for so long. Bulma said, "Wukong, the neighborhood here is quite prosperous. Not only did we get the somersault cloud today, but we also got a Dragon Ball smoothly. How about we celebrate?" Wukong asked curiously, "How should we celebrate?" He doesn't like those kinds of entertainment activities with a lot of people. Bulma pondered for a moment. She knew Wukong too well. He didn't like all kinds of entertainment activities. Apart from fighting, his only hobby is eating delicious food. Bulma had an idea. "Wukong, how about we go to the night market food street?" As soon as the words fell, Sun Wukong's originally lazy look immediately changed. He sat up straight and looked refreshed. "Really? I have such a big appetite. If I go to the food court, it will cost a lot of money." Bulma laughed and said disdainfully, "It's okay, I'll be full. I'm not short of money, I can eat whatever I want, as long as I don't waste it." Wukong immediately hugged Bulma's arm excitedly, looked up at her eyes gratefully. "Bulma, you are so good to me." Bulma. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 12. In addition to being serious about his training, Goku is also interested in eating. This is mainly because he has a good appetite. Eating is his instinct. In addition, he has lived in the mountains for many years, and he grills or boils meat every day. The seasonings are the two most commonly used and cheapest ones: pepper, aniseed, cumin, and chili. There is no technological innovation. It is always the same ingredients and the limited two seasonings. He has long been tired of them. His grandfather has also taken him to the city to eat, but he knows how much scions eat. The amount of food that ordinary people eat is just enough to fill his teeth, and he can't eat enough. He is also very distressed by his large appetite. He really craves all kinds of delicious food in the city. How great would it be if he could eat everything he likes and still be full? As soon as Bulma said that she would take him to the food night market, she immediately saw that Goku, who was originally listless, suddenly became energetic, and he also knew how to please her. Bulma couldn't help but giggle. Sure enough, although he has become much more sensible in this world, he is still the same Goku. She remembered that he was hypnotized during a martial arts tournament. She woke him up by calling him to eat. A moment later, the two landed in Dongdu and came to the door of a hotel. Bulma and Goku walked in side by side. "Hello, check in." The front desk took out 2 room cards and said respectfully. "Hello, please show us your ID cards." Bulma took out her ID card and handed it over. "No need to go to so much trouble, just open a room for the two of us." After that, Bulma swiped her ID card, put down the money, took the room card and led Goku in to find a room. The receptionist looked at Bulma and the short monkey king beside him, who had a tail behind him, and it seemed that the tail shook when he saw it. He couldn't help but muttered to himself, "These two people are really weird. Forget about the sister-brother relationship, but they actually play with that kind of props. Do you think it's fun? But that tail seems to be real. I don't know where it was bought. Is it a plug-in or an accessory? Tisk tisk, young people really know how to play." After Bulma entered the hotel room, she went straight to the bathroom, took a shower, washed her underwear and hung it up without making a sound, and then took Goku out. Although there are many styles of food in the food street, because it is just a street stall, the price is not high, and the sanitary conditions of the same price are also relatively average. However, the food on the street stall is indeed delicious, especially the kind with a long queue. Bulma looked around and asked, "Goku, what do you want to eat first?" Unexpectedly, Goku had already consciously run to the pancake cart. Only that stall had a small queue, and there happened to be no one at the moment. Bulma shrugged. "I said I invited you to eat whatever you want to celebrate, but you came up to eat pancakes?" Do you look down on my financial resources? After thinking about it, Bulma swallowed what she wanted to say. Maybe it was because Son Gohan was not rich and Goku had a big appetite, so Goku developed a more frugal character. She walked directly to the stall and paid for little Goku. In just a short while, Goku had eaten all kinds of food. Stinky tofu, Rujiamo, roast chicken, grilled squid, grilled cold noodles, fried skewers, grilled skewers, spicy hot pot, cold noodles. The main feature is cheap and large quantity. When Bulma bought food for Goku, she also bought a lot of semi-finished food and stored it. This is the food they will have on the road for the next few days. At the same time, she also bought him some suitable clothes. Well, they are all sports children's clothes, some of the more fashionable ones. The next day, the two of them set out on the journey to find the Dragon Balls again. Because Goku had to practice while walking, Bulma's speed on the somersault cloud was not very fast. 3 days later, around noon, the two of them arrived at the village where the 5th Dragon Ball was located. There were many houses in the village, but there was no pedestrian on the road. Bulma knew that they had arrived at Gaola's Wang, and the people in this village had been deceived by that guy Wulong. It doesn't matter. What's important is that someone might attack and chop Goku's head with an axe. Bulma was a little nervous. If she was hit, it would be fatal. She leaned close to Goku and warned, "Goku, I'll go knock on the door. Please help me, be careful. If someone attacks, you must stop them." Sun Wukong nodded. "Okay, got it." After that, Bulma knocked on the door of the nearest house. "Anyone there? Is anyone there?" A clear girl's voice came out, but it didn't seem to have any deterrent power. The door in front of him slowly opened a crack, revealing a pair of eyes with fear. After seeing Bulma, the eyes immediately became less vigilant. The man breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a girl, not Wulong. "You are not from this village, right?" In the same village, everyone knows each other. So when the man saw Bulma, he knew she was a foreigner. Bulma nodded. "Yes, I was passing by this village." "Then you should leave quickly. There is a monster near this village. It specializes in catching beautiful girls to be its wives. It has captured several girls from our village." Bulma smiled dumbly. Then she said generously, "It's okay, I'm not afraid of that. It's just catching girls to be its wives, not eating people. What's so scary?" As soon as Bulma said this, the doors of the houses around opened. Everyone gathered around Bulma and Goku. "Girl, are you serious?" Chapter 13. A Mediterranean uncle looked at Bulma expectantly. "Excuse me, girl, are you willing to marry Wulong?" Bulma looked at the uncle. She remembered that there was a little girl in his family. When she and Wukong came in the previous life, his daughter happened to be favored by Wulong, who wanted to take her back as his wife. Bulma shook her head. "Sorry, I came here to find something, not to be someone else's wife." Everyone was curious. "What are you looking for?" Bulma looked at the people around her, and finally, she set her sights on an old lady. She took out a Dragon Ball, showed it to everyone, and said, "Everyone, a bead like this is called a Dragon Ball. My radar senses that there is one in this village. As long as someone can give me a bead like this one, I can help this village eliminate the monsters and find the girl who was captured in the village." The old lady's eyes lit up. "Hey, the bead in your hand looks familiar, I have a bead like that." Then the old lady went back to her room and searched for a while, and after a while, she took out a Dragon Ball and showed it to Bulma. "Is this it?" Bulma's eyes were bright and she said, "Yes, that's it. Old lady, I will help your village get rid of the monster, can you give me this bead?" The old lady looked at Bulma with some concern. "As long as you can deal with the monsters, I will give you the Dragon Balls. But you are a girl, can you do it?" The other villagers also echoed yes, that Wulong is very powerful with his ever-changing abilities. Bulma patted Wukong on the shoulder and said to the old lady, "Don't worry, it's not me who will deal with the monsters, it's him." The others were stunned for a moment, and then looked at Wukong again. He was short and wore children's clothes. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. What a joke! He is just a kid, how could he possibly beat Wulong? Theta Euro trademark S right, Wulong is as tall as the house, you guys are taking it too lightly. Girl, you are also very beautiful. If you are spotted by Wulong, you will not be able to leave even if you want to. If it were you, you should leave quickly and don't think about the Dragon Balls and sacrifice yourself. Sure enough, because of his figure, Xiao Wukong was deeply questioned by everyone. Bulma didn't care, but continued to repeat the conditions. It doesn't matter, we are determined to get the Dragon Ball. Grandma, remember our agreement, we will help your village solve the oolong, you give me the Dragon Ball. The old lady nodded. That's no problem. At this time, several men looked at Bulma. Also, I have to subdue Wulong and find my daughter. Yes, we must subdue Wulong and find out the whereabouts of my daughter. Bulma confidently gestured an OK sign to the others. Don't worry, leave it to Wukong. Everyone saw that she was very confident, but they all shook their heads when they saw that Wukong's figure was unreliable. At this moment, a series of vibrations came. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. Ah, here it comes, Wulong is coming. Everyone, hide quickly. As they spoke, the villagers returned to their homes and locked their doors. The village returned to silence again. Goku looked at Bulma. Bulma, you are hiding too. Bulma knew that even if Wulong became bigger, he would still be very weak. She had abused Wulong a lot when she was young in her previous life, so she was not afraid of him. It's okay. I'm not worried as long as you're here. Sun Wukong nodded. That's right, I'll deal with him in an instant. Unexpectedly, Bulma immediately suggested. Well, Wukong, if you encounter Wulong, please don't kill him. It would be bad if you kill him. Wukong nodded thoughtfully. Oh, that's right, I get it. In addition to dealing with Wulong, we also have to rescue the other girls who were captured. Bulma nodded. But this was not Bulma's goal. The main reason was that Wulong was too weak. She could defeat Wulong, and Bulma was worried that Goku would beat Wulong to death with one stick. He did not deserve to die. While speaking, Wulong had arrived. He turned into a huge monster with a bouquet of flowers in his hand. The huge shadow covered countless houses, which seemed a bit oppressive. Wulong laughed and said, "Ha ha ha ha, here comes Wulong again. Who has a beautiful girl? Hand her over." At this moment, Wulong just walked in front of Bulma and Sun Wukong. He looked down at Bulma. Her face was like an exquisite porcelain doll, her skin was as white as snow, and she had a healthy luster. Her thick and curled eyelashes, her big eyes flashing with wisdom, her figure was tall and well proportioned, her chest was upright, and her curves were beautiful. Her long blue hair, as soft as a waterfall, was tied up in a high ponytail, which made her look more lively. The breeze blew by, and there was a faint fragrance. Wulong's face lit up. Tisk tisk, is this the girl the village prepared for me? Ha ha ha, not bad, this girl is hot. Who knew that Bulma didn't give him any face at all? She looked up at Wulong and started to mock him. Hey, Wulong, don't play tricks on me. Wukong is a good fighter. If you don't want to get beaten, hand over the girls. Bulma's tone seemed to be threatening Wulong, and the fact was that she was threatening him. Everyone in the village hid in the house, secretly watching Wukong confront Wulong through the cracks in the door. However, Wulong himself was quite tall, like a house. And Wukong was only a minor, so everyone was very worried. It was obviously funny for a young girl to threaten a 4 or 5 meter tall giant. Wulong frowned. Ouch, what a fierce girl! Little girl, you made me angry. While speaking, Wulong's huge body took another step forward. Wulong said angrily, it seems that you want to be dealt with by me. As he said that, Wulong threatened Bulma with his teeth and claws. Sun Wukong walked in front of Bulma leisurely, blocked Wulong for her, and drew out the Ruyi stick, pointing the sword at Wulong. Seeing this scene, Bulma suddenly felt warm in her heart. Although she knew Wulong's background and was not afraid of him. But it must be said that at this time, it was really safe to have Xiao Wukong stand up for her. Inadvertently, a trace of ruddy appeared on her face, which was her expectation and longing for the future Sun Wukong who grew up. Reading on Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 14. The villagers saw that Wulong was angry and began to whisper. Finished. This kid dared to challenge Wulong, he will probably be killed. I'm really worried that he might be accidentally stepped on and killed by an oolong. What a good boy. It's such a pity that he died. Hey, why should I let an outsider like him stand up for our village? It's too much of a bully. Alas, a child of this age is about to die, what a pity. That kid is not even as tall as Wulong's knee, yet he dares to point at Wulong. He is really courting his life. Pity. Seeing Wukong pointing his Ruyi stick at him, Wulong pulled out a big knife. The sunlight shone, and the knife reflected a cold light, which seemed to be murderous. The villagers even covered their eyes. They couldn't bear to see this little guy being chopped into meat paste by Wulong. Wulong didn't have any strength, he was just a show-off. He continued to talk nonsense. Humph. You dare to provoke me. I'm very scary when I'm angry. I'll let you taste my power. Wukong hooked his finger, don't talk so much, come here. Wulong was despised and furious, swinging the big knife to chop Wukong. The huge body and the cold light flashing on the knife did give a great sense of oppression. This acting skill made Bulma, who knew Wulong's background, a little nervous. Similarly, the villagers in the house saw Wulong so angry and took action, and their pupils were shocked. They seemed to see a small figure being cut in two by the big knife. The strong fear made them foresee the tragic scene of Wukong's head falling to the ground. A silent panic surged in my heart, and my scalp was numb. Several young girls in the village who were of good age and appearance and most likely to be captured by Wulong looked at the little Wukong, clenched their hands into fists nervously, and covered their mouths. Little hero, you must not die. Some girls were even so scared that their legs went limp that they knelt in their own houses. They seemed to have seen the end of little Wukong. One girl turned around and said, Dad, I'm going out. Let me marry Wulong. It will be a pity to let him die. The parents immediately stopped the girls from talking nonsense. Don't mess around, hide well. Wulong is already angry, no one can save him. Just when Wulong's sword was about to hit Wukong's neck, Wukong tilted his head and dodged the sword lightly. His speed was too slow, especially in Wukong's eyes, it was like slow motion. The next moment, Wukong said, You are too slow, you look very weak. As he spoke, Sun Wukong jumped up, swung the Ruyi stick with both hands and smashed it at Wulong. Bulma was shocked. Wukong, don't kill him. Wukong naturally didn't want to kill him, and deliberately slowed down the Ruyi stick a little. Wulong also took advantage of his slow speed and retreated dangerously to avoid the blow. However, Wulong dodged, but the Ruyi stick slammed heavily on the ground in front of Wulong. In an instant, a shocking sound broke out, shaking the whole village. The fierce blow set off layers of air waves, and the powerful attack set off a huge gust of wind. Snap! Click, click, click. Following the direction of the Ruyi stick, a long crack instantly appeared on the blue stone slabs on the street, spreading outside the village until it was out of sight. Everyone gasped. What a powerful blow! Just as everyone was marveling at the boundless power of this blow, the crack in the ground widened again, forming a half-meter wide crack. Seeing this scene, Wulong's legs went weak, and he no longer dared to look directly at Sun Wukong. He couldn't imagine that the little guy in front of him was so fierce. This stick, which shattered mountains and split rocks, had a power far beyond his imagination. He couldn't understand that if this stick hit him, his bones would probably be beaten to ashes. If it was an ordinary enemy, Wulong would have turned into a bird and flew away. However, facing such a fierce attack, he lost the courage to escape. He was too powerful and couldn't escape. Plop! Wulong suddenly knelt down in front of Wukong and kowtowed. "Please spare my life. Don't kill me, I plead guilty." Sun Wukong casually inserted the ruyi stick into the sheath behind his back, and then looked at Bulma. "Solved. Bulma, you come over here." Bulma breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. She was a little surprised that GOKU was even more powerful than in his previous life. Now he was only this big, but he could crack the earth with one stick. She was also worried for Wulong just now. She was really afraid that GOKU would kill Wulong with one stick. However, Goku's demeanor just now was really amazing, so handsome. At this moment, Wulong turned into a piglet, kneeling pitifully in front of GOKU and Bulma. In addition, his crotch was wet. Seeing Goku's invincible stick and Wulong, who was scared out of his wits, the villagers lost their fear of Wulong and walked out of the room one after another. "Young man, you are so good at martial arts." "That's right, that blow just now was so cool." "Young man, do you want a wife? If you do, wait until you rescue my daughter and let her marry you." "You don't know, my daughter has always admired great heroes, and she is willing to be your mistress." Another villager on the side immediately said, "My daughter was not captured by Wulong, and her body is absolutely clean. How about letting my daughter be your wife in the future?" As he said, the man pulled her daughter over. A pretty little girl, she lowered her head with a red face, not daring to look at Wukong. Unexpectedly, another villager pulled his daughter over. "Young man, you should consider my daughter. Look at her. She has a big butt and can give birth. It's a sure win." Seeing the suggestions of several villagers, Bulma was full of black lines on her face. "Enough." As soon as Bulma's voice came out, the air was instantly quiet. From Wukong's performance, they knew that people should not be judged by appearance. Little Sun Wukong was so fierce, and this girl who came with him might be even more powerful. It seemed that they all understood that Wukong must be someone to her and must not be provoked. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 15. Seeing that everyone in the village was looking at her tremblingly, Bulma let out a breath and continued, "Everyone, business is important. Now that Wulong has been subdued, let's save the captured girl first." Everyone nodded in agreement. "Yes, yes. The lady is right." At this time, the old lady handed the Dragon Ball to Bulma. "Little girl, you are such a great bodyguard, this bead is for you." Bulma took the Dragon Ball and responded, "Thank you. If anyone wants to find their daughter, follow me quickly." Me. Several old men came over in a hurry. Soon, many villagers followed them to Wulong's manor. Wulong was almost scared by Wukong's stick and didn't dare to run halfway. As expected by Bulma and Wukong, Wulong's manor was very large and could be considered magnificent. None of the girls he kidnapped were abused, and they were all enjoying their lives in Wulong's manor. After solving Wulong's problem and getting the Dragon Ball, Bulma and Wukong set out on a new journey again. There was no way, Wukong's stick just now was too cool. She was a little worried. The villagers here were not normal. They actually wanted to send their daughter away. She didn't dare to stay here with GOKU. The pit that Chi-Chi made was a shadow in her life. If GOKU was deceived by a little girl, she would suffer a great loss. As for Oolong, Bulma didn't take him with her. A fool who could only transform and was particularly lustful. He was not needed when GOKU was here. Without staying in the village, Bulma and GOKU soon boarded the somersault cloud and headed towards the direction of the 6th Dragon Ball, the Flame Mountain. The journey originally took 3 or 4 days by car. With the somersault cloud, it only takes a day and a half to get there. If you go at full speed, it will actually take half a day. But the speed is too fast, and Bulma's body can't bear it. Her body is not as thick as Goku's, and she can't withstand the wind resistance of supersonic speed. While speeding along, Bulma saw the mountains and rivers that she had experienced in her previous life but ignored. The lake was as clear as a mirror, and their reflections were like a golden ribbon, freely shuttling between the mountains and on the water. The wind brought by the somersault cloud caused ripples on the water, like the hem of a girl's skirt gently blowing. Swinging, graceful and moving. The water surface sparkled, reflecting the mountains on both sides, like gems inlaid in jade, shining brightly. Bulma looked at the beautiful scenery and unconsciously emptied her mind. Only people like her who have experienced darkness personally can always find that the world is really beautiful everywhere. After half a day of flying, the two finally walked out of the mountains and rivers. They came to the sky above the desert. Just when Bulma wanted to ask GOKU if he wanted to run forward, Goku's stomach growled. Bulma smiled. "Oh, I forgot to eat. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were hungry?" Wukong smiled awkwardly. "I ate so much this morning, and I didn't do much exercise today, but I'm hungry." "It's a bit unreasonable. If you're hungry, just tell me. Besides, it's already noon. We have plenty of food. So, how about we land here and have lunch first?" "Great." Bulma glanced around, saw a flat ground, and shouted, "Cloud, land there." Soon, Bulma opened the capsule house and began to arrange lunch. Because Goku was hungry, he did not practice. He just sat on the sofa and watched TV casually. Inadvertently seeing Bulma's busy back in the open kitchen, Goku's eyes flashed a smile. Bulma is such a good girl, not only beautiful and good-looking. Even her personality is extremely excellent. She lives in the richest family, but she is not unreasonable like a young lady, and she even cooks and takes care of him. Bulma is really excellent. Not only does she have a high IQ, but she is also brave and adventurous, kind-hearted, compassionate, independent, and autonomous. At this moment, Sun Wukong thought of Bulma in the future and decisively labeled her a strong woman. It cannot be analyzed carefully because she is really too perfect. Sun Wukong thought about it and realized that his conditions were far from worthy of her in a peaceful world. Because Bulma prepared a lot of semi-finished ingredients. Just half an hour later, a feast for Goku's favorite was served. "Wukong, wash your hands and start eating." "Wow, it smells so good." Wukong quickly rinsed his hands, wiped them casually, sat on the chair and started to show off his food. The wonderful taste instantly blossomed on his tongue. Sun Wukong felt that the moment the food entered his mouth, his soul was like that exaggerated whiz, floating in the wind. "Wow, it's so delicious." While Goku was eating steak and bacon, Bulma peeled a few prawns for him and poured him a glass of juice with a smile on her face. "Eat slowly, don't choke. Come, eat some shrimps and drink some drinks." Goku took the plate and the drink. "Well, thank you Bulma." Bulma raised her lips and pretended to be angry. "We are good friends, don't be so polite to me." Goku was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Well, we are good friends. Well, I'm welcome." Eat." Goku started to eat again. Bulma looked at Goku eating and her appetite was also aroused. She picked up the bowl and started to eat. Just when the two were eating happily, there was a sudden explosion, and their house suddenly shook violently. With the shaking, dust fell from the roof, and in an instant, the food on the table that had not been eaten was covered with a layer of dust. Click, click. The sound of the building breaking down continued to reach the two people's ears. Feeling that the roof seemed to have been damaged and something seemed to be falling, Bulma was still in a daze, not understanding what was going on. But Sun Wukong had stopped eating and threw himself on Bulma to shield her from the falling objects. Sure enough, the next moment, when Wukong threw himself on Bulma, several bricks suddenly fell down, but fortunately they only hit Wukong, who had thick skin and flesh. As the beams fell, the capsule house collapsed in an instant, the rubble and bricks collapsed, and the two were buried in the ruins. Reading during the Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 16. At this moment, not far from the collapsed capsule house, a young man with a knife on his waist was standing there. He was carrying a rocket launcher on his shoulder, and there was a faint blue smoke coming out of the muzzle. He was the wilderness robber Yam Sha, who was looking at the collapsed capsule house with an arrogant look on his face. It seems that the quality of this capsule house is not good. It's so fragile that it was destroyed by a single shot. What a pity! As soon as the voice fell, bricks and rubble scattered in the ruins. Sun Wukong crawled out of the ruins and propped up some buildings. And Bulma was still squatting there. Yam Sha didn't see Bulma, but saw the short little Wukong. He was stunned for a moment, then laughed, ha ha ha, it's actually a child. Robbery. If you want to survive, hand over all the valuables on your body. As he said, Yam Sha drew out a long knife and pointed it at Sun Wukong. At this moment, Bulma also shook off the dust on his body, stood up, looked at Yam Sha, and the moment he saw him, Bulma's nameless anger instantly surged. The resentment of past and present lives surged up in an instant head. In the previous life, after finding the Dragon Balls with GOKU, Bulma felt that she had found her Prince Charming, Yam Sha. So she took him back to the West City. However, the good times didn't last long. Because of his handsome appearance and a bit of bandit spirit, he was very popular with girls. In the West City, many girls hooked up with him. It also unlocked his fickle nature, attracting bees and butterflies all day long, endlessly. In the previous life, because of the existence of this unreliable Yam Sha, Bulma wasted the most beautiful 10 years of her youth in her life. She also missed Son Goku. Moreover, he always disappeared for several years at a time. Even if Bulma wanted to break up with him, she couldn't find him to tell. Finally, after returning from Namek, Bulma broke off the relationship with him. I thought I would never have any intersection with him again. Unexpectedly, this time I didn't lose the universal capsule in Gaola's Wang, but was blown up by this guy. This is intolerable. Bulma was furious, pointing at Yam Sha and angrily said, "Damn it, you guy, you actually destroyed my house." Then Bulma turned to look at Goku, and then instructed Goku, "Cut him." Sun Wukong blinked in astonishment, looked at Yam Sha, and then looked back at Bulma. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes again. He wondered if he had heard it wrong. Bulma actually asked him to beat Yam Sha? It doesn't fit her character. At this moment, a thought flashed through Goku's mind. He couldn't help but take a breath. The butterfly effect is really terrible. Isn't she obsessed with handsome guys like Yam Sha? How come she doesn't look like she likes handsome guys at all? Is this still Bulma? The butterfly effect actually changed Bulma's aesthetics. Terrible. However, Goku thought about it and it seemed that the logic was right. After the future big special traveled through time and space back to the past, the personalities of androids 17 and 18, who were supposed to be in the cholera world, changed, and they turned into good people. No matter who looks at them, it would be difficult to reconcile them with the two murderous demons in the future. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, silently accepted this reality, then looked at Yam Sha with a look of pity on his face. His left hand grasped his right hand, and gently clenched it, making a crackling sound. With a fierce breath, he walked towards Yamsha. Since Yamsha is still a robber, beating him up would be justice, right? Originally, Yamsha was still very arrogant when he saw GOKU, but when he saw Bulma, his legs softened instantly. He has gynophobia. Yamsha's legs trembled, and he stammered, "Damn it, why are there women here? Puer, let's go quickly." As he spoke, Sun Wukong suddenly appeared and blocked Yamsha's path. The next moment, Wukong drew out his ruyi rod and pointed it at Yamsha. "Where are you running to?" Just as GOKU was about to hit him with a stick, Bulma's voice came out. "GOKU, just teach him a lesson, don't kill him." GOKU thought to himself, well, although Bulma doesn't like handsome guys anymore, she is kind-hearted and doesn't like killing people. Coincidentally, he is the same. GOKU didn't even look at Bulma, and directly responded with 2 words, "Got it." The next moment, GOKU approached Yamsha and hit him on the calf with a stick, and he immediately fell flat on his face. After Yamsha fell, Sun Wukong hit him with a set of combination punches without missing a single one, and instantly beat Yamsha with a black eye and a swollen face. When Sun Wukong stopped, Yamsha was already lying on the ground, covered with scars. Puer on the side felt very distressed. Young master, are you okay? Please don't die." Yamsha opened his swollen eyes and looked at Puer through the slits. He had a crooked mouth, slanted eyes, big lumps on his face, and even 7 or 8 teeth were missing. "Puer, hurry up, help me up, run." Wukong made way for them to leave. Bulma walked out of the ruins after watching Yamsha limp away. She looked at Yamsha's back with contempt, then turned to look at Wukong. "My capsule house is destroyed. There is no house left. So let's not rest and continue on our journey, shall we?" Sun Wukong nodded. "Well, luckily I ate half full, let's go." Dragon Boat Festival reading. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 17. Bulma put her hands in the shape of a megaphone and shouted to the sky, "Somersault cloud." The somersault cloud appeared in an instant and swooped directly in front of Bulma. GOKU looked at the scene of Bulma and the somersault cloud and was actually a little absent-minded. He had never thought of the scene of Bulma controlling the somersault cloud. A moment later, Bulma rode the somersault cloud and turned into golden light and flew towards the west. GOKU must not fall behind in his training during the coldest days of winter and the hottest days of summer. He walked on foot with a weight, following Bulma on the somersault cloud, crossing mountains and ridges all the way to the Flaming Mountain. 3 days later, the two felt that the weather was getting hotter and hotter. Bulma realized that even if GOKU used his legs, his speed was fast enough. The destination of the 6th Dragon Ball, the Flaming Mountain, was coming. It seemed that it was time to meet Chi-Chi. Bulma thought to herself that she had to give him a shot of prevention. She had been reborn and was still following GOKU closely. If he got married to Chi-Chi again, she might as well find a piece of tofu and die. She controlled her somersault cloud to lower her altitude and approach Wukong. "Hey, GOKU! Are you hungry?" GOKU stopped jogging and looked up. "I'm a little hungry. Is it time to eat?" Bulma said, "Our house was damaged and a lot of food was wasted. There is still a little food in the capsules on me, but it's not enough for your meal. This is what I thought. It's getting dark, so let's stop here today. I haven't taken a shower for 3 days, and my whole body is itchy. Let's find a small town to rest, have a good meal, and replenish some food. Then take a shower to cool down, and set off tomorrow, okay?" GOKU looked into the distance, and there was no shadow of the Flaming Mountain. But thinking of the scene where the Bull Demon King's castle was engulfed by fire, GOKU had already thought of a countermeasure in his mind. It seemed that there was no need to go to the trouble of looking for Master Roshi. He felt that with his current strength, his Kamehameha was enough to put out the fire. Since there was no need to find Master Roshi, there was no need to arrange anything in advance. Just go there after eating and drinking enough. Sun Wukong nodded, okay, then take a day off and go after eating and drinking enough. By the way, do you know which direction the nearby town is in? Bulma shook her head and said, I don't know. But I have a way. Come on up, let's search faster on the somersault cloud. That's right, let's look for it together. Goku put the weight into the universal capsule, then jumped on the somersault cloud and started looking for a nearby town with Bulma. The setting sun gradually fell towards the horizon, and the sky was painted with a fiery sunset glow. The golden afterglow sprinkled on the desert, coating the clouds and sand dunes with a layer of dazzling gold. Bulma looked at the horizon and said excitedly, Goku, look, this is the fire cloud, so beautiful. So beautiful. Bulma, let's find the town quickly. Let the somersault cloud go faster, otherwise it will be dark and we still can't find it, and we will have to sleep in the desert. The sunset and the afterglow were not that attractive in Goku's eyes, and his answer was a bit too perfunctory. Bulma was helpless. He had no interest in such a beautiful scenery. However, this is Goku, he doesn't have that kind of aesthetic cell. Bulma nodded and pointed in a direction, somersault cloud, speed up. After receiving the command, the somersault cloud rushed forward. The two people rode on the somersault cloud, and the wind finally dissipated the slightest bit of heat. Suddenly, a scream resounded through the sky, attracting the attention of the two people. The two looked in the direction of the cry for help. Not far away, a huge dinosaur was chasing a cute little girl. The little girl was wearing something strange on her head, which seemed like a swimsuit. She wore a strange hat on her head with a blade installed on the hat. The shape was like Ultraman 7. Bulma's pupils shrank when she saw the little girl. She knew who she was at once. Approaching the flame mountain, the cute little girl, and the familiar face, although small, must be Kikai, the daughter of the Bull Demon King. At this moment, the dinosaur roared and opened its big mouth. The mouth bit towards Chi-Chi. Fortunately, Chi-Chi covered her butt in panic, increased her speed and ran forward, narrowly avoiding the bite of the dinosaur. However, the dinosaur was still chasing her. In Bulma's eyes, if nothing unexpected happened, little Chi-Chi would be buried in the dinosaur's mouth next time. She didn't have time to think about it, and immediately called Goku to save people. At the same time, Goku looked at the running girl and naturally recognized that she was Chi-Chi. But Goku knew Chi-Chi's strength and had no intention of helping. After all, she was the daughter of the Bull Demon King, not that weak. She only needed to press the switch on her head, and the blade on her head could directly cut the dinosaur. In fact, Goku was also looking forward to this scene. However, just when Goku was expecting Chi-Chi's big move to take effect, Bulma took the lead and shouted at him. Wukong, hurry up and save them. Wukong was stunned for a moment, as if Kikai was being chased too closely and couldn't do anything. Then he immediately took out his Ruyi stick and jumped off the somersault cloud. Ruyi stick, extend. In an instant, the Ruyi stick became longer and was swept out by Wukong. The Ruyi stick came with a strong gust of wind and hit the tall dinosaur on the head. The next moment, the dinosaur's head was directly blown up, and its huge body fell heavily to the ground. Wukong turned over and landed steadily in front of Kikai. Are you okay? When Bulma saw the dinosaur was killed in seconds, she rode on her somersault cloud and rushed to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi stopped and looked at Sun Wukong and Bulma curiously. Finally, she kept her eyes on Sun Wukong. Her little face turned red. She covered her cheeks with her hands and said shyly, it was really dangerous just now. Thank you for saving me. But now I have nothing to repay you, otherwise, I will marry you as a bride when I grow up. While Chi-Chi was still hesitating, Bulma jumped down from the somersault cloud. No. Dragon Boat Festival reading. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 18. After a short time together, Chi-Chi explained her purpose to Bulma and Goku. Because she heard that Master Roshi had a palm leaf fan, which could call the wind and rain, and could put out the fire in Flame Mountain. And Master Roshi is the teacher of Bull Demon King. With this relationship, Master Roshi will definitely lend it to him. So Bull Demon King sent Chi-Chi to borrow the fan from Master Roshi. But they haven't walked out of the vicinity of Flame Mountain yet. After listening to the complete story told by Chi-Chi, Bulma couldn't help but complain, your father, Bull Demon King, is really generous. He doesn't even know where Master Roshi is, and he lets a child of your age go on foot to find him. If it weren't for Goku just now, you would probably have been eaten by the dinosaur. Chi-Chi looked at Bulma with some curiosity. You just said, do you know the whereabouts of Master Roshi? Bulma nodded. I know. Kikai's eyes brightened. Really? Bulma nodded again. Chi-Chi said excitedly, that's great, can you take me to find Master Roshi? Bulma nodded again, of course you can. However, the purpose of my trip is to find the Dragon Balls. Anyway, this little time is not a big deal. In order to get the Dragon Balls safely, I need to make a deal with your father. I help him find a way to put out the fire in the Flame Mountain, and he gives me the Dragon Balls. Chi-Chi nodded, so that's how it is. Among the treasures that my father has robbed over the years, there should be something called Dragon Balls. Okay, it's settled. I'll take you to see my father tomorrow. Bulma nodded okay. Then Bulma changed the subject, by the way, Chi-Chi. You are still a child, and a girl, you must know how to protect yourself. Don't always talk about being someone else's bride, girls should be more reserved. Chi-Chi's smart eyes turned. Well, you are right, girls should be more reserved. Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. Yes. That's right. However, Chi-Chi raised doubts again, but, I saw in TV dramas that after the hero saves the beauty, he always has to marry her. Bulma frowned and said, your parents are so irresponsible. They actually let a child like you watch a romantic movie. Hearing Bulma's words, Chi-Chi's lively eyes immediately drooped. I don't have a mother. My father often goes out to rob, and I can only watch TV when I'm alone at home. Bulma was choked. Before her rebirth, she had never seen the wife of the Bull Demon King, nor had she seen Chi-Chi's mother. It seemed that she had touched on someone else's sad story. However, Bulma couldn't help but raise her own questions. After all, it was too difficult to suppress curiosity. How could you not have a mother? Could it be that your father picked you up? Kikai showed a hint of pride on her face. My dad said that I originally had two mothers, but they always fought. My dad was afraid that they would lead me astray, so he drove them away. My dad also asked me to tell others that I was given to him for free when I recharged my phone bill. Bulma was speechless. Haha. What kind of family combination is this? It's even weirder than my own family. I shouldn't listen to a child's nonsense. At this moment, the aroma and sizzling sound of grilled meat came from the side. Wukong looked at the two of them. You must be hungry, it will be ready soon. After saying that, Wukong picked up a piece of roasted dragon meat. Cut it into large slices, put it on a plate, and sent it to Bulma and Chi-Chi. How does it taste? Bulma and Chi-Chi looked at each other, and then took a bite of the meat. The next moment, their eyes lit up. Bulma said in surprise, wow, it's delicious. Chi-Chi also looked happy, and echoed yes, yes, it's really delicious. I have never eaten such delicious food in my life. Bulma gave Goku a thumbs up and praised Goku, your barbecue is great. Goku smiled proudly, of course. My grandfather said that the roasted dinosaur meat I make is particularly delicious. This is my specialty. If you too like it, eat more, as much as you can. As he said, Goku also picked up a large piece of barbecue and started to chew it. Chi-Chi finished a piece of barbecue and began to look at Goku intently. Goku noticed her gaze and turned to look at Chi-Chi. What's wrong? Why don't you eat? Chi-Chi said seriously, Goku, you are not only good at martial arts, but you can also grill meat. You are so good. I have decided that I will work hard to learn how to cook and become a good wife when I grow up. So, Goku, can you marry me when you grow up? Bulma couldn't help but frown when she heard what Chi-Chi said. Good guy. They didn't talk much, but Chi-Chi said 8 times that she wanted to be his bride. Could it be that this was destined by heaven? No wonder Chi-Chi was able to kidnap Goku at the martial arts tournament that year. Chi-Chi and Goku were both immature at this age, and Goku still didn't understand what marriage meant when he grew up. Therefore, at the martial arts tournament, Goku married Chi-Chi in a daze because of this childhood joke agreement. No. Bulma was very unwilling to lose to Chi-Chi who came from heaven like this. Just when Bulma was about to interrupt Chi-Chi, Goku spoke. He said seriously, Chi-Chi, marriage is an adult matter. We are all children. Let's not talk about these topics. Kikai looked at Wukong and blinked. Oh, well, my marriage should indeed be left to my father. Son Wukong yet. Bulma finally breathed a sigh of relief after knowing Wukong's attitude. Although it seems that she did nothing, it's enough as long as the result is achieved. Reading during the Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 19. The next day, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Goku rode on the somersault cloud to the Flaming Mountain. Because they were almost at full speed, they arrived at their destination in just 1 hour. The place was close to the fire and was extremely hot. The 3 of them were already sweating profusely. Chi-Chi saw the Bull Demon King and jumped off the somersault cloud first. Dad, I'm back. The Bull Demon King was surprised when he saw the somersault cloud. Oh, Chi-Chi is so amazing, she found Master Mutant so quickly and brought back his somersault cloud. Chi-Chi immediately explained no, Dad. I didn't find Master Mutant, this somersault cloud belongs to Bulma. They saved me last night. You have to thank them. As they were talking, Bulma and Sun Wukong both got off the somersault cloud. The Bull Demon King was curious when he saw that it was not Master Roshi who got off the somersault cloud, but a man and a woman he didn't know. Hey, what's going on? Why are you sitting on the teacher's cloud? Where did your somersault cloud come from? The Bull King asked curiously. Bulma explained, of course it was given to us by Master Roshi. The Bull King was a little disappointed, I was so happy for nothing. It turns out the teacher didn't come, what a pity. But since the teacher can give you the somersault cloud, you should know where the teacher is, right? Bulma nodded, yeah, I know. At this moment Chi-Chi grabbed the Bull King and told him what Bulma wanted. Dad, Bulma said she has something to tell you. She said she can help you put out the fire, in exchange, you have to give her a Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball? The Bull King scratched his head. He didn't know what a Dragon Ball was. At this moment, Bulma took out a Dragon Ball. Mr. Bull Demon King, this is the Dragon Ball. According to my radar reaction, there should be a Dragon Ball in your castle. The Bull Demon King looked at the Dragon Ball and seemed to remember something. So it's this thing. Yes, I should have seen this. No problem, as long as you can help me borrow the teacher's palm leaf fan to put out the fire, and when you can enter the castle, the bead will be given to you. Hearing that the Bull Demon King agreed, Bulma's mouth curled up a faint smile. Okay, let's put it this way. It's settled. After saying that, Bulma looked at Goku. Goku, try using Kamehameha. If you can't put out the fire, I'll go find Master Roshi. Okay. Sun Wukong responded. Hearing Kamehameha, Bull Demon King was surprised again. He looked at Sun Wukong. You said Kamehameha, could it be that you know the teacher's unique skill Kamehameha? Sun Wukong nodded. Yes, I can. The Bull Demon King was very surprised. When I was learning from Master Wu Tian, I didn't learn Kamehameha. I didn't expect that you could learn it at your age. It seems that you are very talented. I think the teacher must be very happy to have a disciple like you. Sun Wukong shook his head. No, I didn't become a disciple. My martial arts and Qigong were taught to me by my grandfather. Grandpa taught you that? As soon as he finished speaking, the Bull Demon King saw Sun Wukong's Ruyi stick again. Hey, is this stick of yours the Ruyi stick? Sun Wukong nodded. Yes, it is the Ruyi stick. It was also given to me by my grandfather, his name is Sun Gohan. The Bull Demon King's pupils trembled violently. Sun Gohan. So you are his grandson? Ha 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 ha, we are not outsiders. Your grandfather is the eldest disciple of Master Wu Tian, and I am the second disciple. In addition, you are the grandson of Sun Gohan, so our relationship is too close. As he spoke, the Bull Demon King looked at Chi-Chi. I was so excited just now that I forgot about it. I just heard Chi-Chi say that you saved her last night, right? Bulma and Goku looked at each other, and it seemed that it was exactly the same as Master Roshi's gift of the somersault cloud. Could it be that he also wanted to give a gift? Bulma and Goku both nodded. Yes, we saved her. The Bull Demon King immediately pulled Kikai over. It's really fate. Wukong, isn't Chi-Chi cute? Sun Wukong didn't understand and responded, oh, yes, Chi-Chi is cute. Chi-Chi's little face turned red when Wukong praised her for being cute. But Bulma's face started to look abnormal. Because she seemed to remember something. The Bull Demon King continued, then how about this, you and Chi-Chi are about the same age anyway. Our relationship can be further improved. I will arrange a marriage for you two, and you can get married when you grow up, okay? Hate it, Dad, Chi-Chi covered her face shyly. But her big eyes tried hard to look through her fingers to see Wukong, wanting to know his reaction, which was very cute. Seeing the Bull Demon King trying hard to promote Chi-Chi, Wukong was speechless. Could it be that his marriage with Chi-Chi was destined by heaven? Wukong was thinking about life, but at this moment Bulma interrupted the Bull Demon King with a shout. Not good. Niu Emma Wang, Chi-Chi and Wukong were all stunned and looked at Bulma. Seeing Bulma's appearance and figure, they were also first class. Niu Emma Wang was the first to react. Oh, I see. I smell a lot of jealousy. Are you going to marry Goku in the future? Bulma's mouth twitched and she said, no, I'm not. Halfway through her speech, Bulma came to her senses. What was she protesting about? She was exposed for wanting to marry the grown-up Goku. Before she could explain, the Bull Demon King started laughing. Okay, I know you're jealous as soon as I see it, you must like Wukong too. It's okay, then you can be the first wife, and when Chi-Chi grows up, you can let her marry Wukong as the mistress. But don't bully Chi-Chi. My wife Tishan always quarrels with my concubine Yumian, so I had no choice but to send them to live outside. Bulma's face darkened. I thought you didn't have a wife, but it turns out you married 2 brides. The Bull Demon King patted his chest. That's if I didn't have to worry about not having time to take care of Chi-Chi. I could marry another wife. Bulma. Seeing that Bulma looked unhappy, the Bull Demon King continued, don't worry, even the king doesn't dare to control me. I will kill anyone who dares to oppose me. Sun Wukong immediately said, Uncle Bull Demon King, it is wrong for you to kill people indiscriminately like this. Your reputation is not good either, and it has affected the reputation of the Turtle School. I suggest you don't do that kind of thing anymore. Reading during the Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 20. When Bull Demon King heard that Wukong actually accused him, a bitter smile appeared on his face, but it was fleeting. Hey, I'm just saying that. If I'm not a little bit more aggressive, someone else will covet my family's treasure. Right, Kikai? Kikai nodded immediately. Well, what Dad said is right. Dad has become a good person, and he has not killed anyone for a long time. Anyway, I have never seen Dad kill anyone since I knew about this. The Bull Demon King's face became serious, and he continued to say to Wukong. Goku, what do you think of my proposal just now? Although you are still a little young, I am very serious. Chi-Chi will definitely be willing, it's up to you. After saying that, Chi-Chi also looked at Goku with expectation. Although the Bull Demon King greeted him with a smile, he somewhat forced Goku to answer. Son Wukong didn't want to agree to him, but he was afraid of hurting the young Chi-Chi, so he didn't know what to say, so he secretly pulled Bulma. Bulma understood and immediately responded, Uncle Bull Demon King, you are Chi-Chi's father, you can make the decision on her marriage, but Goku can't, after all, he is still a minor, and he doesn't have complete discernment. He can't make the decision himself. However, you and Son Gohan are brothers, and Son Gohan is Goku's grandfather. I think Goku and Chi-Chi's marriage when they grow up can be discussed with Son Gohan. The Bull Demon King touched his chin and thought about it. He was an adult, so he could see that Son Wukong was somewhat resistant to getting married. There was nothing he could do. Boys generally mature later than girls, especially straight boys. It was normal for them to be adventurous and not understand the relationship between men and women. At the same time, he could see that Bulma, who liked Wukong, didn't want to share Son Wukong with Chi-Chi. They had saved Chi-Chi, so it would be meaningless to turn against him and force him. What should he do? While the Bull Demon King was thinking, Chi-Chi pulled the Bull Demon King hard. Dad, Dad! The Bull Demon King turned and looked at Kikai. Kikai, what's wrong? Kikai blushed and said, then when the fire in our house is out, you can go to your senior brother Wuhan to propose marriage, okay? Seeing Kikai's expression, the Bull Demon King was speechless. Good guy, he didn't expect that his good daughter Kikai had been deeply infatuated with Son Wukong and was so proactive. When the Bull Demon King was about to persuade her, Kikai started to act like a spoiled child. Good dad. Okay. Bull Demon King scratched his head awkwardly and smiled lovingly at Kikai. Okay, okay, we are all family. When the fire is out, I will go to ask my senior brother for marriage. Kikai's face flushed. Thank you, Dad, you are so kind. Because Chi-Chi is relatively small and very cute, any kind of coquettish and cute behavior she shows will not be out of place, but will make her more likable. Bulma was speechless for a moment when she saw Chi-Chi's performance. No wonder she lost to Chi-Chi in her previous life and didn't get Goku. It turns out that although Chi-Chi is small and doesn't even understand many things, her awareness of competing for Goku is already so strong. Bulma thought to herself, if she were asked to act coquettishly and cute like this and chase Goku shamelessly, she wouldn't be able to do it. This kind of thing would be too embarrassing for a girl who is a few years older than her. Finally, the ball of being engaged to Chi-Chi was kicked to Son Gohan, and both Goku and Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, it was time to use Kamehameha to put out the fire. Goku jumped onto the abandoned city wall alone, squatted in a horse stance, put his hands in the shape of a calyx, placed his palms on his waist and began to accumulate energy. Turtle style. Wukong began to have an aura, an invisible wave of air wrapped around Wukong, and a strong blue-white light appeared on his palm. The Bull King, Chi-Chi, and Bulma who were watching the battle held their breath. The Bull King said expectantly, "Ah, it's really Kamehameha. Watch out, the shock wave is coming out." Wave. It happened in a flash. The light balls in Sun Wukong's palms suddenly exploded with strong light. He pushed his palms forward suddenly, and a dazzling qigong wave suddenly hit the fire. Boom! As the qigong blasted towards the flaming mountain, a hurricane was set off. The strong wind made it impossible for them to look directly, and they all covered their eyes and held the ground tightly with their feet. After a bang, the sky changed color. The sky that was originally burned red by the flames returned to the clear blue sky. A cool breeze blew, and the air became cool in an instant. Everyone looked at the flaming mountain again, and only a bare castle stood under the clear blue sky. Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief, and his muscles relaxed. Hey! Success! Kikai's face showed surprise, and her eyes looking at Wukong were brighter than before. Wukong, you are really amazing. The Bull Demon King also gave a thumbs up. GOKU is so awesome. You must have practiced very hard, your skills have caught up with your senior brother. Bulma looked at the almost intact castle and revealed a satisfied smile. After all, GOKU was still young, and his qigong wave was not as powerful as Master Roshi's, but it just happened not to destroy the castle. This result couldn't be better. Not only is it easier to find the Dragon Balls, but the Bull Demon King's family doesn't have to go bankrupt because of this. Chi-Chi can still enjoy a wealthy life for a long time. I hope she can live like a real little princess and won't become as fierce as she was in her previous life. The high temperature dissipated, and everyone came to the Bull Demon King's castle. His treasures were all there, and Bulma also got the 6th Dragon Ball. The Bull Demon King sent people to buy a lot of ingredients and held a party in the castle to entertain GOKU and Bulma. For 3 days and 3 nights, the castle was brightly lit. It was not until the early morning of the 4th day that Bulma and GOKU left the castle. On the somersault cloud. GOKU. Do you want to marry Kiki when you grow up? Have not thought. Why? She should be a good wife. Kikai is a good girl, but I need to become stronger and practice, so I may not have time to accompany her. So, I think that if I marry her when I grow up, I will harm her. Bulma looked at Son Goku in shock. She didn't expect that this little Goku would have such an awareness. Goku turned his head and looked at Bulma. What's wrong, Bulma? Bulma shook her head. It's okay, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful at your age, but you are right. This is also a manifestation of responsibility to Chi-Chi. Bulma, can you be faster? Good. Before she knew it, Bulma's mouth was curled up with joy. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 21. Near Pilaf's base. Xiao Wu stood on a huge plant. Through the instrument, she detected the whereabouts of Bulma and Goku, that is, the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball. That's right, these clowns also made an accurate Dragon Ball radar. She picked up the communicator. King Pilaf, I detected the signal of the Dragon Ball at location 15. After many confirmations, their means of transportation seems to be a golden cloud. Okay, that's right, it's them, get ready for battle. Okay, got it. Xiao Wu hung up the communicator and contacted Ashiu. Attention, attention, the Dragon Ball is moving at a constant speed. Intercept the Dragon Ball in one fell swoop. Aim the missile at the Dragon Ball's trajectory and fire. Goku and Bulma passed by the village of the Rabbit Army. Under Bulma's command, Goku easily defeated the Rabbit Army without much consumption. Moreover, the radar showed that the Dragon Ball was not far away. So they continued to move forward without rest. Try to get the last Dragon Ball before dark. Anyway, the somersault cloud is automatically cruised. At this moment, both of them fell asleep on the somersault cloud. Just when they were sleeping soundly, a missile hit the somersault cloud. Bang! With a muffled sound, the somersault cloud dispersed. Bulma and Son Goku suddenly woke up, only to find that they were both falling. At the same time, the bag of dragon balls on Bulma's body also scattered. After falling for a distance, Bulma finally woke up and realized that she was not dreaming. Bulma yelled, "Wukong, help!" Goku rubbed his eyes. Although his thinking was a little slow, he seemed to understand. Their somersault clouds were hit by someone, so they both fell down. But he couldn't fly yet, and there was no way for a while. Even if he fell, he wouldn't die. But Bulma couldn't do it. At the moment when Bulma called for help, Sun Wukong hugged Bulma tightly. "Bulma! Hold on to me!" Sun Wukong pulled out the Ruyi stick with one hand and shouted, "Ruyi stick, lengthen!" In an instant, the Ruyi stick stretched out. At this moment, Bulma had locked Sun Wukong with both legs and feet. Wukong's hands were freed, and he held the Ruyi stick with both hands and chopped it hard at the huge mushroom-shaped plant. Crack! The huge plant was split by the Ruyi stick. However, Goku achieved his goal, slowing down by breaking the plant. The Ruyi stick hit the plant with one end, and continued to move downwards. The plant split from the top and spread downwards. It did not stop until the root of the plant reached the ground. It was because of this that Goku and Bulma got enough cushioning. After a while, both of them landed smoothly. Bulma's legs and feet were weak, and she sat on the ground gasping for breath. "Ho ho ho! It's so dangerous! I was really scared just now," Bulma said with lingering fear. She even checked secretly. Well, she didn't wet her pants this time. After riding the somersault cloud for a few days, she was much braver than before. Wukong stood up and looked around, looking for the enemy. At this moment, a plane came into view not far away, but the distance was getting farther and farther. Sun Wukong pointed to the plane and said, "Bulma, they blew up the somersault cloud and we fell down. They stole the Dragon Ball." Bulma was startled and touched the bag on her body. Sure enough, when she fell just now, the Dragon Ball was taken away. "Ah! The Dragon Balls that I collected with great difficulty are really lost." Bulma looked up at the plane and shouted, "Goku, use the Ruyi rod to shoot the plane down." However, Bulma was speechless as soon as she finished speaking. Because Bulma saw the plane, and even more so the pilot on the plane. Ash was flying the plane, and Xiao Wu was holding her bag of Dragon Balls with a proud look on her face. Seeing Xiao Wu's face, how could Bulma not be surprised? In the future, Xiao Wu is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. It is she who leads the last humans to survive, and she is also the last hope of mankind. Trunks has fought with Black Goku many times, and has been saved by Xiao Wu several times after he failed and was injured. In Bulma's eyes, Xiao Wu is her daughter-in-law. But now think about it, Xiao Wu is so old now. It means that Xiao Wu is older than Goku, but she has followed Pilaf all her life, and has taken too many detours, and it took so many years for her to mature mentally. Logically speaking, if Trunks can marry her, it would actually be more of a loss for her son. Just as Bulma was thinking, Sun Wukong shouted, "Ruyi stick, grow longer." Hearing Goku's shout, Bulma's delicate body trembled. She quickly reached out to stop Goku's Ruyi stick. "Wait, Wukong!" Fortunately, Bulma stopped him. Otherwise, this stick would not only smash the plane, but also kill Xiao Wu, or the plane would fall and she would die. Being stopped by Bulma, Sun Wukong looked at her with a puzzled look. "What's wrong, Bulma? Why are you stopping me? If they run far away, I won't be able to hit them." Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. "Goku, you have to sympathize with the weak. It's just a Dragon Ball. You still have one anyway. It's useless if they can't get 7. We have radar, we can find them back." In fact, Sun Wukong didn't want to kill Xiao Wu and Ash. After all, those two funny guys, plus their boss Pilaf, are purely funny. It doesn't matter even if they realize their wish to rule the earth. The one who can rule the earth can only do it with absolute power. It's not very useful to make a wish to the dragon, at most you will be a weak king. After hearing Bulma's theory, GOKU nodded. That's right, we have the 4-star ball and the Dragon Ball radar, so it's easy to find them. Bulma put her hands on her hips and looked at the sky, with a hint of disappointment on her face. What a pity, the somersault cloud was blown apart by the shells, and we have no means of transportation. However, she was not too disappointed. In his previous life, Goku's somersault cloud was melted by the mucus spit out by Dan Balin, and later he got the somersault cloud again. It was also at that time that Bulma knew that there were many somersault clouds on Karin Tower. But there were too few pure people in this world, and few people could sit on it. Unexpectedly, Goku said, Bulma, shout for the somersault cloud again, it was just broken up, maybe it can be restored. Bulma blinked curiously, and then she opened her throat and shouted. Somersault cloud! Sure enough, with a swish sound, the somersault cloud flew over from the sky again. Seeing that the somersault cloud had returned intact, Bulma became excited. Ha ha ha, great, Wukong, you guessed it right, the somersault cloud is still there, great, we don't have to hike anymore, ha 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 ha. As he said that, Bulma flipped over and jumped onto the somersault cloud. Wukong! Come on up quickly, the somersault cloud is fast, let's go catch up with the plane. Wukong was stunned for a moment, then immediately jumped up. Here it comes. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 22. Pilaf's Castle. Xiao Wu and Ash both bowed to apologize. I'm sorry, Master Pilaf. If only we had counted them. Pilaf looked at the radar with a nonchalant smile on his face. It doesn't matter. The radar shows that the last Dragon Ball is coming towards us. It seems that they have already caught up with us. What? So fast? Xiao Wu and Ashiu looked at the radar in surprise. Really? Could it be that their cloud repair was completed so quickly? Ashiu exclaimed, not only that, they can also come to our direction accurately. As expected, they also have Dragon Ball radar. Xiao Wu also nodded in agreement, yet, without the radar, they can't have gathered all 6 Dragon Balls. It's just that they are so mean. They actually put 1 Dragon Ball away alone. It makes us short of 1 more. How abominable! Pilaf laughed and said, ha ha ha, it doesn't matter. Anyway, we will soon have 7 Dragon Balls. Phew! It's so lonely. After all the hardships, I, King Pilaf, can finally rule the world. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Xiao Wu stared at the Longzhi radar and was stunned. Lord Pilaf, look, they seem to be walking back. Pilaf, what happened? Ash, could it be that they are scared because our castle is so majestic? Pilaf's eyes lit up. What Ashiu said makes sense. There is no way. This king is very powerful and has a strong foundation. I can't hide even if I want to. I actually scared the prey away. What a pity. Ah ha 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 ha. Xiao Wu asked, then, King Pilaf, what should we do? You two should ride on the robots and chase after them. We must get the Dragon Ball. Yes, my king. After saying that, the two of them quickly ran towards the machine room. On the somersault cloud, Goku and Bulma both saw Pilaf's castle. They stopped in the sky not far from the castle. Bulma exclaimed, I didn't expect the distance to be so close. We reached their castle before we caught up with them. Sun Wukong turned his head and looked at Bulma. What should we do? Should we break in, or should I use Kamehameha to blow up the castle? You must be kidding. If Goku blows up the castle, they will all die. Although they stole the Dragon Ball, this is not a crime. Bulma looked around the environment, looked at the castle, and then looked up at the sky. At this moment, the sunset had already set, and it would soon be dark. A bright moon was hovering in the sky, with half of its face blocked by the veil-like clouds. Seeing this scene, Bulma suddenly remembered. Although there are some discrepancies in history, they are surprisingly similar. On the night of searching for the last Dragon Ball in the previous life, many of them were trapped in Pilaf's castle. In desperation, Goku saw the full moon, transformed into a gorilla, and destroyed Pilaf's castle. It was only when Puer transformed into a pair of scissors and cut off Goku's tail that the crisis was resolved. Now the full moon is about to come out, and Goku still has a tail, so it is easy to be in danger. She immediately said, "Goku, let's not rush to find the Dragon Ball. It's dangerous here. Let's leave first." With that, Bulma drove the somersault cloud away and flew in the opposite direction. Sun Wukong looked puzzled. "Bulma, our Dragon Balls are about to be found, why are you leaving? Are you worried that I can't beat them?" Bulma quickly tore a strip of cloth from her clothes. "Goku, how about we play a game?" Bulma suggested in a playful tone. Sun Wukong looked at the strip of cloth and became even more confused. "What game?" "Don't resist, close your eyes and do as I say." "Oh." Sun Wukong trusted Bulma very much and let Bulma cover his eyes with a cloth. "What's the next step?" Sun Wukong asked. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong suddenly realized Bulma's intention, and he almost broke out in a cold sweat. After a quick calculation of the days, the full moon day had arrived. Could it be that Bulma knew that he would turn into a gorilla when he saw the full moon? Wukong had doubts in his heart. He immediately tried hard to recall the scene of leaving Baizai Mountain with Bulma. When leaving Baizai Mountain with Bulma, Grandpa pulled Bulma aside and told her many things alone. At first, Wukong thought he was telling Bulma to take care of herself. Now he thought about it and thought it might be related to his transformation on the full moon night. After living with Grandpa Son Gohan for more than 10 years, even if he deliberately avoided the moon, he still couldn't avoid being negligent. A flash of inspiration flashed through Wukong's mind. Wukong remembered that when his tail was broken and grew back that year, he definitely turned into a gorilla. Although he didn't remember what he did, he remembered that after waking up, in addition to the house being damaged, the mountain was also destroyed a lot to rain, and, on the day he woke up, his grandfather said that a storm at night had damaged the house, and he had taken him to buy a capsule house during the day. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough money, so he went back to the mountain to cut trees and build his own house. Now that I think about it, it wasn't a storm. That time, it must have been because I transformed, and my grandfather discovered my secret. So later, in addition to deliberately avoiding the night of the full moon, my grandfather also cooperated with him and never took him out to play on the night of the full moon. So, when Bulma and I left Baizai Mountain, my grandfather told Bulma this secret again. Goku breathed a sigh of relief. It was as if he had finally figured out the cause and effect. He had been looking for Dragon Balls these days, and he forgot that he could transform, and it almost caused a disaster. Fortunately, Bulma was more careful than him and was thinking about it for him. At this moment, Goku suddenly felt a warm touch on his face. Sun Wukong was startled. His sense of smell was extremely sensitive, and he clearly felt the scent of Bulma. It was Bulma's kiss. "Bulma, what are you doing?" Bulma said, "Goku, I remembered something. Just now when I fell from the somersault cloud, you saved my life. So I want to congratulate you. You got the kiss of the beautiful girl." Reading during the Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 23. Goku knew that although Bulma's methods were a bit blunt and low intelligence, what she did was just to help him avoid seeing the moon. Grandpa never told him that he could transform into a gorilla, but only told him that there would be monsters on the night of the full moon and to go to bed early. In fact, it was to protect his self-esteem and not let himself be considered an alien. In fact, Goku knew it in his heart, and it was all silent care. In the original work, after Bulma saw Goku's transformation, he also guessed that it was Goku who lost his mind and killed his grandfather after the transformation, so he proposed to hide it from Goku. However, in this world, his grandfather is still alive and well. Although he can transform, he has not caused any life so far. Bulma only needs to tell him about this matter. In fact, there is no need to hide it. No matter what arrangements Bulma has, just do what she wants. Sun Wukong touched the cheek that was kissed by Bulma, and asked, "Bulma, I don't want the beautiful girl's kiss. Can you change it for something delicious?" Bulma saw that Goku did not struggle to tear off the blindfold, her brows relaxed instantly, and she smiled, "You little brat, you actually despise my beautiful girl's kiss. When you reach the age you won't get it anymore. But, since you saved me, I can make an exception and change it for food. Just cover your eyes, and when we get to the place, give me this kiss back, and I will treat you to a super meal, okay?" Sun Wukong curled his lips. "Give it back? Bulma, you are treating me like a child. Forward." Bulma choked immediately. This Goku is not stupid, he is a little hard to appease. Unexpectedly, the next second, Goku gave her a way out. Goku continued, "Bulma, since you said you can exchange it for food, then I won't be polite, I am really hungry. Well, let me think. I want to eat 50 bowls of ramen tonight, how about it?" Bulma was stunned. "Want to eat ramen? Well, according to my appetite, I think at least 50 bowls will be enough." During the day, when they passed the town of the Rabbit Army, there were several ramen restaurants. This was the nearest place that Goku could think of where he could eat a full meal, and it was not very expensive. With the somersault cloud as a means of transportation, it would be faster and it would only take an hour to get there, which was very cost-effective. Bulma nodded happily. "Okay, then I'll treat you to ramen tonight, but are 50 bowls of ramen enough? If you don't take off your blindfold before going to bed tonight, I'll give you a plate of beef for each bowl of noodles, okay?" Sun Wukong said happily. "Add meat, of course I have to add meat. Don't worry, if you don't let me take it off, then I definitely won't take it off. Anyway, wearing an eye mask doesn't affect my sleep, and I won't take it off before I go to bed tonight." Bulma smiled faintly, and the somersault cloud accelerated again, turning into a golden light and disappearing into the night. An hour later, Son Goku and Bulma arrived at Ichiraku Ramen successfully. Everyone saw the peculiar-looking Goku and looked at him sideways. At this moment, Bulma bent down, and Goku kissed her lightly on the face. Then he immediately asked Bulma, "I'm returning it to you. Now, can we eat?" Bulma smiled and said, "Yes, yes." After that, Bulma took out a thick stack of money, at least hundreds of thousands, and threw it to the boss arrogantly. "Boss, a lot of ramen, add a portion of meat to each ramen, as long as I don't stop, you can have it." Seeing such a domineering customer, the boss responded excitedly, "Okay." After that, Bulma led the blindfolded Goku to find a seat. After the first ramen was served, Goku began to feast on it. Bulma rested her chin on her hand and admired Goku's meal with a smile on her face. The smile on her face never faded, which was quite like the doting of a rich woman on a young man. Others looked at Goku and Bulma, and were surprised and shocked. Goku is just a child. There are lip prints on his face, an eye patch, and a tail. What's wrong with you being a rich woman? Come to me if you have the guts. After a while, Goku was full. Everyone's attention was not on the amount of food, but on Goku and Bulma. After Goku and Bulma left, the people in the ramen shop finally dared to speak, and several people took a breath. Do kids play so much these days? Who knows? That girl is so beautiful. I didn't expect that such an innocent girl could be so playful behind the scenes. I guess they must have gone to the hotel. Is it necessary for you to guess? Drowning with envy. The two walked to the street. Wukong rubbed his full belly. Phew, thank you Bulma, I'm so full today. Bulma smiled and said, it's good that I'm full. Is the ramen here delicious? Delicious. Bulma coaxed, then I'll bring you here to eat ramen every month, okay? GOKU, who was originally smiling, changed his expression and did not continue what Bulma said. Bulma was stunned and asked nervously, GOKU, what's wrong? GOKU asked seriously, Grandpa told you that when I see the full moon, I will turn into a monster, right? Bulma was startled. You know everything. Sun Wukong laughed and said, I'm not stupid, how could I not know? As long as you don't mind me being a monster, it's fine. Bulma immediately responded, you're not a monster. Wukong nodded, I know you won't mind. In fact, I'm also worried that I'll see the moon and turn into a monster and hurt you. How about this, let's find a hotel later and you cut off my tail. After the tail is cut off, as long as it hasn't grown out, there will be no danger. What? GOKU smiled and looked at Bulma's face through the blindfold. But you'd better get me drunk, or I'll be in pain. Bulma's eyes flashed with an unspeakable emotion. A moment later, Bulma brought GOKU to the hotel and took him upstairs. The people at the front desk were also shocked when they saw GOKU's appearance and Bulma. Just when the people at the hotel front desk were discussing how the two young guys could play so well, Bulma came to the front desk. Everyone fell silent. Bulma asked, excuse me, do you have any strong liquor with a higher alcohol content, preferably the kind that makes you drunk as soon as you drink it? The receptionist's brain turned very quickly, and immediately took out a bottle of very expensive wine. Yes, of course. This wine, commonly known as 3 cups down, is definitely a good helper for dating and flirting. It's just a little expensive, it costs 80,000. Bulma smiled faintly, paid 100,000, and added a sentence, no need to change, and then took the wine upstairs. The people at the front desk took a breath of cold air again. Damn, such a beautiful girl is actually a rich woman. I really envy that boy. Don't even think about it, you have no chance. Didn't you see how young that boy is? This rich woman must be a Shotokan. Ah, what a pity. Dragon Boat Festival reading. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 24. Xiaowu and Ash were driving a robot, heading towards the somersault cloud at high speed. Just when they were about to catch up, the somersault cloud suddenly accelerated. They could not see the trace of the somersault cloud in an instant. After a persistent chase, their robot finally ran out of energy. When the two walked back to Pilaf's castle, it was already dawn. Pilaf knew that the two had come up empty-handed, and severely reprimanded them for a long time. On the other side, after GOKU and Bulma left, Bull Demon King was urged by Chi-Chi to propose marriage. Bull Demon King had no choice but to find a plane. Carrying a bunch of gifts, carrying large and small bags, he took Chi-Chi to Baizai Mountain. He went to find Son Gohan to propose marriage to Chi-Chi and GOKU. However, the two found the home of Son Goku and Gohan on the mountain, but found that Son Gohan was not at home. They opened the door and went in, and found that there was no dust in the house, and it seemed that he had been out for only 3 or 2 days. Bull Demon King asked curiously, what's the matter? Senior brother is fine, why is he not at home? Could it be that senior brother is deliberately avoiding me? Bull Demon King scratched his head. Seeing the spotless tables and chairs, Bull Demon King showed a trace of anger on his face. He muttered to himself, my senior brother wouldn't think that my daughter looks like me and is a big ugly bitch, so he deliberately avoids me, right? I've already said that my daughter takes after her mother and is a little beauty. Oh, right, I don't think I told my senior brother about it. Kikai blinked her big eyes and asked. Dad, when Goku was staying at our house a few days ago, he told me that Kame House is not far from Baizai Mountain, just over the sea. Do you think that Grandpa Wuhan, the son of Sun Wukong, went to Kame House to visit Master Mutin? Otherwise, should we go visit Master Mutin as well? Are you going to visit Master Wu Tian? The Bull Demon King touched his chin and thought for a moment. Well, I have forgotten how many years it has been since I last saw the teacher. Now that we know his address, there is no reason for us not to go visit him. As he said that, the Bull Demon King drove the plane and turned to the Turtle House. With the approximate address, the two soon landed on Turtle Island. Turtle Hermit looked at Chi-Chi with curiosity on his face and said, Bull Demon King, your daughter doesn't look like you at all. The Bull Demon King responded respectfully, yes, the teacher is right, she looks like her mother, very cute. Turtle Hermit nodded and whispered, well, very cute. She's just a little too small, and she doesn't even have a figure. She's not in the same league as the blue-haired girl next to Goku. The Bull Demon King was stunned. Teacher, what did you say? Master Kame shook his head and said, nothing, I was just talking casually. Since you are looking for someone, why don't you help me find someone as well? The Bull Demon King immediately said respectfully, it is my honor to work for you. Please tell me who you want to find. However, Chi-Chi, who was traveling with them, was a little angry. She said to Master Kame a little rudely, hey, Master Wu Tian. We haven't found Son Gohan yet, and you still want us to help you find someone. We young people are very busy. How can we have so much time? Master Kame raised his eyebrows. Ouch, the little girl is so young, but she has a quick temper. The Bull Demon King immediately stopped Kikai. Chi-Chi, this is my teacher, be polite. The Bull Demon King respectfully asked Master Roshi again, teacher, just tell me who you want me to help you find. Master Roshi stroked his beard and said Gohan asked me to accept Goku as his apprentice. However, he went to help find the Dragon Balls, and I don't know where he is now. After he finds the Dragon Balls, please help me find Sun Wukong and let him come to learn martial arts from me. Today I saw you, especially Chi-Chi, who has good qualifications, and I had a new idea. It happens that Chi-Chi is the same age as Goku. Anyway, I have to teach apprentices, and teaching one or two is the same. Why don't you bring Goku to me after you find him, and let Chi-Chi learn martial arts from me for a while, too? Chi-Chi's eyes brightened up instantly. She said excitedly it would be great to learn martial arts with Goku. Dad, let's go find Goku quickly. The Bull Demon King was also smiling. Oh, Kikai, you are so lucky. Master Wu Tian never accepts disciples easily, why don't you kowtow to Master Wu Tian? Kikai was startled and immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Master Kame. She greeted Master Wu Tian. Master Kame smiled and said, okay, no need to go through all this useless etiquette. When you and Goku become my disciples, there will be another test. She blinked curiously. Soon, she and the Bull Demon King left Master Kame's house. Dad, where do you think Wukong will go? The Bull Demon King muttered, I don't know. However, they are going to find the Dragon Ball, they will definitely not run around, there should be traces to follow. Moreover, Wukong has had a tail since he was a child, which makes him different from others. They also have the somersault cloud. It should be easy to find them if we ask around. Kikai nodded, that's right. Dad, let's go find Wukong. I'm looking forward to practicing with Wukong under Master Wu Tian. Oh? Why don't you go ask Gohan to marry you first? She blushed. The book says that the feelings between childhood sweethearts are more reliable than the orders of parents. I think if I can spend some time with Wukong, he will definitely fall in love with me. After saying that, Kikai buried her red face deeply. You are right, my daughter is so cute, as long as you spend some time together, GOKU will definitely fall deeply in love with you. However, GOKU has a strong competitor, Bulma, so if you want GOKU to like you more, you have to be gentler to him when you get along with him in the future. Yeah, I got it. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 25. At dawn the next day. Hotel. GOKU opened his eyes to the rich aroma of delicious food. Bulma had set up a small table on the side, filled with all kinds of delicious food. GOKU sat up. Bulma, you got up so early. Bulma also looked up at the bed and smiled. You're awake. I was going to wake you up. It's late now. I gave you a bottle of wine yesterday, and it's already noon now. Really? It's already noon. GOKU looked out the window. The sun was so bright. Bulma said, Okay GOKU, wash your hands and face, and eat quickly. After saying that, GOKU got off the bed. Then he fell flat on his face. Bulma was shocked. What's wrong, GOKU? Oops, I feel a little uncomfortable because I suddenly don't have a tail. Then let me help you go. No, I can do it myself. After saying that, GOKU stood up again. Unexpectedly, he fell flat on his face again. Bulma hurried forward and helped GOKU up. She consoled him, Don't worry. You have been used to the existence of your tail to keep balance for so many years. Suddenly, you will not be able to adapt to it without your tail. Just take a few days to adapt to it. GOKU nodded, Yeah, I know. After saying that, Bulma helped GOKU wash up, and then went back to the table to eat. After lunch, Bulma helped GOKU leave the hotel again. The hotel staff took a breath of cold air again when they saw GOKU limping and being helped away by Bulma. Oh shit! Did you see it? The girl was fine, but the boy was limping. I'm curious, he is only that old, he is still a child, does he have that ability? Ha 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 ha, so exciting. This is the first time I've seen a man limping out of a hotel. But why is the little boy covering his butt? Hey, have you forgotten the tail? Oh, I remembered. It must be that rich woman who was playing with the plug-in crazily and broke the child. Ha ha ha, young people really know how to have fun. What is this called? Beautiful women and also receive. Beauty and the Beast, right? Hee, I am so happy. It seems that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The love of a rich woman is also very heavy. Ah ha 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 ha. After an hour of discussion, Niu Maoang and Kikai walked into the hotel. Everyone fell silent. The huge height difference between Niu Maoang and Kikai made the hotel staff gasp. They all had some self-doubt. What's going on recently? It's always this abnormal CP? The front desk clerk immediately asked. Hello, do you want to stay at the hotel? Our store has recently launched the Emotional King Room, which is only 998. Would you like to take one? The Bull Demon King did not respond, but asked. We are not staying at the hotel, we are here to inquire about someone. Have you received a little boy with a long tail and a woman with blue hair recently? The people at the front desk were suddenly shocked. The Bull Demon King saw the sudden change in the expressions of the people at the front desk and understood instantly. Kikai immediately became excited and asked, seeing your expressions change, you must have seen Wukong, are they in this hotel? Everyone fell silent. Disclosing the privacy of customers is not a good thing. Unexpectedly, the Bull Demon King slammed the table. My daughter is asking you, answer quickly. The person in charge of the front desk, Hua, was nervous, and then she said with a stiff face, sorry, our hotel has its own rules. Besides, for professional reasons, the privacy of guests must be kept confidential. As soon as the voice fell, the Bull Demon King's face turned pale. The hotel manager was worried that the Bull Demon King would destroy the hotel, so he immediately came over to smooth things over. "Excuse me, what is your relationship with the person who asked the question? According to the principle, we cannot disclose the privacy of strangers. However, if it is an acquaintance." Kikai immediately blushed and explained, "Then I will tell you my identity. I am Sun Wukong's wife-to-be." Hearing Kikai's words, everyone was shocked again. "This melon is ripe." The manager confirmed again, "You mean, the little boy with a tail stuck on his butt is called Sun Wukong, and he is your husband-to-be?" Kikai was overjoyed when he heard him speak so accurately. "Yes, he really lives here." "So, which room is he in? Tell me quickly." "Sorry, you came at a bad time. At noon, the man called Sun Wukong left with the blue-haired woman you mentioned. However, it has been more than an hour since they left." The Bull Demon King was shocked. "Just walked for an hour?" "Yes, 1 hour. If we chase them, we should be able to catch them in time, right?" Kikai asked. "Which direction did they go?" The manager immediately pointed to the west and said, "The woman called a golden cloud and flew away to the west." "Somersault cloud, it's them. Dad, let's go chase them." "Okay." Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 26. Kikai and the Bull Demon King and his daughter walked out of the hotel and hurriedly drove the plane all the way to the west. The hotel staff breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the Bull Demon King walking away. The person in charge of the front desk was sweating coldly. "I feel like this melon is too big. It's a pity that I can't eat it in person. It's hard to imagine that the child who was abused by the rich woman was actually the fiancé of this cute little girl. The most terrifying thing is that he is already engaged but still looking for a rich woman. Isn't that too shameless?" It turns out that the big guy just now was not the little girl's boyfriend, but her father. They don't look like each other. How should I put it? The size difference is so big that I even doubt whether the little girl is his biological child. Hey, you're like me, I'm skeptical too. However, although her father looks fierce, he seems to dote on his daughter very much. Oh, yeah, guess what will happen if the father and daughter find the blue-haired rich woman and the child? Everyone gasped again. It's scary to think about it. Caught in adultery by father-in-law and fiancé, and then beaten to death. Hiss. Pilaf's castle. You two losers, if you can't find the Dragon Ball by tonight, I will teach you a lesson. My king, we will definitely find it this time. Suddenly, there was a beeping sound from the radar. Wait a moment. The radar shows that the Dragon Ball is coming towards us at a high speed. Ouch, really? Haha, it's no big deal to find something after searching everywhere. Since they are here to die, let's fight. Xiao Wu, Ashiu. Here. X2. Xiao Wu and Ashiu stood straight. Do you have the confidence to deal with them both and get the Dragon Ball? Yes. X2. At the gate of Pilaf's castle. Xiao Wu and Ash each drove a giant steel robot, waiting to fight with Son Goku and take away the Dragon Ball. A moment later, Bulma and Goku arrived here. Xiao Wu laughed while holding the microphone. How dare you come to our King Pilaf's territory? You are really asking for trouble. As they said that, the two huge robots took a few steps forward and stood in front of Bulma and Son Goku. Ash laughed in the machine. Hey, you two, if you don't want to die, hand over the Dragon Ball, and my king can spare your lives. Bulma raised the corners of her mouth high, and turned to look at Goku. Goku, be careful not to hurt anyone. Beat them in Pilaf and get the Dragon Ball back. Sun Wukong nodded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. As he said that, Goku rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the robot. It was not difficult for Goku, who was now so powerful, to defeat these three clowns. Bulma put his hands in his pockets, stepped back a few steps, and watched GOKU fight with them quietly. Seeing that GOKU dared to attack, Ash gritted his teeth and said angrily, "If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. Watch out." As he said that, Ash controlled the robot and swung his huge fist at GOKU. GOKU jumped lightly and easily dodged the attack. The mechanical fist like a hammer hit the ground, erupting with a violent sound, and the whole earth trembled 3 times. Xiao Wu laughed and said, "Ha ha ha ha, did you see that? Lord Pilaf's robot is very powerful, and the power of one punch is several tons. This punch even shook the earth. Luckily you dodged it. Otherwise I would have smashed you into pulp. I advise you to hand over the Dragon Ball honestly. It's not worth losing your life for the Dragon Ball." Ashiu also laughed wildly. "That's right, I advise you to submit to the power of Master Pilaf and hand over the Dragon Balls." Sun Wukong laughed and said, "What's the matter with strength? I'll play with you." As he said that, Sun Wukong drew out the Ruyi stick and pointed it at Ash. The next moment, Wukong stepped on the ground and suddenly rushed towards Ash's robot. Ash was shocked. He didn't expect Sun Wukong to dare to fight the huge robot with his flesh and blood. He immediately controlled the robot to fight back. However, the next second, the Ruyi stick stretched out, and Sun Wukong swung the lengthened Ruyi stick and swept it towards the robot. The Ruyi stick is also a treasure, much stronger than steel. In an instant, the Ruyi stick swept across the robot with a strong gust of wind. The next moment, Wukong was already standing firmly on the ground. Ash still didn't understand. What happened? Suddenly, the robot made an unusual sound and stopped controlling itself. Ash's body also began to tilt. What happened? Zzz, crack, crack, crack. With the sound of mechanical failure, Ashiu's robot split into 2. Only a control room was left in the upper body, and Ashiu in the control room fell together. Before Ashiu landed, Sun Wukong picked up the stick again and hit the huge machine body in the lower body. The Ruyi stick whistled towards the robot with a strong gust of wind. The next moment, the Ruyi stick tore the lower half of the robot into 2 halves. With more rapid electric current sounds and bursting electric sparks, the robot exploded with a bang. Together with the upper body of the robot, it was submerged in smoke and dust. After the smoke and dust, the charred Ashiu sat on the ground in a daze. Xiao Wu on the side was shocked, knowing that even with a robot, she was no match for Wukong. So she immediately drove the robot away. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong reacted very quickly, and the Ruyi stick became longer again, breaking the robot's leg with one stick. Soon, Xiao Wu's robot also exploded. She also crawled out of the mechanical ruins in a mess. Reading on Dragon Boat Festival. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 27. Bulma walked up to the 2 men and faced Pilaf's castle. She shouted, "Pilaf, if you don't want to lose 2 of your men, hand over all 6 Dragon Balls to me." Voices of resistance were heard from Pilaf's castle. "Just 2 useless subordinates who can't even do this. I don't want them anymore. Let's see what you can do to me." Ashiu and Xiao Wu both burst into tears. "No. King Pilaf, please don't abandon us." However, Bulma showed a wicked smile. "Really?" Pilaf continued stubbornly, "Yes, they are just 2 useless subordinates. If you don't want them, then forget it." Bulma looked at Wukong and said, "Wukong, tear down the castle for me." As he spoke, Sun Wukong walked towards the castle with the Ruyi stick. In an instant, countless rocket launchers emerged from the castle and suddenly bombarded Sun Wukong. However, the ground continued to explode, but Sun Wukong's footsteps did not stop for a moment. As Wukong jumped and dodged a rocket launcher, he put his hands tightly together, forming a calyx shape, and placed them on his waist. "Turtle! Groob. Gas. Achievement. A blinding white light suddenly lit up, and as Sun Wukong pushed with both hands, a wave of energy suddenly hit the castle. In an instant, billowing smoke and dust completely submerged the castle. A moment later, Pilaf got out of the castle in a panic. Bulma took the Dragon Ball radar and found the remaining 6 Dragon Balls. Great, all 7 Dragon Balls are gathered. Sun Wukong nodded and said, Bulma, quickly summon the dragon to make a wish. Pilaf, Xiao Wu and Ash on the side looked at Bulma holding the 7 Dragon Balls, and greed was in their eyes. Pilaf whispered to Ash and Xiao Wu, as if he was arranging some top-secret plan. Xiao Wu and Ash were shocked. The two said gratefully, King Pilaf, I knew you wouldn't abandon us. Xiao Wu continued, King, as long as we unite as one, we will be able to make a comeback in the future and rule the world. Ash, yes, we will succeed, King Pilaf. Pilaf smiled wickedly, no need for the future, according to my plan, maybe we will succeed in a while. The two immediately nodded seriously. However, at this moment, Bulma looked at the 3 of them. Wukong, please help me watch them. I will go to a farther distance to make a wish. Otherwise, I am worried that after I summon the dragon, they will come and snatch the wish away. Wukong nodded. Okay, I understand. Go ahead. After saying that, Sun Wukong poked the Ruyi stick and inserted it directly into the ground 3 inches, raising a cloud of dust. You 3 guys, don't have any tricks, or I will not spare you with my stick, understand? The 3 Pilafs in front of them were so scared that their anus tightened and they nodded. I know, I know. Bulma was meticulous and made no mistakes. When GOKU looked at them, the 3 people's tricks were completely thwarted. Pilaf lowered his head in disappointment. Xiao Wu comforted him, don't worry, King Pilaf. We can still find the Dragon Balls in a year. Pilaf nodded, yes, Xiao Wu makes sense. Not far away, as Bulma chanted a spell, a golden light suddenly shot up into the sky. The originally clear blue sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds and turned into a dark night. Under the deep night sky, a bright golden light suddenly cut through the sky, like a falling meteor, but brighter and more shocking than a meteor. A green dragon hovered in the sky, revealing scarlet and majestic eyes. The dragon said, people who have collected 7 Dragon Balls, tell us your wish. Any wish can be fulfilled. Looking at the long-lost Shenlong, Bulma showed joy on her face. She turned her head to look at Sun Wukong in the distance, who was closely watching the Pilaf trio, and then looked up at Shenlong. Shenlong, please let Sun Wukong never get sick. Okay, I get it. The red light in Shenlong's eyes became brighter, and an invisible energy fell on Son Goku, who was not far away. The next second, Shenlong said, your wish has come true. Well, goodbye. Bulma breathed a sigh of relief and responded goodbye. Shenlong turned into golden light and drilled into the Dragon Ball. The next moment, the 7 Dragon Balls shot out in 7 directions, and after disappearing, they turned into the color of stone. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the sky returned to clear skies. Bulma and Goku also let Pilaf and the other 2 go. Goku asked Bulma, has your wish to help your friend heal his illness come true? Bulma nodded with a smile, yes, it has come true. That's good. Bulma looked at Sun Wukong with curved eyebrows and asked, Wukong, don't you want to know who I wish to cure? I'm not interested. Bulma shrugged. She said, okay. By the way, Goku, I see that you've had a hard time practicing along the way, I suggest you go to a good place. Sun Wukong asked, where? Bulma said, the person with the highest martial arts in the world today is Master Wu Tian. We met him a few days ago. He is the turtle hermit who gave us the somersault cloud. I suggest you go to him to learn martial arts, which will definitely help you improve your martial arts. As for the somersault cloud, I'll give it to you, it can take you to find the turtle hermit. Reading during the Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 28. Sun Wukong was originally going to learn from Master Roshi, but Bulma actually proposed it. Then he just needed to follow Bulma's wishes and save himself. Wukong looked at Bulma and asked, "I'm going to Master Roshi's house, what about you?" "There are only a few days left in my summer vacation. I have to go back to Zidu to catch up on my homework. Besides, I have been out for so long, I miss my parents." Strictly speaking, Bulma hasn't seen her parents for more than 20 years, so she naturally misses home. Wukong nodded again. "Oh, yes, you are a girl, and this is the first time you have been away for such a long time. You should miss home a long time ago. You are better than most boys. By the way, don't give me the somersault cloud, after all, you need to go back to Zidu. I know the way to Kame House, and I can run there while exercising." Bulma smiled, bent down to help Wukong tidy up his clothes, and said, "It's okay, anyway, you and I have nothing urgent to do. How about this, you accompany me to Zidu, stay at my house for 2 days, and then you can go to Kame House to practice. You know, our house is big. Zidu is a more prosperous city, with many delicious foods. After arriving at my house, I plan to do my best to be a good host and take you to eat all the food in Zidu. Is it true that you can eat all the delicacies in Zidu?" "That's great." Sun Wukong laughed. Bulma continued, "Also, I'll give you the somersault cloud. When you've had enough fun, you can ride the somersault cloud to Turtle House." Just as Wukong was about to refuse, Bulma immediately interrupted him. "Don't be polite to me. When I return to Zidu, I can fly a plane. I don't lack transportation. But you can't. If there is something urgent, there is no transportation. It's too inconvenient." Sun Wukong smiled dumbly. Indeed, let alone he has not learned the flying skill yet. Even if he has learned it, with the current combat power, flying is very slow and consumes a lot of physical strength. For him, the somersault cloud is still the best means of transportation. "Well, you are thoughtful, I will do whatever you say." Bulma smiled sweetly. "Of course, I am the daughter of a scientist, IQ is 250. There is nothing to do here, why don't we set off back to Zidu now?" "Yes." After saying that, the two of them rode on the somersault cloud and headed straight for Zidu. A few minutes ago, Kikai and Bull Demon King were still flying westward, looking for Wukong. "Hey, we only know the direction, but we don't know where they landed. It's really hard to find them." Kikai said, "Dad, if there is another town ahead, let's go down and check it out." "Well, okay." As soon as the voice fell, the sky suddenly darkened. The originally clear blue sky was now covered with dark clouds, and lightning flashed in the dark clouds. "Oh, is it going to rain?" "The weather forecast says there will be no rain in this area." The Bull Demon King looked at the sky, a little hesitant. The black clouds came too suddenly. Kikai looked at the black clouds in the sky, and suddenly caught a glimpse of a golden light in the distance. "Dad, look, what is that?" Niu-Mo took off his sunglasses and rubbed his eyes, but still couldn't see it. "No, it's too far, I can't see clearly at all." Kikai guessed it's so strange that the sky suddenly turned dark. Could it be that Wukong and the others have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, summoned the dragon, and are making a wish? The Bull Demon King blinked. Indeed, the weather change was too abrupt and obviously abnormal. "From what you said, it seems so." Kikai immediately urged, "Dad, hurry up, drive faster, chase them quickly, don't let them get away." The Bull Demon King nodded. "Well, Kikai, fasten your seat belts." After that, the plane shot towards the golden light at maximum power. Originally, Kikai and the Bull Demon King were heading west. And Zidu was even further west. There was no possibility of them colliding, and as expected, the Bull Demon King and Kikai missed. The two stood outside the ruins of Pilaf Castle, their faces full of worry. The Bull Demon King consoled Kikai. After Goku and the others have found the Dragon Balls, it is completely uncertain what they will do next. It's not easy to find them now. Why don't we go back first? Kikai looked lost, and said with a childish temper, no, I want to find Goku. The Bull Demon King scratched his head in distress. How can I find him? Dad doesn't know how to tell fortunes. The world is so big, unless we can tell where he went, how can we find him? Kikai asked curiously, is there no famous fortune teller in this world? The Bull Demon King scratched his head. You asked, it seems I have heard of it before, wait, let me think about it. Suddenly, an idea flashed. The Bull Demon King slapped his thigh. Oh, I remember now. Teacher Wu Tian's sister is called the fortune teller. As long as it exists in this world, she can predict anything she wants to find, including people. Kikai's eyes lit up. Really? Then let's go find the fortune teller first. Wait a minute, let's go home first and take some treasures with us. I heard that fortune-telling grandma needs a lot of money to help people with divination. Kikai smiled and said, oh, I see, Dad really thought it through, let's go. After that, the father and daughter flew towards the Flame Mountain. For his daughter's marriage, the Bull Demon King fought hard. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 29. Half a day later, Bulma brought Goku to the West Capital, Capsule Company. The two stepped into the yard. A robot greeted Bulma. Miss, you are back. Yet. Bulma replied casually. Bulma, your house is so big, there are even dinosaurs in the yard. Sun Wukong wiped the corner of his mouth and said. Bulma nodded. Yes, there are also many cats and dogs, which were picked up by my father from nearby. Does your father like animals very much? Well, that's right, every meal. The two of them walked for a short while before they arrived at the door of the laboratory. At this moment, they happened to meet Dr. Brief, who was riding a bicycle. Bulma was very happy to see her father. After all, she had experienced a rebirth and hadn't seen him for more than 20 years. However, Goku was around, and it was not convenient to be too close to her father, which would easily neglect Goku. Moreover, in this world, she and her father had actually been separated for more than half a month. She could only suppress her inner ecstasy and said calmly, Dad, I'm back. Brief's expression was also calm. Oh, Bulma is back so early. Hey, who is this person? Brief pointed at Sun Wukong and asked. Bulma introduced him. Let me introduce you. This is my good friend, Sun Wukong. Although he is small, he is very skilled in martial arts. Thanks to him for protecting me along the way. Brief was surprised. Well, your name is Sun Wukong. That's really good. It seems that your martial arts are really powerful. However, you are small and quite cute. Brief turned his head to look at Bulma and said, Bulma, it's Daddy who lacks care for you. I didn't expect that you have such a unique taste and actually like such a small boyfriend. Are you a pedophile? Even though Bulma has lived 2 lives, she still blushed in an instant when she heard Brief's words. She wanted to explain that he was not her boyfriend. But, she liked the grown-up Goku, and it was not easy to refute. Although she did not admit that she wanted to be Goku's girlfriend in the future, she did not want to say in front of Goku that he was not her boyfriend. She wanted to play the cultivation game. And Goku was a little socially anxious in his previous life and didn't like to talk. Hearing Brief's shocking words, he was speechless for a while. Seeing that the two of them were silent, Brief once again put on a familiar look, smiled and walked towards Sun Wukong, and asked in a low voice, Hey, Goku, have you kissed? Even though the voice was very low, Bulma still heard it clearly. She quickly pulled Wukong away and yelled at her father with a red face. "Dad, what are you doing? Don't talk nonsense, he's still a child." Brief said indifferently. "Bulma, don't be so fierce, girls should be gentle." Bulma's face turned red again, and she even felt a little socially dead because of having such a father. She continued to yell, "With a father like you, I can't be gentle." Brief asked again, "Oh, by the way, Bulma, didn't you say you were going to find the Dragon Balls? How is it, did you find it?" Bulma breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Brief change the subject. "Found it, made a wish and came back." Brief smiled. "Oh, it's all together. It seems that dragons really exist." Bulma said proudly, "Of course they exist." Brief continued, "Next time you go to find the Dragon Balls, can you make a wish for Dad?" "What do you want?" Bulma asked. Brief said seriously, "Dad wants a tall and gentle woman." In just a moment, Bulma's anger could not be suppressed again. "Dad, there are outsiders here, please restrain yourself. Why are you in such a hurry? He is your boyfriend, not an outsider." Bulma yelled, "Who said he is my boyfriend?" Brief blinked, "Isn't he?" Bulma turned her head with an unnatural look on her face and said nothing. Brief came close to GOKU and said, "Hey, GOKU, since Bulma is not your girlfriend, she can't control you. In the evening, Uncle will take you to a one-stop bath, okay? Uncle is treating today, you can order as many princesses as you want." Sun Wukong's mouth twitched. "Uncle, I'm still young, so I won't go." In front of Bulma, he was going to take GOKU to that kind of place. Bulma's anger soared to the peak. Just when she was about to explode on the spot, Mr. Brief took out a capsule and gave it to GOKU. "Bulma is right, you are just a child. I won't take you to that kind of place. But as an elder, I have to give you something when we meet for the first time. This is the gift." GOKU took the capsule in a daze. "Thank you." Bulma's anger was successfully suppressed and reduced, and she continued to ask, "Dad, what did you give him?" Unexpectedly, Brief came close to Sun Wukong's ear and whispered, "This is the latest Dongra photo album, limited edition, don't show it to Bulma, wait until you go back to your room and look at it secretly." Sun Wukong was startled and almost fell down. His heart has been ups and downs since he came here, it's too exciting. He didn't expect that Bulma's father Brief would be so coquettish and almost sprained his waist. Although Brief's voice was not loud, Bulma still heard it. She snatched the capsule from Wukong's hand, and then threw it far away with force. The universal capsule penetrated the glass and flew into the vast yard through the window. Then Bulma said to Wukong with a tiger face, "I can't stand it. Wukong, don't learn bad things from my dad, let's go." Bulma really couldn't communicate with Brief anymore, so she pulled GOKU inside. Goku's scalp was already numb, and seeing Bulma finally pulling him away, he quickly followed her and left this dangerous place. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 30. Soon, GOKU followed Bulma into the living room. As soon as Bulma entered the house, she began to look through the refrigerator. "Wukong, forget what my father just said and did, he is just such a dishonest person." "Yeah, I know. But Uncle is fun." "What's fun? You don't know. I'm the only normal person in my family. Are you thirsty? Do you want something to drink?" Sun Wukong looked around their house casually and answered casually, "Whatever. Tisk tisk, Subian is the hardest. Luckily, I found someone to invest and invented a drink called Subian." Before Bulma took out the drinks, Mrs. Brief came in with 2 glasses of clear liquid. Her golden curly hair, her signature smile, her pair of squinty eyes that never changed, and her always kind smile made Wukong couldn't help but look at her carefully. Mrs. Brief smiled and said, "Bulma is here with her friends. Welcome, Welcome. Sun Wukong immediately stood up and greeted Mrs. Brief. Hello, Mrs. Brief. Mrs. Brief said with a smile, nice to meet you, I'm Bulma's mother. Then, Mrs. Brief bent down and asked, well, what's your name? Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, that's a good name. So, little Wukong, do you want to drink some wine? Bulma's forehead veins popped. Mom, don't let children drink. Seeing Bulma's angry look, Mrs. Brief's expression did not change at all, and she still said with squinting eyes, my daughter is noisy and has a bad temper. It should be the rebellious period. Wukong, don't mind it. Sun Wukong immediately shook his head. No, I won't mind it. Mrs. Brief responded, it's good that you don't mind. I heard that you found the Dragon Ball, right? Sun Wukong nodded. Yes, I found it. After we fulfilled our wish, we came back. Bulma said she would take me to play in Zita for 2 days, and after a few days, I will continue to practice. Mrs. Brief covered her mouth and smiled. Oh, your adventure sounds really interesting. I didn't expect that the dragon really exists. Next time you go on an adventure, take your mother with you, okay? Mom also wants a handsome boyfriend to play with. Sun Wukong's face froze. Although he knew that her parents were both powerful people in society, this degree of power was too outrageous. He really couldn't understand how Bulma grew up. In just a short moment, not only Wukong's scalp was tingling, but even Bulma was almost tortured crazy by her terrible parents. Bulma sighed, oh, what kind of character are you two? Your daughter has grown up to this age and still has such a positive outlook. God bless her. Mrs. Brief said with a smile, yes, you were able to give birth to her, thanks to God's blessing. When I was going to break up with your father, I decided to abort you. Who knew that I aborted you 3 times and failed, so I decided to give birth to you. Bulma was reborn and deeply felt the disparity of life. However, in terms of her mental age, Bulma was a few years older than her parents. She didn't take it to heart. Her parents were just that kind of people, and they always lived with an attitude of playing with life. After meeting her parents, Bulma's heart that missed them was completely crushed. But fortunately, GOKU was with her these few days. She wanted to take GOKU to eat all over the West Capital, stroll around the West Capital, and enjoy a few days of leisure and pleasure. The next day, in the prosperous West Capital, the sun cast mottled light and shadows through the layers of buildings, and the air was filled with the tempting aroma of various delicacies. Bulma took GOKU and bought and ate all the way. Bulma and GOKU were in the endless check-in at several food places, including barbecue stalls, dessert shops, seafood feasts, special snacks, hamburgers, pizza, pasta, sushi. Bulma accompanies little GOKU like a girlfriend. With him around, she also lets herself go. As long as she wants to try any food, she will buy it and have a taste. If it doesn't taste good, she will just stuff it to GOKU. If it tastes good, she will eat it happily. A few days passed in a blink of an eye. The happiness of these days made her forget the time of food shortage for more than 20 years at the end of the world. GOKU, who followed Bulma all the way, has also been a little indulgent these days. His stomach is round every day, and it is obviously a Scion's stomach, which is bottomless. But Bulma still holds him up, which is really not easy. GOKU had to do a set of boxing every day to help digest the food. However, happy times are always short-lived. Bulma soon had to go back to school. GOKU also had to leave this city with abundant food and clothing. However, Bulma was afraid that he would suffer in Kame House in the future, so before he left, she prepared a lot of supplies for him. There were delicious food, clothes for spring, summer, autumn, and winter, quilts, and even a portable house. Sun Wukong didn't bother to be polite with her, and went straight to Kame House with a box of universal capsules. 3 days later, Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi came to the fortune teller's place. Sun Gohan happened to be a security guard here. When the brothers met, they immediately started chatting. Sun Gohan is not good at talking. After communicating with the Bull Demon King for a while, he finally learned that Wukong's adventure was over. He also learned that Chi-Chi liked Wukong, and the Bull Demon King wanted to help his daughter propose marriage. However, Sun Gohan passed the matter back to Wukong. In addition, Gohan also knew that they came here to find Wukong and go to Kame house to practice side by side. So, in front of Gohan, the fortune teller did not give a penny cheaper and helped the Bull Demon King to predict the whereabouts of Sun Wukong for a fee. Knowing that Sun Wukong actually went directly to Kame house, the two of them went straight to Kame house without stopping. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 31. On the Turtle Island. A small bald man came to the turtle house in a small boat and stood in front of the turtle hermit. Are you Master Wu Tian? Yes. My name is Krillin, I come from a place far away in the east. Please Master Wu Tian, please accept me as your apprentice. Turtle hermit laughed. Sorry, I won't accept an apprentice easily, please go back. Krillin said calmly, took out a magazine with a beautiful woman on the cover and handed it to Master Kame. Consider this book a meeting gift for Master Mutant. Master Kame wanted to refuse, but when he saw the cover of the magazine, he couldn't take his eyes away. The girl on the cover was too sexy. He immediately took the magazine, flipped through it, and replied, I'll think about it. As he looked at it, a lewd look appeared on Master Kame's face. After a moment, Krillin asked, Master Mutant, have you made up your mind? Can you accept me as your apprentice? Master Kame closed the book, turned his head and looked at Krillin. Your name is Krillin? Krillin said respectfully, yes. The turtle hermit reluctantly handed the book to Krillin and said, I'll give it back to you. I'm old now and I won't easily accept an apprentice. Krillin was stunned for a moment. Do you think it's too little? Wait a minute, I still have a few limited edition photo albums here. Krillin unloaded the package and started looking through the photo albums. When Master Kame heard that there were still several more, he was reluctant to send him away. Just as Krillin was looking through, a golden cloud came to Master Kame's house. Sun Wukong shouted loudly, Grandpa Master Kame, I'm here to learn from you. Master Kame asked with some confusion, Oh, it's Wukong, did the Bull Demon King ask you to come here? Sun Wukong turned over and jumped to the ground, wondering I didn't meet him. I wanted to come here by myself. After all, Wukong knew that it was not difficult to find him to be his disciple. Just find Lan Chi. Master Kame suddenly realized, didn't he call you? So that's it, it seems that the father and daughter didn't find you, it's you and I are destined. Your grandfather asked me to accept you as a disciple, I asked them to find you. Sun Wukong nodded, oh, so it's like this. Just then, Klin found a stack of photo albums. Teacher Wu Tian, I found it. Please take a look. Krillin handed a stack of photo albums to Teacher Wu Tian. Master. Kame took the photo albums excitedly and looked at them as if no one was around. He left the two of them alone. Krillin looked at little GOKU with contempt. Are you here to practice martial arts, too? Wukong was pleasantly surprised to see the cute little Krillin. He didn't expect that he came at the right time and happened to meet Krillin. Practicing with this guy, it wouldn't be so boring here. What a fate! Sun Wukong nodded, well, my name is Sun Wukong, please take care of me. Krillin said, you came later than me, so, you are the junior brother and I am the senior brother. Sun Wukong stood next to Krillin and gestured with his hand. I'm taller than you. Krillin was slightly angry, your hair takes up the height, but I'm taller than you in terms of net height. GOKU continued, Master Wu Tian hasn't agreed to take you in as his apprentice yet. Krillin retorted, didn't he agree to take you in as his apprentice? Master Roshi said as he looked at the magazine, he's different. His grandfather was my apprentice, so it's already been decided that he'll be my apprentice. Krillin's mouth twitched. Oh, I didn't expect that you are a relative of mine. Sun Wukong smiled innocently, he, actually I don't know either, it was arranged by my grandfather. Wukong did not feel any superiority because his mental age was more mature than him. He will definitely become good friends with Krillin in the future. It is not only boring to pretend in front of friends, so he might as well open his heart in front of Krillin, his future good brother, and try to communicate with him on the same level. But it seems that Krillin wants to suppress him, so Wukong will naturally fight back. At this moment, Master Roshi turned his head. Wukong, where is the blue-haired girl with you? Isn't she here yet? Sun Wukong shook his head. She went to Zidu to go to school. Go to school? Well, she accompanied me on adventures during the summer vacation, but now school has started and she can't go on adventures with me anymore. Master Kame nodded disappointedly. So that's how it is, you're still a student, what a pity. Master Kame looked at Krillin again and said, just a few magazines are not enough for me to accept you as my apprentice. There is a rule in my sect. To practice under me, you must bring a lively and lovely girl here. You should know my preferences, right? Krillin was delighted and immediately whispered in Master Kame's ear. Master Kame paused for a few words and immediately blushed. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so sensible at such a young age. Very good, you and little Wukong can go and find it for me right away. Krillin nodded and said, yes, Master Wu Tian. Before they set off, a plane suddenly flew towards them. The three of them looked towards the cockpit. They saw Bull Demon King was driving the plane, and the co-pilot Kikai was waving at them. Krillin's face lit up. Wow, what a cute little girl. When Wukong saw Chi-Chi, he frowned. Kikai, what are you doing here? Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, June 8th to June 10th. Chapter 32. Hearing Goku's doubts, Master Roshi said. Are you talking about Chi-Chi? I want to take her as my apprentice. Sun Wukong was stunned. Take her as my apprentice. Master. Roshi nodded. Yes, you are the grandson of Son Gohan. Gohan asked me to take you as my apprentice, so I agreed to take you. It happened that the Bull Demon King came to visit me a few days ago. I saw his daughter. Her roots and temperament seemed pretty good, so I thought of taking her as my apprentice. Your grandfather Gohan and her father Bull Demon King are both my apprentices. I can't favor one over the other and take you but not her. Wukong slowed down, as if he understood what was going on. However, this has seriously deviated from the trajectory of history. He wanted to stay away from Chi-Chi, but he didn't expect her to come here to practice together. Wouldn't his relationship with her be getting closer and closer? In his previous life, he was a little socially anxious, a little inferior, and the thing he feared most was being scolded by others. After being reborn into this world, he has actually improved a lot. But thinking of the scene in the original work where the adult Chi-Chi scolded Wukong for no reason, he still felt a chill down his spine. However, he had no way to refuse her coming to practice together. Fortunately, little Chi-Chi's personality is still very likable. Wukong can only blame the damn butterfly effect. Master Roshi continued. By the way, I asked the father and daughter to find you. But you came by yourself. From now on, you will be brothers and sisters, and you must pay attention to unity and friendship. Sun Wukong nodded in response. I know, Teacher Wu Tian. Just then, Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi landed smoothly, got off the plane, and walked towards the three people. Chi-Chi, in particular, had a bright smile on her face and trotted towards Wukong. That smile was so sweet that it could melt ice and snow, making her already cute cheeks even more watery. Krillin looked at Krillin and almost lost his soul. He immediately stepped forward and said, Hello, I'm Krillin. However, Krillin completely ignored Krillin and walked in front of Wukong. Goku, so you are here, I have been looking for you for days. Krillin saw that Chi-Chi ignored him and even bypassed him to find Goku, and scratched his head in embarrassment. However, when he saw such a beautiful girl, he suddenly felt very sweet to Goku, and his heart suddenly hurt, as if he had suffered 10,000 points of critical damage. Chi-Chi greeted Goku, and Goku replied very politely. Thanks a lot. It's not hard. I'm very happy to do something for you. Shishi came closer to Goku. Her two eyes were shining and she looked at Goku with expectation, as if she was expecting Goku's praise. Goku just smiled back, but Shishi felt very sweet. Krillin, who was standing by, saw such a scene and felt the unevenness of life again. At this moment, the sound of Master Kame's cough came from not far away. Ahem. Okay, there are 3 of us now. Let's start the apprenticeship assessment. Only if you successfully complete my apprenticeship task, can the 3 of you successfully become my disciples. Kikai looked at Master Roshi with curiosity on her face and asked, Teacher Wu Tian, what is the apprenticeship assessment? Master Roshi blushed. Kikai, you are a girl, you don't have to participate in the assessment. Just go and have a rest. Kikai was stunned and muttered, is it because I'm cute that I don't have to take the assessment? She said to Teacher Wu Tian, thank you, teacher, hee. Then she looked at Wukong and shouted, Wukong, you have to work hard. After that, little Kikai blushed and went to rest under the shade of a tree. Master Roshi looked at the Bull Demon King again. All right, Chi-Chi, just let me go, you go too, don't a Euro trademark T disturb me teaching the students. The Bull Demon King nodded immediately and replied respectfully, yes, Master Wu Tian. The former Master Roshi was very serious and could even ride the somersault cloud. But after retirement, he watched too many yoga videos and gradually became lustful. Anyway, in the eyes of Gohan and the Bull Demon King, Master Wu Tian is still the immortal-like, incomparably noble existence. Soon, the Bull Demon King flew away in a plane. In addition to Master Roshi and the turtle on Kame Island, there were only Goku, Krillin, and Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi was sent aside, and Master Roshi told Goku his requirements. Krillin raised a doubt. Is Chi-Chi a cute girl, so she doesn't have to complete the mission? Kame Sennin's face turned cold. She's just a kid, not my type. I like the type you gave me in those magazines. Klin suddenly realized. Oh, so the teacher likes mature and sexy older sisters. Master Roshi's face turned red. Good to know, cuteness is nothing compared to sexiness. Krillin nodded, then looked at Goku. That's true, let's go. Wukong jumped onto the somersault cloud, and Krillin also jumped onto it. Unfortunately, Krillin suddenly slipped off and fell to the ground. Well, he actually fell down. People with impure hearts cannot ride the somersault cloud. It seems that your motivation for practicing martial arts is not pure. You'd better leave. Krillin immediately panicked and explained, no. Master Wu Tian, don't chase me away. I just want to practice high-level martial arts and be liked by girls. Master Kame scratched his head. It seems that this guy doesn't understand what girls like. He is not liked by girls not because his martial arts are not strong enough. It is because he has no money, is not handsome, and is not tall. Seeing that Krillin has all the shortcomings, not to mention that he has no hair and nose, Master Kame sighed. It's not easy for you to come all the way here, so I'll accept you. Okay, don't waste time, you and Wukong go together. Thank you, Mr. Wu Tian. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 33. Krillin couldn't ride the somersault cloud, so in order to be able to follow along in the search for sexy beauties, he came up with a plan and tied something to Wukong to carry him. So, Wukong carried him on the somersault cloud and left Came House. Wukong rode the somersault cloud, cruising along the way to find Lan Qi, while Krillin was busy looking around, looking for a beautiful, mature, and sexy girl. Because they were deliberately looking for Lan Qi, they soon found someone. After a while, a burst of dense machine gun fire fell into the ears of the two. Da-da-da-da, snap pa-pa. Choo-choo-choo. Wukong's eyes lit up. There was a gunshot, it must be Lan Qi. He immediately controlled the somersault cloud and flew towards the sound with the two of them. After a few breaths, Lan Qi figure came into view. She was kneeling on the ground in a somewhat embarrassed manner, with an innocent look on her face. A circle of policemen were pointing guns at her. Lan Qi, you are under arrest. Be honest and don't make yourself look bad. Don't move, or I'll kill you. Several policemen spoke while gradually approaching Lan Qi, on guard against her counterattack. Lan Qi was terrified, and she clenched her white fists to block her mouth. Her long white legs inadvertently stepped back, and she said in horror, "Who are you?" Several policemen continued to approach. "What do you want to do? And you ask who we are? Isn't this obvious? You robbed a whole street, surrender now." Seeing that several policemen were about to arrest her, Lan Qi screamed at the top of her lungs. "Help! Who will save me?" Sun Wukong and Krillin had already arrived above Lan Qi. Krillin said, "Oh, that woman asking for help is so beautiful. She seems to meet the teacher's aesthetic standards." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Well, I'll go save her." Krillin was a little scared. "But everyone around her is carrying guns, we can't defeat them, right? Don't be afraid, it's okay." As he said that, Wukong drove the somersault cloud and swooped down towards Lan Qi. Krillin was frightened and grabbed Wukong tightly. The next moment, the two of them fell next to Lan Qi. The surrounding police immediately shouted, "Who is it? Don't interfere with the performance of official duties." Sun Wukong pointed at Lan Qi and said bluntly, "I'm here to save her." Klin saw that the people around him were wearing police uniforms and guessed that they were police officers, and seemed to be arresting the woman. He immediately jumped off Wukong and hid behind a rock on the side. Pointing at Wukong, he said, "Mr. Police, let me make it clear in advance that all this has nothing to do with me. I am not familiar with him." The police chief was immediately furious. "What are you saving? Do you know who she is? She just robbed a street. Little guy, if you dare to make trouble again, I will arrest you too." Sun Wukong moved his joints and said, "Everyone, I'm sorry." It took him a while to finish speaking. Wukong suddenly rushed up and solved several besieged policemen with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Seeing that the police who arrested her were knocked to the ground, Lan Qi's eyes brightened a lot. Lan Qi said, "Wow, your martial arts are so powerful. Thank you for saving me. I really don't know how to repay you." At this moment, Klin rushed out. He, you're welcome, it's just a small matter. How about this? You come with us?" Lan Qi asked curiously, "Didn't you say it has nothing to do with you?" Klin, "That's a tactic. I'm here to show weakness and let their guard down." "Oh." Then, Lan Qi rode on the somersault cloud and followed Wukong and Krillin back to the Came House. Came House. Chi-Chi saw that the somersault cloud had brought GOKU and Krillin back, and ran over excitedly. "GOKU, you're back." "Well, I'm back. Where's Teacher Wu Tian?" "He's in the room." Wukong flipped over and jumped off the somersault cloud, and Krillin also got off Wukong's body. While talking, Kikai saw Lan Qi sitting on the somersault cloud. "Hey, Wukong, who is she?" Lan Qi saw the lovely Chi-Chi and turned down from the somersault cloud. "Hello, I'm Lan Qi." Chi-Chi looked confused and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Lan Qi, I don't know why I came here, they brought me here." Lan Qi looked at Krillin and Wukong and asked, I haven't asked yet, what's the matter with you bringing me here? Krillin immediately explained to Lan Chi, nothing, I just hope you can stay here for a while. Lan Chi was not confused, but said excitedly, then I'm saved, I'm being hunted. Krillin was stunned. Chase. Are those policemen who were chasing you just now real? Aren't they bad guys? Lan Chi blinked her big eyes. No, they are the police. Krillin, then why are the police chasing you? Lan Chi took out a capsule and pressed it gently. A big package appeared. After the zipper was opened, many shining jewels and thick stacks of money were revealed. Because I robbed a street. Krillin looked at the huge amount of money and the word robbery coming out of the cute and quiet Lan Chi mouth, and his mouth twitched. Are you kidding? Are you a rich lady? I can tell you're not that kind of person. Lan Chi shook her head. I'm not kidding, I've robbed trains and banks, you better be careful, my temper changes when I sneeze. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, June 8th to June 10th. Chapter 34. At this moment, Master Roshi saw Lan Chi and couldn't help but exclaimed. Wow, it's so beautiful. He looked at Krillin and Goku. You two have passed the test. When Chi-Chi heard that Goku had passed the test, she happily ran to Goku's side. Congratulations, Wukong. Wukong smiled awkwardly and said nothing. Kikai looked at Teacher Wu Tian, and the trembling expression instantly made her understand. Kikai's little face showed a trace of dissatisfaction. She whispered to Wukong, I was wondering why he didn't take me to the assessment. It turns out that the assessment he said was this. It seems that Teacher Wu Tian is a lecherous old man. Wukong, don't learn bad things from him. Son Wukong, said Kikai, don't say bad things about Teacher Wu Tian. Although he is lecherous, he is a good person. Oh, I see. Chi-Chi nodded. While Chi-Chi and Goku were whispering, Master Roshi greeted Lan Chi. Welcome, I am Master Wu Tian. Lan Chi saw Master came and immediately greeted him, nice to meet you, Master Wu Tian. It was your disciple who saved me in a critical moment, and you took me in. Thank you so much. Master Kame's face lit up. Did they save you? Yes, their martial arts are really good, it must be because of your good teaching. Lan Chi said. Turtle Hermit immediately laughed and said, haha, thank you for the compliment, I haven't taught them yet. However, the teaching will start soon, do you want to learn martial arts together? Lan Chi was stunned. Learning martial arts? But I'm a girl, I probably can't learn it, right? Master Roshi immediately explained, no, I'm not asking you to be as hardworking as them. Just learn it roughly. Learning martial arts can be learned easily. Orthodox martial arts can improve your body and mind, and are very beneficial to your physical and mental health. Krillin also assisted. Master Wu Tian is well known in the martial arts world and is considered the world's best master. He will not easily accept a disciple. You are so lucky that he actually took the initiative to accept you as a disciple. Lan Chi was also surprised. Wow, he's so good, I want to learn from him. Master Kame laughed. Well, let's get started now. First, I'll give you my Kame Ryu martial arts uniforms. As he spoke, Kame Ryu took out several sets of underwear, and asked all the disciples to put them on for Lan Chi to wear. Seeing that Krillin and Kame Ryu were the first to put on women's underwear, Chi-Chi showed an unhappy look on her face. What? This is obviously underwear, not a martial arts uniform. I don't want to respect this old lecherous teacher Wu Tian. I won't wear it. Wukong knew it of course, and he deliberately dragged his feet and didn't change his underwear. Wearing women's underwear is too shameful for an adult. It was Lan Chi's turn to change clothes. However, she wanted to take off her clothes on the spot. Fortunately, Krillin reminded her, wow, are you changing clothes here? Lan Chi suddenly realized, yes, I'll go change in the house. Master Roshi looked at Krillin angrily and said, shut up, do you want to go back home? Krillin apologized, sorry. Just as Lan Chi was about to enter the house and took 2 steps, a fly flew over and went straight to Lan Chi. Seeing the fly, Sun Wukong was startled. Feeling that Lan Chi seemed to be transforming, he immediately pulled Chi Chi back. Chi Kai's face suddenly blushed when Wukong held her hand for the first time, and she lowered her head shyly. Wukong, where are you taking me? Come with me, I won't hurt you. Kikai covered her cheek with one hand to hide the redness. Well, I will listen to you. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Come hide with me and come out later. Kikai's face turned even redder. Good. Just as Sun Wukong and Kikai hid in the corner, LanQi's nose started to itch. She felt something was wrong and immediately shouted, ah, ah, everyone get out of the way. Achoo. After a sneeze, Lan Qi changed. From a seemingly gentle, innocent, hard-working girl, she suddenly became a very rude, wild, and greedy blonde Lan Qi. She looked around with a fierce look on her face. What is this place? It doesn't look like a prison. As she spoke, she saw Kame Sennin and Krillin in their underwear staring at her blankly. Lan Qi frowned. The 2 men in their underwear looked very obscene and simply perverted. The next moment, Lan Qi had a machine gun in her hand and started shooting at Kame Sennin and Krillin. You 2 perverts, wearing women's underwear, who are you? Pa, Bayu Bia Bayu. Master Kame and Krillin jumped back and forth in fear. Fortunately, before the machine gun could fire a few times, Lan Qi sneezed again and became quiet again. She looked at the smoking machine gun stupidly and took a deep breath. Hey! I seem to be in trouble. She looked at the frightened Kame and Coke, and scratched her head a little embarrassedly. Sorry, my personality changes drastically after I sneeze and I can't control myself. How about I stop learning martial arts and cook for you guys instead? Master Kame breathed a sigh of relief. All right then. Seeing Lan Qi become quiet again, Chi Chi was shocked. Will Lan Qi transform when she sneezes? Wukong nodded yes, she is not a normal person. She has a bad temper when she is blonde. You must stay away from her. Kikai smiled sweetly, I know. Wukong, thank you for pulling me to hide just now. I know you are the best to me. Finally, Master Roshi started to do business. Now let's start the first task, moving. Krillin was stunned. Moving. Master Kame explained this island is too small, and training is not that simple. We need to move to a bigger island to practice. Goku also remembered that he and Krillin still had to deliver milk and cultivate the land. It was indeed not a training on this small island. So, with the joint efforts of everyone, Master Kame's house was packed up in one day and turned into a capsule. Then they took a speedboat to another larger island. Reading on Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 35. After the move, there was a wide and spacious training environment. Wu Tian's teaching finally began. Chi-Chi, Goku, and Krillin stood in order. Kame said Goku and Son Gohan have learned martial arts. Krillin has studied martial arts in Shaolin Temple for 8 years, and Chi-Chi has also learned a little martial arts from Bull Demon King. So, the 3 of you have some basic skills, so let me see your strength first. The 3 of them nodded in unison. Kame measured the distance and then began to speak. From this rock to that tree, it's exactly 100 meters. Let's see how many seconds you can run. Although a person who runs fast may not necessarily become a good martial artist, it can at least prove that his waist and legs are strong and his physical fitness is sufficient. So, who will go first? Krillin glanced at Chi-Chi and Goku, and took the lead and stepped forward. I'll run first, and show you how fast I am. Master Kame said with a smile, very good, Krillin runs first. Then, let's start. Preparation. Run. Krillin stomped his foot on the ground and ran forward. His two short legs turned into a shadow, and he ran quite fast, raising a cloud of dust behind him. Click. Master Kame saw that he had reached his destination and pressed the stopwatch. Very good, 10.4 seconds, very impressive. Kikai praised Klin for the first time. Wow, Klin runs so fast. Klin showed a proud look on his face. Alas, this time it was only 10.4 seconds, not my best result, my best result is 10 seconds. But for this kind of terrain, this is the only way, hehe. Kikai was surprised again. So fast, Klin, you are amazing. Klin scratched his head and said, hehehe, thank you for the compliment. If you are interested, I will teach you how to run faster later. Turtle Hermit looked at Chi-Chi. The second one is Kikai. Kikai also walked to the starting line. Preparation. Run. Chi-Chi's short legs also moved quickly, also bringing up a cloud of dust. Soon, Chi-Chi ran to the rock position, and Master Roshi pressed the stopwatch. Kakashi. Master Roshi praised well, it only took 11.5 seconds, which is beyond my expectation. Chi-Chi is also very good. Chi-Chi scratched her head happily and said thank you for the compliment, Mr. Wu Tian. Krillin also praised it is really amazing for a girl to run 11.5 seconds. Next, it's Wukong's turn. Sun Wukong walked to the starting line. Preparation. Ka. Sun Wukong turned into a shadow and rushed to the finish line. Master Roshi stared at the stopwatch blankly. 7.5 seconds. Chi-Chi ran to Wukong, with little hearts in her eyes, and praised wow, Wukong, you are so fast. It only took me 7.5 seconds. Sun Wukong, it's nothing, it's just the result of my hard practice since I was a child. Chi-Chi, don't be so surprised in the future. Chi-Chi, oh, I see. Krillin was even more shocked and said 7.5 seconds, isn't it amazing? Wukong, how did you do it? Sun Wukong did not hide it, my grandfather taught me. I usually practice with weights. Chi-Chi and Krillin both gave a thumbs up, awesome. At this moment, Master Roshi looked at them. Although you all run very fast, you must understand that there are always people who are better than you and there are always better things to do. Master Kame handed the stopwatch to Krillin and took off his turtle shell. Klin. Help me with the clock. Is Teacher Wu Tian running away too? Well, I haven't run for a long time, so I'll exercise a little bit. After saying that, Master Roshi came to the starting line. Preparation. Run. Turtle Hermit stomped his feet on the ground, turned into a shadow and rushed to the finish line. Click. Krillin saw Master Kame pass the finish line and pressed the stopwatch. His face was filled with shock. Oh my god, 5.2 seconds. Chi-Chi's eyes glowed with gold. Teacher Wu Tian is so fast, he is worthy of being Teacher Wu Tian. Goku Krillin, you are a little slow in reading the watch. Master Roshi calmly put on his tortoise shell. Alas, I am old and can't do it. But you are still young and have a chance to break 5 seconds. Chi-Chi asked, can I do it too? Master Roshi nodded, of course, everything is possible. Ahem, I am thirsty after running so fast. Goku, go to the kitchen and get me a bottle of drink. Chi-Chi was on the side, always wanting to help Goku do something, so she immediately took the lead and said, let me go. After that, Chi-Chi ran to get the drink. Just as Chi-Chi entered the house, a crisp sneeze was heard. The next second, Chi-Chi ran out with a bottle of drink, and behind her, Ran Chi chased after her with a kitchen knife. The three of them were stunned when they saw Ran Chi chasing Chi-Chi. The speed was too fast. Soon, they sprinted over the rock and passed the starting line. Master Roshi glanced at the stopwatch. Chi-Chi is also amazing. She has broken through 5 seconds for 100 meters, which is faster than me. Krillin was surprised and said, "Really? It seems that I am the weakest among the three of us." Master Roshi, no, not necessarily. Chi-Chi only discovered such great potential when she was in danger. If you are forced into a desperate situation, you will also burst out unimaginable power. Believe that human potential is unlimited. Krillin scratched his head. Really? Yes, trust me, you will be right. Look, isn't Kiki an example? That's right. Sun Wukong looked at Chi-Chi running away and scratched his head. I didn't expect that after Lan Chi turned into golden hair, he would be so fierce to girls. Turtle Master women will only be gentle to the men they like. If it's not that man, she doesn't care whether the other person is a man or a woman. Krillin admired. You are worthy of being teacher Wu Tian, you know a lot. Sun Wukong, teacher, you don't even have a partner, how do you know these? Turtle Master's face sank. Children should not ask about adult affairs. Dragon Boat Festival Reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 36. Soon, the test was over and the sun was about to set. Master Roshi said, "The official training will start tomorrow. Before we eat, I will test your strength again." He drew a stone and let the three of them see it clearly, then threw it over the cliff. In the evening, whoever of you three can find the stone will have a meal. The three of them immediately ran in the direction where the stone disappeared. A moment later, Wukong came back with the stone, accompanied by Kikai. Sun Wukong said, "Kikai, you are growing up and can't go hungry. I'd rather give you the stone." Kikai, no. You have such a big appetite, and you found the stone, so you should eat dinner. Wukong, you should eat it. Kikai, no, if you give it to me, you will have nothing to eat. Wukong, it's okay, I'm a boy. Kikai said arrogantly, "I don't care, if you don't eat, I won't eat either." Little Kikai showed that she was willing to share the joys and sorrows with Wukong. Little Kikai's innocent and cute look was so likable. It was difficult for Wukong to overlap her with the tough woman after marriage. Although it might be that the adult Wukong did not know how to take care of the family, which made their lives too hard, resulting in Kikai's personality. But, can't we communicate properly when there is something? Is it really necessary to beat and scold? Thinking of the irritable Kikai after marriage, Wukong thought of his parents in his previous life. Although not as outrageous as Kikai, the mental state of the irritable married woman Kikai seems to be very similar. Every day he is forced to do homework, eat on time, and is not allowed to play with children who have worse grades than himself. Although he understands that many things his parents do are for his own good. But yes, he was scolded and preached every day since he was a child, which was a very bad experience. As a result, he was trembling when he went home from school when he was a child, and he grew up to be a relatively closed and introverted person. But fortunately, God allowed him to be reborn. In this life, not only did he become his favorite passionate protagonist, Sun Wukong, but he also had the amiable Grandpa Gohan to take care of him and grow up. On weekdays, he not only did not criticize him, but also often encouraged him. He felt that although he would have to take on the responsibility of protecting the earth in the future, he needed to remember to practice hard every day, and he could not slack off or lie down. But in this life, from childhood to now, he has lived a very happy life. Only by getting affirmation frequently can we live happier and more confidently. Just as Wukong was daydreaming, Chi-Chi's voice came to his ears. "Goku, what are you thinking about?" "No, nothing." Kikai's face turned red and she asked in a low voice. "Are you thinking about something? Are you moved by me? If you want to thank me for calling, just promise to marry me when you grow up." Kikai's face turned red again. Wukong looked at Kikai's face and suddenly thought of something. He immediately asked Kikai, "What did Lan Kai cook just now? Did you see it?" Kikai woke up from her blushing state, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded yes, I saw it. When I went in to get a drink for Mr. Wu Tian, I saw Lankai killing fish. Then she sneezed, turned into blonde hair and chased me. What fish? Wukong asked again. Kikai looked up at the sky and thought for a while. I don't know. Sun Wukong muttered to himself that although the wheel of history has changed, he still remembered Lan Qi first dinner, maybe it was puffer fish. Wukong said then I won't eat dinner either. I will starve with you tonight. Chi Qi face lit up. Goku, you are starving with me, you are so nice to me. Chi Chi rubbed Goku's face. Goku smiled faintly. Chi Chi, since we are in the same trouble, I will throw away this stone. Chi Chi immediately stopped him. No, it's so hard to pick it up. You don't want to eat it, and I don't want to eat it either, why not give it to Krillin? Goku felt that he shouldn't cheat Krillin, so he said I think it's better to throw it away. At this moment, Krillin forged the stone and was driven out by Master Roshi. He happened to see Chi Chi and Goku found Master Roshi's stone. The two were pushing each other. The stone was still in Sun Wukong's hand. Krillin showed a sly smile on his face, then ran over with a mean look, snatched the stone, and ran away. Goku was stunned. Tisk tisk, Klin, you actually stole my stone. Lolyalu. Krillin stuck out his tongue, then rushed to the Kame house to report. Shishi said angrily, really, Krillin actually snatched your stone. I just kindly advised you to give it to him. Wukong, let's catch him tonight and beat him up. Wukong shrugged and said forget it, don't be so irritable. It's going to be thrown away anyway, there's no need. If it was really a pufferfish, Krillin and Kame would definitely be exhausted at night, which would be more painful than beating him up. Shishi lowered her head and said Wukong, you are so kind-hearted, then I will listen to you. Soon, dinner was served in the house. Krillin ate the fish made by Lan Qi, and occasionally showed off to Sun Wukong outside the window. Kame Master laughed and said I can't believe that the fish made by Lan Qi is so delicious. Krillin teacher Wu Tian, I'll fill your glass. Lan Qi thank you for the compliment, this fish is bought from the market on this island, it's very fresh. Klin ate and glanced out the window. It's a pity that Wukong and Chi Chi didn't get to eat such delicious fish. After drinking for about 10 o'clock, Master Kame and Krillin suddenly had a stomachache. Master Kame asked. Lankai, what kind of fish is this? Puffer fish. The faces of Master Kame and Krillin turned pale. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 37. The aroma in the house was so strong that the whole house was filled with the scent of fish. Especially for people who were hungry, the aroma was magnified tenfold. Both Goku and Chi Chi smelled the aroma, and their gluttony began to move, making them even hungrier. Master Roshi and Krillin were eating and drinking in the house, and they couldn't let them watch them all, so they both hid outside to enjoy the cool air. After a while, the sound of Krillin and Master Roshi fighting for the toilet came from the house. Chi Chi asked curiously, what's wrong with them? Why do they keep going to the toilet? Lan Qi didn't handle the pufferfish toxin thoroughly enough, and they got food poisoning. Chi Chi was shocked. Fortunately, we didn't eat. Yes, this is called a blessing in disguise. Kikai smiled faintly. Wukong, you really know a lot. Sun Wukong. It seems quite good to have such a person around to support the comedy. However, even if you don't have diarrhea, it's not comfortable to be hungry. The two were chatting, and suddenly Kikai's face turned red. Because there was a gurgling sound from her stomach. Wukong smiled slightly. Are you hungry? Kikai blushed and whispered yet, a little. But it's okay, it's better than their diarrhea. That's right. At this moment, Lan Qi came out with 2 roast chickens. Are you too hungry? The two were surprised. Lan Qi, you. Lan Qi put her fingers in front of her mouth. Shh, keep your voice down. Wukong, thank you so much for saving me during the day, I saw it all. These two roast chickens have just been cooked, and they both have diarrhea, and it seems they can't eat them, so I'll give them to you too. It's just right, one for each of you. Wukong and Kikai were delighted. Kikai said sweetly, thank you, Aunt Lan Qi. Lan Qi smiled awkwardly, just call me sister. Kikai immediately changed her words, thank you, sister. Lan Qi smiled knowingly and said, you're welcome. You guys eat, if it's not enough, I'll get you some staple food. Sun Wukong, thank you, Lan Qi. The two little guys were in a dark corner, gnawing on the roast chicken very hard, and the food tasted very delicious. Kikai tore off a chicken leg. Wukong, I can't eat the whole one, this chicken leg is for you. Thank you. Kikai, oh, that's not right, it was clearly the blonde Lan Qi just now, why is she so gentle to you? Wukong, I don't know, who cares, it's delicious. Kikai, Wukong, does Lan Qi like you? Sun Wukong, don't talk nonsense, there's a generation difference. Kikai nodded thoughtfully, that's right. Sure enough, Master Rashi and Krillin both had diarrhea all night, and the next day, they were exhausted and took a day off. Because Lan Qi didn't eat fish last night, she was fine. So, she made other delicious meals the next day, which also smelled delicious. Now, it was Master Rashi and Krillin's turn to enjoy them. Chi-Chi and Goku ate 3 meals a day happily. A wonderful day passed. Finally, it was time to practice. At 4:30 in the morning of the third day, Master Rashi woke up Krillin, Goku, and Chi-Chi early. Facing the morning light, Master Rashi began his teaching after many years. My Kame-style martial arts training begins now. First, I want to talk about how to learn martial arts. The three of them stood respectfully in front of Kame Sennin, listening to his speech. Learning martial arts is not for the purpose of gaining the upper hand in a fight, nor is it for using force to do whatever one wants. By learning martial arts, one can make the body and mind healthy and generate abundant energy, so that one can live a happy and meaningful life. Just after listening to Master Rashi's words, little Goku had a little doubt. By learning martial arts, one can generate abundant experiences and live a happy and meaningful life. Although he was taught by Son Gohan and belongs to the same school. However, he has been training in the coldest days of winter and the hottest days of summer since he was a child. Although it is a little tiring, he works harder and has made greater progress than before. Sun Wukong buried this doubt in his heart and listened to the continued speech in silence. However, we must stand up and give a severe blow to those who threaten us or hurt others by improper means. Do you understand? The three of them nodded. Got it. Master Rashi nodded, that is to say, we must practice hard and enjoy a happy life. Then, let's start our training. Come with me, let's run first to warm up, so that we won't get hurt easily. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Krillin 1, 2, 1. Goku 1, 2, 1. Chi-Chi 1, 2, 1. Feeling Master Rashi's training, Krillin showed a proud look on his face. I thought Master Wu Tian's training was so tiring, but it's just this hard. Soon, the three of them followed Master Kame to the milk company. Stop! Master Kame immediately communicated with the staff at the milk delivery station. Hello, I'm the Kame Sennin who called yesterday. I'm here to take over the milk delivery business. Oh, it's Master Wu Tian, this is the customer's address, and that's the milk. Master Kame turned and looked at the three people. Come, each of you carry a box, and follow me to deliver milk. Krillin was stunned. Delivering milk? Kikai, is this also cultivation? Kame Sennin nodded. Yes, this is also training. The staff who delivered milk were surprised. You are not going to use a helicopter to practice? Kame Sennin turned around and said, using a helicopter will not achieve the purpose of practice. Don't worry, you won't be late. Kame Senin looked at the address, then jumped and ran towards the first house. Follow up, don't be late. After saying that, the 3 disciples behind him jumped up and down and followed. This is an island with mountains. The residents live in scattered places. The 3 people felt that delivering milk was nothing at first, but climbing up and down was tiring. When they came across a main road, they had to run along the zigzag pattern or walk with frog jumps. Except for GOKU, who could keep up. Krillin and Chi-Chi were sweating profusely. However, the distance and weight were strictly planned by Master Roshi according to the 3 people's physique, so that they were able to complete it without getting tired easily. Soon, the 3 people delivered milk at the last stop. This is a temple. Master Roshi was chatting with the guard of this temple. Long time no see. You are still so strong. You have accepted 3 new disciples. How is the training going? Master Roshi nodded yes. The training has just begun. However, they will all have a bright future. Krillin grinned. Hee, the teacher said that we will all have a bright future. Chi-Chi hee. GOKU. Let's work hard together. At this time, Master Roshi mentioned the world #1 martial arts tournament. If you train hard, you can participate in the world's #1 martial arts tournament in 8 months. Oh, really? That's amazing. Krillin was very surprised. Really? With only 8 months of training, I can also participate in a martial arts competition where all the masters gather. Chapter 38. The 3 of them left the temple, and Master Kame warned them. Your goal is not to win the world's #1 martial arts tournament. The world is not as simple as you think. Only with the determination to participate in the martial arts tournament can you further devote yourself to training. Krillin was very happy. Great, I can also participate in the world's #1 martial arts tournament. I will work hard to practice. Chi-Chi, I also want to work hard to practice. GOKU, let's work hard together. Master Roshi said. Okay, there is another batch of milk. Go. The 3 of them carried the milk and continued to work and practice. Together, they walked across a single plank bridge where they could fall if they were not careful, walked through a swamp where they could sink if they were a little slower, and crossed a swiftly flowing river. They also ran away from the Tyrannosaurus Rex to deliver milk. The countless thrills and excitement along the way made them ignore the feeling of fatigue. It was not until the end of this round of training that the 3 of them understood what they had experienced that morning. The 3 of them were leaning on their knees with their hands, breathing heavily. Even GOKU, who had practiced with Gohan for more than 10 years, felt that this practice was not simple. Unlike his grandfather's training, practicing with Master Roshi not only requires distraction to protect the milk, but also has something else inside, a sense of urgency. Well, the morning training is over, and the next morning training is to help the farmer plow the land. Turtle Hermit pointed to a large piece of land. Get started. If you don't finish quickly, you won't have breakfast. Also, don't use a hoe, use your hands. Klin was shocked. Delivering milk, plowing the land, I have never done this kind of work in the temple, it's really strange. Kikai looked at her white and tender palms, turned her head and looked at Wukong. Wukong, when you grow up you won't be disgusted by my rough hands, right? Soon, the 3 of them started to plow the land with their hands. As Turtle Hermit watched from the side, he continued, plowing the land with your hands is a training that can improve your waist, legs, and arms, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The 3 of them rolled up their sleeves and started to plow the land in a dog paddle style. Faster! Faster! Krillin, you are so much slower than GOKU. Kikai, you have to work harder too. The 3 of them were working in the front, and Master Roshi urged them. After all, they all had a foundation in martial arts, so even if they plowed the land with their hands, their speed was no slower than that of a machine. Finally, after the 3 of them finished, it was time for breakfast. Master Rashi looked at the time and said, "It took so long that we even missed breakfast. Starting tomorrow, the area of plowed land will be larger and larger, so you have to speed up." The three of them fainted. After breakfast, Master Rashi brought his three little apprentices to the shade of the tree. "From now on, it's time to study. Just exercising the body won't make you an excellent martial artist, you also need to train your mind. Kikai, I love studying the most. Krillin, even cultural subjects are not difficult for me. Sun Wukong, hey, only cultural subjects at the elementary school level." At 12:30 p.m. Master Kame brought the three of them to the place for lunch break. They could rest here by tying a hammock between a few trees. It was ventilated and cool. "Okay, from now until 1:30, it's nap time. Exercise well, study well, play well, eat well, and sleep well. This is the training method of Kame Senryu." Master Rashi was the first to lie down. Chi-Chi and Krillin also lay down on the hammock. Sun Wukong asked, "If we save our rest time and use it to continue practicing, can we become stronger?" Master Rashi laughed. "If people become ruthless practice or work machines, and have no time that truly belongs to themselves, then what is the meaning of your life?" Sun Wukong, it seems to make sense. Master Rashi continued, "I heard from Gohan that you work very hard." Sun Wukong nodded. Master Turtle said with a smile, "Wukong, don't narrow your path. You can't do it without a solid foundation. You must know that a tall building starts from the ground. Overwork will only damage your body. Even if you don't damage your body, you will overdraw your potential and you are destined to not go far." Wukong was thoughtful, as if he understood something, but not completely. Some truths seem simple, but it is not easy to truly understand. "Teacher, I understand." After saying that, he also lay down on the hammock and squinted his eyes. Because of the hard training in the early morning and the whole morning, Wukong fell asleep as soon as he lay down. When he woke up, he felt really relaxed and refreshed. He was also very energetic, and it was not a problem to go up to the 50th floor at once. Sure enough, with the energy, Master Rashi immediately arranged for more rigorous training. In the afternoon, he actually asked the three of them to work as laborers, pushing carts to push sand. They also had to surpass excavators. He simply used the three of them to death. Even the uncles on the construction site sighed that these three guys were really capable. Soon, the three of them were taken to the river again. "You are already sweating profusely, and now it is time for swimming practice." "No way, there's more." Master Kame said, "Of course, it's still early. Hurry up and change into your swimsuits behind the stone, and start right away." In fact, Master Kame mainly took care of Chi-Chi because she was a girl. Otherwise, if it was just the two of them, he would just let them run. Soon, the three of them changed into their swimsuits and came to the river. "You swim to the other side and then swim back, 10 times back and forth." Krillin smiled crookedly. 10 times back and forth is nothing. With that, Krillin jumped into the river. Unexpectedly, the next second, a huge shark emerged from the water and pounced on Krillin. Krillin was startled and swam to the other side with a splash. The shark chased him relentlessly. Chi-Chi exclaimed, "Oh my god, there are sharks, so scary." As he spoke, Master Rashi kicked Goku and Chi-Chi down one by one. "You two should hurry up too." Chapter 39. Because of the sharks chasing them, the three of them swam 10 laps very quickly. They were all out of breath. Before the three of them could rest, Master Rashi led them to a tree. Sun Wukong showed a look of fear on his face. Because he remembered this horrible training. Sure enough, Master Rashi tied up the three of them with a rope. Then Master Rashi said, "This training is to cultivate your nerve reaction speed. As long as the reaction speed is fast enough, you can avoid any attack." The next second, Master Rashi knocked on the hornet's nest with his crutch, and then ran away. Without Master Rashi as a target, the hornets rushed towards the three of them. The three of them fled frantically, but unfortunately they were tied up and could only hide within the radius of the tree where the rope was tied. Master Rashi shouted on the side, "Hey, dodge!" The three of them understood and immediately dodged the hornets' attack. If they didn't move, they would be nailed with bumps all over their heads. If anyone dodged one more, the person next to them would be nailed with one more bump. A moment later, the three of them came back with big bumps on their heads. Krillin was the best MVP, and the bump on his head was the most symmetrical, just like Sakyamuni. Master Rashi looked at the three people with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Well, very good, let's stop here for today's training." Krillin asked, "Will we have to do this kind of training every day in the future?" Master Rashi said, "Don't talk nonsense, today's training is the easiest." The three were shocked. "What? Is today the most relaxing day?" Kame-sensei nodded. "Tomorrow, the training will be the same, but each of you will carry a 20 kilograms turtle shell. Now you know why we are called Turtle School, right?" Plop! The three fainted at the same time. Thus, Master Rashi's rigorous training has been on the right track ever since. In order to become stronger, the three of them did not cheat. Perhaps it was because Master Rashi's teaching level was high and he emphasized gradual progress. Even Chi-Chi, a girl, kept up with this rigorous training. At the beginning, everyone was exhausted. But gradually, the three of them were able to adapt. Days passed, and the three of them delivered milk, plowed the land, and worked as laborers, helping Master Rashi make a lot of money. GOKU seemed to understand why Master Rashi did not charge for his disciples. He spent his brains teaching students, and the apprentices did hard work to make money for him. It was a win-win situation. 7 months passed in the blink of an eye. The three of them not only became stronger in their training, but also established a deep friendship. On this day, the training ended. Krillin asked, "Teacher Mutant, there is only 1 month left before the world know. One martial arts tournament. Is it time to teach us boxing?" Chi-Chi also looked at Master Rashi with anticipation. Master Kame shook his head. "I have nothing to teach you. The basic principles of Kame-ryu martial arts are all included in these 7 months of training. Without you realizing it, you have trained your eyes, fists, feet, perception, nerves, and brains. The so-called fist and foot skills are just the application of basic skills." Krillin asked curiously, "Then, aren't you going to teach us moves or something?" "There are no moves. For every fixed move, there must be a way to break it. If I teach you the moves and routines, the upper limit of your future achievements will be lowered. I have said that the moves are nothing more than the application of basic skills. Therefore, you must flexibly apply the basic skills you have learned these days and learn boxing by yourself." The three nodded thoughtfully. Since Sun Wukong watched the anime, he understood that the reason why Sun Wukong could grow to such a high level later was inseparable from the enlightenment and teaching of Master Rashi when he was a child. However, if he was asked to say specifically what the reason was, even though he had undergone 7 months of training, he still couldn't say it. In other words, Master Rashi has a deep meaning for every step of their training. It's just that he himself didn't understand it. However, Wukong in the comics should not have understood it either. He didn't go into a dead end. Sometimes, comprehension requires an opportunity. There is still a month until the martial arts competition. I will not teach you boxing. You will continue to train as before. However, you will have to carry double the weight, a 40 kilograms tortoise shell for training. Plop! The three fainted again. Although the training intensity has increased again. But the three of them have adapted to the 7 months of rigorous training. Even with the increase in weight, it is easier than at the beginning. After a busy day of training, they can even save more time to rest. So, every evening before dinner, the three of them would exchange moves together. However, the moves they studied were not those traditional martial arts moves. There were no fancy ones like Rising Dragon Fist, Iron Mountain Leaning, White Crane Spreading Wings, etc. After all, this is not like in the game. For example, Rising Dragon Fist does not have invincibility and its weakness is too big. These flashy moves have been abandoned. Only the most concise moves are exchanged. Punches, kicks, defense, blocking, dodging, dunks and the like. Punches are nothing more than straight punches, hooks, elbow strikes, etc. Kicks are nothing more than sweeps, lower kicks, side kicks, etc. Blocking and defense are all done with arms crossed, or some specific defenses. Chapter 40. It should be very hard to practice hard for such a long time. But under Master Roshi's tutelage, the three people did not feel bitter, but felt very happy. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Not only did the three of them improve their martial arts, but they also forged a deep friendship. Time has come for the day of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. After the three of them took off their turtle shells, their strength and speed made a qualitative leap. Under the leadership of Master Roshi, they came to the scene of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Krillin, Goku, and Chi-Chi, all three of them were here for the first time. As soon as they arrived near the martial arts tournament, they felt the strong atmosphere of martial arts. Participants in the martial arts competition, please go to the martial arts gym for the preliminaries. Seeing Krillin, Goku, and Chi-Chi, the head of the martial arts gym immediately scolded them. "Hey, kids, this is the martial arts hall. If you want to watch the competition, go outside and wait." Master Kame immediately walked in front of them. No, they are here to participate in the competition." "What?" The staff of the martial arts gym were shocked and looked unbelievable. What kind of good person would let his child participate in the competition? Master Roshi nodded seriously yes. The registration had just been completed, and the three of them walked out of the martial arts registration site happily. Master Roshi said, "I won't accompany you in the future, you must work hard." The three of them nodded to Teacher Goten. "Okay, I got it." "Kikai teacher, you will watch our competition in the stands, right?" "Yes, you all need to behave well and be careful not to be ruthless." "Yes." Soon, Master Kame disappeared from the sight of the three people. When the three people left the entrance of the registration hall, Master Kame came here again with a mask on. "Player Jackie Chan, come and sign up for the martial arts tournament." The staff looked at Jackie Chan and frowned. "What's going on this year? There are both children and old people." "Master Roshi, then may I ask, can an old man like me still sign up?" Yes. There is a dressing room in the martial arts hall." Goku, Chi-Chi, and Krillin all changed into the Kame-ryu martial arts uniforms and came to the audition arena. Seeing all kinds of tall figures, the three of them were very curious. Because some people's arms are bigger than their whole bodies. Goku had a guess that if a few big guys were allowed to train with Kame-ryu, they would probably be as strong as him and Krillin. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong felt even more the awesomeness of Kame-ryu martial arts. Soon, the staff began to announce the content of the work. The world's #1 martial arts competition begins now. Those who came to attend the conference today are all martial arts masters who came from far away. According to statistics, there are a total of 138 contestants from all over the country participating in this conference, from whom 8 contestants were pre-selected to participate in the official competition. This is an unprecedentedly severe contest. Now, let me explain the rules. The competition is a one-on-one competition on the ring. Falling off the ring, fainting for more than 10 seconds, or verbally admitting defeat are all considered as surrender. However, beating the opponent to death is not allowed, and the use of weapons is not allowed. The qualifying match time is 1 minute. If there is no winner, the referee will decide the winner. Since there are too many people in the qualifiers, they are divided into 4 regions, and 2 winners from each region are selected as the winners of this qualifier. Next, the contestants started drawing lots, and went to their respective competition venues according to the numbers on the lots and the order of the ranking above. Chi asked with the numbers in hand. Wukong, Krillin, I'm number 23, how about you? Wukong, I'm number 70. Krillin, I'm number 93. Chi looked at the ranking list for the competition and began to get excited. Great, you two and I are not in the same division. Krillin laughed, although Wukong and I are in the same division, our numbers are not consecutive, so we won't meet. Luckily. At this moment, the staff in the venue shouted. Contestants number 22 and number 23 from Division 1, come to the competition stage. Kikai was stunned. Hey, it seems like someone called me. Goku and Krillin cheered. Chi, come on, you will be fine. Chi nodded yet. Soon, Chi stepped onto the preliminary stage. However, Chi was just a child. The person opposite was not only an adult, but also a huge one. He was burly and strong, and his body was at least 3 meters tall. His arms alone were as big as Chi. The audience was shocked. Oh my god! Is that little guy here to participate in the competition as well? Just to be funny, right? That's right, the opponent number 22 took advantage. Not only is the opponent a child, but she's also a little girl. Damn it! I drooled with envy. Contestant number 22 looked down at Xiao Kikai with a tangled look on his face. This little guy is my opponent. Damn it! It's not my honor as a strongman to defeat such a little kid. Just then, the referee said, the time is 1 minute, start. Kikai looked at the tall figure opposite her and was a little scared. Wukong shouted from below, Kikai, come on. Kikai was shocked. Goku is cheering for me, I can't lose face. The next second, Kikai stomped on the ground and head-butted the number 22 strongman. Bang! The strongman was hit directly, and then his body was unstable. He stepped back a few steps and fell outside the ring. The onlookers were silent instantly. What happened just now? That guy was defeated by a little girl, how shameful. He lost his balance and fell down, what bad luck. Krillin looked at Chi and praised, well done, the opponent lost his balance and fell down directly. Sun Wukong looked at Chi with a serious look and said, it's not that simple. We have been trained and our strength is much better than before. That strong man hasn't stood up yet. I hope he is okay. As soon as he finished speaking, the strong man stood up. Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. Krillin, Kikai, we will have another qualifying match in a while, so be sure to know when to attack. If your opponent is not very strong, don't use all your strength. Krillin, oh, I see. Kikai looked at her hands in disbelief. I'm so strong. At this moment, 2 bald men, one fat and one thin, came in front of the 3 of them. They both looked at Krillin. Oh, isn't this Klin? It's you, Klin. You are also coming to participate in the world's #1 martial arts competition. The tall, thin bald man touched Klin's bald head and said with a wicked smile, haha, long time no see, Klin. How have you been since leaving Shaolin Temple? Klin looked up at the 2 bald men, a look of deep fear on his face, as if he remembered some bad things in the past. Teacher, brother. Chapter 41. Kikai looked at Krillin and asked. Krillin, they are your former senior brothers in Shaolin Temple, right? Krillin didn't dare to look at Kikai, but nodded timidly. Kikai frowned. Krillin, why are you afraid of them? The 2 bald heads looked at Kikai and Wukong, and then at Krillin. The tall senior brother said, haha, I told you, you are only worthy of playing with children. The fat senior brother also said, that's right, don't joke, how can you still participate in the martial arts meeting like this? Didn't I warn you that you will never amount to anything? Hey, Krillin, what number are you in the 3rd competition area? Krillin whispered, number 93. The tall senior brother said excitedly, haha, great, they are my opponents, I'm so happy. With that, the two senior brothers turned around and left, leaving a message. Ha ha ha, Krillin, please go easy on me later, ha ha ha. Krillin broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. When I was in Shaolin Temple, I was often bullied by them. I was screwed. Chi-Chi immediately encouraged, Krillin, don't be afraid of them, we will beat them up soon. Krillin looked at Chi-Chi, his eyes full of encouragement, without any pretense. Krillin was very moved and responded, Chi-Chi, thank you. Wukong patted Krillin on the shoulder and said, Krillin, don't be afraid, we are disciples of the world's #1 master, the martial arts god Turtle Master. If you meet your senior brother in the future, you will beat up your senior brother who looks down on you. Chi-Chi also nodded, that's right, you have to remember, our teacher is Master Wu Tian. Don't lose face for the Turtle Master School. Krillin looked at Wukong and Chi-Chi seriously. Then he clenched his fists vigorously. Thank you for encouraging me. I will try my best. At this time, the referee announced next. Number 93 and number 94 from the 3rd division, please come on stage. Krillin's mouth twitched, no way, I haven't prepared yet, and it's my turn. Chi-Chi and Wukong cast their supportive eyes towards Krillin. Krillin felt the power and nodded deeply. I will try my best. Soon, Kellen stepped onto the ring. Kellen's tall and thin brother from Shaolin Temple also stepped onto the ring. It's been a year, and it's time to deal with little Kellen again. My hands are itching. The fat senior brother on the side crossed his arms and said proudly, so soon? Hehe, this is the #1 master in our Shaolin Temple. Kellen will have to lie down for another 10 days or half a month. Thin senior brother started his opening move, while Krillin stood opposite him in a daze because of nervousness. When the referee saw the two of them coming on stage, he immediately announced the start. The thin senior brother raised his lips slightly, and after a loud shout, he suddenly rushed towards Krillin with a punch. The swift punch came, and in Krillin's eyes, it seemed to slow down countless times in an instant. The foundation of 8 months of hard training under Master Roshi is not to be underestimated. Krillin moved his body slightly and made a simple movement, just like a small movement to stabilize the milk when delivering milk so that it would not be dropped. He dodged the punch. He was looking at his former senior brother, who seemed to be still immersed in the moment of punching and had not reacted yet. It was at this moment that Krillin saw countless flaws in his former senior brother. Suddenly, Krillin felt something in his heart. He seized the opportunity, stepped on the ground fiercely, and then kicked his senior brother's waist and abdomen hard. Pa! There was a loud noise. Before his senior brother could react, he was kicked out. His body hit the wall of the martial arts hall. Crack! His senior brother made a deep dent on the wall. Countless fine cracks spread around the dent. Seeing this scene, the whole martial arts hall was silent in an instant, and you could hear a pin drop. There was no breathing. Everyone looked at him and temporarily forgot to breathe. This kick was too strong. Plop! Klin's tall and thin senior brother fell off the wall, and everyone took a deep breath. Bravo! This kick was so cool. Krillin looked at his hands in disbelief, as if he still couldn't believe how strong he had become. The senior brother who used to bully him every day is no longer his opponent. Seeing this scene, Chi-Chi and GOKU smiled foolishly. At this moment, the referee announced no 93 wins. Krillin said in surprise, I didn't expect that teacher Wu Tian trained us so well. Chi-Chi also nodded in agreement, yes, let's all cheer for it. Believe that the three of us can definitely get a good ranking. Yet. Soon, it was Wukong's turn to compete. Please invite contestants number 70 and number 75 to the stage. After stepping onto the stage, Wukong looked at the afro on the opposite side, a little absent-minded. Why does this guy look so familiar? The guy with the afro on the opposite side raised his mouth corners high and laughed, ha ha ha, kid, you are really in trouble when you meet me. Sun Wukong asked. Oh, really, who are you? The man put his hands on his hips and laughed. Me? I am the fighting champion of the East City District, Satan. Looking at the posture of the young boxer opposite, Sun Wukong was stunned. You are Satan? What, you have heard of my name, are you scared? Seeing that both of them came on stage, the referee pressed the stopwatch and shouted, the game begins. Sun Wukong shook his head. Funny players are not allowed to participate. Satan was stunned. What did you say? The next moment, Sun Wukong suddenly rushed towards Satan and volleyed him. Satan's body suddenly flew backwards. Mr. Satan repeated the mistake of Brother Klin and once again printed a large human-shaped dent on the wall. Player number 70 wins. Chapter 42. Although Chi-Chi, GOKU, and Krillin were small, they all performed brilliantly in the trials and quickly won the respect of others. Please invite contestants number 23 and number 29 to come on stage. After several battles, Kikai's confidence has doubled. It's my turn again, I'm going up, Krillin, GOKU. GOKU encouraged. Well, come on, Chi-Chi, it's almost over, now we are all masters, you must be careful. Chi-Chi nodded. Well, thank you, GOKU, I will. With that, Chi-Chi jumped onto the ring. At the same time, a woman came up to the opposite side of the ring. That person has a delicate face and a hot body, especially with a beauty mole on her face, which is particularly attractive. Unfortunately, her opponent is a little girl. Her beauty is useless. Her name is Lan Fang, and she should have been one of the top 8 in this martial arts competition. Unfortunately, her opponent is Chi-Chi. Lan Fang opened her starting posture and looked at Chi-Chi. You, the bald guy, and the kid are all wearing the same martial arts uniforms. Are you from the same sect? Kikai also imitated her and started to move. Yes, the 3 of us are together. Lan Fang smiled and said, although you are all small, I can see that you 3 are very powerful. Your master is also very strong, right? Kikai said, well, our master is naturally very strong. He is the god of martial arts, Master Wu Tian. What? The god of martial arts, Master Wu Tian. When the people around heard this name, they all took a deep breath. No wonder the 3 little guys are so powerful. It turns out that he is a disciple of the martial arts god Turtle Hermit. Tisk tisk, it's incredible. Lan Fang looked at Kikai in surprise and said, if you are all disciples of Master Wu Tian, then it's no wonder that you are so powerful. Kikai posed and looked at Lan Fang. Then she said, although our Master Wu Tian is powerful, he is actually very lustful. If you want to become his disciple, I think he will be happy to accept you as his disciple. However, someone like you will definitely be taken advantage of by that lustful old man. Lan Fang was stunned and speechless. Those who heard it around him had some smirks, some covered their mouths, and some whispered. Not far behind Kikai, Jackie Chan stood there with a black face. Oh! This girl Kikai has no emotional intelligence at all, she almost embarrassed me. At this moment, the referee shouted start. Lan Fang suddenly rushed towards Kikai, wanting to defeat her when she was not prepared. Before she knew it, Kikai was kicked in the stomach, lost her balance and fell. Lan Fang did not give her a chance to breathe, and immediately chased after her and gave her an elbow strike, and then sat on Kikai's back, pressing her heavily to the ground. Kikai fell to the ground without saying a word. Krillin was shocked. Oh no, Kikai is too careless. Sun Wukong shook his head. It's okay, don't underestimate her. Yet. Seeing Kikai fall to the ground, Lan Fang was overjoyed and immediately jumped up and looked at the referee. I won. However, the referee did not announce her victory. The people behind the referee also looked at Lan Fang in disbelief. No, they looked behind Lan Fang. Lan Fang was startled and quickly turned her head. Kikai stood up as if nothing had happened and casually brushed off the dirt on her body. I didn't expect that I've become so powerful. I didn't feel any pain from the attack just now. Kikai looked at Lan Fang and said, then it's my turn to fight back. As she said that, Kikai swung her little fist and was about to hit Lan Fang. Lan Fang was shocked and immediately stepped back. No, no, no. I give up. Congratulations, contestant number 23 wins. You will participate in the finals of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Wow, we made it to the finals, Kiki is awesome. Second division, contestant number 70, contestant no 79. Soon, Krillin and Goku also won and entered the finals. The three of them gathered together and celebrated happily. At this time, a handsome young man walked up to them. Very good, so you are here to participate in the world's #1 martial arts tournament. I will definitely avenge my previous defeat this time. Krillin, Chi-Chi, and Goku all turned their heads to look over. Sun Wukong was stunned. You are Yamcha. Yamcha was also stunned for a moment. What? I don't even know your name, how do you know mine? Sun Wukong asked, is this important? Yamcha said, well, it's not important. Last time in the desert, you knocked out several of my teeth. Today, I can finally get my revenge by meeting you. Over the past year, I have practiced very hard and I have made it to the finals. I hope to meet you in the ring and use my Wolf Fang Wind Fist to avenge my previous defeat. Sun Wukong showed a smile on his face. Almost the same as you. This year, I have been practicing very happily, and I even started to like practicing from the bottom of my heart. So, if I meet you, I will not lose to you. I hope you don't get beaten by others. The two looked at each other for a while, and Yamcha left. Chi-Chi and Krillin looked at Goku curiously. Who is that person? Kikai asked. When Bulma and I were looking for the Dragon Balls, he robbed us in the desert and I beat him up. Chi-Chi nodded. Oh, that's how it is. There used to be a lot of robbers near my home, but after the fire was put out, my dad stopped robbing, and since then, there have been fewer robbers in that area. Krillin said, great, the three of us have advanced, why don't we take this time to tell Master Wu Tian the good news? Hearing this, Jackie Chan quickly took off his disguise and returned to the audience. Being their apprentice is really tiring. The finals will be coming soon, and he has to change his clothes and come quickly. Chapter 43. The World #1 Martial Arts Tournament was held outdoors. The audience was filled with noise. Because at this moment, the finalists of the World #1 Martial Arts Tournament were announced. When Master Kame saw that all three of them had entered the final, he breathed a sigh of relief. Goku, Krillin, and Chi-Chi are all in the finals. It's not easy for them to not be matched halfway. When someone mentioned Goku's name, a blue-haired girl squeezed over. It was Bulma. She saw Master Roshi at a glance. You are Master Kame. Master Kame also looked at Bulma. Who are you? Master Roshi immediately thought of Bulma, but he couldn't remember her name. It turns out to be you. You are the girl who went on adventures with Goku before. I remember that I gave you the somersault cloud. Bulma nodded immediately. Yes, yes, it's great that you still remember me. By the way, Master Roshi, where do you live? I remember that you lived on an island not far from the coast. How come I went to that island several times but couldn't find it? In her previous life, Bulma often went to Master Roshi's house, so how could she not recognize it, but she also knew that Master Roshi had moved. So, she went to find Goku and searched the surrounding islands. However, it was too difficult to find a little Goku in the vast sea of people without the special mark of his tail, so he couldn't find him after several searches. Master Roshi nodded. Ah, yes, I originally lived there. But because Goku, Krillin, and Chi-Chi needed to practice, I took them to a bigger island together. Bulma was shocked. What? Master Roshi explained, I have several apprentices, one is Goku, one is Krillin, and the other is a girl named Chi-Chi. Having lived 2 lives, how could Bulma not know Krillin? But how did Chi-Chi end up at Master Roshi's place? Bulma immediately asked, Chi-Chi, are you talking about the Bull Demon King's daughter? Master Roshi nodded immediately, yes, it's the Bull Demon King's daughter. So you know her? As he spoke, Master Roshi became lustful. What, are you interested in coming to my island after the martial arts tournament is over? Bulma nodded immediately. Okay, take me with you when you leave, I'm looking for Goku. Master Roshi blinked. Who is Goku to you? Why do you care about him so much? Bulma's face turned red. She covered her face and whispered, I like her. Master Roshi was surprised. What? He is still a child. Bulma glanced at Master Roshi. People will grow up eventually. Master Kame couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Well, young people nowadays really know how to have fun. They have started to develop their skills through playing. Bulma. As they were talking, Goku, Krillin, and Chi-Chi climbed over the wall and walked over here. However, when the 3 looked at Master Roshi, they all saw Bulma. But their reactions were different. Krillin had never seen Bulma before, and his face lit up when he saw her. Wow, what a beautiful girl. Chi-Chi was stunned for a moment, and then a hint of vigilance appeared in her eyes, but she turned calm again in the blink of an eye. Goku smiled and walked towards Bulma happily. Bulma, what's wrong with you? Bulma bent down and pinched Goku's face hard. Goku, you are such a jerk. I gave you the somersault cloud and took you to my house, but it's been almost a year and you haven't come to see me once. Have you almost forgotten me? Goku rubbed his face that was pinched red by Bulma and said with a wronged look, it hurts so much, how could I forget you? Don't you know, I practice with Master Roshi, from 4 in the morning to night every day, without slacking off for a single day. Bulma was not really angry, and immediately turned into a smiling face. Really? Have you become stronger during this period of time? Sun Wukong nodded of course. Wukong looked at Bulma and said, Bulma, I haven't seen you for a while, you seem to have become more beautiful. Bulma scratched Wukong's nose and smiled. Why, after not seeing you for a few months, have you learned how to coax girls? Wukong smiled. No, I didn't coax you to be happy. I'm telling you the truth, did you perm your hair? Bulma touched the big curls of her hair and smiled. Yes, I permed my hair. The big waves are popular recently. Do they look good? Well, it looks good. Bulma turned her eyes to Chi-Chi and Krillin. Curiously, Krillin, Chi-Chi, hello. It is rare for such a beautiful girl to say hello to Krillin. Krillin raised his eyes to look at Bulma and said shyly, hello, please take care of me. Chi-Chi nodded slightly and said lightly, you meet again, Bulma. Even though Bulma saw the hostility hidden in Chi-Chi's eyes, she still just smiled and said nothing. Even if she regarded herself as the biggest competitor for Goku, Bulma did not hate Chi-Chi. She was just a little girl. The jealous behavior of a little girl shown in little Chi-Chi was not only not annoying, but also particularly cute. Bulma, who had lived a new life, had already understood it. In this world, she was the only one who liked Goku who remained true to his original intention. She would always like the passionate young man Sun Wukong whose heart was not polluted by money. Chi-Chi was different from her. She was just an ordinary woman. She wanted Goku to lead her to a better life. With the first opportunity, Bulma knew that Goku would definitely be hers in this life, and if Chi-Chi still treated Goku the same way after she grew up, she could only listen to his father's arrangement and be Goku's mistress. In the future, she would have her own place to manage the place and the financial support of her own capsule company. She would not have the right to scold Goku, nor would she have any reason to complain that Goku did not make money. It has been a long time since she saw little Goku, and Bulma liked him more and more. If you love him, make him happy and let him be truly himself. At this moment, the host began to announce the world's #1 martial arts tournament is about to begin. The top 8 contestants, please gather at the martial arts tournament venue as soon as possible. Chapter 44. Hearing the host's announcement of the assembly, Bulma immediately shouted, "Okay, it's time to assemble, everyone hurry over." Sun Wukong nodded, "Well, see you later, we're leaving." Wukong, Chi-Chi and Krillin quickly rushed to the martial arts hall, and the 3 of them jumped and easily flipped in. Looking at the little Wukong, Bulma's face was full of smiles. He hasn't changed, he's still a little kid. I'm 17 now, he's 13. I have to wait until he's 18, I'm 25, I'm still a little older. Bulma's eyes sparkle with wisdom. When I grow up and turn 25, I will collect all the Dragon Balls and wish to be 5 years younger, so that I will be the same age as Son Goku. That's how I happily decided. When Bulma came back to consciousness, she found that Master Roshi had disappeared. "Hey, where's Master Roshi?" A moment later, the dedicated host appeared on the martial arts arena. "Sorry to have kept you waiting. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament officially begins. Top 8 competition as follows. Game 1, Klin vs Buck. Second match, Jackie Chan vs Yamcha. The third game, Nemo vs Kikai. The fourth match, Sun Wukong vs Keenan." The referee shouted. In addition, the champion prize of this tournament is 500,000 yuan. Before the game begins, let us invite the head of the Martial Arts Association to give a speech. Pa 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 pa. The crowd applauded. A dog-headed man walked onto the stage. Woof woof. Then he turned and walked away. In other occasions, he usually gave a long speech, but in this martial arts meeting, he ended with just 2 words, and the audience cheered. "Well said, curator. So touching." The curator said, "Thank you for your wonderful speech." The host immediately said, "Thank you for your wonderful speech. Now, please welcome the first contestant to the stage, Klin, Buck." Quack quack. After a round of applause, Klin and Buck both went up to the ring. In an instant, the whole martial arts competition was filled with a foul smell. Many people couldn't help but pinch their noses, and some even put on gas masks. The contestants took their positions, and the host immediately introduced them. This Klin is only 13 years old and is the youngest player in the martial arts competition. This stinky player is called Buck and has never taken a bath since he was born. Are you ready, guys? You lose if you fall off the ring. You lose if you can't get up after the count of 10. You lose if you admit defeat. There is no time limit for the match. The first match begins. This battle was extremely disgusting. Krillin was defeated repeatedly by the stench and almost fainted. Fortunately, Goku pointed out Krillin's advantage at the beginning of the match. "Krillin, you have no nose." In an instant, Krillin, as if assisted by God, used the martial arts skills he learned from Master Roshi and easily knocked down the stinky Buck. The host was also very pleased to see Krillin's wonderful performance. This is the true martial arts. Klin's martial arts skills are so strong that he won the first match in one go. The audience immediately burst into warm applause. "I didn't expect that boy to be so powerful. You can't judge a person by his appearance." Krillin returned to the backstage and shared the joy of victory with Wukong and Chi-Chi. After Krillin and Buck left the ring, the host announced again. "The second match, Jackie Chan and Yamcha. Please come on stage." Soon, Jackie Chan and Yamcha both came on stage. Yamcha got ready and looked at Jackie Chan carefully, while Jackie Chan stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a martial arts master. Yamcha looked at him for a long time, but still couldn't figure out the truth. Strange, no posture at all? Moreover, I can't feel his momentum. However, this old man always defeated his opponents with one move in the preliminaries, and I don't know him at all. I have to take the initiative to attack and test him. After the two stood in place, the referee shouted start. The next moment, Yam Sha suddenly rushed towards Jackie Chan and kicked him sideways. Jackie Chan did not move, but just leaned back and easily dodged the attack. Yam Sha missed the attack, quickly retracted his legs, and punched Jackie Chan in the face with his backhand. Jackie Chan remained calm, tilted his head slightly, and dodged the attack again. Yam Sha missed again. He was a little anxious, and immediately attacked his lower body and kicked. Jackie Chan jumped back and dodged again. After more than 10 consecutive moves, Yam Sha did not even touch a hair of Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan remained calm, but Yam Sha was already exhausted and out of breath. At this moment, he already knew that he was no match for Jackie Chan. Even the referee saw it, and immediately explained although Yam Sha's attack speed is very fast, Jackie Chan is faster and dodged it easily. His skills are really not like those of an old man. Jackie Chan also directly gave Yam Sha a pertinent opinion. You have a lot of practical experience, but you make too many unnecessary movements. Sweat broke out on his forehead. What did you say? I said you have too many useless moves. Yam Sha was slightly angry. Damn it, I was going to save this move for Sun Wukong. In this case, then I will show you how powerful my Wolf Fang Wind Fist is. As he spoke, Yam Sha used his strongest move at the moment, Wolf Fang Wind Fist. However, he rushed towards Jackie Chan with a strong aura, but as soon as they met, he was swept away by Jackie Chan and flew to the bottom of the ring. The winner was decided immediately. The referee immediately announced Yam Sha flew out of the ring, Jackie Chan won. Krillin was a little panicked when he saw Jackie Chan so sharp. That old man is really powerful. In this case, it will be my turn to fight him in the 5th game. Chi-Chi immediately encouraged. It's okay, Krillin, you are much better than Yam Sha, you will definitely be able to defeat Jackie Chan. Krillin was a little confused about Jackie Chan's background, turned to look at Wukong, and asked, what do you think, Wukong? Sun Wukong thought about it seriously and said, a guy like that is already very powerful in the world. If we meet him, we just need to do our best. Krillin was stunned for a moment, and said in surprise, that's right. I have now advanced to the top 4 of the world's #1 martial arts tournament, I am already very powerful. Chi-Chi and Wukong echoed, that's right, you are already very powerful. Krillin scratched his head. Hey, yes. But we have come this far, who wouldn't want to go one step further? Just then, the referee's voice reached my ears. Chapter 3, Nemo vs Shishi. Please come on stage. Krillin said quickly, Shishi, it's your turn. Come on. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously at Shishi. Come on. Shishi clenched her fists and responded with a reassuring expression, then ran to the ring with her short legs. Both of them had set their starting positions, and the referee didn't delay at all, and shouted directly, the 3rd match, start. Chapter 45. Nemo put his hands together, as if praying for something. As soon as Kikai came on stage, she quickly started warming up. 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4. Seeing Kikai's look, Nemo said apologetically, little sister, although you are just a child. I have reasons to win, so I'm sorry. Kikai stopped warming up and started to move. Don't give in to me, I've gone through the same rigorous training as GOKU. It's not that easy to beat me. While speaking, Kikai suddenly rushed towards Nanwu. Because she was small, she had to know how to avoid her own weaknesses and attack the weaknesses of others. After she got close, she suddenly attacked Nanwu's lower body. Her moves were as fast as lightning. However, Nanwu easily dodged this move and jumped high into the air. Where did he go? Kikai lost her target all of a sudden, and hurriedly looked around for Nanwu's figure. At this moment, a shadow was reflected on her face against the sun. Kikai looked up and saw that Nanwu was kicking her. It happened in a flash. Kikai kicked the floor tiles under her feet and slid 2 meters behind the ring. She steadily avoided Nanwu's kick. As soon as one wave of attacks ended, the next wave of attacks came again. I saw Nahu suddenly kicking Kikai. A hint of pride appeared at the corner of Kikai's mouth. She waved her hands suddenly and accurately blocked Nanwu's leg attack without revealing the slightest flaw. Just when Kikai felt that the opponent's attack was a little weaker, she suddenly launched a counterattack. She stepped on the ground hard, jumped up, and kicked Nanwu in the abdomen. Even though Nanwu was tall and strong, he was sweating at this moment. Feeling the extraordinary power of this kick, he did not dare to be arrogant, and immediately crossed his hands to defend against her kick. Sure enough, the kick landed on his crossed arms. It seemed to be defended, but it still made him. Her arms went numb and she took 2 steps back. Unexpectedly, Kikai made another surprise move. The next moment, she did a backflip and landed on her knees. When her knees straightened, her body turned into a cannonball and crashed into Nanwu. Kikai's attack was effective and Nanwu flew backwards. Kikai took advantage of the situation and wanted to knock him down in one fell swoop. But Nanwu was an adult after all. He was taller than her and had longer legs than her. During the backward flight, Kikai kicked back and forth, and her whole body flew backwards. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and flew backwards. On the way, he rolled over and landed steadily on the ground. Unexpectedly, Nanwu stepped on the pillar of the Martial Arts Association while flying backwards. The next moment, he used the power of his back kick to shoot towards Kikai. Kikai, who had just stood firm, had no time to react. She was kicked in the abdomen by Nanwu. She screamed and flew backwards, landing heavily on the ring. Kikai lay on the ground, holding her stomach and groaning. Nanwu looked at Kikai and said reluctantly, "I'm sorry, I have a reason to win, you admit defeat." At this moment, Krillin and Wukong's cheers suddenly came from the backstage. "Sun Wukong, Kikai, come on, go all out." Krillin also shouted, "Kikai, you fought well, keep it up, don't lose to him." Kikai heard the encouragement from the two and stood up immediately. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and swung her starting posture towards Nanwu again. "Goku is watching me in the fight, so I won't lose so easily." Nemo was shocked to see Chi-Chi regain her fighting spirit, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He muttered to himself, "If I had known earlier, I would have just knocked her down." Bulma was also surprised to see such a powerful Chi-Chi. At this moment, Chi-Chi's strength has surpassed most adults. Although she is still young, she has surpassed the peak strength of her previous life, although she did not practice martial arts much in her previous life. Bulma looked at his opponent Number, a very powerful martial artist. In her previous life, she almost never missed watching any of the world's #1 martial arts competitions, so she naturally knew Nemu. This guy named Nemu is an existence that can compete with little Goku. Chi-Chi was actually on par with him. Chi-Chi is just a child. If in a few years, Chi-Chi is a little older, it will be easy to defeat him. Bulma murmured to himself, "Is this the butterfly effect? Chi-Chi in this life will actually choose to be a martial artist, but I don't know how far she can go." However, Bulma thought of the later period and shook her head again. Now that she has caught up with Goku, she will still be left behind by Goku in the future. If only the Earthlings are counted, then she is indeed a very powerful one. However, when Raditz came and opened the era of the Great Universe, the strength of the Earthlings could not keep up. Only Krillin, who had experienced the journey to Namek, could keep up a little. It's a pity that after Goku died of illness, except for Gohan and Trunks, everyone else died in battle. She thought of many possibilities to change the future. She couldn't stop the Scions from coming to Earth. Even if she defeated androids 17 and 18, it would not be a big deal. After all, even Wu Trunks, who is not as powerful as Goku, went to the past to train, and was able to kill number 17 and number 18 when he came back. Babadai and Majin Buu will appear on Earth in the later period. What worries Bulma the most is that there will be unknown people who will exchange souls with Goku in the future. Therefore, no matter how strong Goku becomes alone, it is not enough. There is only one best way to protect the Earth, which is to make Goku continue to become stronger. At the same time, there must be people who can match Goku's strength. Even if several people can check and balance Goku at the same time, it is okay. In this way, as long as the person who exchanged Goku's body is temporarily subdued, using the Dragon Balls, Goku can definitely be exchanged back. Chapter 46. Bulma touched a delicate bracelet in her hand and pondered secretly. In the future, the only one who can fight with Goku is Vegeta, who will invade the Earth in the future. The talents of Scions are beyond the reach of Earthlings. It's a pity that he is too conceited and sometimes would rather die than adapt. That guy can be a backup, we can't rely on him alone. It would be great if there was someone with the talents of Scions and a personality that can see the big picture like Earthlings. Suddenly, Bulma had a flash of inspiration. Trunks said that Gohan in that time and space was extremely talented and his strength far exceeded that of Goku. Bulma suddenly thought of something and looked at Chi-Chi again, and couldn't help but doubt it. Is Chi-Chi's genes so strong? At this moment, Chi-Chi and Namu entered a white-hot state. At the critical moment, Chi-Chi actually launched Kamehameha. Although the power was not very strong, this move blew Namu out of the field and decided the winner. The audience immediately broke out into thunderous applause. The referee also announced Chi-Chi's victory at this moment. Seeing this scene, Bulma couldn't help but be surprised. I don't know if she will marry Goku and become his wife in this life, or if she will have children so early. However, seeing that Chi-Chi on the ring was only 1.2 meters tall, and Goku and Krillin who were watching the fight from behind the ring also looked like children, Bulma smiled bitterly again. She was really thinking too much. Goku and Chi-Chi were still so young, they were still children, it was too early to think about these things. Bulma also began to reflect on herself. As a person who had experienced it, she had too many plans for the future. If she kept asking Goku to do this and that according to her own arrangements, what would be the difference between that and Chi-Chi who would force him to make money in the future? Therefore, she could only use her own advantages to provide him with certain material support at critical moments. At this moment, the defeated Nanwu walked out of the arena in a daze, and happened to pass by Bulma. Bulma's mind moved, and she immediately called Nanwu. Hey, are you going to buy water for the village after winning the martial arts competition? Nanwu was surprised. You, how do you know? In the previous life, after the Dragon Ball radar broke down, Bulma went on an adventure with Goku. When she accidentally communicated with Goku, she learned about the deeds of little Goku and the dinosaur man. Naturally, she knew that Nanwu came to participate in the martial arts meeting because of the lack of water in his hometown. Bulma did not explain, but took out a universal capsule and handed it to Nanwu. Don't ask me how I know this, just take it. Go fill up the river with water and bring it back, it will be enough for your village to use for a few days. As long as you persist for a few days, the river in your village will be full of water. Nanwu's pupils shrank, and he immediately asked, Who are you? Bulma smiled and said, I am just an ordinary daughter of the world's richest man. What? Okay, let's go buy some water and go home. Unexpectedly, Nanwu refused and said, No need for capsules. Teacher Wu Tian just gave me a universal capsule filled with water in the gym, thank you. Bulma was stunned for a moment. The capsule that Teacher Wu Tian gave you in the gym? Nanwu nodded yes, the villagers are still waiting for me to bring water back, so goodbye. Well, bye. After saying that, the man walked away and disappeared. Bulma stroked his chin and thought. In the martial arts hall, Master Roshi gave him the capsule. Jackie Chan's skill was even stronger than Master Roshi's when he put out the fire. One Kamehameha could push the moon away. At the beginning, Master Roshi disappeared. The picture of Master Roshi with a bald head overlaps with the picture of Jackie Chan, and Bulma's pupils shrink. I see, it turns out he was playing Jackie Chan, they are the same person. At this time, the referee announced the fourth match, Sun Wukong vs Kenan, please come on stage. Soon, a dinosaur man walked onto the stage. He was huge, with wings on his back and well-developed muscles. He was obviously not an ordinary person, but a monster man. He was Wukong's opponent, Kenan. At the same time, Wukong also stepped onto the stage and started to move around. Seeing that the little Wukong, who was oblivious to the people around him, was actually doing the leg stretching exercise, Kenan looked unhappy. Little devil, look at me, I'm going to beat you up so hard that you'll pee. Sun Wukong also looked at Kenan, and his little nose couldn't help but sniff. Hey, you smell so good, brother. What a pity. Kenan was curious, what's a pity? Sun Wukong continued to warm up and said, I'm great at roasting dinosaurs. With your body size, you are fat but not greasy, and you will definitely sizzle when roasted. However, since you have awakened your intelligence, I can't roast you, so I feel sorry for you. Kenan was furious. What, you little brat, you are so arrogant. At this moment, the referee shouted, the game begins. Kenan, relying on his size advantage, suddenly kicked Sun Wukong. His fat thighs were a little bigger than Wukong's entire body, so blocking was ineffective. However, it was precisely because of his large body that he had more loopholes. Instead of retreating, Wukong advanced and dodged the kick by attacking, and kicked Kenan in the face with his backhand. Bang! Kenan fell to the ground. The referee was also shocked. He immediately explained, it's amazing. Kenan took the lead. Sun Wukong did not retreat but advanced. While dodging the attack, he kicked Kenan in the face with his backhand. Kenan was knocked down. Chapter 47. Damn it! Kenan rubbed his face and stood up. Little devil, you made me angry. Look at my power. As he spoke, Kenan's huge fist swept towards Wukong with an uppercut. Sun Wukong once again did not retreat but advanced, blocking Kenan's attack with his left hand, and punched Kenan in the abdomen with his right hand. Kenan groaned miserably, holding his stomach, his face twisted. Unexpectedly, little Wukong did not give him a chance to breathe, went around behind him, grabbed Kenan's tail, threw him up, and then slammed him heavily to the ground. Pa! With a loud noise, Kenan made close contact with the ground. The sound was deafening, and the entire martial arts competition area could hear it clearly. The referee was also surprised to see this scene. Oh my god! The strength of contestant Sun is amazing. He is so small, but he can throw such a big Kenan up and slam him to the ground. It's really not easy. Sun Wukong looked at Kenan, who was lying on the ground. He saw that his mouth twitched a few times, and before the referee counted a few seconds, he stood up again. Sun Wukong blinked and started the starting posture again. However, the next second Kenan directly announced his surrender. The referee also announced the result of the game at this moment. Sun Wukong won. Krillin and Chi-Chi cheered when they saw this. Chi-Chi, Wukong, you are awesome. Krillin, Wukong, you are so awesome, you won with just a few moves. Chi-Chi nodded and said, yes, you are too strong, Goku. You won the game without much effort, unlike me, who had to work very hard to defeat Namu. Wukong smiled faintly. It's different, Namu's strength is far superior to Kenan. Chi-Chi suddenly realized, and her eyes sparkled with stars again. Wukong, you are really amazing. You can see this. Sun Wukong smiled awkwardly, and Kikai started to make a joke again. If he was proud, he would look stupid. After hanging out with children for a long time, his mentality has become that of a child. Jackie Chan couldn't help but sweat when he saw that little Wukong won easily. This kid is so amazing. He hasn't used much energy so far. I won't lose to my apprentice, will I? Soon, the referee continued to push the game forward. After a wonderful competition, the top 4 of this martial arts tournament have been born. They are Jackie Chan, Krillin, Kiki and Sun Wukong. Let us celebrate warmly. Pa 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 pa. Warm applause broke out in the audience. Bulma looked at the final 4 and shrugged helplessly. Wow, Master Roshi brought 3 disciples to occupy the top 4, and there was no one else. They can just fight among themselves, do they still need to participate in the martial arts tournament? Bulma tilted her head and looked at Goku, muttering however, Master Roshi is thoughtful. He is afraid that they will be proud. In order to let them know that there are always people better than you, he actually came to the battle himself. Although he is not a very serious person, this teacher is very qualified. The people in the audience looked at the old man and 3 children on the ring, all with different expressions. The top 4 have been born. I didn't expect that it was an old man and 3 children. It's amazing. I heard that they are all disciples of Master Roshi. Of course, Master Roshi is so awesome. Yes, yes. The 3 disciples of Master Roshi actually accounted for 3 of the top 4. The title of the god of martial arts really belongs to him. Seeing the other 3 people on the ring, as well as himself, being praised by the audience, Jackie Chan secretly felt relieved. After the audience's high enthusiasm faded, the referee began to announce the next game. The 5th match begins now. Jackie Chan and Klin are welcome to play. Come on, Klin. Jackie Chan is very powerful, you just need to give it your all. Krillin nodded well, even if I can't beat him, I will try my best to consume his physical strength. I don't believe that the 3 of us taking turns can't beat an old man. The champion of the martial arts tournament must belong to our Kame Ryu. Kikai said with bright eyes. Well, come on. Sun Wukong gave Krillin an encouraging look. He knew that the old man was Master Roshi. Regardless of winning or losing, the Roshi school has already dominated the martial arts conference. Unlike in the past, both Krillin and Jackie Chan have advanced from fighting in the crowd, and the 2 did not say a word. Krillin knew that he was no match for his opponent, so he took the lead. He stomped on the ground and stabbed Jackie Chan with a punch. Jackie Chan did not dare to be arrogant and quickly retreated to avoid it. Krillin knew that this tentative attack would not hit before he made his move, and his moves changed quickly, immediately turning to side kicks, whip kicks, straight punches, and hooks. A series of moves suddenly followed. Jackie Chan was in a panic for a while. Fortunately, he did not underestimate Krillin and blocked Krillin's combos one after another. The 2 quickly distanced themselves. Jackie Chan smiled and said, I'm going to make a move. Krillin immediately became alert. In an instant, Jackie Chan moved. I didn't see how he attacked, but a mark of being hit appeared on Krillin's face, and his body flew backwards unconsciously. Until his body hit the back wall of the martial arts meeting, he fell heavily to the ground. The referee took a breath and explained what happened just now. Krillin flew backwards all of a sudden. Chapter 48. Krillin fell to the ground with a confused look on his face. He looked up at Jackie Chan. Your punch is so fast. I didn't see it at all. Goku and Chi-Chi, who were watching in the backstage, were also surprised. That move just now was really fast. Goku calculated that even if he saw it clearly, he might not be able to dodge it. What's more, that move was so fast that it could obviously defeat Krillin. But he just stopped there and didn't continue to attack. It was obviously a deliberate release. At this moment, the 3 of them seemed very strong, but there was still a certain gap with Master Roshi. At this time, Chi-Chi shouted to Krillin from the back. Krillin, come on, have you forgotten our purpose? Jackie Chan was stunned for a moment. What is the purpose of the 3 guys? Suddenly, Jackie Chan realized something. Except for him, the 3 of the top 4 in the martial arts competition are his disciples. Could it be that these three guys saw that he was very strong? So they wanted Krillin to exhaust his physical strength and consume his strength. Then Chi-Chi admitted defeat to Sun Wukong, so that the strongest Wukong would retain his physical strength to defeat himself? Jackie Chan showed a barely perceptible smile. The little guys actually started to use their brains and cooperate at this time. However, this routine is not effective against masters with overwhelming strength. Moreover, it violates the principles of martial artists. Very good, if they do this, I will have a topic. It is just right to use this topic to educate the three apprentices later. Jackie Chan walked towards Krillin, who was still sitting on the ground. Surrender now, or I won't be so gentle this time. Krillin immediately stood up and started to fight. Come on! Jackie Chan's eyes fixed, and he shouted, watch out! The next moment, he made a snake-shaped fist and suddenly slammed into Krillin. Krillin stared at Jackie Chan, and finally saw his moves clearly at the moment he made a move. I saw it. It was so fast that Krillin quickly made a move and blocked Jackie Chan's snake-shaped fist. The two of them separated immediately without any anxiety. Jackie Chan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Very good, you can actually see my moves clearly, it's not easy. I haven't seen anyone who can keep up with my speed for a long time. Krillin once again took a serious start. You will see it today. I am the disciple of Master Wu Tian, not as weak as you think. As he said, Krillin suddenly rushed towards Jackie Chan, and Jackie Chan also rushed towards Krillin. The figures of the two overlapped and became afterimages in an instant, and then separated in an instant. It's just that the two changed positions, each replaced their own positions, and both of them had their backs to each other. Sun Wukong shouted Krillin. Plop! Krillin fell down. Jackie Chan was still standing firmly on the ring. The referee immediately ran over. Krillin fell down. Jackie Chan urged, hurry up and start the count. The referee immediately started the count, 1, 2, 3, 4. It seemed that Krillin was about to lose, but when the referee counted to 8, Krillin stood up again. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. The referee's countdown stopped abruptly, and then he cried out in surprise. Stand up! Krillin stood up again. But, who can tell me what just happened? Jackie Chan said I really can't do anything to you. So I'll show you. After that, Jackie Chan and Krillin acted out the scene just now with moves and speed that the audience and the referee could understand, and then explained how Krillin fell down. After listening to the two's performance and explanation, the referee was shocked. It was so wonderful. To be honest, this is the first time I have seen such amazing kung fu. The strength of the two is really unfathomable. The audience also burst into warm applause. Great! So great! Great! After explaining the previous fight, the referee shouted again, okay, thank you both for your explanation, then the game continues. The two started a wonderful duel again. However, Jackie Chan suddenly saw Goku and Chi-Chi, who showed their heads backstage to watch the fight, and he felt something was wrong. He was ready to take down Krillin in one fell swoop. So, in the continued duel, Jackie Chan showed even stronger strength. Even if Krillin could see his moves clearly, whether he could dodge them was another matter. Moreover, it was just Master Roshi's flat attack, which could be used in combos. Soon, Krillin was hit head-on and fainted. The referee started counting down again. 10, 9, 8, 1. Krillin failed to stand up, Jackie Chan won. The staff moved Krillin to the backstage, and he slowly woke up. Wukong and Chi-Chi praised him for his good performance and for greatly consuming his opponent's energy. Krillin, who was originally disappointed, immediately became happy. At this moment, the referee announced the next game again. Next, the sixth match begins. Please invite contestants Sun Wukong and Kikai to the stage. Kikai immediately said, Wukong, it's our turn. I will admit defeat as soon as I get on stage, so that you can keep your full strength to fight Jackie Chan." Sun Wukong looked at Kikai and shook his head. "I thought about it and felt that this was not a good idea. Kikai, when you fight me, you should go all out and use everything you have learned." Kikai was stunned. "Why, is the plan changing?" "Because Jackie Chan and Krillin consumed a lot of energy in the fight. If I fight you without fighting, I will obviously take advantage of your energy. I am in full condition and fighting an old man who has consumed a lot of energy. Even if I win, it will not be glorious. So, after thinking about it, I still think that I should win him fair and square." Chapter 49. Hearing that Wukong had cancelled the original plan, Chi-Chi was a little anxious, but, "We are family." Wukong interrupted Chi-Chi again. "Victory is actually meaningless to us. Fighting me seriously is actually for your own good. Although Krillin has already lost, he has tried his best and lost willingly. And you? Are you going to lose to me on purpose just to save my energy? The three of us have all trained hard for 8 months, and you just admit defeat and make way for me without even a chance to prove yourself. Are you willing?" I thought Chi-Chi would say she was not willing. However, Chi-Chi's love brain returned again, and she said with a firm tone, "I am willing, of course I am willing. Wukong. I will do anything you ask me to do to help you." Sun Wukong. Krillin, who was watching from the side, almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He was beaten by Jackie Chan, and the external injuries made him feel very painful. It took him a long time to sit up. Now he was watching the show, and you two sneered at him. His heart began to ache again. It was so uncomfortable. At this moment, the referee's voice came in, urging again, "Please invite contestants Sun Wukong and Kikai to the stage." Krillin hurriedly said, "Wukong, Kikai, you guys go up quickly, you're going to be late." Kikai nodded. "Let's go, Wukong, we are getting late. I definitely can't beat you, so I might as well just admit defeat." Wukong grabbed Chi-Chi's hand. Chi-Chi's face suddenly turned red when Wukong pulled her hand like this. She lowered her head slightly. "Wukong." Sun Wukong looked at Kikai seriously and said, "Kikai, please, fight me with all your strength." Kikai said hesitantly, but... The audience outside began to urge him, and Sun Wukong saw that time was running out. So he immediately said, "Kikai, don't you like me?" Kikai was stunned. Kikai, who was already blushing, blushed even more. That rosy little face seemed like a ripe apple. It was no secret that she liked Wukong. And Wukong said this at this time. Was he going to confess his love? Kikai's heart suddenly beat violently, and her breathing became rapid, as if she was going to suffocate in the next moment. Wukong looked at Kikai seriously and said, "Kikai, you have been so good to me these days, although I have never said it, but I have always seen it. If you beat me this time, then I promise you that when I grow up, I will marry you as my bride." Kikai was shocked, her eyes brightened and said, "Wukong, I am not dreaming, is it true?" At this moment, the urging voice of the referee came in again. "Please invite Sun Wukong and Kikai to come on stage to compete." Sun Wukong nodded again. "Of course it's true. But you have to beat me." Kikai nodded vigorously. As they said that, the two walked towards the ring. However, halfway through, she suddenly found something wrong. What if I lose? Will Wukong never talk to me again? However, the two had already arrived at the ring. At this moment, she simply liked Wukong, without any reason. She wanted to ask this question, but when she saw Wukong full of fighting spirit, she couldn't ask it. Wukong didn't say it, then if she lost, the worst thing would be to continue this relationship, which was not bad. She took a deep breath and stabilized her state. In this battle, in order to defeat Wukong, she had to give her all. Soon, both of them finished warming up, and then they all started. The spectators cheered. Good. These two are disciples of Master Wu Tian, the battle must be exciting. Yes, yes, a girl is so strong, I am so looking forward to it. Jackie Chan was obviously stunned when he saw the two warming up and posing. These two little guys are actually going to fight with all their strength, how interesting. Bulma was also slightly dazed when she saw this scene. Knowing that they can't beat Goku, they still have to go all out? Tisk tisk, little Chi-Chi is serious, and she has the momentum of a martial artist. As the referee shouted start, Chi-Chi rushed towards Goku. She kicked Goku suddenly, and Goku immediately raised his arm to block Chi-Chi's foot. At the moment of collision, Chi-Chi immediately retracted her foot and punched Goku in the face with a backhand straight punch. Goku raised one arm again to block the attack. While blocking Chi-Chi's attack, Goku kicked over. Chi-Chi's reaction was also very fast. Seeing Goku, he was about to kick her, so he stomped the ground and leaped into the air. Just as he dodged Wukong's kick, Chi-Chi kicked hard in the air. Seeing that this move was too powerful to block, Wukong quickly leaned back to avoid Chi-Chi's whip kick. The greater the amplitude of a person's charged attack, the greater the flaw at the moment the attack ends. Chi-Chi's attack missed at this moment, and her body was still in the air, which obviously left a big flaw for her opponent. Wukong did not let up at all, stomped the ground hard, and attacked Chi-Chi with an elbow. Because there was no leverage point, Chi-Chi could only withstand this attack. Bang! Chi-Chi flew backwards. Seeing that Wukong did not let Chi-Chi off at all, the people watching were shocked. Does this kid know what's going on? When fighting with girls, he doesn't even give in to them. How could you have the heart to do that to such a cute girl, and also my junior sister? Damn it, I'm so angry now. Another person nearby asked, and then I just got angry for a moment. Seeing Goku and Chi-Chi's fierce fighting, it seems that there is no sense of giving in to each other. Bulma is also secretly shocked. Kong, this silly boy, doesn't he know how to give in to Kikai? As soon as the voice fell, Bulma smiled bitterly. But it is true. If he understood these, he would not be Wukong. Chapter 50. Wukong and Chi-Chi's moves became faster and faster. Soon, all that remained in the air were the blurred afterimages of the two fighting each other, and the pa-pa-pa sound of their fists and feet colliding. After a fierce collision, the two quickly bounced away and pulled away, and the round ended. Chi-Chi wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, Wukong, you are so amazing. I almost didn't dodge the attack that suddenly dodged behind me. Sun Wukong laughed and said, I prepared that move for a long time, but you still dodged it. You are also amazing. He 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 he, Wukong, don't praise me, I will be proud. I must beat you. Sun Wukong made a starting gesture, just come at me, I won't lose. The spectators saw the wonderful duel between the two and forgot to applaud at this moment. Because it was too exciting. In the eyes of the audience, although they couldn't see their fists and feet clearly, they could see their bodies. The fight between the two was like lightning and flint, which was extremely exciting. Bravo! Is this really a fight between children? It's really exciting. Sure enough, when it comes to the finals, all the real skills are revealed. No sooner said than done, a new round of battle began. Chi-Chi stomped on the ground and rushed towards Wukong. Wukong's figure flashed and he just dodged Chi-Chi's headbutt. Before he could attack her, Chi-Chi changed her tactics and hit Wukong in the face with an elbow. Wukong was hit and his body was unstable. At this moment, Chi-Chi suddenly kicked Wukong in the chin. Wukong flew backwards with a miserable groan. After finally knocking Wukong off balance, Chi-Chi knew that Wukong was in trouble. We cannot relax at this moment. If we grasp the opportunity well, we can win in one fell swoop. At the moment of knocking Wukong away, Chi-Chi stomped on the ground and kicked Wukong. Just when he was about to kick Wukong, Wukong straightened his waist and dodged Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi brushed past Wukong from behind. Wukong quickly rolled over and landed steadily on the ground. At the same time, Chi-Chi also landed on the ring. She spread her hands and said to Wukong, "Let me show you the moves I learned, and see if you can catch me." Sun Wukong was stunned. What? The next moment, Chi-Chi's figure suddenly disappeared, and countless Chi-Chi's afterimages appeared around Wukong. Afterimage fist. Hee, isn't it awesome? Sun Wukong's mouth twisted. Watch me. As he spoke, Wukong suddenly launched an attack towards a residual image. Bang! Kikai flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Kikai said frustratedly, "It's a pity that you cracked it." At this time, Sun Wukong also made the posture of the afterimage fist. "You haven't mastered the afterimage fist yet, look at mine." As he spoke, Sun Wukong's body quickly disappeared, and in the blink of an eye it turned into several afterimages. Kikai took a defensive posture, looking left and right. Suddenly, she saw Wukong's true body from the afterimage, and her eyes lit up in an instant. "Found you!" The next moment, Kikai suddenly kicked towards Wukong's real body. However, at the moment of the attack, her foot just overlapped with the afterimage and did not touch the entity. Kikai's pupil shrank. Oops! It happened in a split second. At the moment when Kikai finished the attack and had not yet retracted her moves, Sun Wukong's real body appeared and slapped Kikai in the abdomen. Bang! With a muffled sound, Kikai flew backwards. There was a grass field not far behind her. When she landed, she found that she was already standing outside the field. Kikai's lively eyes were suddenly surrounded by mist, and the scene in front of her was blurred. "Woohoo, I lost!" As she spoke, Kikai rubbed her eyes and burst into tears. At this moment, the referee shouted. Kikai fell out of the court. Sun Wukong won. Warm applause and cheers broke out outside the court. "Wonderful, so wonderful! This competition is really worth watching. It's so amazing, the little girl is also amazing. Don't cry, it's just a loss, you're already very good, Chi-Chi." Someone had already begun to comfort Chi-Chi, who had fallen outside the ring. But she still cried. Bulma looked at Chi-Chi sitting on the grass and couldn't help but walk towards her, ready to comfort her and take her away. Unexpectedly, just as Bulma approached a few steps, Sun Wukong jumped down from the ring and helped her up. "Don't cry, Kikai. Your martial arts are almost as good as mine. You're amazing." Kikai was held by Wukong. Her body trembled slightly. She also reached out to hug Wukong. Her chin rested on Wukong's shoulder. 2 tears fell again. "Wow, Wukong, I lost. Will you never like me again?" As she spoke, Chi-Chi broke free from Wukong's embrace, pulled away a little, and looked at Wukong with tears in her eyes. Wukong reached out and wiped away Chi-Chi's tears, and said with a smile, "How is that possible? You are so cute, I like you very much. However, my dream is to become the strongest martial artist, you have to work hard to keep up with me." Chi-Chi was stunned, and then her eyes immediately brightened a lot. "Wukong, I will definitely continue to work hard. After the martial arts competition is over, let's go back and continue practicing, okay?" Sun Wukong touched Kikai's head and smiled, "Okay, that's what I plan to do too." Kikai immediately broke into a bright smile on her face and said, "Then I'll go backstage first." Chi-Chi ran to the backstage. Bulma was stunned when she saw the two of them being so close. "No way! Was my house robbed?" Chapter 51. Finally, it was time for the finals. After watching the wonderful fight between Wukong and Chi-Chi, the referees and the audience began to look forward to the final battle. Everyone believed that this battle would be even more exciting. Dear guests, the decisive moment has finally arrived. That is the final battle of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Who will be the champion of this world's #1 martial arts tournament, Sun Wukong or Jackie Chan? We have finally reached the most crucial moment. Please come on stage, 2 contestants. Jackie Chan and Little Wukong soon stood on the stage. Although the age difference between the two was huge, they were equally impressive. Jackie Chan was white-haired but energetic, while Little Wukong was wearing a brightly colored Taoist uniform. His eyes were lively and his body was agile. The game begins. As the referee shouted, the 2 men rushed towards each other. The battle began, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Little Wukong took the lead in attacking, and a fierce attack was directed at Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan dodged the attack with a flash of his figure, and quickly counterattacked, punching Little Wukong. The fight between the two was not like before, from trial to fierce, but it seemed to have entered a white-hot stage from the beginning. Especially Wukong. His attack was no longer as cautious as before, as if he had liberated himself in an instant, and the attack was faster and stronger than before. He was like the wind, moving quickly around Jackie Chan, looking for a breakthrough. Once there was a chance, he would attack without hesitation. The 2 of them went back and forth, and their fists and feet turned into afterimages, making it unpredictable. But the sound of breaking through the air explained the intensity of their fight. Their figures shuttled quickly on the ring, and every confrontation was thrilling. The audience was deeply attracted by this wonderful duel, and cheers and shouts came one after another. "Damn, I said he didn't give in to that little girl, he even beat her until she cried. It turns out this little guy is so strong. I let him down a lot in the last game. I underestimated him. That's right, he is so awesome. He also said that he didn't know how to take care of girls." It was clear that he didn't use his full strength in the fight with Xiao Kekai just now. However, the player Jackie Chan on the opposite side was really unfathomable. He was so old, but he could still be so fast. I couldn't even see clearly. Bravo! Come on! You fight well! Kekai, who was watching the fight, was also surprised to see the fight between Wukong and Jackie Chan. She said in disbelief, "I didn't expect that Wukong is so much stronger than me." Krillin nodded. "Yet, he is really strong. But, I'm curious, the 3 of us have received the same training, how come he is so strong? The gap is too big, right?" Chi-Chi said because he had been training for a long time before the training, and he forced us to be much stronger before the training. It is reasonable that he is stronger than us now. Krillin was stunned and asked back, "Although it is true, we train together every day with the same intensity, but his strength is a level higher than ours. Aren't you jealous?" Chi-Chi shook her head, then looked at Goku fighting on the ring with shining eyes, and said, "I'm not jealous. The stronger Goku is, the happier I am, and the more I admire him. Of course, I will continue to work hard to catch up with him." Krillin was also watching the game, but when he heard what Chi-Chi said, he suddenly felt sour in his heart. Sure enough, girls like the strongest. Krillin clenched his fist and said seriously, "In the future, I will continue to work hard to practice, and I must catch up with Wukong. No. I will work harder and harder, I want to surpass Wukong, and I also want beautiful girls to like me." Krillin's eyes became more determined. Kekai suddenly turned her head to look at Krillin, and then encouraged Krillin, "You should also work hard." Krillin was stunned for a moment, and then asked shyly, "Kekai, if my martial arts skills surpass Wukong, will you like me?" Kekai said directly, "Impossible. How can you surpass Wukong? I mean if. There is no if, Goku is the strongest." Chi-Chi said firmly. Krillin sighed, "Okay." However, at this moment, Chi-Chi looked at Krillin again and continued, "If your martial arts surpass Goku, I won't like you, but there should be other girls who like you." Kekai, you are so cruel. You actually gave me the nice guy card." Krillin was already quite shocked, and Chi-Chi's words instantly broke his defense. Sure enough, lies don't hurt, the truth is the sharpest knife. On the ring, the fight between Xiao Wukong and Jackie Chan became more and more intense. Both of them were very strong, and in order to win, each used all his skills. Jackie Chan used the snake fist, tiger fist, drunken fist, etc., and Xiao Wukong used the mad dog fist, and in addition to fists and feet, even teeth were used. The more this happened, the more exciting the fight became. This is not only a contest of strength, but also a game of wisdom. The referee also gave a brief explanation when the two men were taking a breath at the end of their rounds. The breathtaking battle continues in this final. So far, the two are still evenly matched. Let us continue to watch and see them show more exciting martial arts. Chapter 52. The battle between the two continued for a while, but the outcome was still undecided. Sun Wukong thought that if he went all out, he could defeat Jackie Chan, that is, Master Roshi. However, no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't do anything to Jackie Chan. Although he didn't lose to Jackie Chan, he still felt a sense of loss at this moment. When he came out of the mountain, he was much stronger than the original little GOKU. But with a deeper foundation, he practiced with Master Roshi for less than a year, and he only reached the same level as the little GOKU in the original work. If that's all, he doesn't know if he can still turn the tide when the great demon King Piccolo appears. But how can he go further? He has tried very hard, very hard. Not to mention that with the blood of the Scions, he has practiced hard for so many years, but he has not stood out from the earthlings. Even Master Roshi, an old man, can't beat him. What should he do? A trace of confusion also flooded into his mind. Just when he was distracted, Jackie Chan noticed that little GOKU was in a wrong state and suddenly attacked him. After finding a flaw, pa, 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 a series of moves flowed smoothly, directly hitting Sun Wukong and making him retreat again and again. As Jackie Chan finished with a split kick, the little Wukong fell to the ground. At this moment, the audience burst into amazing applause. Great job, sir! As expected of an old generation martial artist, he is so awesome. Jackie Chan's combo is so cool. Mixed in with the cheers and applause, there were shouts from Chi-Chi, Krillin, and Bulma. Come on, GOKU! Stand up, Wukong! According to Sun Wukong's previous performance, this attack would only put him at a disadvantage, and it shouldn't cause him to lose. Jackie Chan frowned and walked to Sun Wukong's side. This kind of attack can't possibly knock you down. Hurry up and stand up, you are already very good, you almost beat me. Why did you suddenly get distracted? Martial arts is not only a contest of strength, but also a contest of will and spirit. Stand up! Upon hearing Jackie Chan's voice, Sun Wukong stood up with a somersault. He looked at Jackie Chan, also known as Master Roshi. In order to let his disciples know that there are always people better than you, and to let them not be satisfied with their current achievements, and to let them know that the road of martial arts is not smooth, he pretended to be Jackie Chan to participate in the martial arts competition at such an old age. As a teacher who can do this, he deserves the title of the God of Martial Arts. He was right just now. Martial arts is not only a contest of strength, but also a contest of will and spirit. If the spirit and will collapse, then defeat is a foregone conclusion. He remembered Vegeta, known as the Appetizer Tower. His strength is not weaker than Sun Wukong, or in other words, every time Wukong breaks through, he can catch up with Sun Wukong in a short time through practice. It's just that he is weaker than Sun Wukong. What Wukong lacks is his mental will. Every time he encounters a strong enemy, he would bombard him with all the prince's fighting methods. If he can crush the opponent with his strength, then that's fine. But if he uses his ultimate move and finds that he is not as strong as the opponent, he will immediately wilt and let himself be slaughtered. However, the Sun Wukong in the original novel treats the enemy completely differently. Even if he knows that he cannot win, he is still full of fighting spirit. He still tries his best to fight and deal with the enemy in his own way. Or he looks for the enemy's flaws to turn defeat into victory, or he wins by breaking through himself. In an instant, a feeling that will affect his life penetrated his mind, and at this moment, Sun Wukong's mind became much clearer. Thinking so much was just a mental trance, and only a few seconds had passed. Sun Wukong was shocked and threw himself into the battle again. This time, Sun Wukong took the initiative to attack, and his swift fist blasted towards Jackie Chan. Ah, da-da-da. Jackie Chan smiled, and then took a strange step, constantly retreating, constantly dodging Sun Wukong's fierce attack. As the opponent kept dodging, Sun Wukong's attack was constantly decreasing in momentum and power. He seemed to have noticed something while fighting. It was something very profound. That's right, it was the control of Qi. At the beginning, his attack was so fierce that the opponent didn't dare to confront him. However, as the attack was constantly dodged or blocked by the opponent, the next series of attacks became weaker, and they no longer had the unmatched edge when they first attacked. This may be the weakness of the prince's tactics. In addition, Sun Wukong also had an inexplicable feeling when Jackie Chan dodged. His dodging did not have any extra movements, and Jackie Chan's dodging range was just right, as if he was dodging the attack by moving his body. Although there was only a trace of the prototype, his dodging movements were like the ultra instinct. Sun Wukong suddenly realized that Master Roshi had climbed Karan Tower before, and his peak strength was stronger than his. Moreover, he has lived for more than 300 years. Both in life and martial arts, he has gone through the test of time. He has only practiced hard for 10 years. Even if his strength can be similar to his, it is nothing. From other dimensions, he is now at most a beast and a reckless man. In an instant, Sun Wukong's mind seemed to flash with lightning, illuminating his future. Sun Wukong was secretly delighted, and he wanted to shout, "I understand." He thought to himself that he would be able to learn real things under Master Roshi, and he finally did it. This is the true heart of martial arts. This is the cornerstone for the original Sun Wukong to continue to become stronger. At this moment, Jackie Chan kicked Sun Wukong hard in the face. Pa! Sun Wukong felt dizzy and fell straight down. Jackie Chan retracted his foot and turned to look at the referee. "Referee, count down quickly." Chapter 53. The referee saw Sun Wukong fall down and immediately came over to count down. Unexpectedly, before he could take 2 steps, Sun Wukong slapped the ground, suddenly jumped up, and started to move again. His steps were steady, and his whole body was full of energy and spirit. The referee was overjoyed. He stood up, contestant Sun stood up. Now it seems that although Sun Wukong was slightly at a disadvantage, Sun is young and in good physical condition, and he is still energetic, while Jackie Chan has begun to pant. It seems that Sun Wukong will soon take the lead, because Jackie Chan is a little overwhelmed. Let's wait and see what will happen next. After listening to the referee's explanation, Jackie Chan couldn't help cursing. What nonsense! You said I was overwhelmed." While speaking, Jackie Chan turned from defense to offense. His fists turned into countless afterimages, and he attacked Sun Wukong with clever attacks. In an instant, Sun Wukong became the one who defended and dodged. The figures of the two kept flashing and colliding on the ring. The audience below the stage also cheered. In the switch between offense and defense, Sun Wukong also deeply felt the fun of fighting. He only thought about how to break the opponent's defense, how to hit the opponent, how to avoid the opponent's attack. In the continuous battle, Sun Wukong immediately felt that the pressure of his battle was gradually reduced. The reason was that Jackie Chan's, Turtle Hermit, physical strength decreased, and the second was that he has improved and gradually adapted to the opponent's moves and habits. After all, GOKU before was just a bully and there was no opponent who could fight with him. But Master Roshi is really extraordinary. He tried his best but still failed to win. This gave him the opportunity to hone himself. His physical strength is still sufficient. As long as he continues to fight like this, victory will be within his grasp. This battle really made Sun Wukong gain a lot. Only by devoting himself to it and not thinking about the consequences of victory and failure can he constantly break through himself in battle. In order not to disappoint his teacher, Sun Wukong planned to stop. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Jackie Chan suddenly became serious. "I'm sorry, you're going to lose this game. In the past, there was only one person who forced me to use this trick, and now, you're the second one." Sun Wukong's eyes condensed. "Oh my goodness, the 10,000 nations shocking palm?" Sun Wukong seemed to remember something. He raised his head suddenly. It was sunset, and a full moon was hanging high in the sky. But fortunately, the tail has not grown out yet. Sun Wukong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Instead of looking at the moon, he looked at Jackie Chan. As Jackie Chan shouted 10,000 nations shocking palm, a golden electric current suddenly enveloped Sun Wukong's whole body. In an instant, he only felt a severe pain all over his body. His arms, legs and feet were paralyzed in the 10,000 nations shocking palm, and his breath was suppressed. He couldn't muster the strength to resist. While performing the 10,000 nations shocking palm, Master Rashi said, "Although I can't move you with the 10,000 nations shocking palm, I can't move either. However, if you are hit by this move of mine, you will feel extremely painful. If it lasts for a long time, you may even die. Surrender quickly, or you will die." Sun Wukong didn't want to persist and wanted to admit defeat directly. But under such a magical attack by the 10,000 nations shocking palm, he couldn't bear the pain and just gave up directly, which made him look like he had no perseverance. Hold on for a while before admitting defeat. At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly felt his anus tighten. There was a hole in his pants, and his tail grew out at this moment. Sun Wukong thought to himself that it was not good. Being controlled by this move that was like an electric current sweeping through his body, he had no way to control himself well. "I think." Before he finished his words of surrender, it was as if a strong pulse hit Wukong's heart. In an instant, he lost consciousness. In the eyes of the crowd, Sun Wukong turned into a giant ape. The audience and the referee were all shocked. "Wow! What a powerful transformation technique!" The referee broke out in sweat on his forehead and asked in surprise, "Ah, what's going on?" Sun Wukong suddenly grew a tail and turned into a giant ape. Jackie Chan also broke out in sweat on his forehead. "Damn, he is too powerful after transformation, even my 10,000 nations shocking palm is useless." Sun Wukong, who transformed into a giant ape, escaped the control of the 10,000 nations shocking palm and immediately began to destroy it. Krillin and Kikai immediately stood up. "Goku, stop transforming, it's too dangerous." "Yes, Goku, stop transforming." At this moment, Bulma revealed the secret of transformation. This is not a move, but once he sees the full moon, he will lose his mind and turn into a gorilla to destroy everything. The referee was surprised and said, "In this case, I have no choice but to leave my job and hide." Hearing Bulma's words, Jackie Chan was shocked. He looked up at the sky and saw a full moon before it got dark. Seeing the crazy giant ape, he immediately had an idea in his mind. So, there is only one way to solve the problem. The next moment, Master Rashi took off his clothes, his aura condensed, and his muscles swelled in an instant. Bulma already knew the result, and did not move rashly, but looked up at the full moon. It seemed to be saying, "Goodbye moon, you shouldn't have come out." The next moment, Jackie Chan's hands shone with a strong light. Kamehameha! A Kamehameha burst out with maximum power. The strong wind made everyone around the ring cover their eyes. Boom! After a loud noise, the giant ape disappeared. Even the shabby thatched house behind the martial arts competition collapsed. Krillin and Kikai ran over. "Goku! Where is Wukong?" Krillin looked around but couldn't see Wukong. He couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Little Wukong is dead. Chi-Chi couldn't see Wukong either. She was shocked. She pointed at Jackie Chan and cried, "You killed Wukong! I want revenge on you!" Chapter 54. As they spoke, Kikai and Klin rushed towards Jackie Chan. "Wait, he's not dead." Jackie Chan pointed to the ruins, where a naked body was lying with a furry tail behind it. "Goku! Goku is still alive!" Chi-Chi and Krillin's expressions immediately brightened. Jackie Chan immediately explained it was not little Goku that was destroyed by my shock wave, but the moon. The moon! Everyone was stunned and turned to look at the sky. The bright moon that was just hanging high in the sky suddenly disappeared. The moon is really gone. Jackie Chan explained in this way, little Wukong will not become a giant ape because of the moon. However, this is too ridiculous. The moon watching on the 15th cannot be carried out, and we can only cancel the mooncakes. The host looked at the sky and couldn't help but be dazed. This is really terrible, the moon was actually destroyed by Qigong. We can't celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival in the future. At this moment, Jackie Chan shouted, "What are you talking about? Count quickly." The host was startled and immediately began to count for little Wukong. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just after counting to 8, Xiao Wukong suddenly stood up. A slight breeze blew by, and Xiao Wukong shivered. "Hey, it's chilly, what's going on?" He looked down and found that he was naked. He looked up and saw that besides Chi-Chi, Krillin and Bulma, there were countless strangers looking at him. Goku was startled and immediately covered his bird with both hands. Jackie Chan complained, "Look, if you count quickly, he can't stand up at all, and the championship should be mine." Bulma saw Goku's naked appearance and a sly look appeared on her face. "It's been a while since I saw little Goku naked, I missed it so much." Chi-Chi and Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. "Krillin, that's great, Goku is still alive." "Chi-Chi, as long as he's alive, the moon and stuff are not that important." Suddenly, Chi-Chi turned and looked at Krillin. Krillin was stunned. "Why are you looking at me? You should be wearing underwear, right?" Krillin was stunned. "What do you mean?" Chi-Chi said, "We can't let Goku fight that old man naked, right? You two have the same size clothes and shoes, why don't you go up and take off your coat and shoes for him?" Krillin wanted to go himself. But after Chi-Chi's reminder, he felt sour and didn't want to go. At this moment, the referee announced, "Wait a moment, please allow me to suspend the game. I'm sorry, contestant Sun Wukong, please go and put on your clothes and come back to fight. Our World #1 Martial Arts Conference is a serious competition." Sun Wukong felt the existence of the tail and found that there was no moon in the sky. At this moment, he also understood that he had just lost control and transformed. The moon was destroyed by Master Roshi, and then it changed back. At this moment, Krillin walked onto the ring. "Wukong, I'll lend you my clothes." Sun Wukong shook his head. "Forget it, no need to change clothes, you have seen the power of the Qigong wave just now, it is much stronger than mine, I admit defeat." "Krillin, then you have to change too, so many people are not wearing clothes, it's so inappropriate. What's more, Kikai is still staring at you." "Don't worry about me, I'm wearing underwear." Sun Wukong quickly glanced at Kikai. She covered her red cheeks with her hands, but still secretly glanced at him through her fingers. Sun Wukong was startled, and immediately covered his lower body and said, "Krillin, give it to me quickly." After that, Krillin took off his coat and handed it to Wukong. Wukong hurriedly put on Krillin's clothes. Then he walked to the ring. "Host, I give up." The host was stunned for a moment. "The old man is running out of energy, won't you give it another try?" Sun Wukong shook his head. "If the old man aims his Qigong at me, I'll be dead, so I think I should take the initiative to admit defeat." Jackie Chan immediately gave Wukong a thumbs up. Young man, you have good martial arts ethics. I give you a thumbs up. From this point, we can see that your teacher must be a martial artist worthy of respect. Sun Wukong. He even praised himself. My teacher is really thick-skinned. Seeing Wukong admit defeat, the referee immediately shouted into the microphone, "Congratulations, Jackie Chan won the championship in this martial arts competition. This match is so exciting. In the competition for the world's #1, we can actually see such an exciting battle scene. Please give our champion Jackie Chan and runner-up Sun Wukong a warm round of applause. Their performances are very outstanding." After the host finished speaking, the audience burst into warm applause, which continued. "Dear guests, thank you for your hard work. Please leave the stage one by one. See you at the next meeting." After receiving the 500,000 yuan prize money for the competition, Jackie Chan hurried to change his clothes. When GOKU walked off the stage, Krillin and Chi-Chi immediately rushed over and gave him a friendly hug. Bulma also came over and watched GOKU and the other three children jumping and celebrating with each other, and an anti-smile inadvertently appeared on her face. Chapter 55. After celebrating for a long time, they realized that Master Roshi was not there. Krillin couldn't help but feel a little regretful, so the teacher didn't watch the game. Just then, Master Roshi showed up late. He was wearing a suit, a hat, and sunglasses. "Hey, here I come." Chi-Chi looked at Master Roshi excitedly and said, "Teacher Mutant, didn't you watch the game just now?" Master Roshi immediately explained, "Of course I did. I held it in for a long time to watch the game. After GOKU finished fighting with that powerful old man, I hurried to the toilet." Krillin and Chi-Chi suddenly realized. "So this is So you watched all our matches?" Master Roshi nodded. "Of course. The performances of all three of you were outstanding." Chi-Chi said a little disappointedly, "It's a pity that GOKU still lost." Sun Wukong said, "It's not a pity at all. I'm not as strong as him. It's normal for me to lose." Master Roshi laughed and said, "That's right, it's normal to lose. There are always people better than you. There are so many powerful people in the world. Even if you have already shined in the martial arts meeting, you still can't be satisfied with the current results. The road of martial arts is destined to be bumpy, and the real training is yet to come." Chi-Chi, GOKU, and Krillin nodded one after another. "Got it." Master Roshi heaved a sigh of relief. He had paid too much to make this clear. Master Roshi touched the 500,000 bonus in his pocket and laughed, "Well, to reward the three of you for your outstanding performance, I'll take you to a restaurant today and have a good meal." "Very good. Let's go to a restaurant." Bulma looked at Master Roshi's back and muttered to herself, "It seems that just in this meal, GOKU ate more than 400,000 of his bonus and spent all of it, right? But it's good, so that he doesn't have money to go out and fool around." Fortunately, although GOKU has a big appetite, he only ate the amount of more than a dozen people in this meal, and didn't spend too much money. Bulma thought that it was probably because the battle did not consume most of his physical strength. Krillin looked at Master Roshi and asked, "Teacher Wu Tian, after we go back, do we still have to increase the weight, continue to deliver milk, farm, and practice? Do you want to teach us some skills?" Master Roshi shook his head. No, I don't have anything to teach you anymore. It's better to go our separate ways from today. You should go out and explore the world." Krillin, is that so?" Master Roshi, "Yes." Chi-Chi said disappointedly, "Teacher Wu Tian is going to drive us away? I feel that I still have a lot of room for improvement." Master Kame smiled and said, "The young eagle can only fly if it leaves the protection of its mother. The same is true for you." Chi-Chi and Krillin nodded. "That makes sense." Bulma shrugged, "What a pity, I said I would move to Turtle House to live with GOKU to continue his training. It seems that there is no chance now." Sun Wukong was stunned. You are going to live with me in Master Kame's house for a while, so you don't have to go to school. Bulma nodded yes, I have finished my studies for the next few years by myself, and I have my diploma in hand, so there is no need for me to go to school. Sun Wukong was shocked when he heard this. But on second thought, it made sense, Bulma is a genius girl. And she would probably learn those basic knowledge in one go. Bulma's IQ is estimated to be 200, and she will be able to create a time machine in the future. Her brain is completely different from that of ordinary people, and it would be a waste for her to go to school. Sun Wukong nodded, so that's the case. Why not go on an adventure with me? Bulma nodded and said, okay. At this moment, Master Kame's eyes turned instantly. Then he immediately stood up. By the way, I remembered something. The others all looked at Master Kame. Teacher, what's the matter? Chi-Chi, Krillin, and Goku all looked at Master Roshi. Master Roshi said, during the competition, I saw Chi-Chi and Krillin both used Kamehameha. Everyone nodded, then what? Master Roshi continued, it seemed that they didn't use it well, and it wasn't powerful enough. So, I think you need to stay for a while, and while you lay a solid foundation, I will teach you some breath applications. In this way, not only can you use Kamehameha better, but if your comprehension is high enough, you can also develop skills that suit you. Chi-Chi, Krillin, and Goku's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. Master Kame said, well, let's find a hotel to stay for one night today, and go back to Master Kame's house tomorrow, right? Bulma immediately said, no need, I brought a plane, and I'll take everyone back tonight. What? Everyone looked at Bulma. Bulma said, everyone, move aside. I'll open the capsule. Everyone stepped back and made way for a large open space. Bulma pressed the capsule and threw it towards the open space. With a bang, a large plane appeared at the spot. Bulma walked over first. Come on, let's all get on the plane. Master Roshi took a breath. He turned to look at Goku and asked, what does Bulma's family do? How come they have such a big private plane? Sun Wukong said, the Universal Capsule Company is their family's business. Hearing this, Krillin, Chi-Chi and Master Roshi were surprised. Master Roshi, wow, the richest man in the world. Krillin, so Goku's friend is a rich woman. Chi-Chi, so her family is so rich, then my problem will be even greater. Chapter 56. Bulma knew that after the martial arts tournament, Goku was supposed to go look for his grandfather's relic, the 4 stars. As a result, he had a feud with the Red Ribbon Army on the way to find the 4 stars. As a result, so many chain events happened later. But this world is different. Son Gohan is not dead, so there is no point in looking for the Dragon Balls. So Bulma plans to put all his energy into Son Goku and make him stronger than he was in the original history. This is also the reason why Bulma wants to come to Kame House. Before going back, Bulma took everyone to the source of the river to dredge the river. That was the territory of the dinosaur man Keenan. With Goku's face, Bulma directly asked Keenan to discipline their people and stop blocking the river. The overall time consumed was only 1 hour. After the busy work, Bulma took everyone to Kame House. Kame House looks big, but there are only 2 bedrooms. Originally, Chi-Chi and Lan Chi lived in one room, and Goku, Krillin, and Kame lived in another room. Bulma is an adult after all, and she can't squeeze in with Chi-Chi Lan Chi anymore. Fortunately, Goku still has the capsule house that Bulma gave him, so Goku and Bulma put the house not far from Master Roshi's house, and the 2 of them stayed there at night. Bulma looked at the island behind him and couldn't help but sigh. So you live on this island? There are so many people living on this island, no wonder I couldn't find it. Sun Wukong nodded yes, there are many people living on this island, and many families order milk, so we practice by delivering milk. Moreover, this island is big enough, there is a river, and we can swim. Our previous practice was like 2 days and 1 day, which was busy and tiring. Even rest was controlled, and rest was also counted as practice. Bulma smiled. Okay, then I forgive you for not coming to see me. I invented something at home, just as a gift to you. As she said, Bulma took out a bracelet and handed it to Sun Wukong. Hey! What is this? Sun Wukong took the bracelet given by Bulma and pondered secretly. Suddenly, he thought of the device that Sun Gohan had in the original work, the thing that could transform into the costume of Super Saiyan Superman at one touch. Sun Wukong couldn't help but ask, is it a changing bracelet? Bulma raised her eyebrows. Changing bracelet? Just click a button and you can change your clothes. Bulma shrugged. Am I sick? Why study for so long to make that thing? As she said that, Bulma took out a cigarette and lit it. Hearing that it was not a changing bracelet, Sun Wukong was stunned again. Then what did you give me? Bulma took a puff of cigarette and said, I see you always practice with a tortoise shell on your back every day. It's too ugly and affects your movement. So when I was at home, I did some research and made a gravity bracelet for you. As long as you wear this bracelet, you can adjust your own weight. You can adjust your weight to 0.1 times 10 times the current weight, and each level adjusts 0.1 times your weight. Sun Wukong was shocked. Gravity bracelet? Bulma nodded. Yes, isn't this more convenient than a tortoise shell? In the future, when you want to practice, just adjust the multiple and press it, and you will be loaded according to your body weight. When you get used to the gravity and want to increase it again, just adjust it again, up to 10 times. In fact, I can also make 100 times, but the materials are not easy to get, and it is too dangerous to make 100 times gravity bracelet for you. You are still young, and 100 times gravity may crush you all at once, so I didn't make such a high multiple. It is better to do it step by step. Sun Wukong was very surprised. Touching the bracelet, the excitement in his eyes was beyond words. Bulma, you are so awesome. Originally, Sun Wukong was thinking that when he became strong enough, he would ask Bulma to help him study the gravity room. As a result, before he could say anything, she took the initiative to research the gravity bracelet. This is something that has never appeared in the original book. This thing is much more practical than the gravity room. After all, the gravity room is fixed there, and you can only practice in it. The gravity bracelet is different. As long as you wear it, you can carry weight wherever you want to practice. With this, why worry about not being able to improve your strength? Sun Wukong was so happy. Seeing that Wukong was as happy as a child, Bulma also showed a bright smile on her face. She said, as long as you like it. I like it. Of course I like it. Sun Wukong continued, well, Bulma, I'll try double gravity now. What should I do? There is only one button. Bulma explained, press the button and let it bounce up. Move the paddle downwards and the gravity multiple will appear. When it is adjusted to the multiple you want, just press the button. The current gravity is 1 times, which means it is not adjusted. Try it yourself. Sun Wukong nodded, yet. With that, Sun Wukong began to adjust the gravity multiple according to Bulma's instructions. When he fiddled with the paddle downwards, he immediately felt that his burden had increased. Fiddled with it again, and it immediately increased again. It was not until the multiple of the bracelet was adjusted to 4 times that Sun Wukong felt that the movement was difficult. Bulma looked at the multiple and was shocked. Hey, don't play with your life. The 4 times gravity right after you come up will crush you. Sun Wukong nodded and immediately fiddled with the paddle. Finally, the gravity was adjusted to 2 times his own gravity. This weight was most suitable for him at the moment. Great, starting tomorrow, I won't have to carry the turtle shell on my back. I can bring this with me to practice with them. Bulma put her hands on her hips and smiled, if you show off to them, Chi-Chi and Krillin will probably ask me for it. Sun Wukong was stunned, what should I do? Bulma shrugged, what can I do? They are all your friends, I can't refuse them. I'll work overtime tonight and make 2 more, 1 for each of them. Thank you Bulma. Bulma blew out a puff of smoke and smiled faintly, it's been a year since we last met, and you're being polite to me again. Hee hee. Bulma put out the cigarette and said, okay, didn't we say we still have to practice tomorrow? Go take a shower and go to bed. As she said that, Bulma pushed GOKU into the bathroom. Let me give you a bath. By the way, let me check if little Wukong has grown up after not seeing him for a year. Master Roshi looked at the brightly lit house next door, Bulma's eyes flashed with pity. It's so hard to have a beautiful girl come to visit, but there's not enough room for us to stay. Oh! If only my house was bigger. Kikai also nodded. If only I could have my own house. At this moment, Lan Chi with blue hair walked into the living room. I cut a lot of fruits. Did GOKU and Bulma go next door? Chi-Chi's eyes lit up and she stood up immediately. Oh, they went next door. I'll send them a plate. Lan Chi smiled and said Chi-Chi is so sensible. Thank you for your hard work. Not hard. Chapter 57. The next day, the 3 of them no longer had to carry the turtle shells and continued to practice. In their spare time, Master Roshi also taught them breath control. In a blink of an eye, GOKU, Krillin, and Chi-Chi have been practicing on the island for another 2 months. Not only has Goku's strength improved, even Krillin and Chi-Chi can adapt to triple gravity, and they have made great progress. On this day, the 3 of them finished their practice and caught 2 fish and a dinosaur. Taking advantage of the cool weather, the 3 of them were having a barbecue with Master Roshi, Ranch and Bulma. Suddenly, the whole island was in a panic. A group of armed soldiers surrounded Master Roshi's house and pointed guns at them. If you don't want to die, get up and help us find the Dragon Balls in the sea. Bulma was stunned, and looked up at the armed soldiers coming over. Suddenly, she saw the logo on their uniforms, and her pupils shrank. Are you, the Red Ribbon Army? The man looked at Bulma, then saw Lan Chi, and was stunned. Oh! These 2 girls are so pretty, why don't they play with us? Bulma frowned and turned to look at Wukong. Wukong, they are bad guys, beat them up. Got it. Before Wukong could move, Lan Chi curled her lips, raised her machine gun and fired at the Red Ribbon Army members. As for the people in Kame House, except for Bulma who has no martial arts, the others are not easy to deal with. Needless to say, Kame is invulnerable, and Krillin and Chi-Chi are also invulnerable. It was effortless to deal with a few soldiers. In just a few breaths, not only were a few soldiers knocked down, but even the plane in the sky was blown down by the Qigong wave. Master Roshi asked curiously, who are they and why are they here? Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar, pressed it a few times, and said, I think I know why they are here. Krillin, why? Chi-Chi said, because they want to collect the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Bulma nodded, yes, it's for some ambitious wishes. There is a Dragon Ball in the sea near the island where we live. Their radars are not that accurate and not easy to find. If you only know the approximate location, finding a Dragon Ball in the sea is as difficult as fishing 17 needles in the sea. There are only a few scattered islands nearby, and it happens that the island we live on has the most people. The Red Ribbon Army naturally wants to enslave the people on this island and work hard to find Dragon Balls for them. So what just happened happened. Chi-Chi, Krillin, and others all suddenly realized. So that's how it is. It is despicable that he used force to coerce the villagers on the island for his own selfish desires. Krillin looked at Master Roshi and said, Master Mutant, let's kill those bad guys, shall we? Master Roshi scratched his bald head and asked, but do you know who they are? Chi-Chi said indignantly, they are bad guys anyway. As martial artists, we should punish evil and promote good. Krillin, Chi-Chi is right. For the sake of the villagers, I must defeat them. Chi-Chi looked at GOKU and asked, "Goku, are you coming?" "Of course." Sun Wukong did not hesitate at all. He had forgotten about the Red Ribbon Army. He just wanted to become stronger, so he didn't expect that he didn't provoke them. But he didn't expect that they would come here to cause trouble and enslave the villagers, so he even had a reason to beat them. Bulma looked at Krillin, Chi-Chi, and Goku, who were full of justice and wanted to kill the Red Ribbon Army, and a strange idea came to her mind. Even if she didn't take the initiative to provoke them in this life, she would make enemies with them. It seems that the Red Ribbon Army is a mortal enemy and cannot be avoided. Bulma stood up. They are the largest evil organization in the world, the Red Ribbon Army. For many years, they have been doing evil and doing whatever they want in the world. In recent years, they have become more and more rampant. It seems that martial artists like you are really needed to deal with them. Red Ribbon Army. Kikai scratched her head and said, "I think I've heard it somewhere." Klin was suddenly startled. "What? Those guys who just attacked us are from the Red Ribbon Army?" Bulma nodded yes. Krillin's legs suddenly became weak. It's over, it's rumored that they are a group of extremely vicious organizations." Kikai looked at Krillin. "Why, Krillin, are you scared?" "How can I not be afraid? They are an arms organization with an army. We only have a few people, how can we beat them?" Sun Wukong stood up, patted Krillin on the shoulder, and said, "Krillin, don't be afraid. The three of us are the top masters of the martial arts competition. We are invulnerable to swords and guns. With our strength, we can easily defeat them." Chi-Chi immediately echoed what Goku said is right, we are masters, defeating them is a piece of cake. Krillin's pupil shrank. "Oh, that's right, I would have forgotten if you hadn't told me. It turns out that we have become so powerful without realizing it." Master Roshi came over and said, "Defeating them is not a problem, we just have to think carefully about how to rescue the villagers on these islands. We have to use our brains." Bulma smiled and said, "That's easy. Their target is not the residents, but the Dragon Balls. Only by letting them see the Dragon Balls will they stop enslaving the residents of these islands." Goku looked at Bulma and asked, "Bulma, to retrieve the Dragon Balls from the sea, you should dive very deep. Do you have a submarine?" Bulma shook her head, "No, but..." Bulma looked at Master Kame and asked, "Master Kame should have a submarine here, can you lend it to me?" Krillin suddenly thought of something. "By the way, I heard that there are pirates' treasures hidden in the seabed in this area. It would be even better if we can find them together. In the future, I will have money to buy a house and get married." Master Roshi smiled and said, "Finding treasure is not that easy. I bought my submarine just to find the pirates' treasure. It can be used as both a plane and a submarine. Unfortunately, I haven't found it after searching for a long time." Bulma smiled faintly, "Treasures are reserved for those who are destined to be together. If you don't have fate, you naturally can't find them. Lend us the submarine, and when we find the treasure, we'll give you some. It will definitely be enough for your retirement." Soon, Bulma drove the submarine and took Goku, Krillin, and Chi-Chi to the bottom of the sea. As the submarine went deeper, the radar's reaction became more and more intense. "Here, right below this. I can't see it at all." Bulma looked around and said, "This is a trench, the Dragon Ball should be deep inside. But the submarine is too big. So only one person can dive in to look for it." Sun Wukong said, "Leave it to me, help me put on the diving suit and give me the radar." "Okay, but the Dragon Ball radar is not waterproof, so I'll take it. But the diving suit has a communication device, I'll show you the direction, you go find it." "Okay." Soon, Sun Wukong entered the trench wearing a diving suit. Bulma and others were waiting for Wukong above the trench, and contacted him and told him the location. "Bulma, Wukong, look on the left, on the left." "Got it." "Bulma, stop, Goku, you are in the right position, speed up and dive down." "Got it." Bulma, can you go faster, Goku? Use the gravity bracelet to add a little gravity and you can fall quickly. Goku, oh, I didn't expect this thing to be so useful. Bulma, I found the Dragon Ball. Bring them up quickly. Suddenly, many submarines and people in diving suits appeared beside them. Who are they? Bulma looked at the submarines and saw the Red Ribbon Corps' logo was very eye-catching. She immediately said, it's the Red Ribbon Corps. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Those people in diving suits should be the villagers they enslaved, helping them to look for Dragon Balls in the trenches. Just at this moment, a submarine suddenly drove towards them and even started shooting at them. Krillin was horrified. Oh no, their submarines actually have weapons, let's go. Goku, what's happening up there, Bulma? Chi-Chi, there are enemies attacking us, Goku. Goku, run quickly and lead them away. When they leave, I can lower the gravity bracelet and quickly leave the seabed. Chi-Chi, Goku is so smart. Bulma knew that Goku had a way to leave, so she drove the submarine away. The Red Ribbon Army saw them fleeing and thought they had the Dragon Balls, so they immediately sent people to chase them. Soon, Bulma drove the submarine along the direction of the trench and came to a cave. Krillin looked at the submarine chasing behind him and urged, hurry, hurry up. This is the deep sea. If they break the submarine, we will be dead. Bulma looked calm and skillfully controlled the submarine, going deep into the cave. Soon, the section of the hole on the seabed shrank, and their submarine could still come in, but the big submarine of the Red Ribbon Army could not come in. Krillin was surprised and said, great, their ships can't get in, let's run. As soon as he finished speaking, a small submarine emerged from the Red Ribbon Army's large submarine and chased them. The three of them fled for a while and suddenly found that the hole here was facing upwards. Bulma's face lit up. Great, I should remember correctly, this seems to be where the treasure is. She asked curiously, Bulma, have you been here before? Bulma, I guess so. But it was in the last life, Bulma didn't say. At this moment, a torpedo suddenly fired towards them. Krillin was shocked. Run, Bulma, there are torpedoes. Bulma gently controlled the submarine and easily avoided the torpedo. Krillin was overjoyed and praised Bulma, your driving skills are amazing. Bulma turned up her nose and smiled, of course, I am the eldest daughter of Capsule Corporation and have decades of driving skills. It's just that this submarine has no weapons, otherwise I can sink all their submarines. Chi-Chi scratched her head. Are you 20 years old? Where do you get decades of driving skills? Bulma, just think of me as bragging. We're about to stop, let me make it clear that I don't know martial arts and I'm afraid of their weapons. After I stop, I will run forward. If they catch up, you two will deal with them. Chi-Chi and Krillin nodded. Don't worry, leave it to us. Soon, several people boarded the submarine and surfaced in a place similar to a cave. Bulma looked at the submarine. With her unagile body, it was impossible for her to put it away quickly. But Chi-Chi and Krillin were both martial artists, so they had no problem. So she said, Chi-Chi, Krillin, please help put the submarine into the capsule. Chi-Chi and Krillin nodded and started the operation immediately. In just a few tens of seconds, the two helped to put away the submarine. Who knew that just as Krillin put away the submarine, several submarines of the Red Ribbon Army emerged. The cover of the submarine was opened, and several burly men came out with guns. Hey, where are you running to? If you don't want to die, hand over the Dragon Balls. Chi-Chi and Krillin got ready. Bulma shouted a slogan for them, let's fight. After that, the two rushed towards the big men. In just a few breaths, the big men were knocked down. At this moment, a big man from the Red Ribbon Army holding a machine gun immediately opened fire. However, the two of them made a gesture, and those bullets were caught with their bare hands. The two of them wrestled their wrists and walked towards the big man. Catching bullets with bare hands is something that not everyone can do. The big man was almost scared to death when he saw such a brave scene. No, don't come over here, there is a team behind us, a team of hundreds of people. At this moment, a figure jumped out of the water. Krillin and Chi-Chi saw who was coming and were overjoyed. Because this person was not an enemy, but Goku. Chi-Chi and Krillin said in unison Goku. Goku shook his hair to dry most of the water stains. Then he looked at the two of them. Chi-Chi, Krillin, you are all here, where is Bulma? 733. Just then, Bulma's head popped out from the corner of the wall not far away. Wukong, I'm here. Wukong smiled faintly. They are all here, that's good. Krillin suddenly asked Wukong, why are you naked? This is the bottom of the sea. Son Wukong nodded. Yet, I found the Dragon Ball and just got out of the trench. They fired a torpedo and blew up my diving suit. I felt that I couldn't hold my breath to the surface, so I attacked their submarines on the seabed to find a diving suit to wear. In the end, I didn't find a diving suit, but I found an oxygen bottle to make do with. I happened to see you guys running in this direction, so I followed you. I found more than a dozen submarines on the way, and they fired at me, but I took care of them all. Chi-Chi and Krillin took a breath. Krillin gave a thumbs up and praised, you are really strong enough, you wiped out their entire army by yourself. Hearing that the enemies were all eliminated, Bulma also came over. Goku, now that the enemies have been defeated, we are safe. So, should we leave immediately, or go find the treasure before leaving? Several people looked at each other. Krillin suggested otherwise, let's go find the treasure. With the treasure, we will never have to worry about money for the rest of our lives. Chi-Chi nodded, although my father still has a lot of treasures in the castle. Who doesn't want more money? Son Wukong nodded, since we are here, let's go find it. I don't want to waste time making money when I grow up. Bulma nodded, okay, follow me, I know where the treasure is. With that, Bulma walked deep into the cave. Suddenly, Chi-Chi stopped. What happened? Kikai turned around suddenly, rushed over, and kicked the big man from the Red Ribbon Army unconscious. I almost forgot about him. If he had tipped off the way, we would be in trouble. Goku gave a thumbs up. Chi-Chi is really thoughtful. A moment later, they came to a very modern corridor. There were countless holes on the walls on both sides and under their feet. Bulma, who had experienced it once, naturally knew that spears could be shot out of these holes, which could instantly kill people. Before Bulma could say anything, Krillin walked in first. However, with just one step, a spear suddenly shot out from the wall on one side. Fortunately, Krillin was short and escaped this disaster. Bulma immediately said, why are you in such a hurry? This must be a trap set to prevent invaders from taking away the treasure. As long as you step on the switch on the floor, arrows will be shot out from the secret passage on the wall. Chi-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Krillin, it's a good thing you are short, otherwise you would be dead. Krillin said angrily, impossible, I'm so strong now. Bullets can't kill me, let alone this mere spear. Bulma was stunned for a moment and said, Krillin is right. Otherwise, if you help trigger the mechanism, we can get through safely. Krillin was full of black lines. You are such a bully. Chapter 58. Just when several people were discussing how to pass this level, Sun Wukong took a few steps back, then rushed over, and jumped directly from the starting point to the end point with a running start. He didn't land in the middle, and the mechanism was not triggered at all. Bulma looked at the little Wukong on the opposite side and shrugged helplessly. It was the same method as in the previous life, and it was still the first one that Wukong did it. Wukong stood on the opposite side, stretched out the Ruyi stick, and stretched it directly to Bulma's side. He shouted, Bulma, you don't know martial arts, you can't jump over, hold my Ruyi stick and come over. Bulma's eyes lit up, and she secretly said, this life Wukong is really sensible, he knows how to love me. So, Bulma held the Ruyi stick and went to Wukong's side. After Bulma passed, Krillin and Chi-Chi both took a running start and easily jumped to the opposite side. Bulma looked a little curious. Not to mention Chi-Chi, Krillin alone is much more powerful than he was in his previous life. When she saw the bracelet on Krillin's hand, Bulma remembered it. The gravity bracelet that was developed for Goku in advance just for his training also helped Krillin become stronger because of Krillin and Chi-Chi. Bulma had been here in her previous life. This time, she brought 3 thugs with her and there were no pursuers. She easily found the pirate's treasure. A whole box of gold jewelry. Gold is the least valuable. The most valuable is a big diamond, and then there are countless gems of all sizes. Looking at the dazzling array of jewelry, Krillin and Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. Even Bulma likes shiny things. However, Goku is not very interested. This thing, as long as you collect all the Dragon Balls, you can get as many as you want. It doesn't matter how much money you have, as long as you have enough. These jewels were divided among them, enough for each person to get hundreds of billions. However, Chi-Chi and Krillin soon got into trouble. Krillin said, "But, so many jewels weigh several tons. How are we going to carry them back in this remote place?" Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. "Why don't we go back and buy some capsules and get them when we come back?" Krillin, "That makes sense." Bulma said, "Don't you all have gravity bracelets on your hands? Take them off and use them as universal capsules." Everyone was stunned. "Hey, Bulma, you didn't tell us that this thing has this function." Bulma smiled and said, "In fact, the reason why I increased gravity is that I used the technology of the universal capsule, put a lot of heavy things in it, and used the function of the capsule to compress the objects without using the function of reducing the weight of the objects, and evenly transmitted the gravity to the human body." As Bulma was talking, she suddenly noticed that several people had confused faces. They didn't understand at all. She immediately stopped and continued, "Forget it, these are all very profound sciences. You won't understand them anyway, so just use them. After installing these jewels, the maximum power of the bracelet can be increased. Before taking out the jewels in the future, you must be careful when using the bracelet. Don't crush yourself to death due to operating errors." Several people nodded. "Got it. Thank you, Bulma." Bulma smiled and said, "You're welcome. You can pack whatever you like from these jewels. The rest will be left for Master Roshi to decorate for her. My family is not short of money, so I don't need treasures." So the 3 of them picked and chose the treasures and packed them up. Anyway, the 3 of them couldn't tell which one was the most valuable, so they picked the good-looking ones and put them into their own packages. After a while, the 3 of them had almost packed everything. Bulma took a look at the remaining treasures. Although it didn't seem like much, it could actually be sold for tens of billions. So, after Bulma put the treasures and the box into the universal capsule, she took the 3 of them on a submarine and left here. "I've told you in advance that we are now at war with the Red Ribbon Army. As expected, our avatars have been registered with the Red Ribbon Army. You 3 must completely wipe them out." Chi-Chi and Krillin were shocked. "Krillin, is it so efficient?" Bulma, "Of course, they are a legion." Sun Wukong nodded. "Don't worry, Bulma. Anyway, we have almost reached a bottleneck in our training with Master Roshi, so it's a good time to go out for training." Chi-Chi immediately agreed. "Wukong is right, with martial arts, we can also be chivalrous." Bulma was a little dazed when he heard that the 3 of them were going. It's really funny to say that 3 little kids are going to destroy a legion that is a disaster to the world. However, if he hadn't been there, Bulma would not have thought that. Wukong, a guy with a slow brain, would become a super scion that is rare in 1,000 years in the future and become the top master in the universe. This mere legion is really not worth mentioning to him. Turtle House. "You re-giving me all these treasures?" Master Kame was excited. If these treasures were converted into money, even if he had sex with young models every day, it would be enough for him to play for 100 years. The big turtle looked at Master Kame and suggested, "Why don't I keep them for you? You are so old, I am worried that you will hurt yourself." "What nonsense are you talking about? This is a gift from my disciples." Just then, the blonde Lan Chi came over, carrying a machine gun and pointing it at Master Kame. "Listen, don't move if you don't want to die." Several people were stunned. They turned to look at Lan Chi. "Lan Kai, what are you going to do?" "Of course they want the treasure, hand it over quickly." "Biu biu." Lan Chi took the lead and fired 2 shots at Master Kame's feet. Master Kame was sweating profusely. "Oh no, Lan Chi has transformed again. It seems that we can only wait for her to recover and then take the treasure back." Turtle Hermit immediately pushed the treasure to Lan Chi. Lan Chi was quite strong, she loaded the treasure onto the plane and drove away. Chi Chi said with some worry, "I'm really worried that she will change back halfway and lose the treasure." Master Kame frowned, "Chi Chi, don't be such a pessimist. Hurry up and fly the plane to chase her back." "Chi Chi, but I don't know how to fly a plane." "Bulma, I'm afraid of being shot, let's wait for her to come back." Krillin also agreed, "Yet, let's wait for her to come back. She has lived here for a year, she will definitely not run around." "That's right, it can only be done this way." Master Turtle shrugged helplessly. Sun Wukong rubbed his stomach. "I'm so hungry, is there anything to eat in the house?" "Lan Chi is gone, right?" Master Kame said. "Yes, there are a lot of leftovers in the refrigerator. Go and have some." "That's great," said Sun Wukong and went into the house. The refrigerator of Master Turtle was no different from his own. Sun Wukong opened the refrigerator door and started eating. A moment later, before Wukong was full, a cry for help came from outside the window. "What's going on?" Sun Wukong stuffed a chicken leg into his mouth and walked out of the house while eating. When he got outside, Sun Wukong was stunned. He saw Bulma, Chi Chi, Krillin, and even Master Roshi tied up with ropes, all shouting and screaming. "Help! What's up? Where did the rope come from? Damn, this rope is so strong, but I can't break free." Krillin, "I finally became invulnerable to swords and guns, but a bomb came. This is too much shit. I don't want to be blown to pieces." At this moment, everyone saw Sun Wukong. Bulma was overjoyed. "Wukong is here, help us untie it, there are bad guys coming." Sun Wukong's eyes fixed. He can control the rope to tie them up remotely. This seems to be the method of General Lan, the homosexual. Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear. General Lan walked towards the few people with his bare chest. "Ha ha ha, you actually killed so many of us, it's not easy. However, my superpowers are still better, I tied you all up in no time." Master Roshi looked at General Lan and asked, "Who are you?" General Lan smiled and said, "Don't worry about who I am, you have found the Dragon Ball, hand it over to me." Bulma snorted coldly, "Don't even think about it, Goku, get rid of him quickly." Sun Wukong nodded, "Got it." As he said that, Sun Wukong looked at General Lan. Tao Bibai was able to ignore General Lan's superpowers and kill him easily. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. At this moment, Goku didn't know whether he was stronger than Tao Bibai, after all, he hadn't climbed Karin Tower yet. He was also calculating whether he could be immune to his superpowers. At the same time, he was also on guard against the other party's direct use of superpowers. Seeing that Goku was just a little kid, General Lan smiled evilly. "Haha, a little devil wants to deal with me. He looks down on me too much." As he was talking, General Lan suddenly rushed towards Sun Wukong and attacked him. Seeing that he did not use superpowers but attacked him, Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. Just when General Lan was about to attack Wukong, Wukong dodged the attack and hit General Lan's neck with a backhand knife. In an instant, General Lan's body softened and fell to the ground. Seeing that the enemy was knocked unconscious, everyone cheered. "Great, GOKU! Well done! Krillin, help us untie it quickly, it's so uncomfortable." Master Roshi suddenly shouted, "Wukong, throw away the bomb first, it's going to explode." Sun Wukong's eyes focused, and sure enough, there was a time bomb near Master Roshi, flashing red light, and it seemed to be about to explode. He didn't have time to think about it, he suddenly rushed towards the bomb, kicked it hard, and the bomb flew high into the sky. Suddenly, a beautiful firework exploded in the sky. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. It was so exciting, I almost died. Bulma looked up and was relieved to see that GOKU was not restrained by his superpowers. She wanted to remind GOKU to be careful of his superpowers. But she was more afraid that if she shouted, the other party would directly use his superpowers to control GOKU. Fortunately, the other party had never fought with GOKU before, and he was underestimated because he was just a child. He actually competed with GOKU in physical skills, and this time he was defeated. Soon, GOKU helped them untie the ropes, and then Bulma quickly tied up General Blue. Several people surrounded the tied General Blue and discussed how to deal with him. Or, just kill him directly. Bulma tried. After all, the disciples of Master Roshi in the previous life were all very kind. They almost never put anyone to death. This is also a kind of practice in martial arts. However, this man has superpowers and almost killed them all just now. Bulma is always uneasy when he is alive. Hearing that he was going to kill him, General Blue's anus tightened, and he immediately said, "No, don't kill me, I am General Blue under the Marshal. If you kill me, the Marshal will not spare you." Krillin smiled wickedly. "Really? It doesn't matter if he doesn't let us go. He almost blew us to death just now. We have been fighting to the death for a long time. I heard that our avatars have been collected by you, so, we don't plan to let your Marshal go." General Blue was stunned for a moment and asked, "What did you say?" "I said, I have no intention of letting your Red Ribbon Army commander go," Krillin said seriously. General Blue's expression froze for a while, and suddenly he laughed. Several people were stunned. Bulma asked, "What are you laughing at?" General Blue continued, "You can't kill me. I can see from your eyes that you are not that kind of person." Master Roshi suddenly stood up. "Doesn't he look like the kind of person who would kill people?" General Lan looked at Master Kame's funny expression and nodded. "That's right." Master Kame took a deep breath. "Disciples?" "Yes." Chi-Chi, Krillin, and GOKU answered at the same time. "Practicing martial arts is not for killing. But, when we meet evil people, we can't be soft-hearted. I felt a strong murderous aura from this person, which means he has killed many people. Just now, if it weren't for GOKU, I'm afraid we would all die here." Just then, Bulma came to GOKU and whispered, "GOKU, this man is very dangerous, don't let him live, please." GOKU nodded and looked at Master Roshi. "Teacher, I understand." Sun Wukong responded first. "Understand? Understood. What should we do then?" Turtle Hermit turned his head and looked at Sun Wukong. The next second, Sun Wukong drew out his Ruyi stick and rushed towards General Lan. "Wait!" Just as Master Roshi said this, Sun Wukong had already hit General Blue on the head with a stick. In an instant, as if a watermelon burst, General Blue was directly shattered to pieces. Then, Sun Wukong sent out an energy wave with one hand, which completely crushed General Blue to ashes. Then, Sun Wukong turned his head and looked at Master Roshi. Master Roshi scratched his numb scalp. "Wukong, what you did is too bloody. You can just hand him over to the police. Why be so cruel?" Sun Wukong explained. "No, Bulma said that this man has superpowers. I'm worried that he will escape and endanger my friends." Master Roshi took a deep breath. "Forget it, forget it, this time it's thanks to you that you went into the house, good Li Hao, to eat, so we were not tied up by him, otherwise we would be in trouble. However, in the future, you should try not to kill people like this. I'm worried that you will go astray. The three of them assured Master Rashi teacher, don't worry, we will all become qualified martial artists. Bulma also discovered at this moment that although Master Rashi was lustful, he actually had the demeanor of a master when teaching his disciples. At this moment, Ranch came back. Master Rashi's demeanor of a master immediately disappeared. He ran to Ranch's plane and asked, Ranch, where is my treasure? Ranch scratched his head. What treasure? I don't remember. What? How could you not remember? That's the money I'm going to the club for. Oh no, that's my retirement money. Bulma sighed. The old man is back to his nature. I shouldn't have left him some treasure. I can only say that Lankai grabbed it beautifully. After saving the villagers on the island, they all returned to Kame House. What should I do now? Should I go directly to the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, or should I look for the Dragon Ball first? Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar and pressed a few times. According to the radar, there is only one Dragon Ball in the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. According to their efficiency, in order to find the remaining Dragon Balls, they have to harm the villagers in many places. I suggest that we follow the distribution of the Dragon Balls and rescue the villagers while searching for the Dragon Balls. Kikai nodded. I agree. Klin frowned. That's too much trouble. In my opinion, we should capture the king first. Go to their headquarters and capture their commander. Bulma shook his head and said, Klin, you think too simply of the Legion. If only the commander dies, there will be other ambitious people to replace him. We can't kill hundreds of thousands of Red Ribbon Legion troops at once, right? What if all their cannons are pointed at us? We won't even have anywhere to run. Don't underestimate the enemy. Chapter 59. Several people continue to discuss strategy. The opponent is an arms group, and the firepower must be very strong. We have to be careful. Bulma thought about the tactics and said, I am not good at fighting, but I am more thoughtful than you think when it comes to making plans. So you should all listen to me. I suggest defeating them one by one. The Red Ribbon Army is a behemoth. Only by defeating it from multiple angles and disintegrating it from the inside out can we prevent it from reviving and prevent other ambitious people within the Red Ribbon Army from regrouping and doing terrible things. After listening to Bulma's analysis, several people nodded in agreement. Krillin, what Bulma said makes sense. What do you think, Goku? Well, I agree with Bulma's proposal. Bulma held the Dragon Ball and said, well, let's go now. During the discussion, I have already made a plan. The first stop is to go to Masruta. Good. A village near Masruta in the north. Snowflakes fluttered down from the sky, like countless white elves dancing in the air. They spun and fluttered lightly, sometimes interweaving into a silver mist, and sometimes quietly scattered on the ground, covering a thick blanket of snow. This world seemed to be gently covered by a layer of pure silver gauze, beautiful as a poem. Originally, in such weather, people should guard the stove in the house, warm a pot of good wine, set out a few dishes and chat about life, waiting for the arrival of spring. However, since a group of militants came here, the lives of the villagers have changed. In the white snow, a dozen people from the Red Ribbon Corps wore thick coats and held steel guns, and almost drove out the people in the entire village. In the biting cold wind, let them dig through the snow and find the Dragon Balls for them. Find it quickly. What are you dawdling for? No one can go back until the Dragon Ball is found. As the bitter north wind blew, an old man's cotton hat was blown off. The biting cold entered his body, and the old man shivered. If he didn't take good warming measures, he would freeze to death in a few minutes in this weather. He ran over to pick up the hat, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, suddenly, a baiu sounded. A bullet pierced the back of his head. The bullet slammed into the snow with warm blood, and a bright rose bloomed. The old man stretched out his hand and wanted to reach forward, and wanted to reach his hat. Unfortunately, his eyes had lost their spirit. The extremely cold weather immediately turned his body into a monument. The old man fell down, and the thick snow squeaked under his body. Several other villagers couldn't help but look over. 527. When they saw the red in front of the old man and the fallen old man, their pupils shrank. Dad! Dad! Grandpa! In the crowd, 2 young men and a little red-haired girl hurriedly ran towards the old man. The little red-haired girl took a step and fell down. Suddenly, 2 bullets attacked and directly penetrated the heads of the 2 young men. 2 more bright red roses bloomed in the snow. Only the little girl escaped by luck. But her grandfather, her parents, and her whole family were dead. At this moment, her eyes were full of fear. Behind the villagers, a man with a gun casually put away his gun, took a puff of cigarette, and then looked at the old man and several young people who fell to the ground with disdain. And then looked at the villagers who were working. He cursed, "Be careful, whoever wants to run again. I won't ask for reasons, I will just shoot him. Who the hell doesn't want to keep warm in the house? I don't want to be on duty here for the next few days, damn it. Hurry up and work." Seeing a family die so tragically on the spot, the villagers who were forced to look for the Dragon Ball were terrified. They were worse than beasts, killing people like grass. In order to survive, they could only increase their efforts and start digging in the snow to continue looking for the Dragon Ball. The little girl also held back the tears in her eyes, swallowed her sobs, and continued to dig in the snow to find the Dragon Ball. On Bulma's plain, Chi-Chi sat by the window, looking at the scenery outside, and exclaimed, "Wow, it's so beautiful outside, with ice and snow." Krillin, who was wearing a thick cotton coat, said, "Bulma is so thoughtful. If we came here directly, we would probably be frozen to death." Sun Wukong said, "The climate here is really too cold, it is estimated to be -20 degrees. Bulma smiled and said, "You underestimate the temperature here. If nothing unexpected happens, the temperature here has reached -35 degrees. Sun Wukong looked at the snowflakes falling outside and sighed, -35 degrees, it's terrible. Fortunately, I didn't ride the somersault cloud, otherwise I would have frozen to death. I don't know if the villagers will be forced to find things outside in such a day." Krillin smiled and said, "How is it possible? Even the people of the Red Ribbon Army are human beings after all. They won't do such beastly things." Bulma, who was flying the plane, showed a hint of hesitation on her face. There are indeed a lot of kind people in the world. However, don't trust some evil people, some people have no bottom line. Chi-Chi asked curiously, "No way, they can still come out to work in such a cold day, how bad can those people be?" Suddenly, through the glass, a group of figures came into Chi-Chi's sight. In the ice and snow, many people were pointed at with guns by the Red Ribbon Army, digging in the snow to find things. Chi-Chi was very smart and knew what they were doing at a glance. It must be the same as what they did near Kame Island, using force to force the villagers to find Dragon Balls for them. Chi-Chi immediately shouted, "Bulma, there are people from the Red Ribbon Army down there, they are threatening the poor villagers, it seems we need to take action." Bulma nodded, "We have detected it, the Dragon Ball is also nearby. You all sit tight, we are about to land." A moment later, Bulma parked the plane a kilometer away from them, and then everyone got off the plane. Goku, Chi-Chi, and Krillin were all wearing thick cotton coats. They looked at each other, and Krillin said, "Let's see who can knock down more bad guys. I must have the most." Chi-Chi said disdainfully. Bulma said, "You two go and fight, Goku, pay attention to protecting the villagers and try not to cause casualties." "Okay." As they said that, the 3 of them trotted towards the group. When the Red Ribbon Army saw someone running towards them, they immediately pointed a gun at them. "Who? Little devil, stop right there." However, How could Kikai and Klin listen to them? They swung their fists and rushed up to beat up anyone wearing the Red Ribbon Army uniform. The other Red Ribbon Army members saw them coming up and started fighting, and immediately shot at them. However, after a hail of bullets, they were not hurt at all. The scene of being invulnerable to swords and guns stunned all the villagers. In just a moment, all the Red Ribbon Army members were knocked down. The villagers stopped their work and looked at the three little guys in astonishment. "Who are you?" Krillin looked at the villagers and said, "Don't be afraid, we are here to find the Dragon Ball." "What? Find the Dragon Ball?" Krillin said this, and the others became even more scared. "I thought you were here to save us, but I didn't expect you were here to look for the Dragon Balls too. Are you going to give us a way out?" Although there were many villagers, they were already trembling. At this moment, Bulma came over. "Don't be afraid, we are here to destroy the Red Ribbon Army and we need you to provide some information." "What? Destroy the Red Ribbon Army?" To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Thinking of the three little guys' extremely sharp martial arts and their invulnerability, the villagers actually believed it a little. However, they didn't know what to say. Bulma looked at everyone and said, "It's too cold here. Even if you wear cotton clothes, you might be frozen to death in a while. Why don't you take us to your village to warm up and then talk slowly?" After hearing that they were asked to go back to the house, many villagers immediately started to move. After all, it was so cold that they could freeze to death here if they were not careful. So the villagers all started to go back. However, a little girl did not leave, but walked to a snow pile and dug the snow away with great effort. Klin walked towards the little girl and said, "Okay, stop it. No one will force you to find the Dragon Balls anymore. Go back to the house to keep warm." However, at this moment, the little girl pushed aside the snow and revealed a human face. Krillin's eyes fixed on her and he immediately helped her clean up the snow. Wukong and Chi-Chi also noticed something unusual and came to help immediately. Soon, Bibg, the snow was cleared and three bodies appeared before her eyes. The little red-haired girl knelt on the ground and cried loudly over the bodies. "Dad! Mother! Grandfather! Woo woo woo!" Chi-Chi and Krillin's faces instantly turned ugly. When they were at Kame House, they thought that a legion was just a little too much to force the villagers on the island to find the Dragon Balls. But when they saw that the whole family of the little girl was killed, they suddenly realized the bloodiness of the Red Ribbon Legion. The two were deeply shocked. Hateful! How can they be so cruel? Bulma advised, "Let's go, you will freeze if you stay here for too long. Goku, Chi-Chi, Krillin, their bodies are left to you three." The cold wind was still howling, and it was indeed not suitable to stay here for a long time. "If you don't move, you will become an ice sculpture in a while." Soon, Krillin, Chi-Chi and Goku each carried a corpse and followed the little girl back to the village, back to the red-haired girl's home. After several villagers explained, Krillin, Chi-Chi and Bulma understood what was going on. It was almost the same as they expected. The radar of the Red Ribbon Army discovered that there were Dragon Balls nearby. So they sent troops here to look for them. However, they consumed a lot of manpower and still couldn't find it. Later, they found the village and forced the villagers to start looking for Dragon Balls for them. Because the upper level urged them, even because they hadn't found the Dragon Balls for a long time, an officer was shot dead. As a result, these people became more and more oppressive to the villagers. So far, in just 2 months, dozens of villagers have been brutally killed. What a bunch of bastards! Kikai said angrily, "Damn it! I thought it was just a few leaders who were too ambitious, but I didn't expect that even the soldiers under them were so cruel." Sun Wukong also nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong, who was familiar with the plot, understood that the purpose of the Marshal of the Red Ribbon Army to gather the Dragon Balls was just to grow taller. So, at the beginning, he just thought that this group of people were a bunch of jokes, and the troops under their command were also ordinary people. After all, they were warlords. Even if they were a little arrogant and domineering, it was understandable. They were not so bad and lost their humanity, so he didn't take it to heart. However, when he saw with his own eyes that so many lives were lost under the Red Ribbon Army, he suddenly became uneasy. According to the original work, little Wukong came here as soon as the martial arts tournament ended, destroyed Masruda, and saved the villagers. But he went back to Kame House to continue practicing. He felt a little guilty. If he had come here after the world's #1 martial arts tournament ended, so many people would not have died. Seeing that Chi-Chi, GOKU, and Krillin were all indignant, and even wanted to destroy Masruda directly and kill all the people in the Red Ribbon Army, Bulma smiled. "Don't be impulsive, and don't be so angry. Have you all forgotten? We have Dragon Balls. As long as we gather all the Dragon Balls, the dead people can be resurrected. However, the village chief is still imprisoned in Masruda. If you kill the village chief when you destroy Masruda, the Dragon Balls will not be able to make a wish to resurrect all the people who should be resurrected at once." When Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi, and Krillin heard about the Dragon Balls, their faces lit up. "Yes, we still have the Dragon Balls," Krillin said with bright eyes. "Bulma is right. We can make a wish to revive the villagers killed by the Red Ribbon Army." "Yes, that's right, why didn't I think of Dragon Ball?" Kikai also agreed. The little girl in the room was stunned. "You said, if I gather all the Dragon Balls, my dead grandfather, father, and mother can all be resurrected." Her eyes kept scanning several people, trying to find someone to answer her directly. Krillin looked at the girl and nodded seriously. "Yes, Bulma and GOKU once gathered all the Dragon Balls. With 7 Dragon Balls, they can summon the dragon and revive people." The girl's red face suddenly lit up with hope, and she looked at Krillin seriously. "Really? That's great." She held Krillin's hand and said excitedly, "Then I'm counting on you. You must help us kill those bad guys and revive my family. No matter how much money you want, I will find a way to give it to you." Suddenly being stared at by a girl, Krillin's face suddenly turned red. However, after seeing the body on the ground, Krillin looked at the girl seriously again. "We don't charge any money. Also, don't worry, the bad guys will be eliminated and your family will be resurrected. Just wait for us." "Thank you, thank you." The girl bowed to Krillin first, then bowed to Son Goku, Chi-Chi, and Bulma. Krillin immediately helped her up, then looked at Goku and his group. "Goku, Chi-Chi, let's go kill them together now, shall we?" Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi nodded at the same time. Bulma looked at the little girl and reminded her, "However, not only do you have to take good care of the bodies of your family members, but you also have to let the villagers preserve the bodies of their family members and wait for resurrection." The girl nodded, "Well, thank you for your reminder, big sister. The people of the Red Ribbon Army are in a hurry, and the bodies of the villagers have not been buried yet. Plus, the weather is cold now, their bodies will not be damaged." Bulma nodded, "That's good, take care, we're leaving." "Thank you." After that, several people took Bulma's plane and headed straight for Masruda. After a moment, "Bulma, I feel the distance is almost there. It will be bad if our plane is hit." Sun Wukong nodded, "Let's land here, we'll walk over." Chi-Chi and Krillin nodded, "Bulma, let's land here." "Good." After a while, the 4 of them arrived at the foot of Masruda. The loudspeaker on the tower immediately shouted, "Who dares to trespass into Masruda? Do you want to die?" At the same time, a group of armed men appeared at the gate and pointed at the 4 people. Krillin and Chi-Chi looked at each other. In a flash, the 2 of them suddenly rushed towards them. Bulma squatted down and hid behind Goku. "Wukong, you have to protect me, if I get shot I will die. I should have known not to take you with me." "I'm fine, I'm fine." Chapter 60. In the west, at the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, the Red Marshal, smoking a cigar, angrily scolded his subordinates. A bunch of rubbish. A few little ghosts actually got the upper hand. Adjutant Black's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He said respectfully, "Marshal, calm down. The Dragon Ball radar can only show the approximate location of the Dragon Ball. That location is in the bottomless ocean, so it is naturally very difficult to find. Maybe they were lucky, so they were the first to find the Dragon Ball." The Marshal took a puff of his cigar and said angrily, "Lucky? Other places have obviously already had the reaction of the Dragon Ball. Why so far, we have only got one Dragon Ball? There are so many of us, but we are not as lucky as a few kids." Adjutant Black swallowed hard. Marshal Red, there is no other way. By the way, we originally wanted to send a large force to catch them. But the radar shows that the position of the Dragon Ball they got has changed and is now approaching Masruta. I guess they also have a Dragon Ball radar, and the accuracy is higher than ours. Marshal Red's face was livid and questioned, "What? You said that their radar is more accurate than ours? What a joke, our regiment has so many excellent scientists." Adjutant Black wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Marshal, we didn't believe this fact at first. However, we scanned the portraits of several of them. The portrait of one of the blue-haired girls is very similar to the portrait of the second lady of the Universal Capsule Company. Then, we sent people to conduct an in-depth investigation. Later, it was discovered that the girl was really the second lady of the Universal Capsule, Bulma. The others were also martial arts masters who appeared in the world's #1 martial arts meeting." Hearing this, Marshal Hong's anger immediately subsided. He touched his chin and said, "If it is true that the daughter of the chairman of the Universal Capsule Company is involved, it may be true that the accuracy of the Dragon Ball radar is higher than ours. After all, for someone who can make a universal capsule, it is not a problem to make an accurate Dragon Ball radar. As for the other martial arts masters, don't worry about them. No matter how powerful they are, can they withstand our guns and cannons?" Adjutant Black's face also eased a little. "Well, Marshal, Miss Bulma is not easy to find, but her father, Dr. Brief, is far away in the West City. Should we send someone to capture him and threaten him to build an accurate radar?" The Red Marshal was furious again. "Idiot, what's the use of radar? I want Dragon Ball. Ah, this, what should I do? Please tell me, Marshal. The search for the Dragon Balls is still going on as planned. We can even intensify our efforts. In addition, keep the briefs under surveillance, but don't make any noise and don't let them find out. Anyway, we have a Dragon Ball in our hands, and they can't get all of them. If Bulma can really find a few Dragon Balls, and then capture the briefs, let Bulma exchange the Dragon Balls in her hands with us." Adjutant Black showed admiration on his face. "Marshal, you are indeed far-sighted." At this moment, the phone next to the Marshal suddenly rang. "Hello. It's General Bai. What's the matter?" "What? Masruta was attacked. Who did it?" "3 children and a blue-haired woman. They also have 2 Dragon Balls in their hands. Could it be, they must be them?" Just then, Adjutant Black approached the Marshal. "Marshal Hong, according to the data, those martial artists are also very powerful. I suggest that they pay attention to it and mobilize the greatest force to kill them and take back the Dragon Ball." Seeing Adjutant Black approaching, Marshal Hong said angrily, "Didn't I tell you not to stand next to me? Do you want to make me look shorter?" Adjutant Black immediately took a few steps back. "Yes, sorry. Masruta." Chi-Chi and Krillin showed their prowess and defeated countless guards. The ground was in a mess. Chi-Chi wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "It's so warm in here." Krillin also wiped his sweat. "Yes, I'm sweating." Bulma said, "There's heating in here, take off your heavy coats." Yet, several people quickly took off their heavy coats, leaving only a thin martial arts uniform. Krillin moved around on the spot and said, "It's much more convenient to move now." Kiki also nodded and said, "Yes, now I can beat 10 people. Let's go." Goku led Bulma and continued to move forward. Bulma immediately shouted, "Hey, you two hurry up. Goku blocks the front, you block the back." Chi-Chi and Krillin also hurriedly followed. A tall figure blocked the way of the 4 people. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. If you don't knock me down, you can't get up." Sun Wukong looked at the tall man. He looked the same as the Terminator in the movie, but he was taller than the Terminator. Kikai exclaimed, "Wow, this guy is so big." Klin curled his lips and said disdainfully, "What's the use of height, isn't he just a straw bag? Leave this guy to me." Klin moved his shoulders and arms and walked towards the Terminator. This guy was named Iron Sergeant. Seeing little Klin walking towards him, Iron Sergeant's mouth twisted. "Hey, you're looking for death." As he spoke, Iron Sergeant punched Klin. Klin's figure flashed and dodged the punch. Iron Sergeant's punch hit the ground, and several tiles shattered instantly. Finding that he didn't hit, Iron Sergeant looked left and right. "Where did you go?" As he spoke, Klin's figure fell from the sky, landed in front of the Iron Sergeant, and kicked him hard in the face. The Iron Sergeant's body tilted and retreated backwards. Klin chased after him and punched him hard. Frame. With a loud bang, the Iron Sergeant fell heavily to the ground. Krillin shook his numb fist, turned to look at Wukong and others, and said, "This man's bones are really hard, my hand hurts a little." Sun Wukong said, "This person should be a machine." "What? Robot? That's impossible." Krillin was shocked. At this moment, the knocked-down Iron Sergeant stood up. He waved his hand and grabbed the little Krillin with his huge palm. "Wow! Damn it!" The Iron Sergeant held Klin with both hands, concentrating his strength on his arms and transmitting it to his palms. "I'm going to crush you into pulp." Klin immediately struggled hard. "Damn, it hurts, Wukong, help." Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows. With Krillin's strength, he should be able to break free. However, he didn't think much about it, and jumped to the position of Tai Junko's face, then turned around and kicked Tai Junko in the face. Tai Junko staggered back, and the strength in his hands weakened a little. At this moment, Krillin used both hands to push away Tai Junko's thugs and quickly escaped from his palm. Krillin wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Damn, you almost squeezed me to death." After Sun Wukong kicked Tai Junko over, he stood up again. His kick was not light, but Tai Junko seemed unharmed. Sun Wukong immediately recalled how Wukong killed him in the original book. However, he forgot. It should not be very strong, but he just couldn't remember it. At this moment, Kikai's voice came over. "Goku, Krillin, get out of the way." Krillin and Goku looked back, only to see Chi-Chi with her hands on her waist, her Kamehameha already condensed. The two were startled, and immediately moved left and right, avoiding the center of Tai Junzeo and Chi-Chi. In an instant, a white light flashed in Chi-Chi's hand, and it turned into a powerful Qigong wave that blasted towards Tai Junzeo. A flash of white light passed, and the air returned to tranquility. Tai Junzeo's head was gone, but his body was still standing there stupidly. However, through the iron object on his neck and the crackling sparks, to read the exciting novel, Go to Falu Novel Network, several people also understood that this man was really a man-made man. Krillin breathed a sigh of relief and praised Chi-Chi did a great job. However, when Krillin looked at Chi-Chi, he saw Chi-Chi's surprised eyes. "Kikai, what's wrong with you?" "Klin, turn back." Krillin looked back in a daze, and saw a huge fist hitting him. Krillin, who didn't react in time, was suddenly knocked away. Hateful! Why am I so unlucky? After knocking Krillin away, Iron Sergeant continued to walk towards Bulma. Sun Wukong didn't have time to think, so he jumped up again and kicked Iron Sergeant down again. Looking at the headless iron sergeant, Sun Wukong scratched his head and said, "It can still move after the head is knocked off. It seems that the core of the machine is not the head." However, fists and kicks could not hurt this guy, and Goku was ready to use Kamehameha. So, he gathered his hands at his waist. Just as he was thinking about where to aim, Krillin's voice came again. "Goku, get out of the way, let him have a taste of my power." Goku was startled, and turned to look at Krillin. He saw him raising one hand high, condensing the Qi Yuan Zhan. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, and he dodged immediately. A few days ago, Master Roshi told them about the use of breath and in-depth practice. While practicing their breath to make it stronger, they tried to use their breath to create new tricks. Little Goku inspired Krillin and asked him to develop the Qi Yuan Zhan. Sure enough, he developed it not long after. Against masters, the Qi Yuan Zhan is too powerful and too slow, and it is too easy to dodge. However, against this invulnerable big guy, the Qi Yuan Zhan is really a magical skill. Just as the Iron Army the moment Cao Gang stood up, Krillin swung out his Qi Yuan Zhan. Taijun Cao still wanted to resist, and his huge fist slammed towards Qi Yuan Zhan. However, Qi Yuan Zhan was indestructible and directly cut off his arm and his entire body. Qi Yuan Zhan did not dissipate until it broke through the wall of the room, and the cold wind leaked in. The next moment, Taijun Cao's body was divided into 4 parts and scattered all over the ground. A steel torso, 2 legs, and an arm. After a few sizzling sparks from the fragmented body. After a few short-circuit sounds, it completely collapsed. Because it is a mechanical body, it does not look bloody. Chi-Chi, Krillin, and Goku all breathed a sigh of relief. This guy is really tough, I finally beat him to death. Bulma also wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. You are too reckless. Fortunately, this guy doesn't have a bomb in his body. Sun Wukong. Bulma sighed. Come on, let's continue upstairs. Let's go. After the 4 people climbed up the stairs, they found themselves in a world full of greenery. There were trees, flowers, and a small river. Bulma couldn't help but wonder, isn't this the tower? It's so fancy. Who said it wasn't? At this moment, a voice came out. You are finally here. However, you should stop here. So far, no one has appeared who can defeat me, ha 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 ha. Bulma put her hands on her hips and said, Sneaky, come out if you dare. Suddenly, several darts flew towards her. Sun Wukong was quick and quickly pulled Bulma back. 4 darts were directly stuck in the ground in front of them. Bulma saw that the flying knives almost hit her and wiped the cold sweat. Thank you, Wukong, it was too dangerous just now. The voice of the ninja was heard again in the air. He, you have pretty good skills, worthy of being someone who can make it to the 4th floor. Chi-Chi and Krillin hurriedly took precautions, looking around for the enemy's position. Sun Wukong suddenly felt a breath fluctuation, it seemed that he was there. In the past 2 months, Wukong has practiced breath perception, but so far he can only feel the breath around him, and cannot feel it if it is too far away. Sun Wukong thinks that he has not practiced it enough, and the people on Earth are too weak. The breath strength of all the people on Earth is about the same, so the perception effect is too poor. Unexpectedly, it worked wonders in this quiet space. Sun Wukong instructed Chi-Chi, Krillin, protect Bulma, leave this level to me. Okay. Kellen and Kikai both nodded. As they spoke, Sun Wukong stomped a few steps on the ground and rushed forward. He pulled out his Ruyi stick and smashed it at the source of the smell, which was a big tree. In an instant, countless branches of the tree broke, and a figure fell from the tree. The man covered the big bump on his head, with tears in his eyes. Damn it, it hurts, it hurts. You actually found it, was it a coincidence? No, it's just that your hiding method is too poor. The ninja said angrily. What a joke! I am the best ninja in Konoha, How can you see through me? Let me show you my invisibility technique. As he said that, the man quickly formed seals with his hands, and the next moment he turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Sun Wukong continued to sense the breath. In addition to the breath of Krillin, Chi-Chi, and Bulma, there was only a very weak breath suppressed. Where is it? Sun Wukong muttered as he walked. Suddenly, a bamboo pole standing upright by the river came into view. Breath perception is not the perception of breathing. It is the vitality in the body. Sun Wukong has sensed the ninja's breath in the water. He turned around and looked at Chi-Chi and Bulma. Chi-Chi, Bulma, you two turn around, I'm going to pee first. Chi-Chi blushed, immediately covered her eyes and turned around. Bulma, be serious, Goku. Krillin, it's okay, Goku, I'll help you watch. It won't be dangerous. Sun Wukong nodded, then urinated towards the water. When he was almost done peeing, he aimed at the bamboo pole. In an instant, the ninja jumped out of the river. Damn it! You actually peed into the river, you have no manners. Sun Wukong pulled up his pants and said, you are helping an evil organization and you still talk to me about manners. As a ninja, my employer pays me a commission and I do things for my employer. What does my quality have to do with it? My job is to guard this pass. You can't get up here while I'm here. The ninja said as he shook off the water on his body. Sun Wukong said, then I won't be polite. As he said that, Sun Wukong started to move. The ninja's eyes turned cold. If you want to use force, then you have hit a nail. While speaking, the ninja quickly formed seals with both hands. The art of clone. Swish. Suddenly, he turned into 5 ninjas. Hey, guess which one is the real me? Klin and Kikai were stunned. Surprisingly, he can actually split himself, how amazing! Krillin, which one is real? Sun Wukong's mouth corners slightly raised. If you can use multiple shadow clones, it might be a little more troublesome, but just 5 of them are not enough for me to defeat. What? The ninjas were shocked. At this moment, Sun Wukong's figure had already rushed towards them. A punch, a kick, a knife, a dunk, a whip kick. Sun Wukong's figure was as fast as lightning, and his attacks were extremely fast. The ninjas had no time to react before they were hit. After 5 easy moves, the 5 ninjas fell to the ground with serious injuries. Krillin and Chi-Chi looked at the 5 clones lying on the ground, feeling very curious. Krillin stepped on the head of the nearest ninja. You are the real one, it feels solid when you step on it. Chapter 61. After defeating the ninja Shi Kokang, the group continued to move forward. The Dragon Ball radar in Bulma's arm suddenly beeped. She took out the radar, pressed it a few times, and zoomed in and out to confirm the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball. Chi-Chi saw that Bulma hadn't spoken for a long time, and asked, "What's wrong, Bulma?" Bulma scratched her head and said, "Strange, the radar shows that there is a new Dragon Ball here. Could it be that the Red Ribbon Army has found it?" Krillin denied, "Impossible, if they found it, how could they force so many villagers to look for the Dragon Ball?" "That's right." Bulma looked a little confused. Sun Wukong said, "Never mind, let's go upstairs first." Several people nodded. Just as they were about to reach the 5th floor, a tall and strong man appeared. He had a very honest expression and a long scar on his head. He was also very tall and strong. He stood at the entrance of the stairs and looked at Wukong and the others without saying a word. Seeing someone blocking the way, Kikai took the lead and walked to the front. "Wukong, Krillin, you two dealt with the previous ones, so I will take care of this guy, right?" Krillin nodded. "Okay, then you be careful." However, Wukong blocked Chi-Chi. "Wait, Kikai. What's wrong, Wukong?" Thinking that Wukong was worried about her safety, Kikai was a little shy. "Don't worry about me, Wukong. We have been training together for so long, and I am strong now. You two have shown your skills, so it's my turn now. Kikai said. Sun Wukong shook his head. No, he shouldn't be a bad guy. Chi-Chi, Krillin, and Bulma were all stunned. How did you tell that? This person was the kind-hearted android number 8, and Sun Wukong had no way to explain. He just replied, no murderous intent. However, just this one sentence made Chi-Chi and Krillin's eyes full of idiots. Wukong, you can actually feel the murderous aura, that's so awesome. That's right, how did you do it? Sun Wukong scratched his head feeling. Then, Sun Wukong walked towards number 8. Hello. Number 8 looked at Sun Wukong. Hello. Bulma and Chi-Chi were surprised. This person actually greeted Wukong. Sun Wukong said, we want to go up, can you make way? Number 8 nodded. Are you here to destroy these evil guys? Sun Wukong nodded. He knew that number 8 was a good guy, so he explained his purpose. That's right, we came here not only to destroy the Red Ribbon Army, but also to collect the Dragon Balls and revive the villagers who were killed. No 8's originally serious face suddenly showed a happy expression. I know, you are good people. They have been doing evil things these days, locking up the village chief and forcing the villagers to find the Dragon Ball. Recently, they have forced and even killed many people. Although I don't know what they are looking for the Dragon Ball for. I can probably guess that it is to achieve their ambition of ruling the world. So, as he spoke, number 8 lifted his clothes and opened a door in his chest. A golden Dragon Ball appeared in his chest. Bulma was shocked. Dragon Ball. Kikai and Krillin were also surprised. Are you also a cyborg? Number 8 pinched the Dragon Ball with 2 fingers and took it out of his chest. Yes, I am android number 8. I picked up this Dragon Ball by chance outside, and I hid it secretly to prevent them from using it for bad things. While speaking, no. 8 handed the Dragon Ball to Sun Wukong, who was closest to him. Since you said you can use this to revive the villagers, I will give it to you. Bulma was surprised to hear that number 8 wanted to give the Dragon Ball to GOKU. What's going on? Aren't you an artificial human? How can you be a good person? Number 8 looked at Bulma. As soon as I was created and had consciousness, I didn't like killing people. After the doctor created me, he sent me to the battlefield. But they found that I didn't like killing people, so they put me here. The doctor said that I was a failure. Bulma was stunned for a moment. A failed work? Excuse me, who is the doctor who made you? People call him Dr. Gallo. Bulma's pupils shrank. Dr. Gallo, it's him. Chi-Chi and Krillin looked at Bulma. Bulma, do you know him? In the future world, Dr. Gallo created androids 17 and 18, which brought an indelible disaster to the entire Earth. How could Bulma not know Dr. Gallo? But at this time Bulma could only nod and responded, I know, he is a genius in artificial human technology, but I didn't expect that a genius scientist would work for the Red Ribbon Army. Sun Wukong asked, No 8, since you don't want to be here, why don't you come with us, we will take you away from here. After hearing this, Chi-Chi, Krillin and even Bulma all looked at Sun Wukong in surprise. Taking this guy away is too crazy. Seeing Sun Wukong's invitation, number 8 shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but I can't leave. Sun Wukong said, Why? What else do you want to do for them? I heard that the village chief is detained here. Once we rescue the village chief, we plan to destroy this place. If you stay here, you will be implicated. Number 8 said, A bomb has been installed on my body, so it is not suitable for me to leave here. Bulma was startled. A bomb was installed on him. Number 8 nodded. Yes. Bulma smiled and said, I'm telling you, I'm a super mechanical genius, why don't you let me help you dismantle the bomb? Number 8 was surprised. Can you really help me defuse the bomb? Bulma looked at Goku, Chi-Chi, and Krillin and said, you guys have been working hard along the way. I have to show some skills, otherwise you will look down on me. Bulma looked at number 8 and asked, do you have any tools? Number 8 nodded and said, yes, there are tools in the compartment, I will get them out. Then, number 8 went to the compartment to get the tools. Krillin and Chi-Chi looked at Bulma. Bulma, you are so brave. Is it reliable to defuse the bomb? Don't worry, have faith in me. Klin curled his lips. Bulma, I'm a little worried, can I go downstairs and wait for a while? Chi-Chi also echoed me too, I'm a little worried too. Bulma looked at Chi-Chi and Krillin, then looked at Sun Wukong, and smiled. Okay, you both go. Sun Wukong said it's okay, I have confidence in Bulma's skills, you two go down. Chi-Chi and Krillin looked at each other. Chi-Chi, I want to accompany Wukong. Krillin shrugged. Isn't this moral kidnapping? What if the team is wiped out? Sun Wukong thought for a while. It seems so, if the team is wiped out, there will be no way. Krillin, Chi-Chi, you two go down. I'm worried that there will be bad guys coming down from upstairs, so I will stay here to protect Bulma. But... Kikai hesitated. No buts. Go ahead, Kiki. There's no point in you and Krillin staying here. Okay. Krillin and Chi-Chi went downstairs. Just then, number 8 came back with a toolbox. Number 8 lay on a table, and Bulma took apart his chest with ease. Seeing the many electrical components in the chest, Sun Wukong was confused. But Bulma was watching with great interest. After all, she was the one who could make a precise Dragon Ball radar that even the Legion couldn't make. Dr. Gallo is really a genius. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. His sophisticated structure is beyond the comprehension of ordinary scientists. However, this little bit of precision machinery is not difficult for me. As he said this, Bulma operated it with a click, and soon he took out the bomb. Wukong, please help throw the bomb outside, throw it far away. Oh, all right. As he spoke, Goku took the bomb, opened a window, and threw the bomb far away. After a loud bang, Goku closed the window. When he turned around, number 8 had already opened his eyes. Bulma put away the tools and said, okay, the bomb is dismantled, you can go wherever you want. Number 8 said with joy, really? Thank you. Bulma smiled and said, you're welcome, you also gave us a Dragon Ball. This is just a piece of cake. Bulma picked up the Dragon Ball and started playing with it. I was just saying that, I was so busy killing the Red Ribbon Army that I seemed to have forgotten to look for the Dragon Balls. I didn't even dare to look for the Dragon Balls by myself. Unexpectedly, after searching everywhere for a long time, I found it without any effort. The Dragon Balls are actually on Masruda. Ha 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 ha, if this continues, the Red Ribbon Army may never find all the Dragon Balls in their lifetime. It seems that they heard the sound of bombs outside, and Kikai and Krillin ran up. Goku, Bulma, are you all okay? I just heard the sound of a bomb. Goku looked back at the two of them and nodded, yeah, yes, Bulma just defused the bomb, and I threw it outside. Chi-Chi and Krillin suddenly realized. No wonder the sound was so quiet, it turned out to be outside. Then let's go up next. Bulma nodded. Well, let's go upstairs. Number 8 said there is a maze upstairs. It will be terrible if you get trapped in it. Let me take you there. That's great. So, led by number 8, they walked up the stairs. There is no entrance to the 5th floor. It is a mysterious room. I can't figure it out. I will take you to the 6th floor, which is the divisional headquarters. The village chief is imprisoned there. However, just when they arrived at the 6th floor, a wall suddenly disappeared, and a wall appeared behind them. An empty room appeared. In the center of the room, there was a huge monster. Its pink skin had many spots like a toad, and its green tongue was drooping, drooling disgustingly. Number 8 was shocked. Wow! Monster, I'm scared. Bulma wasn't scared at all, but number 8 shrank to the side and hid next to Bulma. Bulma frowned and looked at the frightened number 8, thinking to herself, how can you be more timid than me? Sun Wukong looked at the monster, then at Krillin and Chi-Chi. This should be the most powerful guy, and also the last monster. Let's go together and see who can defeat it. Kikai and Krillin both clenched their fists. Hee, the one who defeats the monster must be me. It's me. Kikai and Krillin argued for a moment. The next second, the three of them stomped their feet on the ground and rushed towards the monster. However, their attacks were all bounced back when they touched the monster. Damn, this guy is so thick-skinned. The attack is completely ineffective. Kikai's eyes flashed. It seems that we have to think of another way. The next moment, the monster swept its long tail and swept directly towards Kikai. However, Kikai was skilled and brave, and dodged this move with an afterimage punch. The next moment, Kikai's hands once again showed the calyx state. Turtle. Groob. Gas. Kung Fu. Kikai pushed forward with both hands, and a Kamehameha blasted towards the monster. The scene of being blasted to pieces by the Kigong did not appear. The moment the Kamehameha hit the monster, it was directly refracted. Kikai's face was horrified. How is it possible that even Kamehameha is useless? In the backstage of Masruta, a general was smoking a pipe and watching the surveillance of the monster room with great interest. In the cell behind him, the village chief was imprisoned. The general laughed and said, "He, you fools, you underestimated the enemy. No matter how strong you are, no matter how powerful your weapons are, you can't defeat our ultimate secret weapon, the vampire. Ha 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 ha." He pressed the communication button to the monster room. Ha ha ha, how about it, little ghosts? I'll give you a chance. Hand over the Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball radar in your hands, and I'll let you go. In addition, I won't ask the villagers to find the Dragon Ball in the future. How about it? Bulma's fierce voice came from the microphone. Don't make wishful thinking, I won't give you the Dragon Balls. The general snorted coldly, you are such a stubborn guy. You will be eaten by monsters sooner or later. I can wait for the vampire to excrete the Dragon Balls and then take them. It won't affect the use of them. Vampire, eat them all. As he spoke, the vampire opened his gluttonous mouth, stretched out his big green tongue, and suddenly rolled towards Kikai. Kikai struggled hastily, but found that she couldn't get free. Help! Before Chi-Chi could finish, Wukong had already kicked the vampire's tongue. Fortunately, its tongue was afraid of pain and immediately let go of Chi-Chi. The falling Chi-Chi turned 360 degrees in the air and then stood firmly on the floor. Hey, I was scared to death, thank you Goku. Sun Wukong did not answer Chi-Chi directly, but was thinking about his weaknesses. He remembered clearly the stories of Frieza, Cell, and those after the Super Saiyans and the Super Saiyan God. But the experiences of little Goku in the original book were a bit long ago. In fact, I have forgotten almost 1.3, and this Goku has long forgotten the weaknesses of this monster. In short, this thing should not be very strong, and I should be able to kill it. Just as Goku was thinking, Krillin shouted. Wukong, get out of the way. Sun Wukong turned his head and saw that Krillin had gathered another Chi Yuan Zhan. Wow, Krillin had a new trick that could make him famous. Indeed, Chi Yuan Zhan should be invincible against such a clumsy opponent in the early stage. Sun Wukong retreated quickly. The next moment, Krillin threw Chi Yuan Zhan over. The monster might be moving slowly, or it might be too thick-skinned to dodge, so it just stood there waiting for Chi Yuan Zhan's attack. Sizzle! The Chi Yuan Zhan attacked the vampire's skin, but failed to break his defense, and was reflected back. Chi-Chi and Krillin were shocked and quickly dodged the reflected Chi-Yu and Jean. However, Bulma behind them was dumbfounded. Because the Chi-Yu and Jean flew right towards Bulma. Bulma wanted to dodge, but she couldn't keep up with the speed. The intense fear made her hair stand on end, as if she would be cut in half in the next moment. Just when she was panicked and at a loss, a small figure pounced on her, knocked her down, and pressed her head hard to the ground. Shua! They! Chi-Yu and Jean almost passed by and went straight to the wall and window behind Bulma. Snap! A large hole was cut in the thick wall and window, and a cold wind blew in. Bulma opened her eyes and found that she was not dead. The little Goku in her arms was still holding her head with his hand. She exhaled deeply. Phew, thanks to you, Goku. Originally Goku was lying on Bulma, feeling so sweet and soft that he didn't want to get up. Suddenly, a biting cold wind blew from his back, instantly freezing his spine and making his teeth chatter uncontrollably. Chapter 62. Sun Wukong stood up suddenly. Oh no! The wall is leaking, Bulma, get up and get some clothes. Krillin and Chi-Chi were shivering in the cold wind. Although they were not wearing much, they were wearing clothes after all. But the monster was naked. At this moment, the liquid dripping from the monster's body suddenly solidified, and when the cold wind blew, the pink skin on his body began to freeze. There was no time to watch the monster freeze, so Bulma hurriedly took out warm clothes for them. A moment later, everyone put on thick cotton clothes. The monster had been frozen into an ice sculpture. Sun Wukong punched the monster that had turned into an ice sculpture, and it shattered into pieces in an instant. Chi-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that his weakness is fear of the cold. Krillin fortunately, it was an accident. But Bulma looked at Krillin with a black face. Krillin, your Chi-Yu and Jean almost took my life. Krillin's mouth twitched. Bulma, I didn't mean it. If it weren't for Goku, I would have died, I would have been cut in half by you. Is it over if you just said you didn't mean it? Krillin intertwined his index fingers and kept backing away. Bulma, I really didn't mean it. Seeing Krillin being bullied by Bulma, Goku quickly tried to smooth things over. Bulma, okay, don't blame Krillin. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have discovered the monster's weakness so quickly. By the way, the monster is dead, but the supreme leader of Masruta has not been dealt with yet. Bulma was originally angry, but suddenly calmed down. Oh, yeah, hurry up and find someone. Sun Wukong looked at number 8 and asked, by the way, who is the supreme leader of this Masruta? Number 8 thought for a moment and said, his name is General Bai. I don't usually see him, and I don't know where he is. Sun Wukong. Bulma touched his chin and said, then do you know where the village chief is? No. Then take us to find the village chief, and after taking the village chief away, we might as well destroy this place completely. Krillin and Chi-Chi nodded. So, number 8 took Chi-Chi, Goku, and others to the village chief's cell. As soon as they arrived at the door of the cell, they saw the ashes in the ashtray on the table. There was also a screen on the table, which was the room where they had just fought. They could vaguely see the cold wind whistling through the cracks cut by the air element slash. Bulma said it seems that he has seen our fight and should have run away. Krillin clenched his fists. It's a pity that he can even run away. After we destroy this place, no one will come back here, right? That is, who would come back after being destroyed? Bulma said. At this moment, while talking, Chi-Chi rescued the village chief. However, Chi-Chi happened to catch a glimpse of the window. Through the window, you can clearly see a green helicopter with the Red Ribbon Army printed on it flying away into the distance. Chi-Chi suddenly pointed at the window and shouted, found it, he wants to fly away in a plane. Sun Wukong was stunned, then looked at the window. Seeing General Bai trying to escape on a plane, Sun Wukong immediately put his hands in the Kamehameha posture. After just 2 seconds of charging, a powerful Qigong wave shot towards the plane. Boom! The plane exploded in the air. Sun Wukong looked through the window at the clean and tidy sky. No body was found, so he must be dead. Krillin, more than dead, you scattered the ashes of the person. Kikai Wukong, well done. Several people took the village chief and left Masruda. Before leaving, Sun Wukong blew Masruda to the ground. It was dark. In the village not far from Masruda, several houses were still brightly lit. In a house that was neither too big nor too small, Goku, Krillin, Chi-Chi, and Bulma were all inside, eating around a table. The owner of the house was the little red-haired girl named Shinyo. To thank them for destroying the Masruda stronghold and wiping out the Red Ribbon Army branch, they even promised to resurrect the dead villagers. With the help of the neighbors, the little girl was busy all day and made a lot of delicious food to invite them. To express their gratitude, the village chief brought several villagers to Shinyo's house. They also brought some gifts. They were originally here to accompany the guests. It was a pity that they were all children, and no one drank, but just ate and chatted. Delicious, delicious, have another bowl. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Sun Wukong turned into a ruthless eating machine, and he has been showing off his rice since he came here. There is no way, he is really hungry. In front of appetite, everything else is put aside. Sino looked at the bowls piled up next to Wukong and couldn't help swallowing. She turned to look at Krillin and asked in a low voice, "Excuse me, how long has it been since he had a full meal?" Krillin smiled and said, "Don't be surprised, Goku has always had a big appetite since he was a child. Is it just that he has a big appetite? Will he be too full?" Sino looked at the empty bowl next to Wukong that was taller than him and felt a little scared. Krillin nodded, "Yet, he just has a big appetite. He won't get hurt. The current amount is just to fill his teeth." Sino nodded in realization. "Oh, so, then he really has a good appetite. However, it seems that the food I prepared is still not enough. Now, I will quickly steam a big pot of rice and give him more." Ha 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 ha. "Thank you so much." Goku thanked while eating. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Krillin all burst into laughter after hearing what Snow said, and Goku replied. A villager said, "Thanks to your help, the village has finally returned to peace. We express our heartfelt thanks." After the villager finished speaking, other villagers immediately followed. "The whole village is very happy and doesn't know how to thank you. Yes, yes, thank you so much. You are truly the heroes and saviors of our village." Bulma was a little stunned when she heard their thanks and saw their simple looks. The awkward expression of wanting to thank but not knowing what to do, coupled with the scene of Goku eating heartlessly, seemed so familiar to Bulma. Her eyes were shining with memories. In her previous life, when little Goku came to Masruda, he did not bring her with him. But after Goku destroyed Masruda, the radar broke down. So he went to the West City to ask her for help to repair the radar. So later, when he destroyed the Red Ribbon Army, Bulma and Krillin followed Goku 570 all the way. Bulma looked at Goku, who was concentrating on eating, and the light in her eyes became stronger. He was obviously a little savage who liked to fight and had a big appetite, simple and pure. But his existence has saved so many people and so many villages invisibly. This is the Goku she is familiar with, simple, pure, and by the way, making the world a better place. Bulma looked at Android 8 and asked, "No 8, where are you going next?" Number 8 lowered his head a little embarrassedly. "I don't know either." Sun Wukong suddenly stopped eating and suggested, "Although number 8 is an artificial human, he is a good man who likes peace and hates war. He likes the quiet and peaceful life in the village. Why not let him stay in the village? I wonder if you are willing to accept him." After Sun Wukong finished speaking, the room became quiet. By the way, Sun Wukong stuffed another big mouthful of rice and waited for their response. The village chief suddenly said, "Why don't number 8 come to our house? My wife and I are old and have no children. Number 8 can be our son and can do some farm work for us. Number 8 was surprised. Really, I am an artificial human. The village chief laughed and said, so what? Even if we are human beings, there are so many bad people, right? Since they say you are a good person, then you must be a good person. That's settled. Bulma, Krillin, and Chi-Chi all smiled. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations to number 8 for having a family. Number 8 was so moved that he shed tears. Thank you, I'm so happy. Chapter 63. The next day, after bidding farewell to the villagers, Bulma flew the plane and took everyone away from this land of ice and snow. Call. We have finally left the cold regions. Finally I can change into light clothes. Goku, where are we going next? Chi-Chi asked. Goku crossed his legs and lay on the chair and said, ask Bulma and let her decide. Chi-Chi looked at Bulma again. Bulma asked while flying the plane, have you heard of Karin Tower? Chi-Chi scratched her head and said, Karin Tower? Never heard of it. Krillin asked, it's a very famous building, right? Bulma nodded, yes, but this Karin Tower will be very useful to you. There are immortals and super holy water on Karin Tower. As long as you climb up Karin Tower and drink the super holy water, you can gain powerful strength. Krillin and Chi-Chi were shocked. What? There is actually such a place? Sun Wukong was curious and asked, Bulma, how come you seem to know everything? Bulma smiled and said, of course, I don't practice martial arts, so I have to read more books. I know a lot of places in the world. Oh, so that's it. Sun Wukong nodded. Bulma continued, when Master Roshi was young, he once climbed the Karin Tower. I heard that it took him 3 years to get the super holy water. Krillin and Chi-Chi were shocked. What? Sensei Wu Tian climbed the Kalin Tower. Even he took 3 years. Krillin muttered, it seems that Karin Tower is not so easy to climb, at least it is much more difficult than practicing. Bulma said, that may not be the case. It depends on the aptitude. The guy Roshi Senin is unreliable. He also said that Kamehameha requires 50 years of practice. In the end, you 3 little brats can all use it, right? The 3 of them didn't say anything, but when they thought about it, that was the case. Krillin asked with some entanglement, Bulma, should we go to the vicinity of Karin Tower next? Bulma smiled, I was thinking about it. The next stop is Karin Tower. For your practice, we can slow down the progress of finding the Dragon Balls. You 3 all go to climb Karin Tower and spend some time. Well, let me think, with your talents, about a month will be enough. By then, you will all become stronger and will not be afraid of the Red Ribbon Army at all. Then we will continue to look for the Dragon Balls. Hearing that it would take a month, Krillin touched his chin. Just 1 month? That seems to be fine. Kikai looked at Krillin curiously. Hey, Klin, I feel like something is wrong with you. You seem to be in a hurry. Is there, right? Sun Wukong couldn't help but look at Krillin and said, why not? Even I can see that you are in a hurry, but Krillin, what are you in a hurry for? Do you need help? Krillin blushed, and kept touching his index fingers, but he couldn't speak. Speak, are you dumb? Chi-Chi urged. Bulma looked back at Krillin, then at Chi-Chi and Goku, and suddenly laughed. I understand. Chi-Chi and Goku looked at Bulma. Bulma, what did you know? Chi-Chi looked like she was eating melons. Bulma controlled the plane with one hand, took a cigarette with the other hand, lit it casually, and took a deep puff. I guess Krillin has fallen in love with the little girl from the village next to Masruta. He wants to collect the Dragon Balls as soon as possible to help revive her family. What? Like that girl? Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi stared at Krillin with their eyes wide open. Chi-Chi suddenly realized, I remember, the girl's name is Shinyo. And Krillin's face was already red at this moment, looking like a well-cooked barbecue. He quickly retorted, Bulma, don't talk nonsense. Chi-Chi curled the corners of her mouth, smiled with curved eyelashes and asked Krillin, Bulma, is this considered nonsense? I didn't expect that you also met a girl you like, congratulations. Bulma wanted to tease again, but found that Krillin was too speechless to speak. At this moment, Chi-Chi immediately patted Krillin. Krillin, since you like me, why are you shy? You see, I like Wukong, and I never hide it. To read the novel, go to Fulu Novel Network. You are a boy, so you should be braver. Krillin lowered his head even lower. Kikai continued, besides, you are so good at martial arts, if she marries you, she will be marrying above her station. But it's a pity that you didn't tell her. Now we are all gone, you don't even know you like her. I suggest that you wait until her parents are resurrected, then come back and confess your love to her. Maybe she will marry you once she is touched. If you like her, just say it boldly. What if you have been in love with her for a few years, and she is married when you come back? It will be such a pity. When Chi-Chi said this, Bulma nodded in agreement immediately. In the previous life, Chi-Chi was very fierce and snatched Goku away in the spotlight. Bulma said, that's right, Chi-Chi is right. Don't wait until it's too late, you haven't said it yet. When we were in that village, I felt a little bit that the little girl seemed to admire you very much. I remember that I had physical contact with you. Maybe if you flirt with her a little bit, she will marry you. Krillin blushed and retorted, Bulma, I just feel sorry for her, what are you talking about? Bulma laughed and said, yo yo yo. Little Krillin, little Krillin. I didn't expect that you are as lustful as Master Roshi in normal times, and you are so shy when you encounter real things. You just keep talking tough. When she gets married, it will be useless for you to say anything. Seeing Krillin's face flushed, Chi-Chi encouraged him again, that's right, if you like someone, you should say it boldly. I just like Goku, and I want to marry him when I grow up. Hearing Chi-Chi saying that he liked him in public, Sun Wukong quickly looked out the window. Bulma took another puff of cigarette, looked at Chi-Chi, and said, Chi-Chi, now we are very familiar with each other, so I won't be polite with you. As a girl, you should feel that although I am a little older, I also like Goku. Let's do as your father said. When Goku grows up, I will be the elder and you will be the younger. Chi-Chi nodded, okay, it's settled. Hearing their explicit conversation, Sun Wukong remained silent. It was difficult to divert the firepower, and Krillin didn't want to divert it back to roast him. So Krillin also retreated tactically and looked out the window following Sun Wukong's sight. After a moment, Bulma said, good news, while we are collecting Dragon Balls, the Red Ribbon Army is not idle either. They have already collected 3 Dragon Balls, and the nearest one is near Kallen Tower. Together with the 2 Dragon Balls we have and the one near Kallen Tower, there are 3 in total. The people from the Red Ribbon Army will definitely come looking for them. I suggest that we go directly to Kallen Tower, and after getting the Dragon Balls, we can climb Kallen Tower to practice while waiting for them. Sun Wukong immediately agreed, okay, let's do it. Kikai raised her doubts. How about I help you two to guard it? What if you two are climbing the tower and have used up most of your energy, and you have no strength left when the enemy comes? Krillin also nodded, Chi-Chi is right. Bulma smiled and said, it's okay, there is a treasure on Kairin's tower, called senzu beans. Eating one can not only heal your wounds, but also quickly restore your strength. This thing is a strategic level good thing. I'll see if I can ride the somersault cloud up and ask Karin the Immortal to get some for you. Sun Wukong was stunned. Bulma, do you know Karin the Immortal? Bulma smiled and said, I don't know him yet. But I think the senzu beans are just some food to her. They have functions, but they may not taste good, right? So I thought, if I exchange a truckload of food with him, I can at least get a big bag, right? Chapter 64. Red Ribbon Army Headquarters. Hateful bastards, a bunch of trash. Such a big branch was wiped out by a group of kids. What a bunch of losers. What a bunch of useless guys. Even that Dr. Gallo, what an invincible android, what a bunch of garbage. From today on, his research funding will be cut in half. Marshal Hong was smoking a cigar in a rage and was already speaking incoherently. At this moment, a voice came. Report, Colonel Violet wants to see you. Marshal Red casually took a puff of his cigar, breathing in the thick smoke, trying to suppress his anger. Let her in. Yes, Red Marshal. Soon, Colonel Violet came in. Report to the Marshal, good news, I found a Dragon Ball in the west. Colonel Violet took out a golden Dragon Ball, and the originally furious Red Marshal's face finally became less ugly. Oh, Colonel Violet is really capable. He actually got a Dragon Ball. Colonel Violet saluted respectfully. Thank you for the compliment, Marshal. The Red Marshal smiled and said, very good, my Red Ribbon Army needs such loyal followers. Go down and receive your reward. I will not treat the meritorious soldiers unfairly. Soon, Colonel Violet left the office. Seeing that the Red Marshal's anger had subsided a little, Adjutant Black walked in tremblingly. Marshal, that group has collected 2 Dragon Balls and is now turning west, seemingly heading for the 3rd Dragon Ball. Marshal Hong looked at the huge radar screen. I remember that Colonel Huang was looking for Dragon Ball in the west, right? Yes, Marshal. Red Marshal pondered for a moment and muttered. We already have 3 Dragon Balls. According to their more accurate radar, they will soon have 3 too. There is one more, why is it not shown on the radar? Adjutant Blake said, Marshal, after testing, the Dragon Ball radar can detect the location of the Dragon Ball, but if the Dragon Ball enters a living body, it will not be detected. What does it mean to enter a living body? Can it speak human language? Red Marshal turned his head and looked at Adjutant Black with a fierce look. Adjutant Black said that is to say, if it is swallowed by animals, such as dinosaurs and whales, it cannot be detected. But please rest assured, the Dragon Balls cannot be digested after all. Once they are excreted by animals or the animals die, the radar will be able to detect them immediately. Red Marshal nodded. I see. However, the radar cannot find the last Dragon Ball at the moment, so let's take back their 2 Dragon Balls and the one from Colonel Huang. Adjutant Blake asked curiously, Marshal, what do you mean? Humph, with Colonel Huang, I don't think he can stop them from finding the 3rd Dragon Ball. So, I'm prepared to pay a high price and hire the world's #1 killer, Tao Bibai, to kill those little devils and get the Dragon Ball back. Just then, the phone rang. Adjutant Black answered the phone. However, the next moment, Adjutant Black's face turned pale. He said in horror, what? You said that except you, everyone else has been eliminated. Yes, that's right. The Black Adjutant's tone also became stern. The Marshal is very angry. The consequences are very serious. If you can't get that Dragon Ball, I will kill you. A panicked voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, I understand. I will find a way to complete the task. Just then, Marshal Hong came over cursing and snatched the phone. Huang Dezuo, listen carefully. I'll give you 1 more hour. If you can't find the Dragon Ball, I'll send Tao Bibai. If you fail, you'll also become Tao Bibai's victim. Yes, got it. Near Kalin Tower, Colonel Huang was flying the plane with a worried look on his face. They found the Dragon Ball, in the hands of a savage near Kalin Tower. Originally they thought that if they killed him and took back the Dragon Ball, everything would be fine. But unexpectedly, the guy was invulnerable, and after a battle, his team was wiped out except for him. He was lucky to fly high enough that the savage's javelin could not hurt him, so he saved his life. Now, the marshal gave a last-hour ultimatum. If he couldn't find the Dragon Ball, he would be dead. He was in a dilemma. Damn it, if I had known I would lose my life, I would not have joined the Red Ribbon Army. Just then, Colonel Huang saw the situation under the Kalin Tower. The tall savage went to the river. Only a child was left here grilling fish. A plan flashed through his mind. This should be his son, kidnapped a child, exchanged for the Dragon Ball. I am so smart. He acted immediately. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Colonel Huang drove the plane, reduced all the power, and quickly flew to a low altitude. He threw a rope and immediately caught the child UPA. Colonel Huang's eyes lit up. Success! Soon, Huang Dazuo tied Wu Pa to the plane and flew to the river. Wu Pa's cry for help soon reached his father's ears. Wow, help me, Dad! UPA's father was shocked. Wu Pa, why did you catch my son? Colonel Huang laughed. Ha ha ha, you know it. Listen carefully, if you want your son, hand over the Dragon Ball and throw it on the plane. Wu Pa's father took out the Dragon Ball and said, I will give it to you, come down quickly and put my son down. Do you think I'm stupid? If I go down, won't I be at your mercy? UPA's father said, I'm not as mean as you. This Dragon Ball is useless to me. Please don't hurt my son. I told you to throw it up, don't you understand? Colonel Huang yelled. UPA's father was very worried. Then you better catch it, don't hurt my son. While speaking, UPA's father aimed at the plane, mastered the strength, and threw the Dragon Ball to Colonel Huang. The Dragon Ball flew to high altitude. Just when it reached the height of the plane, it ran out of kinetic energy and stagnated in the air for a while. In order to catch the Dragon Ball, Colonel Huang casually threw away UPA tied to his hand. Then, Colonel Huang drifted the plane and caught the Dragon Ball very lightly. However, at this moment, UPA fell from the sky. Ah! Dad! UPA! UPA's father was shocked, and hurriedly raised his hands and ran towards the place where UPA landed. Unfortunately, according to calculations, he still couldn't catch up with UPA before UPA landed. But he still ran over as quickly as possible, but UPA's body was less than 5 meters from the ground. And he was more than 10 meters away from UPA, it was too late. UPA's father's eyes were burning with deep fear. He seemed to predict the fate of his son being smashed into a pulp. Just when he was extremely anxious, a golden light flashed before his eyes, and UPA's father's eyes flashed. The next moment, UPA sat on a golden cloud and floated in front of UPA's father. In addition to UPA, there was a little boy with a tail on the cloud, who was Sun Wukong. Dad! Son! UPA excitedly jumped off the cloud and jumped into his father's arms. His son was safe and sound. UPA's father looked at Sun Wukong with great gratitude. Thank you for saving my son. You're welcome, let's talk later, I'm here to get the Dragon Ball. As he spoke, Sun Wukong drove his somersault cloud and chased after Colonel Huang. A moment later, Colonel Huang was slain. Sun Wukong returned to the foot of the Kalin Pagoda with the Dragon Ball. UPA said happily, thank you for saving me, I'll treat you to grilled fish. Sun Wukong hadn't wanted to eat and drink for free, but the delicious food was delivered to his hands, and his stomach was secreting digestive substances at this moment, so Sun Wukong took it. Thanks. It's really delicious. UPA's father smiled and said, thank you for saving UPA just now. There are a lot of fish in the river next to it. If you like, I will catch some more fish for you. UPA also nodded and said, my father is very good at catching fish. Sun Wukong smiled. Before he could say anything, UPA's father stood up with a javelin. Here comes the guy flying the plane again, wait a minute, I'll go kill these bandits. Sun Wukong turned his head and looked over. Where were the bandits? Wasn't that Bulma's plane? It's much slower than the somersault cloud. At this moment, Sun Wukong found that Upa had hidden behind his father, and Upa's father gestured with a javelin, as if he was going to throw it at the plane. Wait! Sun Wukong suddenly remembered something. Upa and his father looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong swallowed the grilled fish in his mouth and said hurriedly, "Don't fight, he is one of us." What? Upa's father was stunned for a moment. Sun Wukong pointed at Bulma's plane and said, "Those are my friends. We agreed to come here to climb Kalin Tower." As he spoke, the transparent glass on the plane revealed the faces of Chi-Chi and Krillin, who were still waving at the ground. Upa's father was relieved. "I got scared. I thought it was the bad guys again." Sun Wukong also touched his heart. "You were so reckless, you almost knocked Bulma down, but we are all good people." Chapter 65. Under Karin Tower. Bulma and the others saw Goku eating grilled fish by the fire, and it was delicious. They had been traveling for half a day and were very hungry. The aroma had already made them cry with greed. So, Krillin, Chi-Chi and Bulma also came over and sat down, eating and drinking with Goku. Upa's father saw this and immediately went to catch some fish and grill them. Because Goku saved Upa, and because they were all polite, Upa's father entertained them warmly and provided unlimited grilled fish. He also chatted with them and learned about the outside world. At the same time, Krillin and the others also chatted with him and learned about the story of Karin Tower. The more they ate, the more delicious it was, and the more they talked, the more lively it became, and soon they became friends with Upa and his son. This holy tower that rises high into the sky is the Karin Tower. It is said that whoever can climb to the top of the tower by his own strength and get the super holy water from the immortal living on the top of the tower, and after drinking it, his strength will be doubled. Our family, starting from our ancestors, has been the guards of the Karin Tower from generation to generation. Looking at the tall body and strong physique of Upa's father, Krillin couldn't help asking, "Well, uncle, have you been up there?" Chi-Chi also looked at Upa's father with curiosity. After Wukong came here, he was still concentrating on eating. Otherwise, where would he get the strength to climb the tower for exercise? Upa's father looked at the Karin Tower with a look of reminiscence in his eyes. "I made an attempt when I was young, but unfortunately I failed. Until now, no one has seen what the top of Karin Tower looks like." Krillin looked at the towering Karin Tower and said, "If I can drink the super holy water, my strength will increase several times. I can't imagine how strong I can become if I climb the Karin Tower." Shishi looked at the Karin Tower, then turned to look at Wukong and asked, "No one has been able to climb to the top for so many years. Wukong, do you think we can climb to the top?" Sun Wukong nodded while eating, "Yes, we can. We have practiced enough with Master Roshi, and our physiques are much better than ordinary people." Shishi nodded thoughtfully. "Having said that, I always feel that it is not that simple. After all, we are not yet the best in the world and cannot win the championship in the martial arts competition. And no one has been able to climb to the top of this tower for hundreds of years. It seems very difficult." Bulma smiled and said, "There is no direct relationship between the two. You are all full and satisfied, so just climb up. According to my guess, the design of this tower is very unique, and people can exercise efficiently by climbing the tower. As for the super holy water, maybe it's just a gimmick." Krillin and Chi-Chi looked at the Karin Tower in surprise. Climbing the tower to exercise seems to be good. However, climbing mountains is almost ineffective and has reached a bottleneck. Who knows if it will be useful if we just change to climbing the tower? Goku looked at Bulma with curiosity. At this moment, he found that Bulma was much smarter than he thought. She could even see through the essence of Karin Tower. At this moment, Sun Wukong was also full. He patted his stomach and said, "Okay, I'm full and I have plenty of energy. Why don't we start climbing the tower now? Let's see who climbs the highest and who reaches the top of the tower first in the same amount of time." Chi-Chi was excited. "Okay, let's start now." Krillin also moved his joints. "Great, I seem to have eaten a little more, and I just want to digest the food." So, the three of them climbed up to Karin Tower together. Before climbing the tower, Krillin and Chi-Chi adjusted their gravity bracelets to normal. But Goku's bracelet has been maintaining 3 times his body weight. However, he is still young and weighs only more than 30 kilograms. 3 times his body weight is only 100 kilograms. For him, the load is not too heavy. Seeing the figures of the 3 people climbing up Karin Tower and disappearing, little Upa exclaimed, "They are so amazing. They disappeared so quickly." Bulma looked at the 3 little guys climbing up Karin Tower like monkeys, and they disappeared so quickly, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The next moment, Bulma sat on the somersault cloud and flew to the top of the tower. Krillin and the others, who had just climbed for a while, were surprised to see Bulma flying up on the somersault cloud. "What? Bulma, you cheated, how can you ride the somersault cloud up there?" Bulma slowed down the somersault cloud to the same speed as Krillin. "It's different. You climb the tower to become stronger, so you need to rely on your own strength to climb up. But I don't need to become stronger, so I don't need to drink any super holy water. Why can't I ride the somersault cloud?" Krillin blinked dumbly. She was right. She didn't practice martial arts, so why couldn't she? At this moment, Wukong's urging voice came from above. "Climb faster, Klin, or I won't be able to see you anymore." Klin collected his thoughts and continued to climb up. "Here we come." The 3 of them kept climbing higher and higher. The ground was very far away at this moment. In their eyes, Upa and his son were as small as ants. However, there was still no end in sight. However, the 3 of them were not surprised. If it was too easy to climb to the end, then Karin Tower would not be so mysterious, and there would not be that incredible effect. Soon, several hours passed. The afterglow of the setting sun fell under the towering Karin Tower, covering this ancient land with a layer of golden coat. On the top of Karin Tower, Bulma rode her cloud and leisurely stepped onto the top of the tower. It was actually her first time to be on the top of the tower. She was constantly looking around, but she was worried about disturbing the cat. After all, she had only heard of Karin the Immortal, but had never seen him, so she didn't know what his personality was like. She was a little confused, so she shouted, "Is anyone here? Is Karin here?" A white cat walked up to Bulma with a cane. "It's been a while since anyone has come up here. But unfortunately, you came up here on the somersault cloud, so it doesn't count." Bulma smiled and said, "Ah, yes, I'm not here to practice, I just came up to find you." Karin was stunned for a moment. "Find me? Do you know me? If you are not here to practice, what do you want from me?" Bulma nodded and said, "You should have seen that there are 3 people climbing the Karin Tower below. I am just here to help them practice." Karin the Immortal scratched his head. "Help them practice? How to help?" Bulma took out a universal capsule and said, "Sometimes, they need to treat their injuries and restore their physical strength in a short period of time, which inevitably requires the use of senzu beans, so I want to discuss a business with you and exchange some delicious food for some senzu beans." Karin was shocked. "You are not simple, you don't even have any martial arts skills, but you know the power of senzu beans, how do you know it?" Bulma smiled and said, "It's not important, come, move aside, I want to throw it away." As she said that, Bulma pressed the capsule. As long as she let go, the contents of the capsule would be released quickly. Karin stretched out his claws and stopped her, saying, "Wait a minute." Before she finished speaking, Bulma had already thrown the capsule out. The smoke from the capsule dissipated, and a large area of delicious food was neatly laid out on the ground. There were all kinds of ham, luncheon meat, canned food, beef jerky, dried fish, and even cat canned food. Although most of them were canned food, fortunately, they were all branded and tasted good. Karan looked at the canned meat all over the ground, and a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. They were all things that cats loved to eat. Bulma asked, "How about I exchange these with you?" Karan said, "Those who can ride the somersault cloud are all good people. If you need it, I can give you a jar, and there is no need to exchange." As he said that, Karan pointed to the 2 jars behind him. The 2 jars were full of senzu beans, and the pickle jar made the senzu beans look worthless. To read the violent novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Those are senzu beans. Bulma was stunned when she saw so many senzu beans. She thought of many scenes, but she had never thought of this. She even said she would change a pack and save it for later use. Now that she thought about it, she was a rich girl from a capsule company, and she was so petty. She just wanted to exchange for a pack of senzu beans. Unexpectedly, the senzu beans were actually 2 pickle jars. Such a precious thing, but there were so many. She thought of her past life. If she had so many senzu beans in her past life, how could the earth be ruled by androids for 20 years? The culprit was that Yajirobe. He was useless, cowardly, and a big eater. If he hadn't wasted too much, this amount of senzu beans would be enough for many people to grow into terrifying masters. Bulma remembered that before she died, Yajirobe, that guy seems to be still alive. From time to time, he would play tricks on the survivors and hide some snacks. Now think about it, Yajirobe is really a disaster. After Yajirobe's head flashed through her mind, Bulma quickly erased that guy from her mind. "Immortal, you just wanted to give me a jar of magic beans, right?" Immortal Kallen nodded. "Yes, since you are useful, I will give you a jar. Anyway, there is still a jar, and I can't finish it. Although the yield of this thing is not high, I am just a fairy cat and my appetite is not big, so the more I save, the more I will have." "That's great. Thank you, Karan." "You're welcome." Bulma ran to the jar excitedly. She hugged it gently. The jar of magic beans weighed at least 60 to 70 kilograms, and it was a bit difficult for her to lift it. However, this kind of treasure was more precious to her than diamonds. She still packed the magic beans in batches and filled her plane. However, after a while, she only had 4 bags of magic beans left on her body, and then put them all back into the jar. Karan was very curious. "What's wrong? Why did you put the beans back?" Bulma smiled awkwardly and said, "Well, I thought, if my plane breaks down and explodes, wouldn't all these beans be wasted? I'd better put them here. I'll come back to get them when I need them." The cat fairy nodded. "I see. It's up to you then. The beans in that jar belong to you from now on." Bulma said gratefully, "Thank you. By the way, can I do you a favor?" "What's up?" "In case, in the future, if a fat man comes here to eat the senzu beans as a meal and wants to live here for a long time, you must not let him live here." Sage Karan smiled and said, "How could anyone come here to eat the senzu beans as a meal?" "Don't worry, these senzu beans were originally reserved for the martial artists who climbed up to snatch the super holy water as a meal. No one has come for many years, and the consumption is far from keeping up. Even if it is eaten as a meal, this jar of mine alone is enough for decades. What's more, I have been planting it. Anyway, I won't touch the jar I have given you." Bulma smiled embarrassedly and said nothing more. If GOKU hadn't brought the fat man here, he probably wouldn't have come. At this moment, Sage Karan walked indifferently to the pile of food brought by Bulma and opened a bag of ham. "To be honest, I haven't eaten human food for a long time, and I still miss it." Suddenly, the face of the immortal Kallen changed. It's delicious. Seeing that Karan liked it, Bulma was delighted. Really? I'm glad you like it. It's definitely more delicious than senzu beans. If you like the delicious food I brought, just ask me in the future and I'll bring it to you again. Karan smiled. Thank you so much. These foods are enough for me to eat for 3 months. When my taste becomes more sophisticated, I won't do anything if you don't send me delicious food. Ha ha ha, 3 months, I'll come to deliver it once every 2 months. Bulma smiled. Although it loves to eat, it is not very greedy for food. It's just that it feels that Bulma is a good person, and using this thing is also for some justice and good purposes. So, it left her a particularly easy to climb step so that she can come to get the beans often in the future. Just when Bulma was about to say goodbye to the immortal Karan, suddenly, the picture of Goku, Krillin, and Chi-Chi climbing the tower appeared on the water tank. It turns out that the immortal's method can see many things in the lower world. However, it is not a new thing, it is just like a surveillance. Bulma looked at the progress of Goku and the others climbing the tower again. Their physical strength was almost exhausted, and they were not even halfway. This proves that this Karan tower is still very useful to them at present. At this moment, a water tank next to it suddenly rippled. She saw that the Red Ribbon Army invited the world's #1 killer to kill Sun Wukong and herself. The man stepped on the pillar and flew in this direction. It is estimated that he will arrive in half an hour. Bulma's eyes fixed. I remembered that he was the junior of Crane Hermit, Tao Pai Pai. No, I have to quickly replenish Wukong and the others' strength. Just as Bulma was about to ride the somersault cloud down, the third water tank began to ripple. She saw many armed men hiding in the West Capital, monitoring a huge monster. That monster was none other than her own capsule company. Bulma was surprised again. Oh my god, the Red Ribbon Army has targeted my parents. It seems that they already know my identity. She looked at the 3 Dragon Balls in her bag and instantly understood the other party's plan. If you can't get the Dragon Ball by force, are you going to threaten my parents in exchange for the Dragon Ball? Bulma clenched her fists. The next moment, she flew to the center of Kalon Tower on the cloud. Goku, hurry up, ride your cloud to my house and protect my parents. Krillin, Chi-Chi, don't stay here anymore, eat a senzu bean and leave here with me. Krillin, Chi-Chi, and Goku were all stunned. What do you mean? Bulma said, the Red Ribbon Army hired Tao Pai Pai, the world's #1 killer. I'm worried that you are not his match, let's retreat first. Sun Wukong said, Tao Pai Pai? I should be able to beat him, right? Even if not, I can, right? That's right, we must have confidence in our strength. Chi-Chi said confidently. However, Bulma countered. She continued, it's no use being able to defeat them. I found out that they have sent people to monitor the Capsule Corporation. Now the priority is to resolve the crisis for my parents. Otherwise, if we defeat Tao Pai Pai, the next moment the Red Ribbon Army will move against the forces of Zidu, and then my parents will be in danger. Krillin clenched his fists. These people are so despicable, they actually endanger Bulma's parents. Sun Wukong said, if it is as I expected, they should also threaten the safety of Gaixian Island. However, they will definitely not be able to do anything to Wu Tian's husband. I'm fine, I'm fine. Chapter 66. After a few words of discussion, Klin suddenly slipped and fell. Ah! Help! Seeing this, Sun Wukong hurriedly rolled and crawled towards Krillin. Krillin! Get on the tower! No, I don't have the strength. Sun Wukong was full of energy. He climbed the tower in the opposite direction, stepped on the climbing position of Karan Tower, and shot towards Krillin. Bulma was stunned for a moment, and quickly caught up with him on the somersault cloud. Unfortunately, Krillin could not ride the somersault cloud, and Bulma did not have much strength, so she could not pull Krillin, who was falling faster. Fortunately, Wukong ran down fast enough and soon surpassed Krillin and dragged him to the top of the tower. However, at this moment, it was still a long way from falling to the ground. At this time, they realized that they had only climbed halfway up Karan Tower and had to come down first, go down to the bottom of the tower, or climb to the top of the tower. The somersault cloud can still be used, but the plane can only take off from the ground. Unless Krillin and Chi-Chi are left on the tower and they continue to climb the tower. Wukong and Bulma can leave on the somersault cloud. But Bulma can't give up the safety of these two people for her parents. It is not realistic for everyone to escape from here within half an hour. The most urgent thing is to recover their physical strength first and deal with the current Tao Pai Pai. Fortunately, Bulma got a lot of senzu beans. So, they recovered their strength and rushed to the bottom of the tower. Goku was worried about Bulma's safety, so he let her fly up to Karan Tower on the somersault cloud. A moment later, Chi-Chi, Krillin, and Yaku all came to the tower. "Uncle, UPA, please stay away. A powerful killer is coming soon. Are there any enemies invading the Holy Land of Kalin? Then I will fight with them." 853 No, this is our enemy, stay away. UPA's father wanted to help, but was stopped by Wukong. His strength is much stronger than ordinary people, but it is not comparable to Tao Pei. Son Wukong was not very sure at the moment. Climbing the tower is no problem, but he has not experienced the training of snatching the super holy water from the hands of Karan Immortal, and he doesn't know who is stronger between him and Tao Pei at this time. For the safety of others, he removed the gravity bracelet. Soon, UPA and his son hid away. Sun Wukong put the 3 dragon balls on the ground, and then waited for Tao Pei to arrive. At this moment, a figure appeared. Tao Pei stood on a pillar and shot towards them. He just pointed his toes, and the pillar suddenly turned to the ground and shot towards them. In an instant, the stone pillar was inserted into the ground, and Tao Pei jumped lightly and landed steadily in front of the 3 people. Seeing the 3 dragon balls on the ground, the mustache at the corner of his mouth rose slightly. "Wow! You even displayed the dragon balls. It seems that facing me, the world's #1 killer, Tao Pai Pai, you know that resistance is useless. Even I didn't expect that you are ready to die calmly." Tao Pai Pai looked at Krillin, Chi-Chi, and Son Goku and frowned. "Hey, that's not right. My mission requires 4 people, and you are 1 short. Are you hiding someone?" Krillin walked forward. "It's not that I'm hiding someone, it's that we're killing you. The 3 of us are enough." Tao Pai pointed at himself in surprise. "Did I hear correctly? You didn't hide, so you little brats actually said you wanted to kill me? Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter." As a disciple of Master Roshi, Krillin thought that he could fight with Master Roshi for a while, and he didn't think Tao Pai would be stronger than Master Mutin. Krillin said, "You'll know if I can kill you after trying." After that, Krillin took a step ahead, stepped on the ground, and punched Tao Pai with a fierce punch. However, just when Krillin was about to hit Tao Pai dodged. It was as if he just jumped lightly to avoid his charged attack. Krillin didn't expect to miss, and just when he lost his target, Tao Pai swept over with a backhand kick. Krillin's face was suddenly printed with a big shoe print, and he flew backwards. It wasn't until Krillin's body hit the Karan Tower that he fell to the ground. Krillin! Sun Wukong and Kikai looked at Krillin. They were afraid that Krillin would be killed by Tao Pai in 1 move. Fortunately, Krillin spoke up the next moment. "Damn it, how is this possible? I can't even handle a single move." Goku started to fight against Tao Pai. Chi-Chi ran over to see Krillin. "Krillin, how are you, can you stand up?" "Hiss, it hurts, my waist is broken." Kikai was shocked when she heard Krillin say that his waist was broken. How is it possible? He was injured so badly with just 1 blow. Kikai looked at Tao Bibai in disbelief. Tao Bibai sneered, in this world, the one who can survive being hit by one of my blows is already proud enough. Sun Wukong was relieved when he heard Krillin's voice. Fortunately, Krillin was very strong and was not killed instantly. While confronting Tao Bibai, he said, Kikai, take Krillin away. Don't worry about his injury. Just feed him senzu beans. Tao Bibai smiled and said, you are on my Tao Bibai's task list, and you still want to run? Sorry, my task goal is to kill the 4 of you. Not one of you can escape. It was almost as if Tao Bibai pointed at Kikai and Krillin. Dong Dongbo. Unlike martial artists, assassins use killing moves as soon as they strike. A golden energy suddenly shot towards Krillin and Shishi. At the critical moment, Sun Wukong flashed and blocked the Dong Dongbo head-on. Boom! After a thunderous explosion, Sun Wukong was submerged in smoke and dust. Kikai's eyes were filled with fear, and she couldn't help but yelled, Wukong! Tears also flowed down at this moment. However, as soon as she shouted, a gust of wind appeared in the smoke and dust, and the smoke and dust were swept away in an instant. Sun Wukong was still standing there, but there was a hole burned in his clothes. And Kikai, seeing the intact Wukong, the fear in her eyes also subsided and turned into joy. Great, Wukong, I knew you were okay. After receiving Tao Bibai's Dong Dong wave, Sun Wukong also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that his strength is now firmly above Tao Bibai. Well, I'm fine. Hurry up and give Krillin the senzu beans. Okay, okay. As she said that, Chi-Chi took out a magic bean and stuffed it into Krillin's mouth. Krillin chewed it lightly and swallowed it, and immediately found that he could move. He couldn't help but be surprised. This magic bean is really a good thing. Not to mention that it can heal broken bones. Even a broken waist can be instantly restored to its original state. This bean has the word magic in it, which is really amazing. On the Karan Tower, Bulma, who was looking at the water, was also very surprised. Because, Karan said that Sun Wukong's strength is not inferior to Tao Pai Pai. When she saw that Sun Wukong took Tao Pai Pai's move intact, she completely let go of her hanging heart. If he can receive the energy wave without injury, then there is 80% no problem. If it is Sun Wukong who receives the energy wave without injury, then there is 100% no problem. Tao Pai Pai looked at Sun Wukong, then looked at his fingers, a little surprised. So far, no one who has been hit by my Dong Dong bow has survived. And you were able to catch my Dong Dong bow with your bare hands, it's not easy. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Tao Bibai looked at Krillin and Kikai behind him, and continued, no wonder you little brats were able to kill so many people in the Red Ribbon Army. It turns out you really have some skills. Sun Wukong said, the world's #1 killer, hurry up. Snort. Tao Bibai snorted coldly and suddenly rushed towards Sun Wukong. However, Tao Bibai threw a swift punch, but Sun Wukong dodged it by leaning sideways. He then swept his kick with his backhand, but Sun Wukong ducked and dodged it again. When Wukong dodged Tao Bibai's kick, he lay on the ground and kicked Tao Bibai with both legs. Tao Bibai missed 2 consecutive moves and was kicked away again. He was obviously unable to react. He quickly rolled and circled to the ground to stabilize his body. He threw his hair behind him, pretending to be a master, and said, good boy, you are so fast. Your moves seem familiar. Let me ask you, who is your master? Sun Wukong's eyes became stern. Did he find out that he is not his opponent and want to build a relationship? Or, is he trying to throw a bomb? Sun Wukong said impatiently, stop talking so much nonsense. Tao Bibai snorted coldly, humph, if you don't accept my toast, then I will let you see my real power. As he said that, Tao Bibai tore off his shirt and rushed towards Sun Wukong again with his bare chest. This time, he was much more cautious in his moves, and unlike before, he didn't care too much about face when making moves. Various moves whizzed towards Sun Wukong quickly. However, his moves were as fast as lightning and full of power, but they were all blocked by Sun Wukong one by one. Just when he was thinking about changing his moves, Sun Wukong stopped blocking and seized a flaw in his move and hit him hard in the face. Tao Bibai's body suddenly fell to the ground, raising a lot of dust. The dust dissipated, and Tao Bibai wiped his face in embarrassment. "Damn it, you actually hit me in the face. Let me give you a taste of my strongest punch. If you can't dodge, you're dead." As he said that, Tao Bibai's fingers began to accumulate power. "Danger! Get out of the way, GOKU!" Kikai and Krillin watched Tao Peibai prepare his ultimate move from behind, and hurried to persuade GOKU. However, Sun Wukong took a horse stance, with both hands in front of him. "Then I will catch it with both hands, and see if you still have so much nonsense." Tao Bibai showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth, and the next second, his dong-dong wave suddenly shot towards Wukong. Shua! A golden light suddenly shot out and went straight to Sun Wukong's palm. Sun Wukong used both hands to concentrate more of his energy on his hands, and blocked the dong-dong wave steadily. Tao Bibai was still increasing his strength. However, this move could not hurt Sun Wukong at all, but only pushed him back. Finally, the dong-dong wave ended. Tao Bibai was already out of breath, but Sun Wukong was still unharmed. "How can it be? You little devil, how could you possibly block my full-strength dong-dong wave?" Just when Tao Bibai was surprised, Sun Wukong moved. "You let me take your strongest move, so you should also take my strongest move. If you can withstand it, I will spare your life." As he said this, Sun Wukong put his hands on his waist and muttered something. "Kame Pai Ki, Gong." Tao Peibai had lost his confidence. But the moment he heard Kamehameha, Tao Peibai suddenly remembered why his moves were so familiar. That was the move of Turtle Hermit, the mortal enemy of Crane Hermit. Tao Peibai said, "Since you can take my moves with both hands, then I can take your moves with both hands." So, Tao Peibai also did the same as Sun Wukong, standing forward with his hands blocking in front. As Sun Wukong's Qigong wave blasted towards Tao Peibai, he instantly felt the scorching breath on his hands. A feeling of horror made his hair stand on end. Irresistible, difficult to resist, unstoppable. He wanted to run. But it was in vain to think about anything at this moment. 1/1000th of a second after the white light touched his palm, it quickly eroded his entire body. No! He could only scream unwillingly. In the white light, Tao Bibai's body was torn into pieces, and then turned into ashes. The killer of the generation was completely destroyed. Sun Wukong exhaled deeply and looked at his bracelet. He had surpassed Tao Bibai without climbing up the Karan Tower to practice, and it was all thanks to this gravity bracelet. "GOKU, you are so awesome! Too strong, GOKU!" Seeing that Sun Wukong defeated Tao Peibai, Chi-Chi and Krillin ran over and gave him a big hug. "Wukong, how much strength have you hidden? We were training together, but Tao Bibai almost killed me in one move, but you killed him. You are so amazing." Kikai also looked at Wukong with surprise. "Yes, Wukong, you are too powerful. Tao Peibai is simply vulnerable in front of you. We are obviously training together, but it seems that neither of us can catch up with you. It seems that we have to increase the multiples of the gravity bracelet in the future. We must continue to work hard to catch up with you." Sun Wukong smiled and said, "Why don't we collect all the Dragon Balls and then climb the tower with weights?" "Okay. This is a good idea." Chi-Chi and Krillin agreed. Just as the three of them were chatting happily, Bulma came to the ground on the somersault cloud. "GOKU, Chi-Chi, Krillin, we can't stop, we have to rush to the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters and kill them all before they realize Tao Peibai has been killed." Krillin was a little surprised, "But what if they capture your parents to threaten them?" Bulma clenched her fists. Therefore, we must destroy their headquarters and cut off their general command before they can react. Bulma looked down at the Dragon Ball on the ground. If they don't have time, we still have the Dragon Balls. Anyway, we can't give them the collected Dragon Balls. Kikai scratched her head. What a pity. It would be great if we knew the whereabouts of the last Dragon Ball. Thinking of the last Dragon Ball, Bulma remembered the Chowder Trio. They were the ones who made a special box and hid the Dragon Balls. Bulma seemed to have an idea and immediately said, "Don't think so much, let's go to the Red Ribbon Army headquarters." Sun Wukong looked at Bulma, then at Chi-Chi and Krillin. "Bulma, it's too dangerous there. It's not safe to take you there. You and Kiki and Kling stay here. I'll go to the Red Ribbon Army alone." I'm fine. Chapter 67. Red Ribbon Army Headquarters. Report to the Marshal, according to the radar, there are 3 Dragon Balls coming towards us quickly. Red Marshal laughed, "Ha ha ha ha, worthy of being Tao Bibai, he is so efficient, he got 3 Dragon Balls in one go. Now, with the 3 Dragon Balls we have on hand, we only need 1 more to complete the task." Adjutant Blake nodded and echoed, "Yeah, it seems that professionals have to do professional things. The strength of professional killers should not be underestimated. It's just that the price is a bit too expensive." Red Ribbon Corps Headquarters, outdoors. The scouts on the 84 patrol plane were on patrol. He had received the order to greet Tao Bibai. Suddenly, he saw a figure approaching from afar, and immediately said, "Is Mr. Tao Bibai back?" As the figure got closer and closer, the scout looked down at the photo of Tao Bibai and was suddenly startled. "Oh no, it's not Tao Bibai." Just as he was about to report the investigation, Sun Wukong had penetrated his helicopter. In an instant, the plane exploded and the communication equipment was destroyed. The headquarters suddenly lost contact with the 84 reconnaissance plane and immediately urged anxiously, "Unit 84, please answer. Damn it, say something, what are you doing during working hours? There is no other way, turn on the monitor." Soon, the figure of Sun Wukong riding on the somersault cloud appeared on the big screen of the entire Red Ribbon Army. Whether it was the adjutant, the colonel, or the captain, they were all surprised to see Sun Wukong on the screen. "Marshal, this is bad. The one who brought back the 3 Dragon Balls was not Mr. Tao Bibai, but that guy Sun Wukong." 20. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Marshal Hong was surprised. "What did you say? What happened?" Red Marshal quickly looked at the monitoring screen. He saw little Wukong riding on the somersault cloud and breaking into the Red Ribbon Army alone. Sparks and lightning flew all the way, just like chopping melons and vegetables, leisurely walking in the garden. Red Marshal's hair stood on end, and he was immediately terrified. What happened? How could that little guy get here? Did he pass by Tao Bibai? Adjutant Black had cold sweat on his forehead. Could it be that Tao Bibai was killed by this guy? Red Marshal immediately yelled, "Go quickly, don't let him go any further. Report to the commander, he has come in and is now on the platform of Area 12. Hateful." The Marshal looked at the surveillance camera of Platform 12. He saw that even if the Red Ribbon officers fired machine guns or bombed with fighter jets, they could not harm Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was like a man in a deserted place, killing like crazy. In just a short moment, Platform 12 was cleared. "Report to the Commander-in-Chief, that guy is coming towards us." "Marshal, for your safety, why don't you move to the basement first?" Adjutant Black suggested. Red Marshal said angrily, "Don't be ridiculous, is such a little kid worth hiding from? The Red Ribbon Army is the most powerful army in the world and is invincible." Adjutant Black's forehead was covered with sweat. "But, that little guy seems to have killed Tao Bibai, the world's #1 killer. We have tried to contact him many times, but we couldn't get through. Tao Bibai's phone has been destroyed. We sent people to check. But there were only the pillars used by Tao Bibai, but no one of his. According to our inference, Tao Bibai should be dead. Red Marshal said disdainfully, what do you mean by the world's #1 killer who has never failed? Humph, that guy is too arrogant and has no respect for me at all. It's better if he dies, and he hasn't paid yet. But, Marshal, what should we do if he attacks us later? What are you panicking about? As he spoke, Marshal Hong took out his phone. It seems that this is the only way to get the Dragon Ball. Hello, is this General Shat? It's the Marshal, help me, the old man on the island is very powerful, we were all wiped out, and I was the only one who escaped. Upon hearing the call, the Red Marshal immediately became furious. What? You useless guy, come back and wait for death. Beep beep. The commander hung up the phone angrily, and then quickly made another call. Colonel Violet, what's the situation in Zidu? Report to the Marshal, everything is normal, are we going to take action? Marshal Hong immediately smiled. Very good, you are worthy of being Colonel Violet. You have half an hour to tie up Mr. and Mrs. Brief, then take a photo and send it to me. Marshal, it doesn't take that long, 10 minutes is enough. The Marshal was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Ha 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 ha, it has to be Colonel Violet. He is efficient. I will give you a promotion when you come back. Thank you, Marshal. Go ahead and take action. Zidu. Colonel Violet waved his hand and said, everyone, go out and tie up the briefs. Quick, within 5 minutes, I want to see them tied up and brought to me. As you command. Although Bulma's family is rich, the place is large, and it is located in the downtown area. However, after all, West City has always been a peaceful city, and there are no excessive defense measures. Soon, Violet's men occupied the capsule company and held all the employees hostage. They also tied up the brief couple and took them to the garden of the Universal Capsule Company. Colonel Violet sat in the garden drinking tea. Come on, take some pictures of them and send them to the Marshal. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Yes, sir. Brief was suddenly tied up, and he was a little unresponsive. He looked at Violet. With just one glance, he found that Violet had a good appearance and figure. Brief suddenly became interested. This girl has a nice figure and is pretty too. I wonder if she is married. Violet frowned. You are the chairman of Capsule Company, Mr. Brief. Brief nodded. It's me, it's me. Have you admired me for a long time and want to date me? Violet had a hashtag on her forehead when she heard Brief's words. After just a brief contact, she found that this man suffers from serious social bullshit. He was still so talkative even after being kidnapped, and in front of his wife. Brief said something shocking, Miss, with your figure and your looks, it's a pity to be an officer. Your beauty and figure cannot be displayed at all. How about I invest 1 billion in you and make you a big star? It's easier to make money than being an officer. As long as you let me go, I will immediately start looking for an agency to package you. Colonel Violet was dismissive at first. To her, Brief's words were just like those of the stinky men she met every day, just empty promises. She was about to refute when she suddenly saw the watch on Brief's wrist and his gold-rimmed glasses. If nothing unexpected happened, the diamonds on the watch would be worth billions. The 2 diamonds on the nose pads of the glasses would also be worth hundreds of millions. At this time, Violet realized. Regardless of whether what he said was true or not, he really had the ability to do it. He was the inventor of the capsule company and the richest man in the world, as rich as a country. Back then, didn't she work for the Red Ribbon Corps just to make money? And it's not a righteous organization, nor is it loyal to a certain country, so how can there be any loyalty? In fact, it is an evil organization that resells arms. If what he said can really be done, then not only will she be cleansed, but she can also really earn over 100 million a month. There is just one thing to worry about. If she defected from the Red Ribbon Army, she would probably suffer strong retaliation. Unless, those little guys can completely destroy the Red Ribbon Army headquarters like they destroyed Masruta, and at least kill the two key senior officials, Red Marshal and Adjutant Black. At this moment, Violet's heart was shaken. She looked at her men and asked, "Have you sent the photo of the Marshal?" The men immediately nodded. "Colonel, it has been sent." Violet nodded. "They are both so old, they can't run away anyway, let's loosen the rope first." "Yes, Colonel." Mrs. Brief, Bulma's mother, Bikini, turned to look at the soldier who had untied her. She smiled and asked, "Handsome man, you look so strong, are you interested in going on a date with me?" The soldier was startled, a drop of cold sweat dripped down his forehead, but he didn't dare to speak. Violet's eyes showed strangeness. It seemed that the relationship between this couple was not very good. Just as Violet was puzzled, a shadow covered the garden. She immediately looked up. A strange flying object was slowly landing. 390. What is that? Airplane. The huge UFO found a relatively wide spot to land. After a while, a beam of light appeared on the UFO. Two people followed the light and appeared in front of everyone. Tiz and Jake appeared in the garden. Seeing the army surrounding her parents, Tiz looked curious. "Hey, Dad, when did you start raising private soldiers?" Jack noticed something was wrong. "You are stupid, Tisai, they are not private soldiers. Have you ever thought that your parents were kidnapped?" "What?" Jack pulled out his laser gun and pointed it at Colonel Violet. Just as the soldiers around the briefs were about to move, Jack rushed up and dealt with them with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Violet shot at Jack, but Jack's eyes were very special and he easily dodged the bullets, and then easily subdued the Supreme Commander Violet. As a galactic patrolman, he still has some combat effectiveness. In fact, Jack can be immune to Earth's bullets just by relying on his skin, but it's a bit painful. He has no pressure at all to deal with some armed Earthlings. After subduing several ordinary Earthlings, Jack said seriously, "I am Jack, an elite member of the Galactic Patrol. If you don't want to go to the Galactic Prison, put down your weapons." Violet's head was still pointed at by Jack's laser gun. She immediately ordered everyone to lay down their weapons. So, Jack succeeded in pretending to be cool and subdued a group of militants. Tisai looked at Jack curiously. "Hey, this isn't an interstellar crime, why do you care? We are all friends, I am helping you, right? Next time you open a new book, please portray me as more heroic." Tisai shrugged. "Sorry, in my story setting, the patrolman can only be used to highlight the protagonist's awesomeness." Gok. Brief looked at Colonel Violet and asked, "Beautiful lady, may I ask why you kidnapped me?" Violet swallowed her saliva and said, "It's our commander-in-chief. He wants to use you two as bargaining chips to force your daughter Bulma to hand over the Dragon Balls." I'm fine, I'm fine." Chapter 68. Red Ribbon Army Headquarters. Help! Run away! It was discovered that Sun Wukong was invulnerable to swords and guns. Not only could he ignore bullets, he could even bounce back rockets. The Red Ribbon Army was terrified. "Monster! Don't kill me!" The fire had already spread throughout the headquarters, and had already burned several buildings. Flames shot up into the sky, and smoke and dust billowed. Countless soldiers who had been beaten and scattered fled in all directions. The headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army had already become a mess. Sun Wukong alone had almost killed his way through the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Seeing the fleeing soldiers, the Red Marshal was furious. "Damn, a bunch of cowards, what kind of Red Ribbon Army is this?" Adjutant Black added fuel to the fire and said, "The remaining soldiers are also running for their lives." Red Marshal finally felt scared, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Adjutant Black said, "In short, we underestimated the strength of Sun Wukong and others before, which caused such losses. Marshal, there is life, there is hope. Let's give up the Dragon Ball and retreat quickly. The Marshal said angrily, nonsense, it's almost complete, how can I watch the Dragon Ball be taken away? Adjutant Black continued, but life is still important. At this moment, Red Marshal received the photo sent to him by Colonel Violet. The briefs were kidnapped, and many guns were pointed at them. The blue-haired Bulma didn't come. I don't know if this thing can threaten that guy. Red Marshal looked at Adjutant Black and said, put this photo on the big screen. Let the man named Sun Wukong see it. Just tell him that if he doesn't want them to die, put down the Dragon Ball and leave. Adjutant Black nodded yes, Marshal. Sun Wukong is still fighting his way through. In fact, with the guidance of the Dragon Ball radar, he can quickly break into the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. However, he understands that many of his subordinates are ambitious guys. Even if he breaks into the Marshal's office and kills the Marshal, it will be useless. Someone will soon replace him to take over the Red Ribbon Army. For example, the Black Adjutant, knowing that the Red Marshal actually sacrificed the lives of so many soldiers for the little wish of growing taller, will feel obliged to kill him and replace him. Then find a way to use the Red Ribbon Army, this behemoth, to rule the world. Therefore, Wukong thought about breaking them up as much as possible and scaring them. The desperados may still dream of a great future. But most people will still be afraid and dare not have any contact with this evil organization. He wants to make it impossible for this organization to build a tower after its collapse today. Help! Run! I won't do bad things anymore. As Sun Wukong gradually disintegrated every inch of the Red Ribbon Army, more and more soldiers and officers fled. Until, in the entire headquarters, no one dared to resist. Soon, Sun Wukong came to the nearest position of Longzhu. He was about to meet the Red Marshal of the Red Ribbon Army. I don't know if he is going to be shot by the Black Adjutant now. Sun Wukong continued to move forward. Suddenly, the big screen next to him lit up. A picture appeared. That was Zidu, the Garden of the Capsule Company. The briefs were pointed at by countless guns, and they were tied with ropes. Sun Wukong frowned slightly. Is it still too slow? They have kidnapped the briefs. Sun Wukong did not move forward. A moment later, the Red Marshal walked out of the office with a big laugh. Ha ha ha, Son Goku, right? Son Goku looked at Red Marshal, without any expression. Red Marshal smiled and said, although we didn't find your grandfather, we found Bulma's home. Are you surprised and surprised? Sun Wukong's expression was flat, and he asked, how can we release them? Red Marshal was relieved when he heard Sun Wukong asking him bluntly how to release them. He is just a child after all. He still values friendship. Red Marshal said, it's very simple. Give me your Dragon Ball and your Dragon Ball radar, and I will ask them to release them. Sun Wukong thought about it and realized that there was still one Dragon Ball missing. It should be in the hands of Pilaf and his gang and hidden. Everything was still in time. As long as Bulma's parents were rescued before all the Dragon Balls were collected, it would be fine. As for what Bulma said, since we had the Dragon Balls anyway, if they were killed, we could use the Dragon Balls to revive them, that was not feasible. Not to mention that Bulma could say these words, she was very sad and reluctant at the time. When he saw the photos and heard the threats from Red Marshal, he completely understood that he could not just watch them being kidnapped. Even if he knew that they would be resurrected sooner or later, he could not do it. Maybe this is the weakness of human nature. To read the violent novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, took off the package on his body, and took out the Dragon Ball radar in his hand. Here you go. Adjutant Black immediately stepped forward and took the 3 Dragon Balls and the Dragon Ball radar. I have already met your conditions, release the brief couple. Sun Wukong looked at the Red Marshal coldly, turned around and left. This look clearly meant to release the brief couple. A drop of cold sweat dripped from the Red Marshal's forehead. Don't worry, I have no interest in their lives and will have them released soon. However, when Sun Wukong disappeared, Marshal Hong laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. I already have 6 Dragon Balls. I am getting closer to my dream. If I have one more Dragon Ball, I can grow taller. Adjutant Black was shocked when he heard this. What are you saying? You are not for do you want to rule the world to collect Dragon Balls? Red Marshal took a puff of his cigar and said, rule the world? That kind of thing can be done in a short time. Before the red ribbon rules the world, the image of the ruler must be tall. Red Marshal muttered to himself. Short men are not attractive to girls either. He has had enough of those women looking at him like garbage. Marshal Red was excited when he thought about becoming taller and being able to play with those long-legged ladies. However, Adjutant Black was shocked. We worked so hard for this kind of thing, thousands of our brothers died, and you. Marshal Hong's expression immediately turned ferocious, and he said angrily, what do you mean by this? Are you so dismissive? You are tall, how can you understand the feelings of us short people? I have been laughed at by others since I was a student. They always say, oh, here comes the dwarf, the little dwarf, he is so short. He can reach my knees when he jumps up. It is so ridiculous that he is so short but has a big face. Adjutant Black looked at the Red Marshal reminiscing about the past. Thinking of the thousands of brothers who had died, he felt a strong resistance in his heart. I collected information about the 7 Dragon Balls so that our Red Ribbon Army could conquer the world. How could you set your goal on such a stupid wish? Shut up! Red Marshal yelled hysterically, it is my freedom to realize whatever wish I want, you have no right to interfere, please. Adjutant Black mustered up his courage and retorted, do you know how many soldiers died for this? Hearing that Adjutant Black dared to refute him, the Red Marshal was furious. Adjutant Black, how dare you be so presumptuous to the Marshal? What is your intention? Instantly, many words of reprimanding the soldiers flashed through Adjutant Black's mind. They died because of lack of training. You all must obey the Marshal's orders. As long as we gather all the Dragon Balls, our Red Ribbon Army will conquer the world. As long as the Red Ribbon Army conquers the world, we will all become famous, get promoted, make money, and bring honor to our family. However, at this moment, Officer Black knew that the Red Marshal's goal was to grow taller. His mentality collapsed all of a sudden. The next moment, he took out his pistol, and without hesitation, shot the Red Marshal in the middle of his eyebrows. The Red Marshal lay straight down with an incredible look in his eyes. You are not qualified to be a marshal. From today on, I am the well-deserved Marshal of the Red Ribbon Army. The ruler of the world will be me, Marshal Black. Ha 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 ha. I'm fine, I'm fine. Chapter 69. As soon as Sun Wukong left the Red Ribbon Army headquarters on his somersault cloud, he saw Bulma flying a plane with Krillin and Chi-Chi. Bulma, why are you here? Bulma, your parents have been kidnapped, haven't you gone to Zeta yet? Bulma smiled. Ha ha ha, God is helping me. I know my parents were kidnapped, but by chance, the Galactic Patrol was sending my sister home and ran into them. That Galactic Patrolman, Jark, was pretty good and subdued them all. Bulma took out a photo. In the photo, Jark was posing like a Jinya Force member. The Brief couple also stood on either side of Jark, with Brief making a scissors gesture and her bikini still showing her squinting eyes. On the grass nearby, Colonel Violet was tied up in a very indecent way with ropes. She was wearing such tight clothes and tied up with ropes, which only highlighted her figure. Her mouth was stuffed with cloth strips and her face was full of humiliation. You can tell from this method that there is some side job. It might be the work of Bulma's father. Although Colonel Violet looked like she was tied up in an indecent way. But it was obvious that the crisis was resolved. Krillin looked at GOKU and asked, "Why are you back, GOKU?" Where are the Dragon Balls and the radar? Sun Wukong. Qin's pupil shrank. No, did you give them the radar and the Dragon Ball? Sun Wukong nodded. I saw the picture of Bulma's parents being kidnapped, so. Qin was surprised. Goku, you are stupid. How can you do this? We can't give the Dragon Balls to them. Bulma 110 looked at Krillin and said, Goku must have given in for the safety of my family, so don't talk about him. Anyway, the threat to my parents' safety has been lifted, so can't we just take it back? Yes, let's go quickly. Chi-Chi covered her mouth and laughed. Yes, let's go quickly. Otherwise, we can't get all the Dragon Balls together, and Shinyo's family can't be resurrected. What a pity. Krillin's face turned red. Chi-Chi, don't say anything, I don't mean to blame Goku. A moment later, they arrived at the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. This was once an impregnable fortress. Now, it was destroyed by Wukong and turned into a ruin. The broken concrete walls and the lingering black smoke filled the red building, making it look particularly dilapidated and unbearable. Wukong, did you do all this? Sun Wukong nodded. It's simply amazing. You've almost finished dismantling the Red Ribbon Army. I suspect you have some destructive tendencies. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of everyone. You are here. Everyone looked over in the direction of the voice. The man was an adjutant, Adjutant Black. Bulma frowned. Are you the leader here? Adjutant Black nodded and said, he used to be the Red Marshal, but he wasted the lives of many brothers, so he died. From now on, I will be the leader of the Red Ribbon Army, Adjutant Black. Now, my family's crisis has been resolved, why don't you run away and still want to dream of conquering the world? Adjutant Black looked at Bulma, then at Goku. Bulma, Son Goku, Krillin, Chi-Chi, right? Several people were stunned. You know everything. Bulma was not surprised at all. It was impossible that a large group could not be investigated by even a few of them. In fact, their identities had been uncovered long ago. Bulma lit a cigarette leisurely and said with a smile. You have investigated it very clearly, but your Red Ribbon Army has been almost destroyed, and you can't make a comeback. Adjutant Black showed a smile on his face. So, I want to discuss something with you. What? Bulma asked. Adjutant Black took out a bag of Dragon Balls, 6 in total, and a radar. Here are 6 Dragon Balls and a Dragon Ball radar. As long as you collect 7 Dragon Balls, you can make any wish come true. How about this, you help me find the last Dragon Ball, and then we can rule the world together. Rule the world? Adjutant Black was interested. Yes, that's right, let the whole world act according to our will and do whatever we want. Qin immediately jumped out and shouted angrily, don't dream, the Dragon Balls are ours. We will use the Dragon Balls to revive those who were killed by you. Adjutant Black. But he was a very quick-witted guy. When he heard that Krillin wanted to use the Dragon Balls to revive, he immediately changed his mind. Okay, then use it to revive the civilians killed by the Red Ribbon Army. How about this? I have the ambition and brains to conquer the world, and you have strong fighting power. After resurrecting them, we will join forces and conquer the world even without the Dragon Balls. Bulma showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth. You think you can conquer the world? You are so stupid. We will not join forces with you. Just surrender and turn yourself into the police. Adjutant Black was shocked. The next moment, his face turned grim. Asshole, in that case, don't blame me for being rude. As he said that, Lieutenant Black got into a hatch. The hatch suddenly moved. A huge robot stood up from the ruins. Bulma was curious and said, so that's it, it's a robot, this is your last resort. Lieutenant Black shouted in the robot, no matter how powerful you are, you can't do anything to this robot. This is the painstaking work of Dr. Gallo. I will let you all die here. In a split second, the robot pointed at Sun Wukong. A laser suddenly shot at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's figure was extremely fast, and he dodged quickly and avoided the attack. However, the ray hit the ground and exploded instantly. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. It set off a violent gust of wind. Blake laughed and said, "What if you can dodge it once, can you dodge it a second time? Besides, you can dodge it, what about them?" As he said that, Lieutenant Black controlled the robot to point at Bulma and the others. "You underestimate me too much." "What?" Adjutant Black just reacted, but found that little Goku had flown to the face of his robot and smashed his glass cover with one punch. He wanted to resist, but Sun Wukong didn't give him any room to resist and directly pulled him out of the robot. Bulma said curiously, "Wukong, I thought you would destroy this robot with your strength, but I didn't expect you to pull the person out directly. It's a waste of energy to destroy the machine, it's better to pull the man out." Sun Wukong replied indifferently, and then he punched Adjutant Black so hard that he couldn't resist, and then threw him in front of everyone. "What should we do next, Bulma?" Bulma shrugged, "What else can we do? Send him to prison, and then we'll quickly find the last Dragon Ball. After resurrecting the dead, don't you still have to continue practicing?" "Okay." Goku, Chi-Chi, and Krillin agreed. Chi-Chi picked up the Dragon Ball and pressed the Dragon Ball radar. However, the last Dragon Ball can't be detected on the radar at all. What's going on? Both Son Goku and Bulma knew where the last Dragon Ball went. But Goku didn't know where Pilaf and his gang had gone. So he suggested if the Dragon Ball is swallowed into the stomach of some animals, it can't be detected. Of course. It's just speculation. I suggest that we go find the fortune teller to do some divination. It's a good opportunity for me to go see my grandfather. Chi-Chi frowned. "Fortune teller, you don't know who this guy is. She is obviously Master Roshi's sister, but she only cares about money and wants a lot of money." Bulma said, "I think we don't need to find the fortune teller. If I'm not mistaken, the Dragon Ball should be in the hands of Pilaf and his gang." Son Goku was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Bulma. "How did you guess it?" Bulma shrugged. "Apart from us, the Red Ribbon Army, I'm afraid they are the only ones looking for the Dragon Balls in the world, right? Pilaf and his gang have never given up looking for the Dragon Balls for decades. They are so determined. Even during the Dragon Ball Super period, when he became a child and worked in Bulma's house, he still thought about stealing the Dragon Balls to make a wish every day." Sun Wukong scratched his head. "Well, you know what, it seems so. But how do we find them?" Bulma smiled and said, "That's easy. Their castle is still there. Let's look for it in their castle." Sun Wukong's eyes fixed. "Yes, he didn't turn into a gorilla, and they are not bankrupt yet." Chi-Chi raised a question. "Bulma, this is just your guess. What if it's not in their hands?" Bulma touched his chin and thought for a while. "It should be there, if not, then it won't be too late to go find the fortune teller. Why don't we let Wukong ride on his somersault cloud and get it out if we can, if not, then beat up the three of them and get it out. If it's really not there, let's gather together again and go find the fortune teller. But, they seem to have not done anything bad since the last time they met. Do we have to beat them anyway?" Bulma thought for a moment and said, "They will do something stupid sooner or later, so let's beat them first." Sun Wukong felt a little conflicted about beating them for no reason, but when he thought about how many people they still needed to resurrect, he nodded and said, "Okay, I got it. I'll go first." Bulma nodded and said, "Let's go. We won't stay here anymore. The black smoke here is too choking. We'll wait for you near Karan Tower." "Okay." After saying that, Sun Wukong rode on his somersault cloud and flew towards Pilaf's castle. Chapter 70. Pilaf's Castle. Xiao Wu stared at the Dragon Ball radar and found that the 6 Dragon Balls had gathered together, and she laughed happily. As expected of King Pilaf, they have gathered all the Dragon Balls. Pilaf laughed and said, "Of course, the Red Ribbon Army is too scary, so it's better to let them collect them. We only need to hide a Dragon Ball and reap the benefits." At this moment, Ash shouted, "No, no, King Pilaf! The 6 Dragon Balls are coming towards us." Pilaf stood up straight and said in surprise, "What?" "I said, those 6 Dragon Balls are coming towards us. How is that possible? My specially made box can't even be detected by our radar, so how could they find it?" Xiao Wu asked, "Could it be that the Red Ribbon Army's radar technology is more advanced than ours?" "Impossible. If they were advanced, with so many people, they would have gathered all the Dragon Balls long ago," Pilaf said firmly. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through Pilaf's mind. "No, it's not the Red Ribbon Army that's coming, but Sun Wukong and his group." Xiao Wu asked curiously, "King Pilaf, why do you say that? The Red Ribbon Army would not bring all the Dragon Balls here. The ones who can run back and forth with the Dragon Balls must be Sun Wukong and his group." Xiao Wu and Ashiu's eyes lit up. "As expected of King Pilaf, you have really thought it through." Pilaf laughed and said, "Although that Sun Wukong is very strong, we don't have to be afraid of him. After studying him for a period of time, I have discovered his weakness. Although he is very strong, as long as we catch his tail, we can subdue him." Ash and Xiao Wu continued to support the comedy. "Your Majesty is mighty." Pilaf laughed and said, "Haha, this time the dragon will fulfill my wish. I want to rule the world, and everything in the world will act according to my will." Ash asked curiously, "So, King Pilaf, what are your plans after you become the king of the world?" First of all, what should I do first?" Pilaf thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what to do. Ash waited expectantly for the answer. Pilaf was suddenly stunned. "Mind your own business and go control the robot. Remember our plan. Sun Wukong will be here soon and I will assist you." Ash nodded immediately. "Yes, King Pilaf." Pilaf continued to make arrangements. Xiao Wu, "Exist. When we confront Sun Wukong, you will take the opportunity to grab his tail, okay?" Xiao Wu immediately saluted. "Yes, King Pilaf." After saying that, the two of them immediately went to prepare. Pilaf looked at the box containing the Dragon Balls and thought to himself, "Strange, the radar can't detect it, how do they know the Dragon Balls are here with me?" A moment later, Sun Wukong rode his somersault cloud to Pilaf's castle. "Hello, is anyone there?" Sun Wukong walked to the door and knocked politely. If Pilaf and the others wanted to steal his Dragon Balls and directly cheat him, Sun Wukong would have no problem beating them up. However, they had not provoked him yet, nor had they done anything bad to harm the world. He felt that he could not do such a thing as robbing Pilaf and the others directly. After all, they were different from the evil people like the Red Ribbon Army. The worst thing they did was to blow a kiss to a strange girl at most. How bad could it be? Wukong was not the kind of person who liked to bully others. He felt ashamed to rob Pilaf and the others' Dragon Balls without asking the reason, just like robbing other children's lollipops. He was in the wrong. Sun Wukong encouraged himself. "Take a deep breath and relax. They are bad guys, don't be polite later. What reason should I find to ask them for the Dragon Ball? If I beat them up just for the Dragon Ball, it would be no different from robbery." Sun Wukong wanted to find a reasonable reason, or to exchange conditions with them. Otherwise, it would go against the education of his grandfather since he was a child. If I beat them up and took away the Dragon Ball today, they might do it again in the future for what they want. There are some bottom lines that he doesn't want to break. After knocking on the door for a while, it still didn't open. Sun Wukong looked at the weak iron door and clenched his fists. Or, just smash the door. There are so many people waiting to be resurrected, but I don't have time to play with them. He recalled what Wang Tianba had said to his men, people are gone, but their personalities remain. At this moment, a robot suddenly walked behind Sun Wukong. Haha, you are really capable. You even know that the Dragon Ball is in our hands. Sun Wukong turned around and saw that Ash, Xiao Wu and Pilaf were each driving a robot. Seeing the three funny faces, Sun Wukong said directly. The last Dragon Ball is in your hands, I can use it, give it to me. Pilaf said angrily, what a joke, I will give it to you if you want me to, I will lose face. Besides, I didn't offend you. The Dragon Ball is not your personal property, anyone has the right to find it. Like you, I am also looking for the Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong heard that what the other party said made sense and nodded, but he immediately realized that he could not give in, he was still waiting to save people. I am really useful this time. Give me the Dragon Balls and I will consider it as a favor to you. Pilaf said with a smile, why don't you give us the 6 Dragon Balls in your hand and I will consider it as a favor to you. No way. Sun Wukong refused. I collected the Dragon Balls to revive people, and I can't give them to you this time. Pilaf said with a smile, I want the Dragon Ball, and I want the Dragon Ball too. In that case, let's do this. We'll drive the robots to duel with you. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. If you win, I'll give you this Dragon Ball. If you lose, you'll give me all the Dragon Balls in your hand. How about that? When Sun Wukong heard about the duel, he smiled. He couldn't win by talking, but he was not afraid of fighting. All right, I'll do as you say. Pilaf smiled and said, okay, let's put it this way, lying will lead to being struck by lightning. Okay. Sun Wukong said, and he started to move. Let's start, who wants to fight me? Pilaf said with a smile, who said one person? The 3 of us will fight you. Sun Wukong was not surprised at all. 3 is just 3, nothing special. Pilaf laughed and said, you are quite confident. The robot designed by my genius Pilaf has never met an opponent. Asking for flowers. I tell you clearly that humans cannot compete with us. Ash, you go first. Yes, Master Pilaf. As he said that, Ash rushed towards Sun Wukong. The powerful mechanical fist smashed towards Sun Wukong. Pilaf turned his head to look at Xiao Wu, and the communicator secretly informed you. Go to the back, pay attention to seize the opportunity. Yes, my king. Xiao Wu passed Sun Wukong's position and jumped behind him. Shi and Ashiu attacked Sun Wukong from the front and back. However, just as she got behind him, Xiao Wu saw that there was no tail behind Sun Wukong. Hey! Where's the tail? Just at this moment, Sun Wukong moved to dodge several attacks from Ash's robot. Through the sunlight, she immediately saw the outline of the tail in Sun Wukong's pants. Xiao Wu's mouth curled up slightly. Good boy, did you hide your weakness in your pants before you came? Pretty smart. But I'm not a fool. Lord Pilaf has made a plan long ago. After fighting for a while, Ash controlled the robot to hold Sun Wukong. Pilaf immediately started the robot to spray fire and burn towards Sun Wukong's pants. Boom! Suddenly, Sun Wukong felt a burning sensation on his butt. Looking back, he saw that his pants were on fire. Sun Wukong quickly broke free from his restraints and rolled on the ground. Although the fire was out, his pants were also burned. Pilaf was overjoyed when he saw this, and immediately shouted, Xiao Wu, act quickly. In order to accurately grab Sun Wukong's tail, Xiao Wu's robot has a pair of very small hands, which are close to the size of humans. At the moment of Pilaf's order, Xiao Wu controlled the mechanical hand to grab Sun Wukong's tail. As if sensing the small movement behind him, Sun Wukong suddenly shook off Ash's robot and turned around to catch the pair of mechanical hands that grabbed his tail. With just such a strong pull, the mechanical hand broke completely. Sun Wukong laughed and said, hee hee, didn't expect it. Before coming here, I guessed that you wanted to catch my tail, but your plan has failed, so admit defeat. Xiao Wu saw the front of Sun Wukong's pants burned off. The little elephant had such a clear outline, three-dimensional, and very realistic. Xiao Wu's face suddenly turned red. She raised her hands. I give up. Seeing Xiao Wu's sudden shy expression, Sun Wukong was startled. He immediately remembered that his pants were gone. So, Xiao Wukong immediately threw away the mechanical hand that he had broken and covered his lower body. Don't play any tricks, or I won't be polite. It was almost impossible to get Pilaf and the others not to act naughty. Soon they turned into combined robots, and were still caught by Sun Wukong and beaten up. Then they left. The machine was destroyed, and the dragon balls were gone. The three of them lay together in embarrassment. Ash King, he said that he won't need the dragon balls next year, so why don't we collect them next year? Pilaf. Hey, Xiao Wu, it's all your fault. How can you be so stupid? You didn't see such a good opportunity. Xiao Wu's face was still flushed with shame, and she said embarrassedly, King Pilaf, I may not be clean. What? Don't you understand? Where is it dirty? Do you want to go home and take a shower? Ashiu asked. Xiao Wu sighed, my eyes are dirty. Work. Chapter 71. Under the Karan Tower. Come out, Shenlong. A brilliant light streaked across the night sky, and the Shenlong slowly appeared. Its scales shone with golden light, like a star descending from the earth. It was the first time for Krillin and Shishi to see the Shenlong, and they were shocked. Is this the dragon? It's so spectacular. The dragon circled in the air, making a deafening roar, and then looked at Bulma and the others. Hey, tell me your wishes, I can fulfill any of your wishes. Bulma took a deep breath, organized her words, and said, Shenlong, can you revive all the people who died because of the Red Ribbon Army? Shenlong, that's easy. Shenlong's eyes flashed red. Your wish has come true. After the Dragon Ball fulfilled the wish, it shot out in 7 directions. It soon lost its luster and turned into stone, scattering all over the world. The village next to the old site of Masruta was still as peaceful as usual on March 3rd. However, today, the village was destined to be restless, because, suddenly, the villagers cheered. How could they be quiet today when they saw their family members resurrected? Especially since they had been guarding their relatives who had been dead for many days, and seeing their family members' cold bodies come back to life every day, they were shocked. They showed an expression of disbelief on their faces. Old man, you are resurrected. Are you really resurrected? The resurrected people were also confused. What's wrong with me? What happened? Their family members couldn't help but rush over. My dear, you are finally resurrected, woo woo woo. Great, Dad, you're back. Dad, you were killed. It was Goku and the others who gathered the Dragon Balls and summoned the dragon to revive us. So that's how it is. After the silence, the village erupted in cheers and tears. The family members hugged each other tightly, tears and laughter intertwined, forming a warm and touching picture. They talked about the pain of separation and the joy of reunion, as if they wanted to pour out all their emotions. Sino was reunited with her parents and grandfather, and her face showed unspeakable joy. She looked into the distance, her eyes shining with gratitude. I know you will succeed. Thank you. In a trance, a dragon ball that turned into stone flew over his head. Seeing the smooth stone ball, it was as if he saw Krillin's bald head. Shinyo was stunned for a moment, and the next moment a deeper smile appeared on his face. Thank you even more. At night, Karen Tat. So tired. Why can't I see the top of the tower yet? Kikai wiped the sweat off her forehead and asked, Wukong, are you still climbing up at triple gravity? Wukong below nodded. Yes. Kikai couldn't help swallowing. You are amazing. Krillin and I couldn't climb even without adjusting the gravity. Sun Wukong took a few breaths and said, to be honest, I can't climb either. Then you took off the gravity bracelet. No, then my practice of climbing the tower is meaningless. Kikai, when I can climb it once, I will also try to climb it with multiple gravity. Krillin, at the top side such a high tower, there is no end in sight, it's too hopeless. Oh, if I could sleep and continue climbing. Tired and sleepy. I cannot make it. Come on. Persist in. Looks like it's almost here. Real or fake? Damn. We're blocked by the clouds. Seeing that both of them had no strength left, Sun Wukong encouraged them, keep going, whoever reaches the top of the tower first will grow 5 centimeters taller. Kikai, I want to grow taller, I want to grow long legs. Krillin, I want to grow taller, too, I want to be tall, rich, and handsome, so that many beautiful girls will like me. In this way, the three of them encouraged each other, watched each other, and continued to climb. Soon, a night passed. The sun had just risen at dawn. Krillin saw that the view above seemed to be blocked by something. What is that? Hey, Goku, Chi-Chi, look! Wow, that looks like the top of the tower. Ha 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 ha, great, we've reached the top of the tower. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Finally, it's here. It was so hard. Seeing the end, the three squeezed out the last bit of strength and finally climbed to the top of the tower. The three lay on the floor of the Kallen Tower, panting heavily. It was too tiring. When the Kallen Immortal saw the three, he showed surprise in his eyes. These three people are really amazing. They can actually climb up to Kallen Tower. Bulma fell asleep on the table. When she heard Kallen Sage talking, she rubbed her eyes and raised her head. Hey, they are all here, Immortal Kallen, you seem to be busy now. Immortal Kallen went downstairs and walked towards the three people. It's not easy for the three of you to come up together. Sun Wukong was so tired that he fell asleep and didn't hear it. Kikai and Krillin were stunned and immediately stood up and looked towards the sound. However, apart from a cat, there was no sign of a fairy. Where is the immortal? I am the immortal. Krillin and Kikai were very surprised. Are you an immortal? What, you're not convinced? To be precise, I'm a fairy cat, ha 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 ha. Kallen and Kikai said respectfully, excuse me, there is super holy water here that can increase people's strength, right? Ah, you mean the super holy water? Of course there is one. Immortal Karin pointed to the platform and said, there is a jar on the platform over there, and it contains the super holy water. Great, we can become stronger, Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi turned and looked at Wukong. Wukong seems exhausted. Seeing the sleeping Sun Wukong, the immortal Kallen could not help scratching his head. What's wrong with him? Is his sleep quality so good? Bulma walked towards Karin and explained, he climbed the tower with triple gravity and was exhausted. Karen's pupil shrank. What, triple gravity? Bulma explained, yes, I invented that bracelet. As long as you wear it, you can adjust the weight you bear, up to 10 times your own weight. This is also to make it easier for them to practice. Hearing Bulma's explanation, Karin Sage swallowed deeply. He can withstand 3 times his own gravity and climb up Karin Tower. This person basically doesn't need to train himself. So, he walked towards the sleeping Sun Wukong. It was my first time meeting an immortal, and I actually fell asleep. How rude! Get down! As he spoke, the immortal Kallen kicked Sun Wukong off the Kallen Tower. Oops, 2.3. What happened? The confused Sun Wukong woke up and found himself falling. Looking up, he could vaguely see the figure of the immortal Kallen. Sun Wukong was speechless. Is this another reward for me to climb again? I'm so hungry. Suddenly, Sun Wukong remembered something. He touched his bag. took out a magic bean, and put it in his mouth. All of a sudden, he regained his strength. However, he did not continue to climb up, but climbed down the tower to the ground, rested a little, and then climbed up again. With the experience of climbing the tower once, Sun Wukong was obviously not so tired. This effect was still very significant. Halfway up, Sun Wukong hesitated and pressed the bracelet. In an instant, it soared to 4 times the gravity. Ouch! It's just double the gravity, why is it so heavy? I'm fine, I'm fine. Chapter 72. On the Kalin Tower. Kalin asked Krillin and Kikai. Why do you want to become stronger? Aren't you already very strong now? Krillin, I want to surpass Goku. Shishi, only if I can keep up with Goku can I be with him in the future. Karin. Forget it, since you have no bad intentions, I'll give it to you. However, if you want to drink the super holy water, you must take the bottle from me. Krillin and Kikai looked at each other. Is there still such a rule? Yes, do you want to drink? Of course. Then you two come and grab it together. So, Krillin and Kikai immediately stepped forward to grab it. They thought it was an easy task, but as soon as they started to grab it, they found that it was not the case. The speed of the immortal Karin was much faster than the two of them, and his kung fu was much higher than theirs. It was really not easy to get the super holy water. The two tried their best, but still couldn't grab the bottle. However, as the day of grabbing the bottle passed, the two of them noticed progress. Unlike when they first came up, they were out of breath after a few moves due to lack of oxygen. Their movements were much faster than at the beginning. This was all the result of training. The two seemed to understand. Maybe the super holy water was fake. What really made them stronger was the process of grabbing the bottle. Krillin thought about it and climbed with weights. Sun Wukong, who was climbing up the tower, felt a little unwilling. He didn't want his strength to never surpass Wukong. So, he pressed his bracelet and adjusted it to 3 times the gravity. And Kikai had wanted to do this for a long time. With the master helping her practice, it was not her character to rush for success. So, she also turned on the 3 times weight and started to snatch the bottle. Without the weight, she couldn't snatch it from Karin, and with the weight, the difficulty doubled. But the improvement for each of them is undoubtedly huge. When they can adapt to this gravity, their strength will be greatly improved. The next day, Sun Wukong climbed up the tower again. 22 also joined the battle to snatch the bottle. Karin saw the gravity bracelet on Sun Wukong's hand and stopped Krillin and Kikai. Master Turtle has found a treasure by accepting you 3 as his disciples. How do you know that our master is Master Roshi? It's simple. Just look at your movements and you will know that he climbed the Kalin Tower 300 years ago. Klin nodded. We have all heard that it took the teacher 3 years to drink the super holy water. Immortal Kalin looked at the 3 of them and said, it seems that you 3 want to practice with me for 3 years. The 3 of them looked at each other, with awkward smiles on their faces. At first, the 3 of them didn't have this idea. However, after Krillin and Chi-Chi had been snatching bottles for a day, they made up their minds. The combination of the gravity bracelet assisting and the Jokerin Sage assisting in training is simply amazing. The 3 of them started the bottle snatching battle. Whenever they adapted to the current gravity and were about to grab the bottle, the 3 of them would increase the multiple a little bit. Improve it step by step. For example, increase it to 3.1 times, 3.2 times. In this way, they will not be unable to adapt all of a sudden and interrupt the rhythm. Sun Wukong was also a little surprised. The multiple of this bracelet seems to have been carefully designed by Bulma, and it is extremely useful. It can be fine-tuned by 0.1 times, so that the rhythm of practice will not be interrupted at all, and the effect is much stronger than directly adjusting the integer multiple. Bulma watched the 3 of them get into the state, and she no longer lived in Karin Tower all year round. She returned to live in the West Capital and continued her research. She came to Karin Tower every now and then to see Goku, send some food, reduce the consumption of some senzu beans, and then go back to continue her work. Spring came and autumn, cold and summer. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. In 3 years, Sun Wukong has adapted to 10 times the gravity, and the improvement is unimaginable even for Sun Wukong himself. Even Krillin and Chi-Chi have adapted to at least 8 times the gravity. Because they practiced in the snatching of Karin, which is different from weight-bearing training, climbing mountains, and climbing towers. This is snatching things from people, and even mixed with fighting and defense. While increasing their own strength and speed, their reaction ability is also greatly improved. The strength of the 3 is no longer what it used to be. Bulma saw the 3 people. She was very pleased with the results of their training. But she didn't have the technology to build a detector to take a closer look. According to her speculation, whether it was Goku, Chi-Chi, or Krillin, their strength was at least 10 times that of the same period in their previous lives. Especially Chi-Chi, who might only have some basic martial arts in her previous life, but in this life, she was at least 100 times stronger than in her previous life. Seeing how strong the 3 of them were, Bulma was very satisfied, and the results of her efforts were simply too significant. It really fits the saying that vision limits growth. Bulma can see the height of the future, so she knows that their room for improvement is still very high, and there is no end in sight. Not to mention Goku, just based on Krillin's combat power, even if Raditz comes, he can kill him directly. Goku doesn't have to die with him. But, if Goku doesn't die, next, how to let Goku learn King Ken and Spirit Bomb? This question troubled Bulma again. In other words, let him skip those 2 key skills and leap to Super Saiyan in one step? Would it be too big a step? Bulma thought about the conditions under which the Super Saiyans in his previous life became Super Saiyans. When Krillin died, Goku became a Super Saiyan. When Goku died, Gohan learned to transform. When Gohan died, Trunks learned to transform. Only Vegeta did not have a sacrifice, because he was touched by Goku and was angry that he could not transform into a Super Saiyan, so he turned into a Super Saiyan in anger. However, Vegeta's transformation was too strenuous. Moreover, he had a bad personality. He was so crazy when he succeeded in transforming. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, he went straight to fight the androids, and no one could stop him. As a result, he was beaten to death by the androids in just one battle. It was a straightforward and neat death. To become a Super Saiyan, all you need is extreme anger. So, the best way to transform is to have someone ascend to heaven to stimulate the success rate. Anyway, there are Dragon Balls, and you can be resurrected. Will Krillin in this life be killed so miserably by Frieza? If Krillin dies, can Goku still transform? Thinking of Krillin's death, which created the first Super Saiyan, Bulma suddenly thought of something. Goku is not an emotional idiot. He just can't express it. In the previous life, Krillin and his friendship were incomparable to anyone else. Bulma thought of herself again. In this life, she and Goku got closer, but because Goku was too young, she couldn't go any further with him. But in terms of the intimacy between the two, it should be far less than her friendship with Krillin. Bulma thought that if Krillin died in front of Goku, it would definitely stimulate him to transform. Then, if she died in front of Goku, it should be more likely to make him transform, right? Maybe only in that way can she thoroughly understand that she has really walked into his heart. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Bulma shook her head as she thought about it. Forget it, it's still a long way to go, let's take it one step at a time. In this life, Goku's growth has far surpassed that of the same period due to his own efforts. Even Krillin and Chi-Chi have become ridiculously powerful. But this level of combat power is nothing on Namek. In front of the androids, they are still cannon fodder. There is still a long way to go. But so what? Goku hasn't grown up yet, but he is already much stronger than the same period in his previous life. Many events have long been destined not to be tragedies. Goku's growth has never stopped. When Goku grows up, who knows what level he can grow to? Maybe, when we go to Namek, no one has to die. Soon, it was getting dark. A day of training ended, and it was time to rest. As soon as the three of them stopped training, they lay down on the ground to rest in tacit understanding. This lying down immediately made a huge difference from before. Chi-Chi is already a big girl, and her figure is not like before, she has become much taller. But Krillin and Goku are still short, just a little bit taller. Chi-Chi wiped the sweat from her forehead while lying down. "Oh, I'm so tired." She looked at Krillin and Goku with some concern. She said, "Goku, Krillin, we have been training here for 3 years. I'm a head taller than before, but why haven't you two grown much? Could it be that too much gravity affects your development?" Sun Wukong looked absent-minded and said casually, "I don't know." Krillin looked at Chi-Chi's height, then at his own short stature, and couldn't help but worry, "Damn, will too much weight affect my growth? What should I do?" At this moment, Bulma came to Karin Tower. "I can't imagine growing taller." Bulma. Chi-Chi, Krillin, and Goku all looked at Bulma. Bulma said, "Girls develop earlier than boys, both mentally and physically. In 2 years, you two will be taller." Krillin was slightly relieved when he heard Bulma say that. "It seems like everyone says that, but I'm still a little worried." Krillin turned his head and looked at Wukong, who was the same height as him, and continued, "But seeing that Wukong is the same height as me, I feel relieved." When Bulma saw Krillin, a hint of helplessness appeared on the corner of her mouth. Son Goku is a scion, and he is not very similar to the people on Earth. Before scions reach adulthood, they look like children and are not tall. However, once they reach a certain age, they can grow very tall within a year until they reach a fixed height, as if they have grown up all of a sudden. Bulma really hopes that Goku will grow up quickly. Unfortunately, Goku is still not at that age. This is why Chi-Chi of the same age is a head taller than Goku. As for Krillin, he is as tall as Goku now, and that is purely a genetic problem. He will grow taller in the future, but not much, and he will not be able to catch up with Goku in the future. Unless, he collects Dragon Balls in the future, and then finds Shenlong to make a wish to grow taller. However, Bulma is very sure that this has nothing to do with weight-bearing training. Bulma quickly changed the subject and asked, "Goku, Krillin, Chi-Chi, the world's #1 martial arts tournament will be held in a few days. Do you still want to continue practicing here, or go down?" Hearing that Bulma was finally going to take the 3 of them away, Sage Karin immediately said, "That's enough, the 3 of you hurry up and go. You 3 guys, even I am far from being your opponent without the bracelets. Future training will not make you progress as fast as before. Practicing in the same reciprocating cycle will only make your strength stagnate. You must have the courage to break out of your comfort zone and challenge new practices. This is the key to continuous progress." The 337 looked at each other and smiled, announcing the end of Karinta's practice. Krillin took the lead and said, "Goku, Shishi, are we going to participate in the world's #1 martial arts competition?" Shishi, "Well, of course we are going, let's all go down. Isn't there still a few days before the martial arts competition? I want to go home to see my dad first, and then go to the martial arts competition." Sun Wukong also nodded and said, "Then I'll go see Teacher Wu Tian, go back to Baizai Mountain, and then go straight to the martial arts competition. Krillin, do you want to come with me?" Krillin shook his head, his face flushed, and turned to look at Bulma. "Bulma, lend me your plane, I will return it to you after I buy a plane." Hearing Krillin borrowing a plane, Chi-Chi looked at Krillin and asked, "Krillin, are you going to meet your girlfriend and go to the martial arts meeting?" Bulma smiled and said, "Of course I'm right." I've finally finished my training, so I must be going to see Xiao Shinyo. By the way, Krillin, did you hold hands? Krillin's mouth twitched. Bulma, don't make a fuss. I only went there for 2 days during the Chinese New Year. We are not familiar with each other yet, and we are just ordinary friends. Are we just ordinary friends? Bulma, Chi-Chi, stop teasing me. Chi-Chi and Bulma laughed while covering their mouths when they saw Krillin's shy and embarrassed face. Seeing Krillin's shy but happy face, Goku was really happy for him. It's good that his good brother has found a home so early. However, Goku thought of a problem. If Krillin finds that Sinyo is his girlfriend, what will happen to No? 18 in the future? She is beautiful, has a good figure, and is strong. The key is that she is still a good wife and mother who doesn't talk much after marriage. She is worthy of being the first goddess of Dragon Ball. Even Goku at this moment doesn't want to be with No. 18 in the future. She was a bargain for others, and he even had this idea, how nice it would be if he could marry her. Bulma and Chi-Chi have poured so much love into him over the years, and he would not be able to justify himself if he did not marry them. However, if he liked other women in the future, their violent blood might awaken and they would beat him to death. Goku prayed silently, hoping that No. 18 was not a bad person anyway. Seeing the silly smile on Goku's face, Bulma became interested. She approached Goku and pinched his cheeks lovingly. Wukong, what are you thinking about? You're drooling. Sun Wukong was startled and quickly wiped his mouth. No way, right? Bulma covered her mouth and laughed. Okay, I'm just kidding. I brought food, let's eat first. After we finish eating, let's go. I'm fine, I'm fine. Chapter 73. The next day. Came house. Yamcha asked Master Mutant, do you think my current strength has surpassed Goku? Kame touched his bald head and said uncertainly, I can't say whether I have surpassed Goku. Goku was so strong 3 years ago. I guess he should be even stronger 3 years later. Yamcha touched his chin and said that's true, but people should have bottlenecks, right? Who knows? At this moment, a golden light flew to the turtle house. Grandpa Turtle, I'm back to see you. Seeing Sun Wukong coming, Master Turtle was obviously stunned for a moment. It's Wukong, you've grown a lot taller. Sun Wukong smiled and touched his hair, then compared it and said, I'm not even as tall as Grandpa Turtle, it seems I haven't grown much. Master Roshi chuckled and continued to ask, where have you been these 3 years, it's been a long time since we last met. Sun Wukong said, Krillin, Chi-Chi, I went to climb the Karin Tower, and now we're all down, preparing to participate in the World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament. Master Roshi was stunned. Climbing the Karin Tower. Yes. Have you grabbed the super holy water? Well, the super holy water is a lie. The main purpose is to improve strength through training with Karin. Hearing this, Master Roshi understood that Goku had reached the standard. He continued to ask, did Chi-Chi and Krillin also drink the super holy water? Sun Wukong nodded, yes, the 3 of us have been up there grabbing the bottle for 3 years. Master Roshi laughed, 3 years, ha 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 ha, just like me back then. However, you are all younger than I was at that time, and you can graduate from Karin Tower, so your strength will exceed mine, after all, you are young and strong. By the way, why didn't Chi-Chi and Krillin come? Goku said, Krillin has a girlfriend who lives far away. He went to the north and will go directly to the martial arts meeting in 2 days. Chi-Chi hasn't been reunited with her father for a long time, so she went home to see her father. Master Roshi nodded, is that so? Seeing little Goku, Yamcha took the initiative to say hello. Wukong, hello, we are brothers now. Sun Wukong saw Yamcha in a martial arts uniform and was surprised. Oh, it's Yamcha, have you been practicing here for a long time? Yamcha, of course, I have been practicing here with Master Wu Tian for 3 years. Oh, that's great. Sun Wukong looked around and asked, Grandpa Turtle, where is Lan Qi? She left after you left, and took away the treasures you gave me. I haven't seen Lan Qi for 3 years. Wukong, bring another girl to Grandpa Turtle when you have time, a normal one. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment and ignored the following sentence. Haven't seen you for 3 years. Yes. Did he get caught for robbery? Master Rashi, you have a very rich imagination. By the way, GOKU, the martial arts competition is coming up soon, are you going to participate? Sun Wukong nodded. Of course I will go, I will definitely win the championship this time. Hearing that GOKU was going to participate in the martial arts competition, Master Rashi's heart skipped a beat. He probably can't beat GOKU now, and it seems that his idea of earning some money to supplement the family income is about to be shattered. So, Master Rashi continued, GOKU, I don't have Lankai to cook for you here, and you have such a big appetite. So I won't let you stay for dinner. Hearing that Master Rashi had begun to chase people away, Sun Wukong couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Then Grandpa Turtle, I will go home and see if I can kill a dinosaur to satisfy my craving. Go. After saying that, Sun Wukong rode on his somersault cloud to Baizai Mountain. I originally thought that since I hadn't been home for a long time and no one was taking care of my family, the mountain would probably be overgrown with weeds, and the houses would be dilapidated or even collapsed. However, standing on the somersault cloud and overlooking Baizai Mountain from a high altitude, Sun Wukong suddenly discovered that the farmland on Baizai Mountain was actually well organized. The house that my grandfather and I built seemed to have been renovated and looked much better than before. There was also a field of vegetables planted at the door of the house. There were eggplants, beans, tomatoes, cucumbers, green peppers, etc. There were also 2 strings of bacon hanging at the door of the house. Sun Wukong had a strange idea in his mind. Could it be that his home was occupied by someone else? With curiosity, Sun Wukong landed in front of his house. As soon as he entered the door, the floor tiles in the house were dazzlingly bright, and the decoration was much better than before. Moreover, the dazzling array of furniture and appliances in the house had long been replaced with the latest models. Clean and tidy, spotless. Moreover, Sun Wukong smelled the fragrance of cooking. He couldn't help but be curious and walked quietly to the kitchen. As soon as he arrived at the kitchen door, Wukong saw a familiar figure. Her long blue hair fell to her waist, her figure was slim and well proportioned, and her clothes were simple and plain, but tasteful, showing her inner gentleness and kindness. Sun Wukong couldn't help but exclaimed, Lan Qi! Lan Qi turned her head and looked at Wukong. Hey, it's Wukong! How did you find me? Sun Wukong didn't answer directly, and then asked curiously, Lan Qi, I heard from Master Wu Tian that you have been gone for 3 years, why are you in my house? Lan Qi thought for a while and said, I don't know how I got here. It seems that I robbed a bank, I was chased by the police, and fled here. After coming here, I found that there were many fields on this mountain, and there were houses to live in, so I stayed for a few days. However, until I lived there for a while, the owner didn't come. It happened that there were always policemen at the foot of the mountain to catch me, so I treated it as my own home and settled down. Now everyone drives a harvester to farm. I usually farm, and when I want to eat meat, I hunt some game. Life is not bad. Unexpectedly, this is your home. Sun Wukong nodded. Okay, I get it. If you like my house, just stay here. I feel like I will be out practicing in the future, so I won't be living at home for a long time. Lan Qi smiled and said, That's great. It's just right that you're back. I'll cook 2 more dishes. You wait for a while, and let's eat together later. Well, I miss Lankai's cooking skills too. Lankai smiled gently and said, Okay, you should go out quickly. The kitchen is full of fumes. After a while, Lan Chi cooked a table of dishes and a big pot of rice. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Sun Wukong began to eat heartily. Lan Chi looked at Wukong, who was eating very hard, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. "GOKU, have you and Bulma always been together?" "Well, that's about right. She always brings us food." "We? Who are you and?" Lan Chi couldn't help but ask curiously. "I went to Karan Tower with Chi Chi and Krillin to practice, and Bulma often brought us food." Lan Chi nodded, and suddenly realized, "Oh, so you are still practicing so hard. The martial arts meeting will be held in a few days, are you going to participate in it?" "Of course, I practice so hard, I have to get the first place once before I am qualified to say I don't want to participate." Lan Chi smiled. "Yes, then I will go to the martial arts meeting with you in a few days." Sun Wukong nodded. "Okay, I wanted to go home and then go to Zidu to find Bulma for food and drinks. If Lan Chi was here, I wouldn't be polite." Lan Chi smiled and said, "This is your home, why are you being polite?" "It's okay, just treat me as your home and treat me as a guest." Lan Chi covered her mouth and smiled. "Wukong, I haven't seen you for 3 years. You talk more than before. And I feel that you have grown a little taller, and overall thinner than before. I guess you may be growing taller, but you can't be hungry, otherwise it will affect your growth. I will go to serve you some food." "Well, thank you Lan Kai, Lan Kai's cooking is really delicious." Lan Chi looked at the little Wukong eating his meal, and a trace of disappointment appeared on her face. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Wukong, you need to eat more and grow up quickly. If you don't grow up, you will." The village next to the Masruta ruins is not the Penguin village. Snow listened to Klin's talk and showed a look of longing on her face. "The world's #1 martial arts tournament, the martial artists on the field are all very powerful, right?" Krillin nodded. "Yes, they are all excellent martial artists from all over the world, gathered in a martial arts tournament, of course they are very powerful. Moreover, there are many people watching the martial arts tournament." Krillin asked tentatively, "Sino, why don't you come with me to participate in the martial arts tournament?" Sino was stunned for a moment. Can I? You won't think I'm troublesome, will you?" Klin shook his head hurriedly. "How is that possible?" "Absolutely not." "Well, I want to go too. I'll discuss it with my parents after dinner." Just then, Sino's mother came over. She advised, "Sino, Klin invites you, so just go with him. You're not a child anymore, and the world outside is wonderful. It's time for you to go and see it." When Sino heard that her mother agreed, she was immediately surprised. "Mom also agrees that I can go out, that's great. Then, does Dad agree?" Sino's father also came over, looked at Sino, then looked at Kaylin, and sat next to Kaylin. He said earnestly, "Kaylin, our family conditions are average, and Sino is just an ordinary person. She is not as powerful as you, who have great martial arts skills at a young age and can travel around the world freely. If you like Sino, we also support you two to be together. Hello, King Zhao, she won't have to do farm work like us in the future. It's a privilege for my family to marry you, Sino. But even so, you can't let her down. Otherwise, I won't forgive you." Klin was blushing and his heart was beating fast. But after hearing what Sino's father said and handed Sino over to him, he felt a sense of responsibility. Klin stood up suddenly and bowed to Sino's father. "Dad, don't worry, I will treat Sino well for the rest of my life." Sino's face turned red when she heard that her father had given her to Klin. "Oh, Dad, stop talking." Klin was a little unsure. Was Snow unwilling? Seeing Klin standing there stupidly, Snow immediately pulled Klin's hand and whispered, "Klin, if you win the championship, I will marry you, okay?" Feeling snow's warm palm. Klin was suddenly startled, as if his whole body was hit by an electric current. Really, really? Sino's face turned even redder. My dad has sold me to you, is this true or not? Okay, let's eat, wash our hands and eat. Klin is not stupid, he is very smart, and he immediately understood what she said. Coming. As for the champion, Krillin also has a certain understanding of his current strength. Apart from Goku and Chi-Chi, there should be no rivals in the world. If he wants to be the first, it is basically a matter of a word. I'm fine. Chapter 74. Bull Demon King's home. How come Kikai came back by herself? Where is Wukong? Asked the Bull Demon King curiously. He went to see Master Wu Tian. I didn't go with him. So, you should be with him, after all, you will be a family in the future. Kikai said coquettishly. I miss my dad. What's more, Wukong doesn't want me to go to the turtle house. He said that Grandpa Turtle likes mature and plump women. Now that I have grown up, he is worried that I will be touched by Master Wu Tian. The Bull Demon King frowned. How could Teacher Wu Tian be that kind of person? Chi-Chi sighed. You don't know, Teacher Wu Tian has a lot of unhealthy books. Is this true or not? The Bull Demon King still didn't believe it. Really? Master Wu Tian has a set of twisted theories. He said that looking at beautiful women can make him happy, and being happy can make him live longer. He also said that if he hadn't lived long, the Kame Senryu would have been wiped out long ago. The Bull Demon King thought about it and said, that makes sense. The teacher is over 300 years old. A normal person would have died long ago. If he hadn't lived long, the Kame Senryu would have been wiped out, and you wouldn't have been able to learn advanced martial arts. Kikai rolled her eyes at the Bull Demon King and said, Dad, you're just overthinking it. Why? Kikai said while eating, the big turtle in the turtle house told us that the reason why Turtle Hermit can live so long is because he drank the immortal water. As for looking at beautiful women for longevity, it is purely his bad habit. Bull Demon King. This. Dad, stop talking and eat quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Well, okay. The Bull Demon King had just eaten some food when he suddenly asked, by the way, you are so old now, when are you going to get married with Wukong? Kikai was a little distressed. Wait a little longer, Bulma said, at least until Goku grows up. The Bull Demon King was stunned for a moment, and thought of the little Goku he had met a few years ago. At that time, he was the same age as Chi-Chi, which was indeed nothing. But compared to himself, the size difference was several times. The Bull Demon King immediately said, Chi-Chi, not every man is as tall as your father. Chi-Chi shook her head and said no. Bulma said that boys develop 2 years later than girls. In another 2 years, Goku will grow taller. She told me very confidently. The Bull Demon King nodded yes, adolescent boys and girls are indeed like this. It seems that Chi-Chi also likes tall and handsome boys. 457. Chi-Chi retorted, whether Goku grows taller or not, I like him. A strange picture flashed through the Bull Demon King's mind. The short son Wukong married the grown-up Chi-Chi. The picture of the big and the small is very weird. The Bull Demon King quickly dispelled this picture and took a bite of the dish and put it into Chi-Chi's bowl. Kikai, eat more vegetables. In a blink of an eye, a few days passed. It was the day of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Goku and Chi-Chi arrived on time and signed up. Master Roshi also came with Yamcha, and Yamcha also signed up. They were all from the Roshi school, so naturally they gathered together. Master Roshi seemed to have dressed up as Jackie Chan to sign up, and there were only a few disciples here. Sun Wukong asked curiously, is Krillin not here yet? It seems like he's going to be late. Bulma looked around and said, I didn't see any sign of him. I guess he went to see his girlfriend and came here reluctantly. Shouldn't it be Sun Wukong said. Puer looked at the still small Wukong, and then at the tall and handsome Yam Sha. A simple comparison gave him a sense of superiority. He said to Yam Sha, young master, come on, after 3 years of practice, you will definitely win. Chi smiled and said the championship will not fall into your hands. Don't forget that we older disciples are here. Don't meet me too early when the game starts, otherwise I will let you see the results of my 3 years of practice. Puer was a little alert when he saw the tall Chi. He didn't expect that Chi had grown so tall in 3 years, and she was completely different from the cute little girl at the beginning. For the young master, she is indeed a stern opponent. In terms of strength, he feels that Yam Sha is not inferior to Chi, but after all, Yam Sha still has a slight fear of women, which is his only weakness. Bulma looked at his watch and was a little anxious. There are still 3 minutes before the game starts, why hasn't Krillin come yet? Yam Sha said with a smile. Krillin, he can't win the championship anyway, so it doesn't matter if he's missing. At this moment, Krillin's voice came over. Bulma, Chi, GOKU, here I come. Following the sound, a bald man suddenly appeared, attracting a lot of attention. Krillin pulled a little red-haired girl and ran towards the crowd in a hurry. Sun Wukong shouted, Krillin, you are finally here, hurry up, CCBG, to sign up, there are less than 3 minutes left. Krillin pulled Sinan in front of the crowd, and then said, well, I will sign up first, and we will talk later. Krillin hurriedly ran towards the registration office. Sinan saw Bulma, Chi, and Wukong smiling and nodding at them. You are all doing well, right? Bulma smiled slightly when she saw little lowly Snow. Hello, Mrs. Klin, Sinyo. Sinyo blushed and turned to look at Chi. Hey, are you Kikai? Kikai nodded. Yes, have I changed a lot? Sino nodded. Well, you've grown a lot taller. Kikai covered her mouth and smiled. Hehe, they all say that to me. But if I were taller, I could buy beautiful clothes like Bulma. Then, Sinyo looked at Sun Wukong again. Goku doesn't seem to have changed much, he's about the same as Krillin. Sun Wukong nodded and responded, yeah, I haven't grown much. But you and we are similar, we haven't grown much. If you want to grow taller, you can borrow Bulma's radar, collect Dragon Balls and make a wish to grow taller, don't worry. Shino smiled awkwardly. Is it possible to spend so much effort to collect Dragon Balls just to grow taller? That wish is a bit too extravagant. Whether it is the leader of the Red Ribbon Army or the Emperor of the Universe Frisia, they all have this seemingly small wish, but in fact it is a lifelong wish. Sun Wukong shook his head. In fact, that wish is not extravagant at all. Height is also something that many big people dream of changing. Is it? Yes. Sun Wukong said affirmatively. At this moment, Turtle Hermit came back. Oh, I'm getting old and a little constipated. Hey, so many people, you are all here. Master Roshi's eyes couldn't help but fall on Bulma and Chi. Bulma hasn't changed at all, but Chi has changed a lot. She looks a little familiar to Master Roshi, but he can't remember who she is. Master Roshi looked up at Chi and asked, this beautiful lady, who are you? Chi coughed lightly and said, Teacher Mutant, I'm Chi. Master Roshi was startled. What? How did you grow so big? Kikai was about to say something when she suddenly felt a murderous aura. So she looked forward. 3 people in green clothes walked towards them. Yo! Who is that? Isn't that Master Kame? To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Master Kame was stunned. Hey, it's Hermit Crane, you're still alive. Hermit Crane laughed, you're still the same, ugly and sarcastic. I heard that your disciples were quite active in the last World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference. This time, in order to let everyone see what real martial arts are, I brought my 2 disciples to participate in the competition. Hehe, the championship must belong to my disciples. In order to save face, you'd better go home as soon as possible. Hermit Turtle laughed, ha 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 ha, what are you kidding, you're still so ignorant. What did you say, you bald head? Shut up, you old bastard. Bald. You bastard. The 2 old men started to fight each other as soon as they met. After a moment, Crane Immortal snorted coldly. Humph, Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi, let's go. We don't want to waste time talking to him. With that, Hermit Crane led Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi away. Before leaving, Tian Xinyan glanced at Hermit Rashi's disciples. He raised his eyebrows arrogantly. See you on the ring, don't admit defeat. Bulma curled her lips and said disdainfully, this is how Hermit Crane teaches his disciples. He has only 2 disciples, and they haven't been taught any manners at all. Master Rashi nodded, that's right, Master Crane is not as good as me. Sun Wukong looked at Yamsha and kindly advised Yamsha, why don't you not participate in the competition? Yamsha was stunned. Why? I'm afraid you'll lose to that Tian Xinyan and bring shame to my Kaimryu. Yamsha said angrily, what a joke, how could I lose to that guy? Sun Wukong looked at Puer and continued, if you get hurt, it's okay to have Puer take care of you. Yamsha remembered the time when he was beaten by Sun Wukong. Puer took care of him and he lay in bed for a month. Damn it, I won't get hurt. Chi-Chi sighed, we are all from the same school, so don't make a fool of yourself. Soon, the world's #1 martial arts tournament began to call for players to enter. The trials were held on the field, and only the top 8 would show their skills in front of the world. After rounds of selection, 8 members for the official competition were finally selected. Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi were naturally selected. They came to the crowd with the mission of Crane Immortal. Tian Xinyan sneered, you, the stupid turtle team, can still stay until now. It seems that everyone in the preliminaries is incompetent. Yamsha took the lead, you can stay until now, all thanks to good luck. Tian Xinyan said arrogantly, I will beat the shit out of you guys from the Kame Senri school in front of the world. Hearing Tian Xinyan's words, Chi-Chi and Krillin clenched their fists in anger. It looked like they were angered by Tian Xinyan's 2 sentences. What did you say? You are so arrogant. Seeing that Krillin and Chi-Chi were about to fight Tian Xinyan, Sun Wukong immediately intervened. Krillin, Chi-Chi, our strength is no longer on the same level as theirs. If you 2 ever fight them, you must not use too much force, otherwise you will be eliminated even if you kill someone. Tian Xinyan originally thought that GOKU was here to stop the fight, but when he said this, it actually added fuel to the fire. Tian Xinyan said angrily, damn it, kid, what did you say? You said you could beat us to death, are you guys from the Kaimryu so good at boasting? At this moment, the referee's whistle interrupted the tension among the few people. Hello! All contestants, please come and gather. Now we will start drawing lots. The drawing will determine the order of the contestants. Those whose names are called, please come over and draw lots. Several people stopped arguing. The short man walked up to the referee and began to draw lots honestly. At this moment, Tian Xinyan noticed that the atmosphere around the werewolf player next to him was not right. He looked at Jackie Chan with hatred in his eyes. Tian Xinyan asked curiously, what's wrong with you? That's Jackie Chan, the champion of the last World Martial Arts Tournament. Do you have a grudge against him? Werewolf, why don't you mind your own business? Tian Xinyan twisted his mouth. Interesting, Jiaozi, let this guy play against that old man. Jiaozi yet. The tallest one is called Yamsha, he should be the strongest among Master Rashi's disciples, so I will play against him. Jiaozi nodded again yes. Then, seeing that Krillin was similar to him and both had bald heads, Jiaozi arranged himself to fight him. Soon, the quarterfinals were arranged. Jackie Chan vs. Werewolf. Yamsha vs Tian Xinyan. Krillin vs Jiaozi. Chi-Chi vs Son Goku. Before Son Goku drew the lots, he basically knew the result. Jiaozi has superpowers, and it is easy for him to control the number of matches. However, that is not important, it is just a matter of leaving earlier or later. This martial arts tournament is not the focus. If nothing unexpected happens, the great devil Piccolo should come out. The purpose of coming here this time is actually to catch Dan Balin and find old Piccolo. Although now the strength of himself, Chi-Chi and Krillin has surpassed old Piccolo. Krillin will not be killed. However, old Piccolo cannot be killed directly. Compared with Krillin's killing, this priority is higher. In order to protect the Dragon Balls, killing old Piccolo must be put after he lays eggs. Chi-Chi was surprised to see that this martial arts tournament was still her battle against Goku. Wukong, we are destined to fight each other again. Sun Wukong scratched his head. There are 8 places in total, and we have almost taken them all. It's normal to meet our own people. Kikai nodded. That's what I said, but I think we are destined to fight each other. Krillin was relieved when he saw the battle with Jiaozi. Wukong, I am so happy that I can fight that dwarf instead of you. Sun Wukong said again. Krillin, don't use too much force, the 3 of us have been training with weights for so long, and now I have too much strength and sometimes I can't control it well, it feels too easy to kill people. Krillin nodded, patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder, and said, of course I know that. But remember to let me win in the finals, my brother's lifelong happiness is all in your hands. Sun Wukong sighed. Hey, why would your girlfriend make such a request? It's so strange. It seems that I won't be able to win the championship again in this martial arts competition. It seems that this thing is destined. Kikai giggled. Yes, many things are actually destined by heaven, just like us being together, we are a couple destined by heaven. Wukong looked at Chi-Chi seriously. Seeing the graceful Chi-Chi now, Wukong felt that his single time might not be long. Wukong said seriously, Chi-Chi, please, don't be mean in the future. Just stay gentle and considerate forever, okay? Hearing Wukong's words, Chi-Chi was a little shy, covered her cheek and said, Wukong, this is the first time you say I am gentle and considerate. I am so happy. I promise you. I'm fine, I'm fine. Chapter 75. Sorry to have kept you waiting. I declare that the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament begins. We selected 8 fighters from 182 fighters to participate in the finals. These 8 contestants will compete in an elimination format. Who will be the best in the world? Who will win the 500,000 yuan prize? Let's wait and see. Now, the first game, Tian Xinyan vs Yamsha, begins. This Yamsha contestant is a disciple of the martial arts god, the Turtle Master. By the way, among the top 8 contestants in this martial arts competition, 4 are disciples of the Turtle Master. Tian Xinyan and Gyoza are disciples of Crane Hermit Dash. After hearing the host's introduction, everyone in the audience was shocked. Oh my god! It's incredible! Almost all of them are disciples of Hermit Rashi and Hermit Crane. However, it seems that although Master Kame's disciples account for half of the country, Master Kame is still stronger. Hearing this, Master Crane snorted coldly. I will beat up Master Kame's disciples in a while, and you will see what will happen to them. Master Kame, who was dressed as Jackie Chan, was also very angry. You compare me to trash like Crane Hermit, damn it. Soon, Yamsha and Tian Xinyan also came on stage with a smell of gunpowder. The 2 cursed each other, and the curses were very dirty. As the host announced the start, the 2 quickly started a fierce duel. The 2 figures were as fast as lightning, fast and fierce, and the collision of moves was fierce and exciting. This was only the first game. The 2 fought to the sky and the ground, and the after-images flashed. The audience was stunned. For a while, the audience was silent. After a while, warm applause and cheers broke out. It's incredible. She is worthy of being the descendant of a famous teacher. It's so amazing, so wonderful. Seeing such a wonderful competition, the host was also excited. It was really surprising. In just a short moment, countless wonderful offensive and defensive battles took place. This battle may be the most exciting one in this martial arts competition. Tian Xinyan and Yam Sha fought for several rounds and also pulled away. Yam Sha muttered in his heart, "This kid is much better than I expected." Although Tian Xinyan mocked him on the surface, he also gave Yam Sha a high evaluation in his heart. This guy is not simple, he is not just a boaster. I haven't met such an opponent for a long time. After the first wave of probing, Yam Sha was ready to show his special skills. The next moment, he put his hands in a wolf fang posture. New wolf fang wind fist. Tian Xinyan said nothing and also took the starting stance and rushed towards Yam Sha. The two of them were still not weak at all, and they were all ruthless fists and feet. Krillin watched the fight between the two and was a little worried about Yam Sha. It looks like Yam Sha can't hold on any longer. Sun Wukong also nodded. Yet, the situation is not good. Chi Chi smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if he loses, we can all avenge him." Sun Wukong shrugged. "It's okay to lose, I'm just afraid that Tian Xinyan will do something dirty." Chi Chi asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Sun Wukong pointed at Tian Xinyan and said, "Didn't you see them going on stage cursing? I guess if Tian Xinyan wins, he will have to beat Yam Sha to a pulp." Krillin said, "Beat Yam Sha to a pulp? That's too cruel. Or persuade him to admit defeat, I don't think he has any hope of winning." At this moment, Krillin's strength is much higher than that of Yam Sha and Tian Xinyan. Watching their battle, one can easily see the difference in strength between the two. Sun Wukong said, "I advised at the beginning, but Yam Sha didn't listen." Kikai said indifferently, "Then let him beat him. If he is really crippled, we can give him a magic bean and he will recover immediately, right? As for senzu beans, we should save as much as possible. The more people who know about it now, the greater the consumption will be." Sun Wukong warned. "After all, this thing will be very useful in the future." Krillin thought about it and nodded, "That's true. 1 or 2 doesn't matter, but I'm afraid that if the senzu beans get out and more people know about it, we won't be able to keep them in the future." Sun Wukong nodded, "Yeah, it doesn't matter if Yam Sha knows, but I'm worried about a fat guy finding out." Krillin was still wondering what kind of fat guy would want to take the senzu beans. At this moment, Kiki suddenly shouted, "Look, he's going to use his ultimate move." Yam Sha's hands were shaped like calyxes, and a dazzling ball of light appeared in his palms. The audience was also shocked when they saw this move. "Oh my god, we can see the Qigong wave in the first battle, it's so exciting." Jackie Chan secretly took a breath. Yam Sha actually used Kamehameha so early. Unfortunately, if Kamehameha doesn't work, he will definitely lose. Krillin said. At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly found that there was an audience stand behind Yam Sha. If Tian Xinyan still reflected the Qigong wave back, it might hurt someone. Moreover, the people in the front row of the crowd were not outsiders. Krillin's girlfriend, Shino, who was short, was in the first row. "Krillin, get behind Yam Sha, it's time for you to show your skills." Krillin was curious. "What do you mean? If I tell you to go, go quickly. The Qigong wave might hurt your future girlfriend." "What?" Krillin ran over immediately when he heard the danger. At this moment, the light ball in Yam Sha's palm lit up to the extreme. Kamehameha! A golden light suddenly blasted towards Tian Xinyan. Tian Xinyan didn't know what kind of moves he used, but he quickly formed seals with his hands, and even left an afterimage. Until he put his hands together, with his 2 index fingers pointing to the sky, blocking in front of him, his aura also enveloped his whole body in an instant. At this moment, Kamehameha hit Tian Xinyan. Ha! Tian Xinyan shouted, and the moment the energy wave hit him, it suddenly reflected and blasted towards Yam Sha. Yam Sha was startled and immediately stepped on the ground and jumped to a high place to avoid it. However, the energy wave did not disappear, but burst towards the audience. Krillin happened to run here. He only then understood what the danger that GOKU said was. How did GOKU figure out that he could reflect the Qigong wave? There was no time to think about it. Krillin shouted and suddenly released a Qigong wave with both hands, which directly collided with Yam Sha's Qigong wave. Boom! There was an explosion, raising a thick cloud of dust. To read the best novels, go to Falu Novel Network. However, the explosion occurred in the gap between the edge of the ring and the audience seats, causing no casualties. The audience behind Klin also breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I have to thank that young man. It almost exploded on me. It's too dangerous to watch the game. When Snow saw Krillin showing his power, his eyes lit up. Klin, you are so awesome. Klin scratched his head in embarrassment. Hey, it's nothing. Krillin smiled and looked at Wukong with gratitude. When Shishi saw Krillin's pretense and Xiaoxino's admiring expression, a strange look flashed in her eyes. Wukong, it's all thanks to you just now, how did you guess so accurately? Premonition. Sun Wukong said it very naturally. Kikai looked at the two little ones, Krillin and Shinyo, standing not far away. They were the same height when standing together, and they were really a perfect match. On the contrary, she looked at Wukong, whose height had not changed, while she had grown so much taller. The two of them looked like siblings when standing together. Kikai didn't like this feeling. The Wukong she liked should be taller than her, stronger than her, and able to protect her. But looking at the height difference between Wukong and her at the moment, she couldn't help but worry about the future. Wukong, we were supposed to grow up together and get married. Don't stop growing taller. Sun Wukong didn't even turn his head, watching the game and said, no way, I will definitely be taller than you. Kikai suddenly said, I have a suggestion. What? Let's collect Dragon Balls to make you grow taller quickly, right? Kikai looked at Sun Wukong with anticipation. Sun Wukong turned around and looked at Kikai's expectant eyes, as if he was very worried about his height. Shishi, I'm confident in my height, so I shouldn't need that, and that day won't be too far away. Scions develop like this, not as smoothly as the people on Earth, and there's nothing he can do about it. However, Scions also have advantages, as they stay young for a particularly long time. Shishi saw that he was very confident, and asked uncertainly, really? I promise. Wukong was still confident. Shishi was helpless and could do nothing if she didn't believe him. Wukong, can I play with your tail? There are many people here. I want it. Helplessly, he still handed the tail to her, and Shishi's mouth curled up with a hint of pride. During the 3 years of training in Karantat, Shishi pinched his tail a lot, helping Sun Wukong overcome this weakness. But she also developed the habit of pinching his tail for no reason. At this moment, Yam Sha failed in the air and was shot down by Tian Xinyan. Before he could react and surrender, Tian Xinyan rushed up and smashed his knees. With a scream, Yam Sha fainted. Seeing this scene, the audience also took a breath of cold air. You've already won, why are you still so cruel? His legs are deformed. Too cruel. Tian Xinyan didn't care about the public opinion at all, and said with his hands on his hips, referee, please announce the winner of the game. The referee checked Yam Sha's injury and immediately announced Yam Sha is no longer in a good condition to participate in the competition, so Tian Xinyan wins. After that, the referee looked at the staff. His leg is broken, send him to the hospital quickly. Yes. Puer ran over quickly. I'll take him to the hospital. Turn into a magic carpet. The next moment, Puer turned into a magic carpet, and the staff lifted him up. Sun Wukong looked at Yam Sha's twisted and deformed legs, which were already broken like that. With today's medical level, even if the treatment is completed, it will still be affected. He immediately took out a magic bean from his bag. "Kikai, stop pinching me." "Oh." She saw that Yam Sha's leg was broken, and she squeezed it very hard. At this moment, Wukong spoke, and she subconsciously let go of his tail. "Wukong, I wasn't paying attention just now, did it hurt?" "It's okay, it feels very comfortable." After Kikai let go, Sun Wukong quickly ran to Puer and Yam Sha. "Puer, wake him up and put this in his mouth. He will be fine after eating it. This is senzu beans. After eating it, he will recover from his injuries." Puer put Yam Sha on the grass and returned to his original state. "Thank you." After taking the senzu beans, Yam Sha really recovered. Such a serious injury, he recovered in an instant, it was simply a medical miracle. Puer jumped into Yam Sha's arms in surprise. "Master, you're okay. That's great." "Soil.